Traversal is a joyous endeavor, especially when one finds themselves within the confines of a beloved single-player game, complete with an accompanying interface and system. Yet one may ponder, why, despite the promise of double delight, must there be an overwhelming plethora of DLC updates prior to such a journey? Chapter 1. I swear, it is merely curiosity. Izzy, the crackling noise emanating from the antiquated fluorescent lights, a result of overload or aging circuitry, buzzed incessantly. The illumination was bright, perhaps too bright, casting an almost blinding glare that felt undeniably real. A stark contrast to the virtual graphics one would expect from a closed-off gaming experience. The sensation was akin to having transcended the game itself. And yet, this was indeed within the game. For in the year 2030, such antiquated incandescent bulbs had long been relegated to the annals of history. Lying upon his bed, Charles rested his arms upon his forehead and casually activated the interface. Name, Charles DMO. Race, human age, 11. Occupation. Did I forget to log out of the game last night? Charles instinctively rubbed his forehead. However, who is this character named Charles? What did I create him? I have no recollection of establishing such an alternate account, but he soon dismissed the matter. Perhaps it was an inadvertent creation of a new persona, but what significance did it truly hold? Dragging the cursor to the bottom, he selected the option to log out. Wait a moment, is there really such a prominent logout option? The year 2030, though merely a decade had elapsed since Charles embarked on his professional journey in 2020, it felt as though several centuries had passed, all due to the discovery of submicroparticles. These particles, akin to protons and neutrons, had always existed, yet strangely, humanity had failed to observe or acknowledge them, as if collectively afflicted by a form of mass hysteria. Much like humanity's eventual recognition of fire, which ignited the dawn of civilization, the discovery of submicroparticles should not have been a challenge. It was always present, much like fire's capacity to ignite in myriad locations and circumstances. Yet humanity chose to remain blind to it. In an instant, a vast expanse of innovative technology unfolded before mankind. These particles were extraordinary, their instability akin to twinkling starlight in the microscopic realm. This implied quantum transmission. The advent of submicroparticle coding technology swiftly emerged following the particle's discovery, heralding a new epoch in human technological advancement. Humanity's stagnation in technological progress over the past decade was suddenly catapulted into the stratosphere. Instant arrival, swift delivery became the slogan for a certain courier service promising no-delay deliveries, while travel the world without stepping outside your home was echoed by a travel website touting long-distance transmission. The distances between humans were infinitely diminished, with the transportation sector being the first to flourish, followed shortly by a second technological explosion in the realms of the internet and electronic information. As short-distance quantum transmission resolved the final hurdles between biological tissues and electronic components. Weak artificial intelligence emerged rapidly, followed by neuron sensing, brainwave sensing, visual sensing, and ultimately closed-off virtual reality sensing. All the conditions for a second-world game, once confined to dreams, were now met. As a child of the 1990s, Charles had never anticipated witnessing the widespread adoption of virtual reality games, let alone in their perfected form. Yet, such is the marvel of technology, the ninth art. Video games had already amassed a fortune globally during the personal computer era, demonstrating their immense power. Thus, the newly birthed realm of virtual reality gaming was a colossal cake that could not be overlooked. Countless companies rushed to seize a share of the market, vying for the largest piece of the pie. This period marked a golden age for players, yet a nightmare for wallets. Having engaged in several relationships, but ultimately remaining unmarried due to premarital complications, Charles, now on the verge of middle age and still single, certainly would not let this gaming renaissance pass him by. It seemed almost unbelievable. Would he truly witness humanity's exodus to the stars, escaping the limits of mortality? That would be simply splendid. In truth, to capture the market, they indeed pursued such a course. Following closely were companies like Ubisoft, with franchises such as Assassin's Creed and The Witcher rapidly receiving remakes or sequels. Not to be outdone, a certain frigid-dwelling creature brandished its myriad IPs and considerable wealth, leading to a resurgence by latecomers. The gaming boom persisted for 3 full years before the market eventually regained its equilibrium. After all, the reheating of leftover ideas has its limits. One must continually innovate to create the new. Game companies soon confronted an awkward predicament. While gaming modes underwent radical transformations, the content itself began to stagnate and even diminish. This was primarily due to virtual reality technology eliminating certain gaming modes altogether. For instance, card games became an inconceivable experience within virtual reality, despite being technically feasible. as the player base dwindled. Merely cycling through new scripts would eventually bore players, yet discovering new modes was no simple task, prompting some to consider an unconventional approach. They turned their attention to modeling. Previously, game modeling was restricted to 2D regardless of its aesthetic quality. Players engaged with it as mere paper figures. However, within closed-off virtual reality games, these figures became real. Thus, games adapted from films or anime began to emerge. Fast Furious, Pirates of the Caribbean. This was a remarkably successful step, as player acceptance was high and it perfectly suited a certain affluent Antarctic creature. IT began to wield its wealth, voraciously acquiring IPs, leading to a plethora of blended, hybrid world games. The World You Did Not Know, Magic Legends, is one such creation. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of Blizzard, the game was indeed costly but thoroughly enjoyable, yielding substantial returns. In addition, the series includes titles like The World You Did Not Know, Hero Universe, and The World You Did Not Know, Limits of Speed, among others. Magic and fantasy worlds intertwined, puzzle games melded with narrative-driven experiences, and expansive IPs monopolized entire realms. Magic Legends stands as a fusion of various fantasy game settings from films and novels, functioning as a single-player game with additional content available through DLC. I must say, thank goodness it isn't an online game, or perhaps an online game would have been preferable. Reclining on his bed, gazing upwards with vacant eyes, Charles muttered to himself, slightly dazed, as a relatively young individual, although technology seems to have leapt through centuries akin to a rocket soaring past, giving the impression that the bygone era is a distant memory. In reality, it is not so far removed. The last time Charles viewed a 3D remaster of the Harry Potter film was merely 7 or 8 years ago. 7 or 8 years ago, those anime and novels he had indulged in, such as Sword Art Online and its mechanical engineer, have yet to fade into obscurity. Indeed, the realm of online gaming possesses its own advantages, as well as drawbacks. Yet, the phenomenon of transmigration is beyond his control. He awaits humanity's venture into interstellar realms. Perhaps one day it might truly happen. And thus, he found himself transmigrated. Nonetheless, this turn of events is fortuitous. Before his transmigration, Charles was an ordinary man. Had there been any advanced life-preserving technology, it likely would not have been bestowed upon him. He was simply one among countless ordinary souls. Rather than knowing and being unable to attain, it is far better to have transcended, at the very least. After his transmigration, he has acquired the title of a traveler, no longer a mere commoner. Especially since this world is a fantastical one, where magic is no less impressive than technology, and it is a game world familiar to Charles. The world you are unaware of. Magic Legends is a magical game set against a modern backdrop, with its main storyline derived from the immensely popular IP, Harry Potter. Of course, it intertwines various other elements. Yet overall, the danger it poses is not significant. As he wandered and explored within the confines of this dwelling, tapping and knocking about, Charles had all but confirmed the reality of his transmigration, rather than being ensnared by a game bug, unable to locate the logout button. The breakthroughs in virtual reality technology have significantly enhanced the player's sense of immersion. However, this does not imply that the existence of such technology equates to the creation of a flawless secondary world. For maintaining a perfect world requires more than just virtual reality technology. It necessitates a robust artificial intelligence. Yet, in Charles's era, the most advanced AI was merely of intermediate level, capable of distinguishing a dog from a cat. While sufficient to sustain a virtual reality game, it falls short of supporting a flawless secondary world. Indeed, the game has made remarkable advancements. NPCs are nearly lifelike, and players can perform actions autonomously, such as gathering firewood and concocting dark culinary delights, unrestricted by skills and narratives. Nonetheless, computational limitations persist. The main and side quests do not extend infinitely, and it remains, after all, a game, not a fully autonomous world. Perhaps such expectations are overly ambitious, as a world of that caliber would be exceedingly challenging to realize. Who knows if he will witness it in his lifetime? In truth, the game's progression to the level it reached before his transmigration is commendable. It has evolved into a secondary world that can deceive the senses. How astonishing! Why have I transmigrated? Charles settled into a comfortable position, reclining in his chair to ponder this question. Before his transmigration, novels about such phenomena remained popular, yet he lacked the typical catalyst: lightning strikes, car accidents, or ancestral rings and necklaces that eluded detection. How, then, did he transmigrate? Naturally, this is a question he cannot answer, as few past travelers have unraveled its mysteries. Regardless, he must accept the reality of his transmigration. Upon further contemplation, it appears there is little harm in this. The world you are unaware of. Magic Legends is a single-player game, and Charles is not a newcomer. In fact, he has completed several cycles. Yet, he is perplexed as to why his max-level character did not transmigrate with him, but rather, a character he never created. However, it matters not, for he possesses intimate knowledge of all game content, and his panel has accompanied him. Although the underlying principle remains unknown, at least he need not fret over acquiring magical abilities that a panel-equipped transmigrator exudes confidence. With the core issue resolved, the advantages of his transmigration become apparent. A world familiar to Charles, imbued with magical powers, a realm he comprehends thoroughly, along with the presence of charming ladies. Charles vows he is not merely enamored with those ladies, rather, he is curious about how they might change upon becoming fully realized beings, truly. Utilizing celebrity likenesses for modeling was a hallmark of the gaming trend at the time. As such, the quintessential character, Hermione Granger, was not overlooked. Her model was based on a Watson-esque figure, complete with all enhancements. After all, players are drawn to aesthetics games with lower visual appeal inevitably cater to a niche audience. While the original work holds significance, the film adaptation features a character, Penelope, whose on-screen presence is markedly less striking. Consequently, they opted for a model based on a top Eastern European model from the 2030s Instagram rankings in summary, nearly all character models were selected for their best attributes. If the actor's beauty was not present, they sought other models as alternatives, as a certain entity possesses the wealth to afford likeness rights that, of course, some inherently unattractive characters, such as Voldemort, were not beautified at most. His nose might appear slightly more refined. Ultimately, this is merely a game. Yet now, all of this is transformed into a tangible reality. Charles emitted an indistinct chuckle, realizing that transmigration might not be so dreadful after all. Burp! Suddenly, he shot upright from his chair, laughter abruptly ceasing, for he realized a seemingly trivial detail he had overlooked, just a tiny, inconsequential issue. Why would he, having completed the game several times, find himself playing it anew, unless nostalgia beckoned or a version update had occurred? Indeed, prior to his transmigration, a colossal DLC had been released, and among its myriad content. Well, it appears that transmigration is indeed a perplexing matter. However, if given the choice once more, he would undoubtedly choose transmigration again. In his former world, he was merely an ordinary member of the masses. Yet here, even if he remains ordinary, his profound understanding of the storyline grants him a semblance of the extraordinary. This world, after all, is infused with magic that it is even possible to use magic to achieve. Immortality in the Harry Potter universe. Attaining immortality seems fraught with complications and side effects. Yet here, while Harry Potter is the main narrative, other elements abound. Among these, immortality may not be as unattainable as it once seemed. Charles exhaled deeply. Power, women, no, career, and love, ultimately, these are what one pursues. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Chapter 2. The confidence of the panel. A traveler who neglects the panel is not a qualified system traveler. Soon, Sia eagerly activated the panel to delve into its contents. Character name, Sia DMO race. Human age, 11 occupation, none talent. Awakening of magic experience, 0-10 level, 1 health points, 100 strength, 31 constitution, 32 agility, 30 spirit, 50-20 skills, clear water like spring. Orchid blooming equipment, silver silver necklace, universal items. Gray unknown texture notebook, unknown free attributes. 0, awakening of magic. Attribute, spirit 20. Remark. The magic realm often refers to this as the surge of magical power, an essential distinction between a mere spellcaster and a true sorcerer. Remark 2. Is it called magical upheaval, eruption, or rampage? Clear water like spring. Remark. Do I need to explain this? Just slap it on the bear's face. Orchid blooming. Remark. As one of the simplest spells that novice mages can grasp intuitively, there must be a reason for its accessibility. Remark 2. You are like a lily. Silver necklace. Level, universal. Quality, ordinary. Attributes, spirit 3, strength 0. 3. Remark. Edwin's handcrafted gold and silver jewelry store, a century-old establishment with exquisite quality. The pendant is adorned with a small, colorful photograph, a child's final remembrance of their parents. In critical moments, grasping it might bestow the courage and strength you need. Remark 2. For love, dear child. Gray unknown texture notebook, quality, unknown. Remark. A notebook of unknown origin that you have never encountered before. You are oblivious to its history and even why it has appeared here. Of course, you are also unfamiliar with the seemingly indescribable patterns and texts upon it. Well, indescribable is merely a descriptor. I do not believe it relates to them. Spaceship Bay no expand. Old John's Magic Shop, expand. Lucky Coin 2, expand. Sire was not unfamiliar with the game's attribute panel. The average attributes for adults hover around 50, while those an 11-year-old newcomer are typically around 30. Unlike the game, many features have been directly omitted, such as recharge options, mounts, and families. However, the backpack, shop, and random draws remain intact. The lucky coin represents a chance for a random draw, and currently, Air possesses 2 coins, granting him 2 opportunities for a lottery. Acquiring coins is not arduous. Level-ups and monster defeats may yield them randomly, tasks might reward them, and even treasure chests could contain them. The simplicity of obtaining them is due to the lack of appealing items in the lottery pool. It is essentially an Easter egg pool. Anything copyrighted by a certain penguin has been tossed in, and while there are indeed valuable items, the likelihood of drawing them is minimal. What one typically obtains are trivial trinkets of an Easter egg nature. For instance, the juxtaposition of cockroaches and pies, along with a singular card from Gwent, has led to a transformation in the interface's aesthetic. It has shifted from exquisite game modeling to a hazy display, as if imprinted upon a scroll of parchment. Although the functionality and appearance have undergone significant alterations, the essence of the interface remains largely unchanged, allowing Charles to navigate it with ease. Unsurprisingly, he finds himself in the possession of a pristine, blank slate account, devoid of any possessions and shrouded in mystery regarding the chosen starting background. To facilitate immersion in the narrative, players can select from several initial backgrounds. For example, being a descendant of a typical wizarding family grants the player random special spells that gradually unlock with age. Alternatively, one might choose to belong to the household of notable characters, such as the Weasleys, the Grangers, or even the Potters and Snapes, which significantly enhances initial friendliness with those figures. Other options include being a descendant of Death Eaters or hailing from an ordinary family, and while there are numerous possibilities, Charles is oblivious to the origins of his blank slate account. However, based on experience, he surmises that he likely stems from a typical family background, as the layout of the house is familiar to him, along with a necklace in his inventory. This ordinary family starting point features a narrative where he is raised by his mother's unmarried sister, Aunt Andrea, due to the absence of his parents. The arrangement of the room reflects this, while the necklace serves as a final token of remembrance from his parents, with a family photograph embedded in its pendant. Although the ordinary family background lacks inherited special spells and initial friendliness with narrative characters, it offers considerable freedom, particularly regarding map access. Naturally, this is relevant within the game, but in the real world, Charles remains uncertain about the implications of such map access. Nevertheless, despite the stark contrast between reality and the game, certain constants should remain unchanged. For instance, Charles is just over 10 years old, and Hogwarts enrollment occurs at 11, granting him nearly a year to prepare before engaging in the main storyline. He is aware of an entry point to a novice-level side quest. While it may not manifest as a traditional quest in reality, its existence is undeniable, for it is a mural leading to a wondrous realm. Admittedly, this may not qualify as a mere side quest, given that this is the early stage of the game. Even if he enters this enchanted realm, he will likely encounter only minor events, such as dealing with rogue mice or brigands in the form of wolves, truly nothing more than a trifling side quest. Charles, well-versed in the narrative, is unperturbed by these concerns. Having completed the game several times and possessing a wealth of strategies and Easter eggs in his memory. Thus, his focus shifts to the notebook within his inventory, a peculiar item of which he has no prior knowledge. Although it is a single-player game, the involvement of artificial intelligence introduces a significant element of randomness. After all, this is a creation of the renowned team known for developing the Diablo series, where random drops and skills are among its defining features. While Charles cannot claim to be familiar with every item and piece of equipment, he is well aware of the novice tools available at the start. It is, after all, a single-player game. However, there is certainly not a single unknown notebook among them. Where did this come from? Charles retrieved the notebook from his inventory, flipping through its pages repeatedly. The more he examined it, the more familiar it appeared, for this object was not, in fact, a game item. Goodness. Charles exhaled deeply. He finally recognized that this item was not from the game, but rather something he possessed in reality before his transmigration. It seemed to be a peripheral item given as a bonus with the purchase of the latest DLC, unwrapped from a delivery that lacked any address. So, this was the culprit behind his transmigration? A substitute for the necklace, ring, or ancestral jade pendant. As Charles scrutinized the notebook, attempting to decipher its secrets, he regrettably found nothing noteworthy within. It appeared to be an ordinary notebook, filled with pale pages adorned with unfamiliar characters or patterns distinct from the text found on Earth and within the game. Moreover, Charles did not believe this object was related to the indescribable mentioned in the annotations, which pertain to the Cthulhu mythos. Not everything can be linked to Cthulhu. Each possesses its own unique aesthetic. The patterns, resembling some unknown script, were indeed peculiar, yet they did not embody the Cthulhu style. If this item were truly connected to the Cthulhu series, one would expect the whispers of eldritch horrors to echo in his mind by now. The anxiety of uncertainty, coupled with the thrill of his transmigration, occupied the majority of Charles's afternoon as he pondered the differences between the gaming world and reality. It was not until the sound of the door opening in the evening that he suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. He had completely forgotten that he was still a 10-year-old child, and moreover, that he was the ward of his Aunt Andrea, his mother's sister. Charles swiftly grasped the critical point of the dilemma. In the game, he could act with impunity, even if it aroused suspicion, as it was merely a game. And he was the harbinger of the fourth calamity. However, this was the real world. He had not observed any built-in system for saving or loading, indicating that his advantage was not one of infinite respawns. Thus, there would be no opportunity for a do-over. How then should he face this world? Well, this philosophical quandary could be postponed for a moment. The immediate concern was who could instruct him on how to convincingly portray a 10-year-old child. Or rather, what was the original Charles truly like? Just as Charles hesitated, the door swung open, revealing a woman of graceful poise who, though no longer in her youth, still retained an air of elegance as she entered and bent down to remove her shoes. "Hey there, little one. You must be hungry." She caught sight of Charles in the living room. She was Andrea Heapam. However, Charles paid little heed to such matters, directing his gaze instead towards a game panel visible only to him. It was not his character panel, but rather Andrea's. Players could access the information template of NPCs, albeit limited to the most fundamental details. Charles had assumed it would vanish like other functionalities, such as in-game purchases that could not be accommodated by the real world. Yet to his surprise, it remained. Name, Andrea Heapam. Strength, 49. Constitution, 49. Agility, 57. Spirit, 47. Remark, a journalist imbued with a strong sense of justice. Andrea's panel was rather unremarkable. As an ordinary individual, she possessed neither hidden lineage nor concealed backstory. Perhaps there was something noteworthy about Charles's ancestry, for it would be improbable for him to awaken as a wizard otherwise. However, this was not reflected in Andrea's panel. As Charles finished examining Andrea's panel, she had already prepared a simple dinner. Given the realm Charles currently inhabited, the brief time Andrea took to prepare the meal, and Charles's prior gaming experiences, he had little anticipation for the dinner set before him. A portion of instant pasta for each person, half a piece of pudding left over from yesterday, a few small desserts, and a large cup of milk constituted the entirety of the meal. Quite simplistic. Yet, despite being instant products, they were palatable to humanity's taste, surpassing the flavor of most British households' dinners by a significant margin. Seated at the table, Charles endeavored to embody his latest role as a shy, reticent child beset by misfortune. He was uncertain whether he had chosen the right persona, but judging by Andrea's occasional glances, perhaps he was not typically this silent. In truth, he was at a loss for words. Even though he was familiar with the former Charles, mimicking that persona proved challenging, for he was now an adult, not a genuine 10-year-old child. Meanwhile, Andrea had discerned that Charles did not seem to be grappling with any distressing issues. Although she was unaware of his silence's cause today, she was evidently not the type of parent inclined to pry into a child's secrets. With a resigned shrug, she could only mutter to herself as she sat alone at the table, "Little Charles is grown up." The child had matured, acquiring his own little secrets. Back in his room, Charles slumped in his chair, troubled. In this era, computers were not yet commonplace. Even if they were not possessions typically owned by a 10-year-old child from an unmarried foster family. Deprived of such a time-consuming distraction, he found himself with ample time to contemplate and squander. What attitude should he adopt to face this world? Charles realized he had encountered the first pivotal question since his transmigration, and it was not a trivial concern. For this was a real world, he reminded himself once more. Yet despite this self-affirmation, he could not shake the feeling that the increasingly familiar room, its furnishings, including the figures on display, bore an uncanny resemblance to everything he encountered while gaming. Yet, it remained a formidable challenge for him to shift his mindset and confront this new world with a more serious and earnest demeanor. The immersive nature of closed virtual reality gaming had rendered it almost indistinguishable from the real world, a reality that, for the vast majority of players who preferred not to delve too deeply into the essence of things, had indeed become their second existence. Although this new realm possessed a semblance of authenticity, akin to shedding a beauty filter, it still left Zaire momentarily disoriented. Zaire was acutely aware of his predicament. His inability to fully immerse himself in this world to genuinely become one of its inhabitants, meant that his thoughts were subconsciously tethered to the attitudes and approaches he had adopted while gaming. This was perilous and nuanced. The distinction between gaming and reality was stark. Thus, regardless of one's identity in the real world, one would inevitably assume a different persona within the game, often starkly contrasting with their true self. Zyre was no exception. Being merely a game allowed him, like all other players, to act with reckless abandon, even shedding any shyness in the presence of charming companions. Such behavior was wholly acceptable in the gaming realm, but now, the stakes were decidedly higher. Consequently, Zyre maintained a profound silence at the dining table, fearful that he might inadvertently utter words or display actions that would baffle the inhabitants of this era, or indeed, this world. Although he was unlikely to be subjected to any archaic punishment, having long since passed the age of ignorance and superstition, humanity's response to sudden aberrations in behavior was not entirely predictable. He could very well find himself being escorted by Aunt Andrea to a psychologist. Such a mindset was untenable. Zyre, after all, was an adult, having moved beyond the self-indulgent whims of adolescence. Although somewhat reclusive, he was nonetheless a functioning adult with a respectable job, even one that paid handsomely. Thus, he recognized that this capricious attitude was inadvisable. Yet, the realm of the mind proved to be the most vexing. Moreover, he was tasked with embodying a 10-year-old child, an enigma in itself, as he had long forgotten what a child of that age ought to be like. With a sigh, Zyre resigned himself to the situation. Speaking less and remaining silent seemed prudent. He could simply adopt the guise of a precocious child, as such occurrences were not uncommon abroad. As for the abruptness of his transformation, what exactly should a 10-year-old be like? Who could say? Thus, this sudden shift could be deemed normal. For who truly understood the thoughts of these little rascals? Chapter 3. Even the savior must attend school. Propping his chin on one hand, Zyre leaned over the table, surveying the raucous classroom with a hint of boredom. He found it exceedingly difficult to integrate himself among the elementary school students, even though he was now in a tangible world, distinct from the game he once played. Ironically, this made the challenge all the more daunting. Even in the realm of games, it is challenging to keep pace with the whims of mischievous children, and now, these children have transformed into a manifestation of unadulterated reality. Adopting a contemplative posture, Charles deftly toyed with a gold coin using his other hand, allowing it to roll between his fingers, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Aztec gold coin, quality, ordinary. Inscription, I bear no curse. This coin was obtained through 2 lottery draws, as the prize pool was a chaotic assortment of items, devoid of any concept of guaranteed rewards. Consequently, Charles did not accumulate 10 attempts and opted to draw directly, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory outcome. An ordinary Aztec gold coin, unlike the cursed one from the tales of the Caribbean pirates, possesses a commendable gold content and can be regarded as a relic. In addition to this coin, there was another item, Lucky Bear Cookie, quality, ordinary. Inscription, nourishment for every day. He had indeed harbored no expectations regarding this lottery. With this thought, Charles pulled at the collar of his uniform in utter boredom. Burdenstow Primary School is not a prestigious institution. It does not exist in any original narrative, but is a creation of the game, designed to facilitate a seamless integration of the plot. Without it, it would have been impossible to unify all the protagonists and supporting characters to meet the narrative's demands. Indeed, apart from Harry and Dudley, who are not in the original story school, but here, Hermione is also present, along with several other characters from various narratives. However, since the main storyline revolves around Harry Potter, Charles's class comprises only the 3 principal characters from the Harry Potter saga: Harry, Dudley, and Hermione. Other supporting characters and plot lines require exploration on one's own. Mr. Granger is a dentist belonging to the upper middle class of England, while the Dursleys, though not of the elite, are striving to ascend the social ladder. Thus, while Burdenstow Primary School may not be categorized as a distinguished British institution, it is still considered a commendable private school. Due to the British penchant for tradition and decorum, even at the primary level, a uniform dress code is enforced. The Burdenstow uniform consists of tailored trousers for boys and skirts for girls, presenting a rather dapper appearance, yet proving impractical for outdoor activities, especially for the forthcoming adventures. Prepared for such endeavors, Charles had already packed a set of more suitable attire in his personal satchel, known as a spatial bag. Harry, don't run. Dudley's exuberant shout interrupted Charles's restlessness, drawing his gaze to the usual antics of Harry and Dudley. The activity involved Harry running while Dudley pursued him, and upon capture, he would. Hermione, seated in front of Charles, appeared somewhat irked, though she said nothing, merely slamming her pen onto the desk in frustration. It was unclear whether she was upset about Dudley bullying a classmate or if their ruckus had disrupted her studies. No one in the class intervened, as Dudley was the reigning bully, towering over his peers despite still being in primary school. Westerners typically mature at a rapid pace. Among them, Dudley, who is in his final year of schooling and enjoys excessive indulgence, stands at a height of just over 1.50 meters, embodying the archetype of a robust and plump boy. It is no wonder that few dare to provoke him. In stark contrast, Harry, who has suffered from stunted growth in such a dismal environment, is more than a head shorter than Dudley, making him a frequent target for Dudley's bullying. However, the situation is now different, for Charles has arrived. Stop! As the two boys dashed past Charles, he suddenly reached out and seized Dudley by the arm. The immense force exerted caused the muscles in Charles's arm to tense. Dudley, it seems, possesses considerable strength. Name, Dudley Dursley. Strength, 35. Constitution, 33. Agility, 27. Spirit, 30. Memorandum. I've got you, Harry Potter. With 35 points in strength, he surpasses Charles by 4 points. What a rotund boy. Let go, you brat. Dudley, clearly taken aback by being caught, shot a glance at Charles, recognizing him as a familiar face from his class, though not one he knew well. The narrative has plunged directly into their final year, and Charles is not a transfer student. He has always been part of the class, albeit with a notably low presence. Resembling a ghost, as the plot unfolds, the player's involvement sharply increases his visibility, as if, for the first time, everyone is noticing this classmate, who has been alongside them for 6 years, just as they are on the brink of graduation. Relax, my friend, Charles said with a smile, observing Dudley. His light-hearted demeanor made it difficult to adopt a serious tone, as if he were still ensnared in the illusion of playing a game. To Charles, the altercation between Dudley and Harry appeared merely as childish antics, devoid of any cause for concern. Perhaps in the future, Dudley, lacking the guidance of his parents, will escalate his behavior from mere bullying to outright tyranny. But at present, he can only be classified as a mischievous child, not yet a true bully. I'm not your friend, Dudley retorted, his voice tinged with confusion. What are you talking about? He glared at Charles, but soon lost interest, impatiently breaking free from his grasp. Mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll take you down too. He forcefully shook off Charles's hand, threateningly raising his fist. Charles, undeterred, glanced at Harry, who was cowering behind a desk, and calmly addressed Dudley. I merely wish to remind you the teacher is coming. What? The mere mention of a teacher held significant weight over elementary students, causing Dudley to whip around to look behind him. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing there. Realizing he had been tricked, anger surged within him, and he clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a punch to Charles's infuriatingly cheerful face. Charles maintained his smile, fully aware that this would trigger a confrontation, with Dudley as the target. After dealing with Dudley, the latter would be weeping and escorted by the teacher to the nurse's office, while Charles would gain valuable combat experience. There is no risk of being summoned by parents as long as Dudley does not cause any major issues, for everyone is well aware that he is a bully. Everyone knows. However, what surprised Charles was that the anger on Dudley's face was genuine. Yet, after several moments of hesitation, he did not act aggressively. Instead, he unexpectedly inquired, You possess considerable strength. Would you care to join me? Together, we can confront Harry, and I shall allow you to take half of him. Harry, who was hiding nearby, wore a look of utter disbelief, as did Hermione, who, although seated in front with her back turned, was eavesdropping intently. Even Charles was taken aback. Why was Dudley deviating from the expected script? It was already peculiar that Dudley was not lashing out in anger. Moreover, what did he mean by teaming up against Harry? Was Harry a mere target? In the game's narrative, this conflict would typically be interrupted by a teacher's intervention. However, at that moment, Charles and Dudley were already engaged in a tussle, so the teacher's appearance was not surprising, especially since the two had yet to truly engage in combat. Teachers wield considerable authority over elementary students. The confrontation dissipated into nothingness as they heard the teacher above leading the class in activities, leaving Charles somewhat dazed below. Was this a deviation from the narrative? No, that was inaccurate. In a sense, this did not constitute the true main or side storyline, and even within a narrative, alterations are possible. Otherwise, how could it be called a virtual world? However, as this was still the novice phase, it retained certain tutorial characteristics. With limited options available at the outset, choosing to meddle would lead to a confrontation with Dudley, yielding experience points, while ignoring it would have minimal repercussions. Clearly, Charles had intervened, yet Dudley had restrained himself. Reality, after all, diverges from the game. This was indeed the real world, governed by its own complete and reasonable logic. Charles pondered thoughtfully. The crux of the issue lay with Dudley, a conclusion that was not difficult to deduce. Having completed the game multiple times and possessing comprehensive knowledge of all hidden elements, including late-stage DLCs, Charles had also delved into the various literary, gaming, and cinematic inspirations intertwined within the game, especially the primary narrative of Harry Potter. The personalities and backgrounds of characters are fundamental elements that remain unchanged. Dudley is characterized as a petty bully, one who fears the strong while preying on the weak. His trembling before the Dementors reveals this. Well, it seems even adult wizards struggle against Dementors, but regardless, Dudley's original characterization clearly indicates a tendency to intimidate those weaker than himself. He is capable of fear, capable of feeling apprehension, even retreating behind Vernon. Just moments ago, he had evidently felt uneasy. He had grown accustomed to dominating his class, with no one daring to challenge him, until Charles unexpectedly intervened and seized him. Moreover, Charles's demeanor when conversing with him was markedly different from that of other children. He was neither submissive, nor did he shy away from engaging in dialogue. At that moment, Dudley felt as though he were conversing with a teacher rather than a peer or one of those easily intimidated little fellows. In a state of inexplicable anxiety, Dudley seized the opportunity presented by the teacher's arrival to make his escape, disregarding whether the teacher had truly come or not. This resulted in the dissipating of what could have been a conflict. The more Dudley reflected on it, the angrier he became, ultimately resolving to find Harry a companion to share in the beating. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Although Charles may have lacked experience in battle, it did not impede his subsequent plans, for the abundant rewards and experiences within the enchanted realm were the true treasures. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Without the pain control found in the game, the prospect of combat, even for one with an adult's mindset, caused his hands to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, the allure of extraordinary powers and wondrous magic eclipsed the potential for injury and suffering, igniting a profound yearning within him. Magic and sorcery had transcended mere programmed constructs, transforming into a tangible marvel. However, what Charles failed to notice was that as he exited the classroom and traversed the seldom-trodden corridor towards the underground storage room, a stout figure stealthily emerged from the classroom doorway, cautiously following in his wake. This furtive individual was blissfully unaware that a diminutive, mouse-like creature was trailing closely behind him. Meanwhile, within the classroom, Hermione sat with her arms crossed, squinting as she observed Dudley, who was trying to discreetly conceal his rotund figure while tailing their classmate Charles. She was well aware of his intentions and resolved to inform the teacher. It was not that she relished meddling. Rather, she believed that any impending conflict warranted the teacher's intervention. Silly boys. Yet, Hermione soon noticed another subtle movement. Harry, too, was surreptitiously leaving his seat and following Dudley. Surely, he did not intend to assist Charles, Hermione thought, her sense of justice aligning with Harry's intentions, but she was not optimistic about his prospects. After all, Dudley was quite formidable and notorious as a bully within the class. Hermione doubted that even a joint effort would spare them from Dudley's wrath, a scenario that had occurred before. This was an ill-advised course of action. Informing the teacher was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, Harry's thoughts mirrored Hermione's suspicions. He bravely pursued Dudley's footsteps, aware that Dudley was intent on bullying Charles. He aimed to find Charles before Dudley did, hoping to lead him away from the clutches of that tyrant. Harry considered himself quite experienced in matters of escape. As she watched Harry leave the classroom, Hermione took a deep breath, feeling quite exasperated by this group of fools. It took several calming breaths for her to regain her composure. However, as she stepped out of the classroom, preparing to head to the teacher's office, she suddenly halted, hesitating for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. I must be losing my mind. In the next instant, she turned and sprinted in the direction Harry had departed. Chapter 4. The Significance of Dialogue. There exist numerous portals to wonderlands throughout history and across the globe. Aside from a few classics, such as the rabbit hole, most entrances materialize at random, requiring a stroke of luck to encounter. Char, well-versed in strategies and having navigated countless challenges, meticulously memorized several recurring and accessible locations. The mural in the school's underground storage room serves as one of these temporary entrances to the Wonderland, specifically designated for novice players. There are no red queens, no white queens, no little unicorns, nor any large teapots. Behind the entrance lies a forest of minimal danger, where one must vanquish a few wild creatures and a boss to obtain treasure chests and subsequently locate and exit an archetypal novice dungeon. There is nothing to fear. Do not be afraid. They are not human, merely talking animals. Animals, just like the fish and steak I usually consume. Standing before the enormous mural, Char inhaled deeply, muttering to himself to bolster his courage. At that moment, He had changed out of his cumbersome school uniform and donned the athletic attire prepared in his inventory for ease of movement. As his gaze lingered, the colossal mural on the wall began to exhibit peculiar transformations. Twisting, swirling akin to Van Gogh's Starry Night, the mural had become unrecognizable from its original depiction. Each brushstroke seemed to extend outward, every vein of pigment pulsating, reminiscent of a complex mechanical lock in the midst of being unlocked. What a wondrous force, suddenly. A loud noise startled Shar, causing him to shiver. The door to the storage room swung open with a forceful bang, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud. Shar acknowledged that he had indeed been startled. He had not anticipated anyone's arrival, nor should there have been anyone. "Found you, you rascal." At the entrance, Dudley approached with a menacing grin. Shar stared at him, rapidly piecing together the entire sequence of events, and then he let out a resigned sigh. I truly did not foresee this. Before he could utter another word, a second figure hastily burst in. This time, it was Harry. Upon spotting Dudley, Harry swallowed the warning he intended to deliver to Shar, realizing that fleeing seemed to be the wiser option. "Shar, run!" Harry shouted. "None of you are getting away." Dudley bellowed like a tyrant, blocking the doorway. Then, in the midst of Shar's exasperated gaze, a third figure rushed in, Hermione. "I have already informed the teacher." As the young girl entered, she immediately seized the moment, convinced that the combined efforts of Charles and Harry would not suffice against Dudley. Concerned for their safety, she resolved to forego seeking a teacher and instead approached with the intent to outsmart Dudley through the pretense of authority. Indeed, she could not bear to witness her classmates being bullied. Hermione's words, as anticipated, caused Dudley to shrink back. "However, you truly ought not to be here." Charles sighed, standing before the portrait, unconsciously uttering a line commonly found in films. As a game planner, he had always regarded certain lines in movies as rather foolish, seemingly crafted solely for the sake of dialogue. He had strived to avoid such exchanges in his own scripts. Yet, standing here and observing Harry and his companions burst in one after another like characters from cartoon, he finally grasped the sentiment behind that line. Surely, he thought, one might wish to utter a frustrated expletive, uncertain whether to voice it or not. However, Charles's animosity towards Dudley seemed to reach new heights. The initially timid Dudley, upon hearing Charles's voice, was suddenly invigorated, clenching his fists and sneering defiantly. "Even if a teacher arrives, I will ensure that." "What is that?" Hermione, ever the observant one, was the first to notice the anomaly in the painting. Her exclamation revealed that even an 11-year-old girl could discern that the distorted portrait was far from a typical occurrence. As Hermione's cry echoed, both Dudley and Harry instinctively looked up, momentarily taken aback. Charles shook his head in resignation. "This is precisely why I said you should not be here." Bang! With Charles's words still hanging in the air, a muffled thud resounded as the door, violently shoved aside by Dudley, was abruptly forced shut by an unseen force. This power was formidable enough to send Harry, who had been gripping the doorframe, tumbling into the storage room. Excellent. Now all four of them are within the threshold, Charles thought, wishing to cover his face in exasperation. "What on earth is that?" Dudley shouted, his voice loud and brash, as if he were unafraid. Yet, both his cousin Harry and the young girl Hermione perceived the tremor of fear hidden beneath his bravado. Hermione was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated Dudley to be so cowardly, initially believing him to be a fearless bully. Just as Dudley was about to let out an uncontrollable scream, a brilliant blue light erupted, resembling a sunburst of azure. In an instant, it enveloped the entire storage room. The luminescence was fleeting. Once it dimmed, the storage room returned to its previous tranquility, and the figures of the four vanished without a trace. In the corridor, Dudley could no longer contain his screams, which erupted uncontrollably, while in stark contrast, Harry and Hermione remained remarkably silent. Though their faces were pale, they did not exhibit the same level of panic as Dudley, who was on the verge of tears. Could he be a bit quieter? Charles, positioned at the forefront, sighed in resignation. Yet, it was evident that his words fell on deaf ears. "In this place there lurks a monster. Your screams will surely attract them, and then they shall devour you piece by piece." Shifting his tone abruptly, Charles spoke as if narrating a bedtime story to a child, his words chilling and foreboding. The shrill cries ceased instantly. While Charles managed to instill fear in Dudley, it was evident that he also unnerved Hermione and Harry, particularly Hermione, whose complexion grew even paler as she trembled and inquired, "Are there truly monsters here?" The little girl appeared thoroughly frightened. Charles, not wanting to terrorize her further, had no choice but to reveal his deception. "No, I was just joking." Then, the screams erupted anew, precise as an alarm. "Have mercy!" Charles despaired entirely. Dudley's shrieks were understandable, for the four of them were currently suspended in midair, their feet unanchored, floating within a whirlpool reminiscent of rainbow candy. The vortex offered no discernible direction, as every side was a kaleidoscope of swirling hues, rendering them unable to ascertain whether they were stationary or in motion. However, having traversed the enchanted passage numerous times, Charles knew this state would not endure long. An exit would soon materialize, and they would be expelled. Such was the nature of the enchanted passage, spinning in a rainbow vortex akin to a swirling toilet, until they reached their destination. Indeed, before long, a small black that emerged in Charles's line of sight. That was the exit, seemingly distant yet approaching swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the distance shrank to nothing. Pop, 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 for distinct sounds punctuated the air, and before they could comprehend, they had exited the passage, only to find themselves The screams harmonized into a trio, for they were now soaring through the sky. A preliminary estimation suggested they were at least a kilometer high. As they could see the cloud layers below, a vast, fluffy carpet of clouds, adorable yet indicative of a perilous altitude. This was also one of the reasons Hermione joined the chorus of screams. Chapter 5, The Enchanted Realm. Discovery, Enchanted Realm. Experience 2, Lucky Coin 1. As the 2 points of experience accrued, Charles opened his character panel and immediately noted the increase, bringing his experience to 210. Satisfied, he closed the panel, only to be met with Hermione's panicked cries. "We're going to die." The little girl was evidently terrified, unlike Harry and Dudley, those inept fools. Hermione, an avid reader, had developed a basic understanding of fundamental science and common knowledge. After all, she was a top student. Had she not ventured into the realm of magic, she would surely have been fit for Cambridge or Oxford. This altitude was astoundingly high, so much so that at such heights, anything would succumb to the force of impact. Naturally, the girl was frightened. She was on the verge of tears. The last student, Dudley, was already in tears, while Harry remained remarkably composed. It was uncertain whether the heart of the savior was at play or if he simply remained oblivious to the situation. "No, we will be fine. Below is a lake." "That won't suffice. We're far too high. We will be crushed." Hermione clearly did not believe him, for the altitude was indeed perilous. Regardless of what lay beneath, be it a lake or a vast expanse of cotton, their fate would be sealed. Human fragility was undeniable. Dudley's screams escalated, becoming almost unrecognizable, while even Harry's complexion turned pale, as he too was gripped by fear. Perhaps, if they were to plummet from this height, their demise was inevitable. Charles lounged casually, adopting a semi-reclined posture. But this is Wonderland. Reason cannot be applied here, so trust me, we will be all right. Wonders never cease, thought Hermione, astonished that a mere 11-year-old girl could maintain her composure and converse with Charles under such dire circumstances. Even adults would struggle to remain so calm. Indeed, she was destined for Gryffindor. Yes, Wonderland. After gauging the passage of time, Charles smiled at the young girl. "You will soon find out. Prepare yourselves. We are nearing our destination," he called out. Hermione, who was pulled into the passage just after Charles, found herself descending slightly behind him, while Harry and Dudley flanked them. Thus, Hermione could easily see Charles. Strangely, despite fully understanding the fatal consequences of their fall, the sight of his smile instinctively instilled a sense of faith within her, alleviating much of her fear. Was it not true that those on the brink of death often grasp at the final thread of hope? The young girl's thoughts were not so profound. She was unaware of the reason behind her sudden faith, nor did she have time to ponder it. As the acceleration of their descent clouded her mind into a blank state, she could no longer maintain her calm reasoning. The fall continued to intensify. The distant cotton candy clouds seemed to draw near with alarming speed, and before they realized it, they had swiftly passed through the fluffy barrier. The gathered cotton clouds dispersed, leaving behind human-shaped impressions in their wake, evoking a sound effect in their minds. A swarm of unknown butterflies fluttered past them, followed by a flurry of beautiful birds. Their appearance even appeared to momentarily slow their descent. The girl gazed wide-eyed at the spectacle. Were clouds not mere wisps of vapor? As if the intermission had concluded. Accompanied by Derry's shrill cry, the descent of the group accelerated once more. In the blink of an eye, the lake that Charles had mentioned appeared below, merely a stone's throw away. Then, boom, splash, thud, several individuals plunged directly into the water. The anticipated pain was conspicuously absent. The enchanting powers of the Wonderland alleviated the impact of their fall from the heights. Though they had been submerged in the lake, they emerged unscathed. Rising from the depths, Charles lifted his head, his eyes wide open, beholding the glimmering surface of the water. At the moment of immersion, it felt as if the world had been muted, with only the gentle sounds of flowing water still audible. Charles began to paddle vigorously, struggling to break free. Splash! In no time, he surfaced, sending a cascade of droplets flying, as the sounds of the world rushed back into his ears, as if life had returned to the surroundings. Splash! Gasp! Splash! Soon, several small heads emerged, as Harry and the others surfaced as well. The buoyancy of the lake was considerable. Even those who could not swim remained afloat. The timid Derry, driven by an instinct for survival, surprisingly did not cry out for his mother, but instead flailed his limbs, dog-paddling towards the shore. Nearby, Harry was also swimming towards the bank, while Hermione, the young girl, appeared somewhat flustered, seemingly lacking in swimming skills. Although she did not sink, she struggled to maintain her composure. Charles, being closest to her, propelled himself forward with a strong kick. "Stay still," he instructed, grasping the flailing girl and guiding her towards the shore. The lake's edge was not far off, and soon Charles helped Hermione onto solid ground before clambering up himself. He turned to see the girl lying on the ground, her expression one of relief, and he smiled. "What was it I said before? Trust me, we shall be fine." He winked at her, and, "Welcome to Wonderland." Including Charles, the group sprawled across the grassy bank of the lake, utterly exhausted, even the robust Derry. Splash! The first to reach the shore, yet having swallowed a fair amount of water, Derry expelled a large mouthful, gasping for breath, with no energy left to tease Harry, who lay beside him, equally drained. "Achoo!" She sneezed softly. The four of them were soaked to the skin. Charles was clad in his casual attire, while Harry and the others were still in their school uniforms. Though the uniforms were not poorly made, they were far from comfortable. Once wet, they clung to the skin like cold iron, exuding an icy chill, and Hermione wore an even thinner dress. Charles glanced at the seemingly chilled girl, and then at the sky. Time in Wonderland flowed differently from the outside world. They had completed their morning classes and entered just before noon, yet the twilight of the Wonderland had already begun to settle, nearing evening. Perfectly timed. They would kindle a fire for the night, drying their wet clothes, for remaining in such attire would inevitably lead to illness. "We must be on our way," Charles declared, helping Hermione to her feet before addressing Harry and the others. The trio followed Charles into the embrace of the forest. Charles moved swiftly, consistently choosing relatively flat terrain, which conserved considerable energy for Harry and his companions as they progressed. Earlier, while swimming in the lake, Charles sensed something amiss. In reality, prior to his journey, he had never possessed the ability to swim. In the game, however, he could swim. Though lacking a formal swimming skill, he could learn it, as it was a remarkably realistic virtual reality experience. Yet, the swimming acquired within the game could not translate into reality. The inability to swim remained unchanged, a fact long substantiated by various virtual games. Here, however, Charles found himself capable of swimming. The experience gained in the game proved beneficial, along with other non-skills that were nonetheless advantageous, such as his ability to traverse the forest with ease, honed during his gaming adventures. The most recent update had significantly expanded the game's content. Since then, Charles had primarily oscillated between the British Isles and America, rather than remaining in Britain to replay the now tiresome narrative. After graduating and marrying, he had taken Hermione directly to America, abandoning any semblance of the simulated life in England. There, he had assumed numerous roles: a malevolent dark wizard, a serial killer perplexing both the magical and muggle realms, a righteous monster hunter, and even a benevolent magical educator. Naturally, he had also encountered his fair share of corrupted saves and narratives. During this period, he acquired many non-skill techniques, such as tracking prey and dissection skills. Admittedly, some of these techniques held little significance for wizards, as a simple silencing charm could mask footfalls, rendering stealth unnecessary. Yet, in the absence of magic, as was the case now, such skills proved invaluable. Chapter 6. It was merely coincidental. Charles should have realized that this was a genuine world. Hogwarts was a place where magic could be learned, not confined solely to the spells displayed on a system interface. There must exist a coherent magical theory here, possibly akin to that in the game. This was not a problem. He still had 7 years of study ahead at Hogwarts. If he were to complete all the courses ahead of time, it would surely become tedious. At that moment, Charles should have connected the dots, recognizing that non-magical skills and knowledge were likely universal as well. However, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of magic, leaving little room for such considerations. After all, who finds warriors more entertaining than wizards? As his subjective awareness rekindled, those seemingly forgotten techniques began to resurface one by one. With each step, Charles' movements became increasingly agile, while his footfalls grew ever fainter. It was during one of his whims that he decided not to be a righteous companion, but rather to join the ranks of the notorious American male model killers, embodying a villain within the game's narrative. The walking techniques practiced while tracking prey demanded much from his ankles, proving challenging for his 11-year-old physique. He soon felt the ache in his feet. Nonetheless, this experience was akin to acquiring a treasure trove of skills without effort. An increasing sensation akin to playing a game enveloped him as he sensed the transformations within his body. Char, emboldened by newfound confidence, led the quartet through the forest, their steps carefully synchronized. The woodland was not particularly lush. In fact, the trees were somewhat sparse, making the search for a path relatively effortless. Yet, their soaked garments rendered the experience decidedly uncomfortable. Whether it was the abrupt transition to a new environment or the overwhelming nature of their circumstances, Dolly remained unusually silent throughout the journey, refraining from any provocations toward Char. In contrast, the intrepid savior Harry, perhaps emboldened by ignorance, swiftly acclimated to the peculiar notion of traversing a painting to arrive in a different realm. "Where's this?" he inquired with curiosity. "A wonderland," Char replied, gathering a few suitable twigs from the ground to prepare for a fire, all while seeking a suitable camping spot. "Where's the wonderland?" Harry continued to probe, his innocence revealed in the fact that he had never encountered the tale of Alice's adventures in Wonderland. Given Harry's familial circumstances, it was unsurprising that literature was scarce in his life. A wonderland is simply a wonderland. Achoo! Hermione sneezed once more. Char glanced at the trembling girl, gathered more twigs, and hastened his search for a camping site. Harry, having honed his perceptive skills, wisely chose not to press further. Char abandoned his attempts to practice a new skill. If they did not find a place to rest and warm themselves, the young lady might indeed catch a cold. As they journeyed, gathering firewood with a playful bounce, Char discreetly experimented with his new abilities. The prospect of acquiring a skill set akin to a treasure trove ignited fresh thoughts within him. If non-magical techniques were applicable across realms, then he, indeed, was a man well-versed in the gaming world, having indulged in various compilations, including the beloved Penguin Family Bucket. Beyond his favored titles like Magical Legends, Heroic Universe, and the Agent series, he had explored countless others. The combat techniques within those games far surpassed the capabilities of this current venture, reaching unparalleled heights. Thus, Char reluctantly conceded, for he could not even grasp the mechanics of his own transmigration, let alone these complexities. Yet this knowledge sufficed. While Char was more familiar with the initial version of the DLC narrative, it did not imply ignorance towards the final purchase content. After acquiring it, he had breezed through the storyline multiple times, experimenting with various narratives and strategies, though a handful of hidden elements remained unresolved. Consequently, Char was acutely aware that while the Hogwarts storyline unfolded, the American narrative progressed concurrently, primarily consisting of origin tales or prequels. For instance, the boy from Crystal Lake was still alive, and a certain girl drenched in pig's blood at the prom was merely in elementary school at that time. Char had no desire to engage with the American storyline prematurely. He intended to traverse the Hogwarts narrative before venturing to America. Until then, his involvement in that realm's plot would be limited, focusing on saving and becoming acquainted with a few young ladies. Charles has yet to discover a method for courting the various narrative heroines of America in the early stages. However, it becomes rather effortless in the later phases. As long as he refrains from marrying, he can seamlessly integrate into the storyline's natural progression upon arrival. Nevertheless, with no opportunity for a reset, Charles prudently resolves to pursue the strategy he knows best, namely, that of Miss Watson. This, of course, does not imply that he has relinquished his interest in the American girls. In truth, Charles does not consider himself a scoundrel. He holds disdain for those who indulge in harem fantasies. It is merely that he finds himself intrigued by a number of girls. Not love, but curiosity, an academic curiosity regarding how these individuals transform when the world manifests into reality. Equipped with these non-magical combat skills, perhaps he could alter his plans, even in the early stages of the game. He possesses the confidence to explore various narrative routes in America. In a flash, Charles envisions numerous valuable loot drops from side quests. Crossing an ocean to reach another land is quite simple. Given his age, flying solo is out of the question, but this world is imbued with magic. This time, Charles's departure from Wonderland is through one of its unique exits, which invariably transports individuals back to their original entry point. The existence of such an exit suggests that others are present as well, including a fixed portal that reliably delivers travelers to America. Located next to a house in Kansas renowned for its frequent tornadoes. Naturally, Charles knows precisely where this exit resides. Crackling, in the depths of the forest, A campfire ignites quietly under the night sky. As a novice forest, this place is exceedingly safe, devoid of wild monsters, and they merely intend to stay the night. Charles casually selects a relatively flat clearing and kindles a campfire. Bathed in the warm glow, the group immediately feels more at ease and invigorated. Children know little and are filled with curiosity, unencumbered by fear. Harry and his companions have harbored many questions throughout their journey. Yet, before any inquiry can be voiced, Harry's eyes widen in astonishment as he observes Charles leisurely extracting a cauldron larger than his own head from his pocket. Nearby, Dudley and Hermione were expressions of disbelief, as Charles adeptly assembles a makeshift stand, retrieving several bottles of mineral water from an unknown source to pour into the cauldron. He then adds the mushrooms and wild vegetables they foraged along the way, causing the mixture to bubble and boil. It is then that Harry hesitantly asks, "Have you been here before?" Clearly, Charles replies without looking up. "And where is this?" "Wonderland, as I previously mentioned." "What is Wonderland?" Dudley can no longer contain his irritation. Perhaps he has collected himself, but disregarding everything else, his voice rises once more, as if to reaffirm his dominance. In truth, Dudley has encountered Alice's adventures in Wonderland before, or rather, Harry's Aunt Petunia once read it to her darling Dudley as a bedtime story. However, Dudley is reluctant to accept this reality. Aren't fairy tales all lies? He had ceased to believe at the tender age of 7. For if fairy tales were true, then the wicked witches who consume children, Dudley shudders. Wonderland. Charles smiled once more, yet refrained from divulging the answers they sought. During this period, Harry and his companions were quite amusing, prompting him to indulge in their playful banter. Beside him, Harry ruffled his tousled hair. Although the future savior of their realm spent his days idling with Ron, and was nearly failing had it not been for the professor's benevolent grating, he was not lacking in intelligence. Harry discerned that the Wonderland Charles mentioned undoubtedly bore a different connotation, yet he was at a loss to comprehend it. Was it the Wonderland from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland? Sure. Hermione interjected suddenly, accompanied by another sneeze. The ever-knowledgeable young lady had finally grasped the truth. When one speaks of Wonderland, Alice and her rabbit hole are indeed the most immediate associations. Bingo! Charles tossed a handful of twigs into the fire. Correct. Chapter 7. The little flame grows brighter. The mushroom soup, bubbling and emitting an odd aroma, made Charles tug at the athletic where clinging uncomfortably to him. Impossible. The young girl was evidently skeptical. Not just her. Even Harry and Dudley, these little rascals, harbored disbelief. Fairy tales were mere fabrications, just stories. They were on the brink of graduating from elementary school and were no longer easily deceived children. Hermione furrowed her brow, suspecting that Charles was attempting to fool her. Yet the events that had transpired left her. Wait a moment. A recollection surfaced. Long ago, Mrs. Granger had deemed it time for Hermione to mature. One day, when Hermione clamored to befriend small animals, her mother had told her that fairy tales were falsehoods, merely concocted tales of beauty. Quite cruel. The young girl had been displeased, pouting and ready to throw a tantrum. Then, in that instant, something incredible occurred. Everything in a room began to levitate, lifted by an invisible force, swirling around both the girl and Mrs. Granger. They stood there, dumbfounded, and in the next moment, all the objects lost their power and came crashing down in a cacophony. Which, of course, alarmed Mr. Granger downstairs. Subsequently, the Granger couple cautioned the girl not to disclose the incident to anyone, and thereafter, no other peculiar occurrences befell Hermione. Gradually, she forgot about the event, even questioning whether she had misremembered, conflating her fantasies with memories. Yet at this moment, Hermione recalled it all vividly. Unfortunately, this reminiscence offered no aid to the present dilemma, for the reality of fairy tales bore no relevance to their situation. Shall we seek out Alice? Harry, seemingly quite excited, inquired. Though he had never read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, he had heard of it. Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, he finally understood everything, and the courageous savior showed no sign of fear or disbelief. Rather, he felt an eagerness to embark on such an adventure. Indeed, children possess an impressive capacity for acceptance. What purpose would that serve? Alice hasn't even arrived yet. Charles regarded Harry with a peculiar gaze. Alice is considerably older than you. She would never take an interest in a young lad such as yourself. What? Harry appeared perplexed, his innocence rendering him oblivious to the implication, while Dudley, standing beside him, seemed to comprehend, chuckling as he forcefully patted his cousin on the shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Harry felt as though his bones might shatter. Hermione, on the other hand, regained her composure, her intellect reasserting itself, and suddenly recognized a crucial factor that had been overlooked. You knew about this place all along? You intended to come here from the outset. The first sentence was a tentative question, but the second transformed into an assured declaration. They had discovered Charles in the underground storage room. He had left before Dudley's departure, indicating that his presence was not an attempt to evade Dudley, but rather purposeful. The reason was this. He had even donned attire conducive to movement beforehand. Harry and Dudley both grasped this realization. Charles did not deny it. Indeed, and I also mentioned that you should not have been there at that time. The mere mention of that girl incited his anger. Had it not been for Dudley's foolish insistence on troubling Charles and Harry's reckless audacity, along with his own desire to intervene and prevent it all, Dudley mumbled in displeasure. I was preparing to teach you a lesson. Now, Charles raised an eyebrow, retorting. Dudley fell silent. Despite his imposing stature, towering over Harry by a head, he remained a child at heart, timid and perhaps even more so than Hermione. After the chaotic series of events, Dudley was not foolish enough to provoke anyone at that moment. However, what he might do once he felt safe or familiar with the surroundings remained uncertain. Charles harbored no intention of bullying the younger ones. He swiftly redirected the conversation, adeptly engaging the group with his psychological maturity. After a few exchanges, the atmosphere warmed considerably. Even Dudley's tone softened. Humans are social creatures, inherently fearful of solitude. Dudley, the coward, was particularly anxious about being rejected or abandoned by others. As night deepened, the campfire blazed more brightly, accompanied by the hushed whispers and laughter of the boys and girls, igniting a spark of camaraderie that mirrored the warmth of the flames. It shone ever brighter, illuminating the night sky, even overshadowing the previous thrill of danger. Yet, unexpectedly, the young girl posed a question, plunging the atmosphere into sudden silence. In truth, she had just come to this realization. The fleeting joy had momentarily made her forget her troubles, but it also reminded her that they were not in their original world, but in a place called Wonderland. Although it did not seem entirely dreadful, it was still not their home. Harry and Dudley, the two simpletons, belatedly began to worry, their faces betraying an involuntary expression of concern and tension. Certainly, what are you pondering? Charles inquired, playfully tapping Hermione on the head with a small, withered twig. You stated yourself that Wonderland has always been my destination. If I can enter, I surely possess a means to exit. Would I confine myself here? At the same time, Harry, who was eavesdropping with keen interest, exhaled a sigh of relief. Charles rolled his eyes, realizing that one should not harbor expectations regarding the intellect of anyone forming a triangle with Harry. We have been missing for so long. My parents must be frantic, Hermione murmured, her youthful mind presenting yet another query, showcasing her role as the intellectual cornerstone of the trio, ever adept at identifying the crux of the matter. Do not fret, Charles reassured, poking the campfire before producing a spoon from an unknown source and gently stirring the contents of the iron pot. The passage of time in Wonderland is unlike that of the outside world. When we emerge, scarcely any time will have elapsed. Perhaps we shall even manage to attend afternoon classes. Splendid. Goodness. Spare me, the trio sighed in unison, with no doubt the latter sentiment emanating from Dudley. His complexion had turned pale, seemingly more so than during his prior bungee jump, while Harry's expression mirrored confusion. Despite their current predicament, the specter of classes loomed. Only Hermione appeared somewhat invigorated by the conversation. How remarkable, she exclaimed, unable to contain her wonder. Is this magic? Surely, it cannot be science. Charles ladled a spoonful of mushroom soup, blowing on it gently before tasting. It requires a bit more cooking. Explaining that matter would be rather cumbersome, especially since the two young wizards present would soon receive their acceptance letters, at which point a more thorough explanation could be offered. Perhaps by then, the matured Hermione would have learned to seek answers in the library herself. Of course, it was paramount to note that while Charles possessed a wealth of varied experiences, he remained uninformed about the principles of magic, as the game had not divulged such details. Dinner is served. After stirring the mushroom soup once more, Charles deemed it ready. His outdoor survival experience was extensive. He had previously begun a new save file dedicated solely to exploring all the adventure plotlines, including those from Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Mummy, Journey to the Center of the Earth, and Jumanji. The plot of the first Jumanji should have commenced by now. Should I join in the excitement? Charles recalled that particular quest contained several noteworthy drops. Yet, he decided to wait a moment longer. Prior to that, he needed to ascertain one matter. The related adventure plotlines were also part of the latest DLC, and by that time, Charles had completed the main storyline, graduated from Hogwarts, and even vanquished the Dark Lord. Learning about these elements was purely for the sake of experiencing a new game journey. It was amusing to think that a single spell could have resolved all issues. yet he never anticipated that such knowledge would prove useful. Chapter 8. Darkness and Overwhelming Darkness. Harry and the others expressed their gratitude for Charles' call, albeit without any acknowledgement. The concoction before them appeared exceedingly peculiar. The once clear broth now transformed into a vivid green hue, a testament to the wild vegetables that had melded seamlessly into its depths. Scattered mushrooms floated through the soup, bobbing and submerging in a whimsical dance, while the simmering flames produced a chorus of bubbling sounds. Dark indeed, too dark one might say. Though Britain is renowned for its penchant for peculiar culinary creations, this particular dish surpassed them all in its obscurity, eclipsing even the most enigmatic offerings from the realm of DC. Trust me, it is a rare delicacy. Charles retrieved 4 iron bowls from his otherworldly pocket, an act to which Harry and his companions had grown accustomed. He was the first to ladle a small spoonful of the soup for himself, savoring it with a look of pure ecstasy. A familiar flavor, he declared. He then served the remaining 3 bowls, but noticing the hesitation of his friends, he reluctantly picked one up himself and took a taste. He offered it to Dudley, whose expression turned somewhat green, whether from the reflection of the soup in the firelight or something else entirely. It was unclear. Instinctively, he glanced at his cousin, only to find Hermione and Harry retreating to a safe distance. Dudley inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as he contemplated whether to resist or partake of the concoction. After a few tense moments, he finally bowed his head, accepting the mushroom soup with a grave expression. He had to admit its appearance was indeed unappealing. Yet, apart from its looks, it bore no foul odor. Astonishingly, it was devoid of color and taste, with a demeanor that suggested a willingness to embrace his fate. He cautiously brought the bowl to his lips and took a tentative sip. Under the watchful eyes of Hermione and Harry, Dudley suddenly looked up. "Delicious," he exclaimed, flashing a goofy grin at his cousin. Harry swallowed hard, uncertain whether to suspect this was a ploy by Dudley to ensnare him as well. But he doubted his muscle-bound cousin possessed the cunning to devise such a scheme. "I told you, it is a rare delicacy," Charles interjected, rolling his eyes as he handed another bowl to Hermione, simultaneously producing a vacuum-sealed chocolate bread from his pocket. The young girl hesitated before accepting the bowl. With Dudley having gone first, she felt reassured that Charles did not appear to be one who relished in mischief. Gently, she took a small sip, and her eyes widened in delight. The creamy mushroom soup was one of Mrs. Granger's specialties, a dish she adored, yet this version was entirely different. It was sweeter, imbued with an astonishing clarity, exuding the rich aroma of mushrooms intertwined with a subtle hint of wild herbs. It was wondrous and delectable, a veritable fairyland of flavors. Observing the trio as they eagerly indulged in their meal, Charles shrugged. The night was deepening, and the ingredients of this magical realm bore extraordinary flavors, whether exquisitely delightful or horrifically unpalatable. Charles had prepared an entire pot of mushroom soup, yet the children's appetites were modest, with Harry and Hermione consuming merely a bowl and a half each. The remnants were not wasted, as a majority of the mushroom soup found its way into the belly of the little chubby boy, Dudley. After Charles tossed a piece of chocolate bread to both him and Harry, Dudley's friendliness surged, and he excitedly suggested that Charles join him in teasing Harry. Harry, bemused, observed the scene. The languid moonlight hung high in the sky, with the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects filling the air, while the young boys and girls beneath the night, as cloak, had long succumbed to slumber. A gentle sigh escaped the stillness, as if the forest itself was breathing in harmony with the atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by Dudley's snores. After all, they were still children, and after a day filled with various adventures, fatigue washed over them once they had eaten their fill. Whether it was a weariness of the mind or body, it came swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the little ones had toppled over into a deep sleep, leading Charles to wonder if perhaps he had unknowingly infused his soup with some sort of enchantment. He tidied up the pot and utensils, adding more firewood to the campfire to ensure it would not extinguish in the latter half of the night. Then, finding a comfortable position, he closed his eyes. Character information: name, Charles DMO, race, human, age, 11, occupation, not specified. Charles opened a panel briefly before closing it again. Aside from discovering a new map of the fairyland and gaining 2 experience points to unlock the experience bar, there were no other changes. Oh, and he had a chance to draw a prize. The lucky coin spun and spun. Acquired item: Harley Quinn sign baseball bat, quality, common inscription, Muma. Charles pondered. This item, I have never encountered it before. The pool of rewards from the lucky coin was vast and with numerous saved files. He had not drawn many duplicates, save for the occasional teddy bear biscuits, Gwent cards, or the chocolates. This was his first sighting of Harley Quinn sign bat. He retrieved the bat from his backpack, stood up, and swung it a couple of times. It was merely an ordinary wooden baseball bat, somewhat heavy and large, not quite fitting comfortably in his hands. Nevertheless, it could serve as a decent weapon. By the flickering light of the bonfire, Charles caught a glimpse of his reflection as he swung the bat, surrounded by the forest, the bat, and his slumbering companions. He decided to lie down again. Better to rest up. Tomorrow would bring new monsters to confront. As morning broke, the cuckoo called out, "Good morning." The night passed without incident. Thanks to the timely rise of Charles's bonfire and the warm soup from the previous evening, the little ones were fortunate enough to avoid catching a cold. If they had fallen ill, the ensuing journey would have posed considerable challenges, as even a direct route to the exit would take a good portion of the day. This was why Charles had initially planned to venture into the novice dungeon alone, rather than bringing along the inexperienced Hermione. In a situation devoid of power, the potential for uncontrollable factors was exceedingly high. Any one of them could evolve into a troublesome predicament. "I'm hungry, Charles. Is there any mushroom soup left?" Only Dudley would be audacious enough to pose such a question. At this moment, the little chubby boy had shed his earlier animosity toward Charles. Despite being the dominant figure in his class, the chubby boy possesses friends at school, most of whom are companions eager to join him in bullying the weaker ones. After enjoying a delightful feast the previous night, Darryl found Charles to be quite agreeable. He had no qualms about looking out for Charles, or perhaps even befriending him, since they could team up to torment Harry together. Once they had finished their drinks, Charles extinguished the embers of the campfire with soil and pointed toward a nearby pile of bread, which was accompanied by wild fruits picked along the way, all of which were quite delectable. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. Gradually, Harry and Hermione also roused from their slumber. The bread was brought by Charles, whose guardian, Aunt Andrea, a journalist, struggled to make ends meet in England, where a journalist's income barely scrapes into the top 100 and is hardly considered lucrative. Nevertheless, raising Charles alone was manageable, allowing her to occasionally bestow him with some pocket money. Over the years, Charles had amassed a modest fortune from his allowances, which would serve as starting capital within the game. Being well-versed in the art of preparation, Charles knew precisely what to gather: bread, chocolate, bottled water, and some first-aid bandages, among other essentials. After all, the space bag had 100 slots, and similar items could be stacked, making it a challenge to fill completely. Harry and the others unexpectedly joined in, but the provisions in Charles's backpack were ample enough for their departure from this place. The enchanted forest was replete with edible wild fruits and mushrooms. "What shall we do next?" the young girl inquired with growing curiosity after a simple breakfast. "Are we heading to find an exit?" "Certainly not," Charles replied as he organized his belongings. "I have some matters to attend to here first. Then I will lead you to the exit. Do not worry. Our paths align, and I can address my concerns without delay. Half a day should suffice." "What do you intend to do?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "To the north lies an abandoned town. My original plan was to explore it as an adventure." "I adore adventures," Darryl exclaimed suddenly, his enthusiasm palpable, and Harry's interest mirrored his. Boys often revel in the thrill of adventure and exploration. If you enjoy adventure, that is splendid. I hope you find it equally exhilarating upon arrival. "What do you mean?" Although somewhat dim-witted, Darryl instinctively sensed a hint of malice and foreboding in Charles's tone. Since it is an adventure, there must be treasures, traps, and man-eating monsters. None can be absent. In truth, I'm not particularly fond of adventures. I believe seeking the exit directly would also be quite satisfactory, Charles remarked with a cold laugh, causing the chubby boy to awkwardly scratch his head. Meanwhile, Hermione's furrowed brow remained tense. As a girl, her curiosity did not rival that of the two boys, who were in the throes of youthful inquisitiveness. Subconsciously, she wished to inquire about potential dangers. Is it possible to avoid going? Hermione felt this endeavor might be excessively perilous. The opinions of the young girl cannot be disregarded. As the most familiar strategy line for Charles, it is only natural for Hermione to be indulged. Charles has no intention of yielding to Ron. The notion of dismantling canonical pairings does not exist in his realm. Who is he? He is the fourth calamity, unafraid of anything. However, it seems that this world has already become his dominion. It would be best if the collapse were not too severe. Charles believes it prudent to exercise some restraint. As for whether the world consents to his unilateral claim over it, he has given it no thought. Yet, a time-traveling adventurer who does not stir trouble is hardly a commendable one. Instigating events is essential. Without a system panel, perhaps Charles would have relied on Harry to lead the charge, but with his own system, he feels no fear, regardless of whether it is Voldemort or the Old Honey. Once Charles has developed sufficiently, he shall be capable of vanquishing them all. The main storyline of Harry Potter is not a concern, as a narrative-driven game. It is entirely normal for the main combat power to be formidable enough to present challenges. The real issue lies with the last batch of DLC purchased. It introduced new narratives, equipment, skills, and maps, but it also raised the ceiling of combat power. Contemplating such distant matters is ultimately futile, especially since the Hogwarts main storyline has yet to commence and the random major plot events have not yet arrived. The original game contains only the Hogwarts storyline, while several expansive maps, including Wonderland, were part of the first DLC expansion that Charles purchased, which also included the random major plot functionality. The so-called random major plot is essentially an expansion of side quests within the existing main storyline. However, these side quests are not fixed. Each save file will yield different side quests for each academic year. Of course, the number of side narratives does not exceed 20, encompassing events such as the birth of Fairy Tale Town, the descent of angels, the malfunctioning of the London Underground Magical Array, the invasion of the Mist, the escape of Ying Zhao, the reversal of fairy tales, and the arrival of Wonderland guests, among others. Having saved his progress over a dozen times and replayed the plot countless times, Charles is quite familiar with each of these side narratives, even if they are randomized. But those matters are for the future. For now, it is best to consider how to tackle the wild monsters ahead. Indulgence can only go so far, and some situations are indeed insurmountable. It is likely impossible. Charles shook his head. This ruin lies directly in our path. To reach the exit, we cannot avoid it. Hence, I mentioned it being on the way. Hermione found herself at a loss as well. Do not worry, Charles reassured her. I've been there. As long as we remain cautious, they will not detect us. This statement did not seem to alleviate her concerns. The young girl still appeared troubled. Beside them, Harry could not help but ask curiously, what kind of man-eating monsters are they? A pig-headed man and a dog-headed man. Well, what kind of people? The three of them were left dumbfounded. Just as you have heard, Charles snapped his fingers. Do not be so astonished. Pig-headed men, dog-headed men, and dwarfs frequently appear in fairy tales. What's so strange about that? Though he spoke thus, it was undeniable that such creatures belonged to the realm of fairy tales. Harry and his companions wore expressions of sheer disbelief and trepidation. Do you truly think we are presently wandering through the Memorial Park outside the school? How are we to stealthily slip past them? The future savior, ever the pragmatist, has already begun devising an action plan in his mind. A splendid idea, indeed. It is worth a try, remarked Charles. However, we must also prepare ourselves, for should they discover us, we will need to find a way to eliminate them before they can consume us alive. Beside them, Dudley's complexion began to pale. He suddenly realized that attending classes and teasing Harry was far more appealing than this escapade. What is the point of adventure, after all? Amidst the calls of cuckoos and various unfamiliar birds, the four resumed their slow journey through the woods. Although Dudley and his companions found their school uniforms somewhat inconvenient, they were merely less comfortable than Charles's athletic wear, which was hardly an insurmountable issue. Moreover, according to Charles's plan, they would reach their destination in half a day, then spend another half day reaching the entrance, thus concluding their exploration. Although bringing along 3 additional companions was unexpected, it still fell within the parameters of their plan. With time still on their side, Charles prepared to elaborate on the forthcoming agenda, not expecting much assistance from them, but hoping they wouldn't create chaos, particularly Dudley. To the north of the forest lay a deserted town known as Unigel. No one knew why it had been abandoned. It was only understood that the evacuation had been hasty, leaving countless belongings behind. Our objective is to venture there, in search of treasure. Grasura, ha. I adore it, Dudley chuckled, landing a playful punch on Harry's shoulder with no other intent than to alleviate his boredom. This realm is a whimsical blend, a confluence of several versions of Alice's Wonderland. The reason lies with a certain entity. It clutched the princess's copyright tightly, and even a particular penguin could not prevail, instead receiving a thorough beating. As a result, despite the fairy tale and magical style being a perfect fit, the absence of copyright meant that the stories of Dear Disney were not adopted. This does not imply that the penguin was powerless, unable to purchase the copyright. It declared, I can imitate. This is my forte. The endeavors of cultured individuals cannot be deemed mere imitation. They are inspirations. The realm of games is the same. Fairy tales belong to the world. The differences may be slight, yet the penguin insists that this constitutes a distinct narrative. Whether you believe or not, I certainly do. However, the main storyline of this version does not align with that of Wonderland. The true crux of Wonderland's tale is an ancient game, Mad Alice. Little unicorns and great teapots abound. It is a rather cult classic action game, and, as a novice, Charles wisely opted not to select the entrance to Wonderland, but rather chose the entrance designated for beginners. Here lies the ordinary Wonderland, replete with some unconventional wisdom, absurd logic, and charmingly wicked little monsters. But that is all there is to it. The dangers are minimal, and there is no overarching narrative. Traversing high mountains, crossing vast seas, fording rivers, and passing through meadows. The four little fellows, of course, lacked the vigor for swift action. After traversing a small hill and crossing a rickety bridge over a babbling brook, they finally reached their destination, Unigel. Like a sovereign of the world, Char stood upon a gentle rise, gesturing dramatically towards the panting trio, as if unveiling a grand curtain, beckoning them to gaze upon the ruins below. This desolation was none other than the town of Unigel. Yet, as Harry and the others craned their necks in the direction indicated by Char, their eyes beheld only a scattered array of dilapidated structures, remnants of what once was a small village capable of housing perhaps a mere dozen families. Is this the town? It appears even smaller than our own community. One of them remarked, "Can we have lunch now?" They voiced their disparate concerns. Char rolled his eyes. After all, this was merely a novice dungeon. What grandeur could one expect? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Evidently, these youngsters still imagined a sprawling, magnificent city akin to Gundor nestled among the mountains. Finally arriving, Char glanced at the sky. Upon entering the realm of wonder, the reliability of his pocket watch waned, for time here often fell into chaos. Yet, his rich gaming experience allowed him to discern the hour by the position of the heavens. He estimated there remained 8 or 9 hours until twilight. Ample time. Before delving into the ruins of Unigel, Char needed to undertake some preparatory measures. "You all rest here," he instructed. "I shall ascend that hill to observe the situation in the town. We must avoid the two monsters lurking within." The trio understood Char's implication. The town harbored two creatures, a pig-headed beast and a dog-headed fiend. If they wished to evade being captured and devoured, it was paramount to ascertain their whereabouts. "Do not wander about. Do not enter the town," he cautioned. Darryl nodded vigorously, fearing for his life, and certainly not foolish enough to venture into a monster-infested town. Moreover, it seemed he engaged in a spirited chase with his younger cousin in quite some time, were it not for him. How could he have been inexplicably drawn into this vivid tableau? Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, yet unfamiliar with the surroundings. She had no chance to voice her concerns before Char had already ventured far ahead, leaving the young girl to stamp her foot in exasperation. These boys are utterly unreliable. The building at the heart of the town was inevitable to encounter while passing through. Char's so-called preparations were, in fact, about leveling up through combat. Currently, he was but a level 1, devoid of any skills, utterly incapable of confronting those two foes. Did he truly expect to wield a wand against these formidable adversaries in close combat? This was not an action game. Even in such games, pain was a certainty. Char braced himself for injury, but not to the extent of reckless abandon. Having reached the precipice of the novice dungeon, the number of creatures to be encountered has significantly increased. Previously, within the confines of the forest safe zone, even the smallest of creatures were nowhere to be found. Chirp! Chirp! Not long after, Shul heard some peculiar calls. Crouching behind a tree for a furtive glance, he spotted precisely what he was searching for. Target discovered. Aggressive ceramics, dwarves known for their sociability. Name, Agile Ceramic Dwarf. Challenge level, 4. Constitution, 25. Agility, 65. Memorandum. This creature seems somewhat familiar. Perhaps you've seen it in your own yard, motionless. Memorandum 2. Hey, big guy, watch your feet. Not mine, but yours. The name alone provides insight into their temperament. These creatures are notoriously irritable. Once detected, their preferred tactic is to swarm. Although, as ceramic beings, they do not require sustenance. Their penchant for mayhem poses a different kind of danger. They delight in incapacitating various prey, then engaging in perilous antics upon their unfortunate victims, such as wielding a ceramic pickaxe, thereby upholding the ancestral traditions of the dwarven kind. Mining. They are perpetually curious, attempting to extract resources from their prey. Yet this curiosity is decidedly unfriendly to those they target. Ceramic dwarf. Even if they are ceramic, they are still dwarves. Shul was acutely aware that he possessed no minerals upon his person, but the ceramic dwarves were oblivious to this fact. Perhaps they would grasp the distinction between him and the common creatures they typically encounter only after he had been reduced to a bloody pulp. By then, it would be far too late. Cautiously retreating a few steps, Shul discreetly set down 5 or 6 mouse traps amidst a nearby low bush. Traps he had prepared in advance, aimed specifically at this gathering of ceramic dwarves. These sociable ceramic dwarves are among the easiest adversaries to contend with before entering the novice dungeon, offering excellent value as defeating these 8 little dwarves would elevate Shul to level 3. At level 3, he would receive his first skill gifted by the system, a core ability he would later employ against the pig-head and dog-head foes. All was in readiness. Whoosh! Snap! His throwing technique, perhaps learned from an unknown source, was not in vain. A pebble landed squarely on the head of an unfortunate dwarf, nearly dislodging it. The hapless ceramic dwarf quickly steadied itself, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from Shoal. With a constitution of 25 and a vulnerability to ceramic, it was indeed too fragile. Chirp! The ceramic dwarf, seemingly incensed, uttered a couple of cries, drawing the attention of its companions. Ignored. These beings are devoid of intellect. Even if they possess some, it would be minimal. The not-so-bright ceramic dwarf cast a suspicious glance toward Shoal's hiding spot. Though lacking wisdom, its hunting instinct suggested that the stone might have originated from this direction. It broke from the group, waving its small hand and leading two other ceramic dwarves, brandishing ceramic hoes. As they clumsily formed a triangular formation and scurried toward him at a rapid pace. Crouched behind the trees, Shar stealthily maneuvered to the thicket, extracting Harley Quinn's baseball bat. Initially, he had intended to wield the most common household hammer, typically employed for framing pictures or mending light fixtures and plumbing. However, it seemed that such a tool would no longer suffice. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The unfortunate ceramic dwarf, wearing a black hat and struck by Shar's stone, unhesitatingly ventured into the underbrush, closely followed by 2 companions. They were too diminutive, disappearing into the foliage, causing Shar to lose sight of them. All he could perceive was the thicket swaying, and then, squeak, crack. The sudden sound of a mouse trap snapping was accompanied by a ceramic's shrill cry, and Shar's experience points surged momentarily. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf, experience 5. 41 burlap, sacks awaiting collection. Current experience, 710. The first battle was victorious. The mouse trap had fulfilled its purpose. Shar understood that one of the 3 dwarves had been dealt with. Simultaneously, the remaining 5 ceramic dwarfs were roused from their slumber by the commotion, and without hesitation, they scampered over with their little eggs. However, Shar had little inclination to concern himself with them, for the thicket continued to sway as the last 2 ceramic dwarfs successfully emerged. The mouse trap had only succeeded in capturing one. Indeed, the black-hatted dwarf, the one initially struck by Shar's stone, was no more. It seemed it had met its fate. Truly, it was a misfortunate creature. Feast upon my New Year's bat technique. The 2 ceramic dwarfs, oblivious to the fate of their companion, struggled to emerge from the towering thicket that loomed over them, only to be met by Shar's merciless charge strike. Have you ever witnessed a blow descending from the heavens? Chapter 11. Essentials for Home and Travel. These dwarfs, though not tall, were inspired by decorative figures typically found in western villa gardens, often alongside stone benches and tables. Even if they came to life, they stood no taller than an adult's calf, easily within reach without the need for a leap. Thus, even though Shar was but a child, the force of the baseball bat, charged for impact, instantly obliterated one unfortunate soul. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf, experience 5. Current experience, 230. Your level has increased. Free attributes 3. Squeak. The second victim barely had time to utter a cry before following in the footsteps of the black-hatted dwarf. Shar could only lament that, no matter how many times he witnessed it, the rewards for leveling up remained disappointingly meager within the gaming realm, compelling him to focus his attention on the remaining ceramic dwarf. With steady footing, he exerted his strength, twisting his shoulder to transfer force to his wrist. With great power comes miraculous results. Bang! Without the inherited combat experience, perhaps Shar's movements would not have been as fluid. However now, with a myriad of characters dwelling within him, from the witch slayer to the irreverent demon hunter, from tedious urban legends to the notorious New York gangsters, his actions resemble those of a seasoned assassin, honed through countless trials, wielding a baseball bat with deadly precision. Although merely an 11-year-old, his deft techniques are lethal enough. The unfortunate ceramic dwarf that survived until the end met a swift demise, unable to even utter a cry as Shar delivered a full-force strike, shattering it into fragments. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf, experience 5, burlap sack 41, awaiting collection. Current experience, 730. Ignoring the burlap sack floating amidst the shards of the ceramic dwarf, Shar turned and sprinted backward as the remaining 5 ceramic dwarfs charged towards him. Despite Shar dispatching a small fraction of them with ease, these creatures were formidable foes, ranked as level 4 monsters, adept at group combat, with high agility and low constitution. Their speed surpassed that of an adult human by 15 points. Once surrounded, a single blow to the foot or calf could swiftly incapacitate an opponent, leading to their eventual mining. Thus, being encircled was not an option. While Shar's agility was only half of theirs, rendering him relatively slow, numerical values are not always absolute. The race is indeed a statistic noted on one's profile. As a human, albeit a young one, Char's legs were proportionate to their height, allowing him to cover ground at a comparable pace. He stowed the baseball bat in his spatial bag to lighten his load and turned to retreat with all his might. The sound of ceramic clashing echoed behind him, a cacophony produced by the disjointed bodies of the ceramic dwarfs, whose heads, feet, and shoulders were not tightly sealed, but rather akin to a set of porcelain dolls, creating a raucous noise with each movement, a harbinger of doom. At last, the battleground had long been chosen, traversed countless times in beginner runs, each a testament to his unwavering practice. Arriving at the thicket where he had previously laid mouse traps, Char leaped over it, executing a forward roll to dissipate the impact, and upon rising, he grasped the baseball bat once more. Crack! Snap! Crack! Snap! You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf. Experience 5. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf. Experience 5. Current experience, 1730, with the sharp sound of the mousetrap. A shriek from a ceramic dwarf echoed in response. These ceramic dwarfs lacked true intelligence. Barring exceptionally crude traps, they generally did not evade. 2 mousetraps struck their targets, snapping shut with force and scattering ceramic fragments into the air. Yet, 3 ceramic dwarfs managed to dash past the thicket. In this moment, with Harley Quinn by my side, there was no choice but to confront them head-on. The specifications of a baseball bat are ill-suited for a child like Charles. It appears to be crafted from solid wood, exceedingly heavy, and after merely 2 swings, his wrist began to ache, his strength waning. His charged strike merely cleaved a hapless foe in 2, rather than shattering it entirely. The lower half flailed about like a headless fly, while the upper half, still wielding a ceramic pickaxe, stubbornly advanced toward Charles. Such tenacity! Without hesitation, Charles discarded the bat and retrieved a hammer he had prepared earlier. At that moment, the remaining 2 ceramic dwarves charged at him. Do not approach me. He deftly sidestepped one of the ceramic dwarves' attacks, while confronting the other head-on, launching himself onto it. Standing approximately twice its height and weighing several times more, he collided with the ceramic creature. Although its sharp pickaxe tore through his side, the dwarf was overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. Bang! 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 Relentless. Charles unleashed 4 powerful strikes. The dwarf, though agile, was horrifically frail. With each blow, its head was reduced to fragments, and once shattered, it lost all capacity for movement. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf. Experience 5, 41 cloth bags ready for collection. Current experience, 2,230. Without raising his gaze, Charles released the now motionless remnants of the ceramic dwarf and skillfully rolled aside. Clang! In the next instant, a pickaxe struck violently where he had just lain. It was the remaining ceramic dwarf, heedless of its companion's demise, swinging its tool with ferocity. However, Charles had encountered numerous such situations in the novice dungeon and had anticipated this maneuver, rolling away just in time. Unfortunately, the fragments of its companion were not so fortunate, completely disintegrating into dust that scattered in all directions. Rising, Charles swung the hammer in his hand, eyeing the remaining dwarf with malicious intent. One-on-one, he felt no fear. Moments latte. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf. Experience 5. Current experience, 2,730. Having dispatched this last ceramic foe, Charles did not relent. He retrieved Harley Quinn's baseball bat once more, stretched his shoulders, and approached the last half of the ceramic dwarf, still struggling to move. Bang! Dust erupted into the air. At last, the battle was truly concluded. You have vanquished an agile ceramic dwarf. Experience 5. Current experience, 2,500. Your level has increased. Free attributes 3. Acquired skill, Kamataji teleportation. Obtained item, universal suspended ring. Kamataji teleportation. Quality, epic. Effect, opens 2 interlinked teleportation gates, with stability, area, and distance varying according to the user. Note, widely recognized as Kamataji's signature magic across the multiverse. Note 2, it is not merely a tool for mobility. Suspended ring, level, universal. Quality, advanced. Effect, it assists the mages of Kamar-Taj in utilizing the portals more effectively, though it is not a necessity. Note, where can this be repaired? Does anyone know the address? After vanquishing all the foes, Charles let out a sigh of relief. Although the entire battle lasted less than a mere 10 minutes, it proved to be far more exhausting than anticipated, even more so than in the game. However, upon receiving the notification on his panel, Charles felt that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. The teleportation technique of Kamar-Taj was finally within his grasp. This acquisition was not merely about obtaining a highly useful spell. What truly exhilarated Charles was that he had finally mastered his first spell in this world that could genuinely be deemed magical, unlike the trivial orchid bloom from before. In the game, Reaching level 3 marks a significant turning point, as evidenced by the exponential increase in experience required for level 4. From this point onward, the experience needed for advancement would escalate dramatically, reaching astonishing heights. Attaining level 3 signifies the end of the novice phase, accompanied by the bestowal of the first fixed skill from the system, teleportation. Although Camartage does not exist within this universe, it is a delightful Easter egg from another game of a certain goose, making its integration remarkably effortless and enjoyable. Character name, Charles DMO Race. Human. Age 11 occupation, none talent. Awakening of magical power experience, 2500 level. 3 strength, 31 constitution, 32 agility, 30 spirit, 50-20 skills, Camartage teleportation, clear water as spring. Orchid bloom equipment, silver white necklace, universal for the neck. Suspended ring, universal for the hands. Items, gray unknown texture notebook, unknown, free attributes. 6 space bag 42100. Expand Old John S. Magic Shop. Expand Lucky Coin 0. Expand Charles gazed contentedly at his panel. It appeared rather satisfactory. The maximum level in the game is 30, with fixed talents and skills awarded at levels 3, 10, 20, and 30. As one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly arduous, astonishingly so, for this is not a game where victory is achieved solely through levels. The tradition of a certain snow team is abundant item drops, and in this game, they have also introduced random drops of talents and skills. This implies that the vast majority of items must be farmed and fought for, hence the elevated experience points and the low levels, all to prevent the emergence of a demigod at lower tiers. No matter how exceptional the items obtained in lower level zones may be, they ultimately cannot rival those found in higher level zones. However, this is not absolute, for magic itself is ever-changing, and there are numerous instances that could be considered bugs existing across all levels, which is consistent in every game. Charles exerted considerable effort to defeat this group of ceramic dwarfs, all in pursuit of reaching level 3 and acquiring the teleportation spell. As stated in the description, this is not merely a teleportation spell. It also possesses formidable offensive capabilities. It serves as both a means of attack and defense, truly an essential asset for a novice. The Harry Potter universe inherently comprises 2 teleportation spells, apparition and disapparition. In comparison to the magic of Camartage, these spells boast a shorter casting time, allowing for a more spontaneous usage. When considering the fundamental need for teleportation, it appears that these 2 spells may indeed surpass their counterpart. However, in the realm of magic, there exists no absolute best, only what is most suitable. Although Camartage spells necessitate intricate circles, seemingly slow in execution, they remain impervious to counter spells and possess a certain lethality. Overall, each has its own merits. Yet, upon acquiring the spell, Charles immediately sensed an unsettling discrepancy. His command over this magic seemed far less proficient than he had envisioned. He merely understood the concept, nothing more. The game did incorporate a proficiency system, but it was merely a construct. With insufficient mastery, one could only practice to improve, but perhaps due to its manifestation into reality, Charles felt as though he were in a state where his mind grasped the spell, yet his hands faltered. He even doubted whether the simplest act of opening and closing a door might take him several minutes, far removed from his peak performance in the game. Chapter 12. Charles' Melancholy. Time was of the essence, and he had little to spare for practice. Ruffling his hair, he made it even more disheveled, as the mottled sunlight filtered through, radiating the exuberance of youth. The character was not sculpted by Charles' hands, yet the system-generated figures were undeniably aesthetically pleasing in adulthood. He would not be outshone by any model. There would be no occurrences akin to the faithful depictions of Ron and Harry from the original narrative. Lack of practice was inconsequential. With his familiarity with the strategy, Charles had plans B and C at the ready. At the very least, with the teleportation skill in hand, he could create a portal to an exit and would not find himself trapped in this predicament. Soon, he conceived a compensatory measure. During the impending boss battle, he might judiciously employ external assistance. He directed his attention towards a certain young girl, perhaps seizing the opportunity to cultivate a sense of camaraderie. As he anxiously awaited at the edge of the town's ruins, he observed Harry being pursued by Dudley, exhausted as if he were a dog. Suddenly, Hermione let out a soft sneeze, perhaps indicating a cold. She felt a twinge of concern. Practicing magic was not only constrained by time, but also limited by magical energy. While the interface did not depict a blue bar, the Harry Potter magic system indeed encompassed the concept of magical energy. Even in its absence, the game had compensated for this, no thanks necessary. Even young wizards might find that their most powerful curses could only cause a mere nosebleed. whereas Voldemort's incantations could overpower others' magic, even if Tom merely employed a disarming spell. This exemplifies the disparity in magical strength. The quantity of magical energy is also significant. The aged and weakened Dumbledore, in a desperate confrontation with Voldemort at the Ministry, found himself lacking not solely in physical strength, but in a combination of vitality and spirit. Essentially, magical energy. Though intangible, excessive depletion of this energy can lead to a decline in other bodily metrics, easily described in terms such as stamina, vitality, and spirit. Based on Charles' gaming experience, he can freely utilize minor spells such as Blooming Orchid, as the mana consumption is likely outpaced by his mana regeneration. The most immediate manifestation of this is fatigue, akin to having run a grueling 3,000 meters, leaving him listless, as if he had spent an entire night without sleep. Should he forcefully employ his magic once more, he might succumb to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted, having dispatched the original inhabitants of the encampment. It is now time to claim their treasures, a task in which players excel. However, there is little of value to be found here. As one delves deeper into the map and the challenge level of the wild creatures escalates, there may be rare ores to discover, but for now, he can expect to collect only a few iron ores. In the real world, possessing a handful of iron ore is of little consequence. Kicking aside the blocks of iron ore, Charles picked up several relatively intact ceramic pickaxe heads, each larger than a human palm, which could serve as mementos. In the future, once he has established his own magical castle or tree hollow, he could display them. He tossed the ceramic pickaxe heads into his spatial pouch. The essence of the game lies in drops, equipment, skills, and even unique traits such as talents and bloodlines. To preserve the core enjoyment, all drops must be manually collected, rather than directly transferred to the inventory as data. To prevent items from falling into deep pits due to terrain, they remain suspended in midair, ensuring they do not vanish even if left unattended for extended periods, a considerate design choice. As he surveyed the relatively barren ceramic gnome encampment, Charles began his return journey. The battle had consumed less than half an hour, leaving approximately 8 hours until nightfall. As he traversed the forest, he toyed with the newly acquired pendant, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Simple and straightforward, he secured the pendant and opened his status panel once more. Free attributes. 6. Level cap is 30. Granting a total of 90 free attribute points. Assuming an average adult attribute of 50, allocating all these points to a single attribute could potentially triple the base value. This is not an action-oriented game, nor one where attributes dictate overwhelming superiority. Thus, the significance of free attributes is limited. Even if all points were invested in strength, one could not transform into Captain America. Nevertheless, a threefold enhancement is still considerable. However, this is not merely a game. Were it so, Charles would undoubtedly immerse himself in mental fortitude, for as a wizard, should he not invest in mental attributes rather than emulate Gandalf? The individual in question is Maya, a lesser deity rather than a mere mortal. Nonetheless, this realm is undeniably real, and attributes once deemed trivial, such as agility and strength, have gained significance that rivals that of intellect. Agility, for instance, allows one to unleash spells with the rapidity of a machine gun, playing a crucial role in the confrontations of sorcerers. Strength, too, holds its own value. Men often desire to appear more robust, for no one wishes to find themselves bested in an arm wrestling match by a woman or a cartoon character. Additionally, there is Constitution. Charles hesitates precisely for this reason. He has not invested in Constitution within the game, and even if he had, the benefits might be elusive. Constitution is intrinsically linked to health, vitality, and even longevity. He contemplates enhancing his stamina, yet his gaming experience renders him somewhat ambivalent. There is another compelling reason to boost his stamina upon graduating to adulthood. He intends to venture into the Americas. With an abundance of narrative and numerous captivating characters, a sound physique is essential. Engaging in virtuous endeavors also necessitates robust health. Closing the interface, he decides to set aside this perplexing dilemma, pondering that perhaps the answer will reveal itself in due time. With his thoughts freed from contemplation, Charles recalls the final edition of the DLC he purchased: Carrie the Witch, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, Magical Destiny, The Enchanted Nanny, Inkheart, and even Annabelle, The Evil Spirit Realm, Eyes in the Mountains, Deadly Curves, and the terrifying Wax Museum. The narratives in the Americas are plentiful, surpassing 100 in total, rivaling even the main storyline. Most of these plots unfold gradually over the years, with some spanning multiple episodes, and Charles is poised to engage with them now. Regarding this edition of the DLC, Charles's familiarity does not quite match that of the first two, yet he has completed it over a dozen times, though some deeply hidden lore and Easter eggs remain undiscovered. As for the subsequent narrative, the combat prowess has not significantly diminished. The issue lies not in the strength of the monsters, but in the implications they embody. For instance, the existence of malevolent spirits raises profound questions. If such spirits exist, does hell also exist? And if hell exists, what of heaven? Particularly noteworthy is the official declaration that the third edition of the DLC conceals surprises, encouraging players to embark on daring explorations. While this may indeed be a delightful surprise for players, for Charles, who has traversed this realm, it may evoke trepidation. These surprise Easter eggs, often embedded within prior DLCs, are typically meant to pave the way for the next installment. For instance, at the conclusion of the previous DLC's narrative, the protagonist, one fateful night, gazes at the stars and perceives a group of indescribable beings descending from the cosmos. That would be dire indeed, regardless of whether it involves Voldemort or Dumbledore. One might as well brace for doom. Charles has already exhausted the opportunity to acquire the next DLC, yet this does not imply that the narrative thread is severed. The world has transformed into a tangible reality. If any foreshadowing has been laid, it will inevitably manifest, for the world operates on its own accord. Before the journey into the unknown, Xavier had yet to uncover the nature of this hidden Easter egg, and the most comprehensive guides available online had provided no insight. It seemed no one had yet ventured to discover its secrets. Now, all Xavier could hope was that it did not truly pertain to a scenario of cosmic alignment or an ancient invasion. Ideally, it would be something akin to a certain dog-like penguin recycling old content, perhaps linking to its other games, which would at least mitigate the danger involved. Xavier swore he had never harbored such a fervent hope. He wished that the developers would not be so diligent in their responsibilities, that they would refrain from crafting monumental updates or grand Easter eggs, for a simple, unremarkable existence would be far more preferable. Oh, he almost forgot. Xavier himself was part of the very team of developers, though regrettably not for the Penguin, but rather for its age-old rival, the Pig Farm. Harry, Hermione, and their companion were concealed behind a thicket, quietly waving to him. Chapter 13. Of course, one must bring a companion when slaying monsters. Could it be that he was triggering some sort of protagonist aura? Upon seeing the trio hiding in the foliage, Xavier instinctively entertained this notion. It was not without reason. Harry, blessed with the Savior's glow, had a knack for recklessness, which could lead to scenarios such as inadvertently entering a town and provoking a pack of wolves, or perhaps simply encountering a pig-headed creature and a dog-headed one wandering about. Have you been discovered? He trotted over to the thicket, crouching down as Harry and the others had, and the four of them huddled together, hearing the young girl's anxious inquiry. Xavier responded in kind. Harry, ever impetuous, hurriedly explained, just now we saw those two monsters emerge from the house. We thought they had spotted you. Indeed, the trio chimed in, and Xavier quickly grasped the reason for their concealment. It turned out that shortly after his departure, the pig-headed and dog-headed creatures had indeed made their appearance. Xavier fell silent for a moment. The game mechanics did not align with this reality. As novice bosses, they were fixed in their positions, surely lurking within the confines of the house. If players did not trigger their appearance, they could even bypass them without sustaining harm. Yet, it was evident that in the real world, these beings could not remain confined to a single abode indefinitely. They too required sustenance, hydration, and the instinct to hunt. Observing the movements of the dog-headed creature, it was conceivable that it was indeed in search of them. Dogs possess an acute sense of smell, and in the game, creatures were indeed designed with such traits. Most notably, the gremlin-like beings exhibited strong biological instincts. For instance, pigmen were inherently fearful of werewolves, while otterfolk prefer to live in groups. Had he not just fought a band of ceramic dwarves without injury, the dog-headed creature might have truly detected something amiss. This incident served as yet another reminder to Xavier. The world had transformed into reality, and certain matters were no longer so rigidly defined. Ultimately, Xavier led the trio into the town of Unigel. This path was essential for reaching the exit. To take a detour would require an additional 2 days of travel. Not to mention, the little ones might not endure such a journey, and they could encounter unforeseen dangers along the way, for they had already stepped beyond the realm of novice protection. Unless Charles were to directly open the door and escort them to the exit, he was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Of course, he had no intention of truly putting Harry and the others in peril. He would have Harry and Dudley team up to explore another direction of the town, steering clear of the two monstrous beings, while he and Hermione would investigate the remaining side. After swiftly scouting all the locations etched in his memory, they would confront the boss directly. Once the creature was vanquished, safety would naturally follow. As for why he chose to engage in battle with Hermione rather than Dudley, well, it was undoubtedly easier to cultivate a sense of synergy. Or rather, rapport. Let us proceed separately, Charles whispered as they entered the town. Harry's quip was not unfounded. Nigel was less a city and more a small town. Or perhaps a walled village. Its area was modest, comprising barely 100 dilapidated houses, constructed uniformly of wood or stone, all severely weathered, having been abandoned for at least a decade. In Wonderland, conventional logic did not apply, including the towns. The number of towns in Wonderland was scant, most clustered around the two main cities of the White Queen and the Red Queen. Scattered beyond were merely villages, and some deeply hidden towns that evoked a fairy tale ambience. Those princesses, should they wander into a forest, would inevitably encounter hunters residing nearby. Honestly, they ought to be renamed princess hunters. Capturing just one princess would yield both wealth and prestige. Aside from the principal cities of the Red and White Queens, other realms did indeed exist, for this was Wonderland. Unigel exemplified such a case. As a pitiful novice dungeon, it had not been imbued with any profound backstory, and strategies explored by deep-diving plot enthusiasts. It was merely mentioned that the town had been abandoned under mysterious circumstances, with residents hastily fleeing, leaving no further narrative. Charles' objective was clear: the supplies left behind in the houses during the evacuation, which players could rummage through and potentially gather a pouch of golden coins. His pocket money had long been exhausted, and this was his starting capital, a necessity he could not afford to overlook. Next came the hidden treasure chests, and then the boss. Although the transformation of the game into reality had introduced some alterations to the boss, it ultimately had little impact. The boss would have to be confronted sooner or later. Despite its small size, the town offered numerous routes, and with a firm grasp of the map, Charles could easily navigate a safe path. You should head that way, he instructed, away from the town's center. They will not detect us. Harry remained relatively composed despite a hint of apprehension, while Dudley's face had begun to pale. The young girl beside them hesitated, seemingly perplexed about the rationale behind their separate endeavors. The more people there are, the more pronounced the scent. It is easier for the goblins to catch our trail. Charles explained, "Do not worry. You may continue to explore. This town has been abandoned, and all the houses are unclaimed." Initially brimming with confidence about the adventure, Dolly had long since lost interest, shaking his head like a rattling drum. He had no desire to enter these haunted houses, as who could tell what monsters lurked within. Charles cast a glance at the chubby boy and approached a stone cottage, pushing open the old, decaying wooden door. Creak. As a novice town, though desolate, the ruins did not exude much of a terrifying atmosphere. On the contrary, the scenery here suggested it was a promising place for treasure hunting. As the wooden door slowly swung open, it revealed the interior of a modest middle-class family's dwelling. Charles distinctly remembered that it contained numerous intriguing artifacts, such as exquisite daggers and silver-inlaid cups, which held little significance for him, but would surely captivate children like Dolly and Harry. Indeed, after Charles dusted off the fireplace and retrieved a beautiful dagger, Dolly's attention was immediately rekindled. He stepped into the stone cottage, his eyes shining as he gazed at the wooden bow and arrows adorning the wall. Though after so many years, they were likely no longer usable. "I'll leave this to you," he said. Upon re-emerging, Charles patted Harry's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Trust your cousin. He cares for you." "Wait." Harry attempted to voice something, but Charles had already dashed away with Hermione. After passing through several stone cottages, Charles finally paused at a corner, turning to the bewildered Harry and making a heart gesture with one hand. "You can do it." As his words echoed, Charles and Hermione vanished around the corner. With a head full of exasperation, Harry observed his cousin, who was scuttling about the cottage, quickly becoming coated in dust like a muddy monkey. And he felt as though he, too, would decay like these crumbling houses in the wind. He sensed that this time, he was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 14, The Pouch. Having been dragged along by Charles, the young girl finally seized an opportunity to shake off his hand after a considerable while. She appeared somewhat indignant, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "What's wrong?" Charles flashed her an innocent and radiant smile. His hair, slightly tousled and seemingly neglected, caught the refracted light streaming through the ruins' broken walls, giving his face a particularly sunny glow that exuded a unique charm, momentarily distracting the girl from her thoughts. However, while girls may mature faster than boys, they were not so precocious, at least not until around their third year at Hogwarts, when they would begin to understand more. "Are you hungry?" Suddenly, Charles produced a chocolate bar from seemingly nowhere, waving it in front of the girl like teasing a cat. Hermione, exasperated, swatted his hand away. "Be quiet. Do you want to be treated like a snack?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with annoyance. Charles smiled, signaling her to calm down. "If they don't come to us, we must go to them," he said as he walked. Hermione abruptly turned to Charles. "What do you mean?" If her suspicions were correct, then Charles must surely be out of his mind. Have you forgotten what monster you saw earlier? A dog-headed man? Hermione hesitated, voicing her concern. To be frank, despite having undergone numerous perilous and bizarre experiences, nothing remains more indelibly etched in the young girl's memory than the sight of a hideous dog-headed creature. This entity is indeed grotesque. Initially, when Char mentioned the presence of a pig-headed creature alongside a dog-headed one, Hermione was skeptical and did not pay much heed. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized that its appearance diverged entirely from the charming depictions found in fairy tales. The delightful, anthropomorphic dog she had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, she encountered a peculiar being with an unappealing dog head. In this wondrous realm, one could indeed find quintessential fairy tale creatures, such as the Cheshire Cat and the Mad Hatter. Yet the elements introduced in games akin to novice dungeons possess a far more intricate artistic style. Some aspects are faithful to the original texts, while others veer into the realm of game aesthetics. These creatures are rendered with a degree of realism reminiscent of World of Warcraft. Hermione, being of a tender age, had never engaged with video games, a novelty of her time. Thus, the abrupt encounter with such a stylistically rendered monster was understandably overwhelming. What characteristics do adorable dogs possess? Char continued to inquire as he guided the young girl along their path. Hermione first thought of her neighbor's charming Samiette, then recalled the monstrous sight she had just witnessed, which prompted a shiver to course through her. It was only then that she began to ponder Char's question. The inquiry posed no great challenge, and she quickly arrived at the answer. Olfaction? Indeed, olfaction. Do you genuinely believe we can sneak past them undetected? Even if we manage to do so, once they catch wind of our presence, do you think we could outrun a dog in this forest? As Char persistently questioned her, Hermione's complexion began to pale. Then what shall we do? Fight. I will slay them. Are you out of your mind? Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm before she abruptly remembered the need for silence and lowered it. You have seen that creature, right? Surely? To her astonishment, Char truly seemed to entertain such an idea. She stepped forward, pressing her palm against the wall beside him, effectively blocking his path. He had to concede that a woman in a state of sheer rage was indeed a different entity altogether, her challenge level seemingly doubled. Look, I see it. It stands only slightly shorter than these stone cottages, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Hermione assessed Char with a scrutinizing gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you genuinely believe this is a fairy tale? I doubt you could even match Darius, let alone this creature. Char exhaled, relief washing over him. He patted the girl's arm, signaling her to quell her agitation. I'm not foolish, he chuckled. There is also a pig-headed creature concealed within the house, standing at least 3 meters tall and equally wide. I would have to be mad to engage them in combat. Do I strike you as a fool? Observing Char's radiant smile, Hermione felt an overwhelming urge to vehemently nod in agreement, yet ultimately remained silent, her expression resolute. Trust me, Char said, ruffling the girl's hair. I have a plan. The young girl, somewhat displeased, wriggled free, for after all, Charles was nearly of her height, making the gesture feel rather peculiar. The sound of clinking coins echoed as they tumbled to the ground. Look what I've discovered, Charles exclaimed. Coughing, Hermione covered her mouth and nose, fanning the air before her. As they ventured into a stone cottage, Charles adeptly retrieved a money pouch from beneath a cupboard, which, though ensnared in cobwebs, still bore a weighty promise. Lifting the pouch, Charles poured its contents onto a wooden table, and a cacophony of coins spilled forth, their melodious, clinking a sound that time itself could not tarnish. Even Hermione, who had previously expressed disdain for the dust-laden surroundings, found her eyes widening in astonishment. Is this gold coins? Holding her breath, she leaned closer alongside Charles to gaze at the small mountain of gold coins on the table, cautiously inquiring. Miss Granger, born into a family of dentists, belonged to the upper middle class of British society, yet she had never encountered such a vast assortment of gold, silver, and unknown metallic coins mingled together. The impact of this wealth far surpassed that of pounds sterling. Indeed, gold coins, along with silver and copper coins, alas, they are of no use in London, nor in Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley? Hermione questioned, perplexed. Without elaboration, Charles swiftly gathered the gold and silver coins back into the pouch, leaving a handful of copper coins and other assorted metallic currencies strewn across the table. If the coins lacked intrinsic value for circulation, their worth was reduced solely to their material composition. Gold and silver could be exchanged for money, while copper coins had lost their significance. The monetary situation in Wonderland was exceedingly intricate. The realms governed by the quarrelsome red and white queens were nearly incapable of utilizing each other's currency. The scattered towns were even more chaotic, beset by greedy lords and mayors, who had spawned currencies unique to their locales. To make use of these copper coins, one would need to be embroiled in the narrative of Wonderland, and by the time Charles became involved in that tale, he likely would not find himself in one of those few coppers. Let's go. Grasping the money pouch tightly, Charles led the young girl away from the dilapidated dwelling. Chapter 15. Like me. The daylight had dimmed slightly, and the silhouettes of the two youngsters navigated the ruins of stone edifices, surrounded by desolation and silence. The gentle descent of the slanting sun imparted a peculiar ambience reminiscent of a National Geographic documentary. Unfortunately, the mobile phones of this era lacked sophistication. Otherwise, they would surely have checked in, garnering countless likes. Charles deftly diverted the conversation from battling monsters to their recent escapade of exploring stone cottages and collecting bags of coins. Hermione, with her earnest disposition, was well aware that if Charles failed to articulate a coherent rationale or present a plan, she would never allow him to recklessly confront the two monsters. Throughout all, Hermione never once complained about why Charles chose to involve her in perilous endeavors instead of opting for Harry. Clearly, there are compelling reasons for Hermione's eventual acceptance into Gryffindor. The young girl has never lacked courage to confront difficulties and to protect her companions. However, as Hermione's gaze filled with increasing curiosity, it seemed that her inquisitiveness had reached a critical juncture, and one could only wonder how much longer she could contain it. In truth, it would not be long. Charles's course of action was distinctly defined. He had infiltrated 3 stone houses in succession, rummaging through them in the traditional manner of players, and had nearly exhausted the collection of coins, with only a few scattered remnants remaining, far too insignificant to warrant the expenditure of time. What puzzled Charles was that the coins had not entered the spatial pouch, or perhaps they had not been recognized by the system. Without currency, he could not access the options in his shop. As he pondered the possible reasons, Hermione, who had been trailing closely beside him like a devoted shadow, could no longer restrain herself. "Don't you want to say something?" she asked directly, narrowing her eyes as they turned a corner. This familiar tone nearly caused Charles to flinch. Say what? He instinctively attempted to deflect, completely forgetting his earlier analysis of Hermione's threshold of curiosity. Everything. Hermione shot him a fiery glare, as though he were a most nefarious criminal. "Do not mistake me for those 2 imbeciles. I am not so easily deceived." Her penetrating gaze bore down on him, filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. Charles swallowed hard. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. In that fleeting moment, a blend of disdain, mockery, and a hint of fondness adorned his face as he prepared to fabricate a story. Yet, before he could utter a word, the petite girl suddenly delivered a punch. Though it did not hurt, it left him momentarily stunned. Meeting his bewildered expression, Hermione rubbed her small hand and felt her cheeks flush instinctively. "I'm sorry, but I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to deceive me." Charles twitched his mouth. Indeed, a wizard's sixth sense was remarkably acute, even in one as yet unawakened as a young witch. Wait, that phrase sounded somewhat familiar. After a brief contemplation, he relinquished the idea of fabricating a story. Hermione was one of his own, or rather, he meant to say that she would soon be attending Hogwarts, and there was little harm in sharing certain truths with her in advance. As for whether anyone might suspect why he possessed such knowledge, that was a trivial concern. The secrecy of the magical realm was primarily a veil for the ordinary folk. Charles could easily claim to be a descendant of wizards, having discovered some books and letters left by his forebears, which had enlightened him about these matters. Such circumstances were quite common in the magical world. Pure-blood wizards, those of pure-blood lineage who had split over generations, and those muggle-born wizards who had suddenly awakened. These represented the 3 origins of wizards. Indeed, nearly all muggle-borns, when tracing their ancestry, would discover some degree of wizarding blood interwoven within, the only distinction being the number of generations traced back. Magic is undeniably real. With her arms crossed, the young girl raised an eyebrow and tilted her chin upward, signaling Charles to continue. At this moment, Hermione's mindset starkly contrasts with her initial experience in the magical realm depicted in the original narrative. Back then, despite her outward display of strength and pride, it was merely a facade to conceal her deep-seated insecurities. An 11-year-old girl, venturing alone into an entirely unfamiliar and bewildering world of magic. How could she possibly be devoid of fear? Her arrogance and assertiveness, stemming not only from her academic prowess, but also from an instinctual need for self-preservation, served as her protective shell. Only beneath the guise of a top student could she find fragments of familiarity in the magical world, offering her a semblance of security. To the less academically inclined, it seems you may have been offended. In stark contrast, the current Hermione exhibits no signs of trepidation or fear. The 4 of them are merely hapless souls who have stumbled into this place. Charles possesses a greater understanding of their surroundings, and thus, they all share a common experience. She no longer feels the solitude of entering an alien world, hence she no longer needs to shield herself with arrogance. Nevertheless, her pride remains intact, for she is still the esteemed scholar from Burdenstone Academy. Firstly, he would not stoop to the level of a mere girl, and secondly, as the most familiar figure in her journey, he comprehends the nuances of Hermione at various stages. It is difficult for him to harbor any ill feelings. Something extraordinarily peculiar must have occurred to you, he mused, observing Hermione, who resembled a little swan. Lowering his voice, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of recounting ghost stories. The young girl was indeed startled. Her expression faltered as she immediately recalled her mother's assertion that fairy tales are mere fabrications, reflecting on the strange events that had transpired in her own life. Is that? Hermione hesitantly inquired. Indeed, that is magic, which signifies that you possess magical talent. Huh? Hermione stood there, momentarily bewildered. You can learn magic, Charles added. Hermione's countenance betrayed confusion. She had anticipated something dreadful, given his peculiar tone, only to find herself contemplating the possibility of learning magic. Should she be elated? Curse be this fellow. Her thoughts were in disarray. Watching the young girl's rapidly shifting expressions, Charles struggled to suppress his laughter, attempting to adopt a more serious demeanor. Alas, the absence of a mobile device meant that the game's screenshot function was not available. Preserving these moments would undoubtedly prove entertaining in the future, though the consequences would be hers to bear. Yes, magic, Charles continued without granting the girl time to collect her thoughts. This is a phenomenon that occurs in young witches and wizards. They often struggle to control their innate magical abilities under certain stimuli or inexplicable circumstances. Their long-suppressed magical energy may suddenly erupt, resulting in a variety of bizarre occurrences. In other words, you are a witch. Hermione now felt truly overwhelmed. A witch? She hesitated. A wizard, Charles corrected. Is there a difference? Reflecting on a certain fiery witch from the West Coast. Charles sensed a subtle distinction, but deemed it best not to delve too deeply into this matter. Well, somewhat. How do you know all this? I hail from a lineage of wizards. Although my parents and aunt are not sorcerers, a certain ancestor must have once wielded the arcane arts. I discovered a diary left behind by him, filled with numerous accounts of magic. Like you, I'm a wizard. As he spoke, Charles plucked a wilting blade of grass from the ground and held it before Hermione. Using skill, blooming orchid, he whispered softly. The spell was cast, and a surge of magical energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, the withering grass began to flourish under Hermione's gaze. It was as though time itself had accelerated, giving birth to blossoms that did not belong to it. One by one, orchids unfurled, releasing a captivating and crystalline fragrance. It welcomed the most exquisite moment of its life. One that should not have been. Oh my! Hermione stared, somewhat dazed, at the flowers in Charles's hands, oblivious to the moment he placed them into her grasp. Her mind was in disarray. She could not comprehend how the conversation, which should have revolved around fairylands and magic, had suddenly turned to her, labeling her as a wizard? But I cannot perform any magic, she uttered, her voice tinged with confusion. The competitive young girl was evidently troubled by this, prompting a smile from Charles. Do not worry. The school will teach you after classes commence. Classes? Upon hearing the familiar word, Hermione clutched at it like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, suddenly finding clarity in her thoughts. But I do not recall us having lessons in magic. She queried timidly. You mean, I will be a wizard, right? She felt as though she might be dreaming or perhaps had misheard, believing this to be a jest. For how could a school teach magic? Of course, Bootingsworth Primary School does not teach magic, silly girl. It is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Charles replied, his smile radiant. And yes, you are undoubtedly a wizard just like me. As twilight descended, the young couple had unwittingly strayed from the remnants of the small town, arriving at a riverbank near the forest's edge, strolling slowly along the water's edge. Amidst their whispered exchanges, the path before them seemed to stretch endlessly, and in their leisurely walk, neither seemed to notice how rapidly their bond was deepening. Chapter 16, Trebuchet. Jump. I can't. You jump. And I will jump too. Huh. Nothing. I forgot that Titanic hasn't premiered yet. Do not be afraid. I will catch you. Look at me, and on the count of 1, 2, 3, jump. All right. Hermione took a deep breath. 1. She closed her eyes, silently counting 2, 3. Jump. With a determined sprint of 2 strides, she pushed off the ground with both feet, gripping tightly to the vine that hung from the tree, soaring along the riverbank toward the opposite shore. Hermione found herself tightly ensnared by the creeping vines, her startled cries echoing as she swung back and forth. Reminiscent of a swing, the vines swiftly swayed towards the opposite bank of the river. Got you. Charles, ever prepared, seized her the moment she swung near, deftly turning to lift the young girl from the grasp of the vines. He gently set her down, Relax, we've made it. Under Charles's persuasive antics, Hermione easily fell for his words, though he was, in fact, telling the truth. It was then they realized they had unwittingly strayed from the ruins of the little town. Hermione suspected they had taken a wrong turn, yet this deviation was intentional on Charles's part. With an air of mystery, he recounted how, during his last visit, he stumbled upon a hidden path leading deep into the forest. This path was peculiar, appearing and disappearing as if playing hide and seek, and at its end, he claimed to have glimpsed a dazzling light. Possibly a treasure. Hermione scoffed at the notion. How could treasure simply lie in some random place? Did they truly believe themselves to be characters from a fairy tale? However, no one could escape the law of curiosity, and under Charles's vivid descriptions, Hermione could not contain her intrigue, deciding to accompany him to investigate. This so-called treasure was, in fact, the hidden chest from the quest Charles was aware of, and naturally, its location. There's nothing here, Hermione remarked, having spun around in place after crossing the river. The surrounding landscape of the ruins was still dominated by low forests and a few barren hills, aside from the newly formed river. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous forest. The narrow stream was shallow, perhaps only half a person's height, and about 3 meters wide. Across the river lay vast stretches of forest, clearly visible, devoid of anything else. There was no sign of the dense path Charles had mentioned. Nevertheless, Charles insisted on crossing the river, securing a rope made from withered vines to the towering trees on either bank. They had swung across like Tarzan one after another using this very means. Upon crossing, Hermione still failed to see the path. Look, Charles pointed once more. A log bridge? Hermione followed his gaze. Not far upstream, there lay a log, more accurately described as a fallen tree, positioned across the river. The upstream bank was wider than where they currently stood, with a distance of perhaps 5 meters between shores. In the center of the river, there was a flat stone, one end of the log resting on the bank, the other propped against this stone, which was devoid of any objects. Hermione fixed Charles with a piercing gaze. Trust me, he said, raising his hands in surrender. The young girl rolled her eyes internally, but chose to follow him across. She resolved to place her trust in Charles, yet if she discovered he was deceiving her, he would certainly face her wrath. Crossing a precarious log bridge was more challenging than traversing the vines, yet fortunately, Zyre possessed exceptional balance. His skills, honed through part-time treasure hunting and detective work, allowed him to guide Hermione across the bridge with a gentle sway. Don't tell me that this stone is your so-called treasure. As she leapt off the log, Hermione remained perplexed about the whereabouts of the alleged treasure, for what lay before her was merely a stark rock resting in the river. Certainly not. Look what? Hermione's skepticism faltered. For the moment her foot touched the stone, a broad wooden bridge materialized behind her. One end of the bridge rested upon the rock, while the other led to the riverbank in the direction of the desolate town from which they had come. However, how could this be? Just moments ago, there had been nothing but a rock. There was absolutely no bridge in sight. When did this happen? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. This is magic, Zyre chuckled, grasping Hermione's hand and pulling her toward the bridge. Discovery, Kingdom of Terabithia, experience, 10. Item obtained, special invitation to the Kingdom of Terabithia. Special invitation to the Kingdom of Terabithia. Quality, epic. Effect, when invited, you may use it to enter Terabithia. Inscription, when will I be invited? The Bridge to Wonderland, a unique Easter egg within the novice dungeon of the magical realm, draws inspiration from a film. The original narrative is filled with metaphors, youthful dilemmas, and dreams. Essentially, the story revolves around 2 children who become friends through a race, subsequently crossing a log bridge and swinging on vines to establish a secret sanctuary, a treehouse of their own. Together, they often fantasize that this place is a kingdom, Terabithia. Their imaginations run wild, envisioning monsters lurking in the woods, dark forces, and even forest giants. They even imagine having their own little sprite guardians. The tale concludes tragically, shattering the dreams of the young protagonists, rendering it a poignant coming-of-age film. Here lies the Easter egg, the bridge to Wonderland. Yet, the narrative had not woven itself into the experience. Only fragments of the Easter egg elements remained. Hermione felt as though she had stepped into a genuine fairyland, as the creaking, aged planks beneath her feet transformed into a shimmering spectacle. The decaying edges of the bridge blossomed with exquisite floral engravings, while beautiful and peculiar flowers bloomed all around. Enchanting music wafted in from an unknown source, creating a delightful ambience. The oppressive darkness dissipated, revealing a lush, verdant forest at the end of the bridge, emanating an endless glow and warmth. The clear sky reflected the ground below, as if it were a mirror. It's truly beautiful, Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Welcome to, Terabithia, Zyre said. as he and Hermione proceeded forward at a leisurely pace. The shaded path lies just beyond the wooden bridge, adorned with an array of vibrant flowers that guide their way. It seems that within the forest, some peculiar yet astute little creatures are hiding, secretly observing the two. Whenever they glance in their direction, the creatures hastily retreat once more. It appears they are reluctant to be seen, much like in the game, where the tale of Terabithia had yet to unfold. It is astonishing that this continues to hold true even in the realm of reality. As Hermione and Charles traversed the wooden bridge, they soon beheld the woodland path that Charles had previously mentioned. At the end of the trail emanated a gentle glow, originating from a tree large enough to be embraced by three. "This must be the place," Charles remarked. Chapter 17. The Treasure. The beauty here enveloped Hermione like a dream. In stark contrast to the earlier thrilling plummet from great heights and the later encounters with grotesque monsters in the ruined town, this scene resembled a genuine paradise. It was a fairy tale come to life, evoking awe. No girl could possibly resist such allure. It was simply exquisite. Charles, however, felt indifferent. The game had achieved a level of realism that dulled the visual impact for him. The dazzling effects paled in comparison to the essence of magic itself, vivid, tangible magic. "This must be the radiant treasure Charles had spoken of. Just how keen is your eyesight to perceive such distant wonders?" "I saw nothing outside," Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. Beside them stood a ladder, equally rudimentary, yet seemingly sturdy. Under the girl's intense gaze, Charles had no choice but to ascend first, followed by Hermione. The treehouse was not opulent. It starkly contrasted with the enchanting exterior, but exuded warmth, offering a cozy refuge from the elements. Once inside, the young girl nestled against the wall, finding a comfortable position and feeling no desire to move, her head tilted lazily as she watched Charles busily attending to various tasks. A profound sense of tranquility enveloping her. This place truly instills a sense of security. In the ruined town, a weary figure, Harry, stood inside a stone house, adorned with an assortment of items: 3 copper mirrors, 7 silver goblets, 2 rudimentary iron swords, and a heap of tattered belongings. He observed Daryl, who was excitedly rummaging about like a monkey, with a blank expression. "Can we leave now?" The two had traversed 3 houses away since Charles departed. "There are crayons and oil paints. Has someone else been here?" Hermione stretched and suddenly noticed a burlap shoulder bag in the adjacent compartment. She pulled it closer and gently opened it, discovering painting tools within. She nudged Charles with her foot and inquired, "This must belong to the builders of the treehouse. Look, there are their artworks, seemingly from someone around our age." Upon hearing this, Hermione crawled over to the other side of the narrow treehouse partition, where she beheld an entire wall adorned with vibrant graffiti painted in oil on the treehouse walls. The graffiti, though not aesthetically pleasing, bore a crooked charm, suggesting that its creator was likely quite young, yet possessed a remarkable imagination and considerable talent. "How impressive they are," Hermione mused, contemplating the challenge of constructing such a treehouse, one she felt incapable of achieving. Simultaneously, she and Charles discerned the source of the treehouse's luminous glow emanating from the innermost part, where a silver chest lay quietly, radiating light. With a swift motion, Charles approached and opened the chest, causing Hermione to widen her eyes in astonishment. For the silvery box quickly transformed into a myriad of twinkling starlight before vanishing. Then, she observed as Charles, with an air of excitement, presented an object to her. Acquired equipment: the splendid ring of Trebuchet Forest Hand. Level 5. Quality: ordinary. Effect: summons a small fireball to strike your target. Potency dependent on the user. Duration: 22 days. Inscription: Id despi Sephira. Why does my ring produce fireballs? A query from an unnamed giant of the forest. It was indeed a ring, Charles exclaimed joyfully, extending the ring towards Hermione. Taken aback, she repeatedly shook her head. "No, this is yours, your spoils of war. I cannot accept it. This could be a magical ring. I have encountered such in those journals." Hermione's stance was resolute. "Very well," Charles acquiesced, recognizing the compatibility of narrative characters within a game. The equipment, skills, and even talents dropped in the game could also be utilized by the narrative figures. In this newfound reality, it seemed no different. All were equal in the face of such artifacts, barring certain exceptional bloodline restrictions. However, it was merely a novice ring, and Hermione had yet to step through the threshold of the magical realm. In her hands, it could indeed yield greater power, though Charles felt no immediate danger awaited them. "I shall find you a finer ring in the future," Charles assured her. Hermione remained silent, merely nodding, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, as if lost in thought. Their brief sojourn in Trebuchet left Hermione with an otherworldly sensation while gazing upon the remnants of the small town, evoking a strange familiarity that felt both foreign and known. It was as if everything that had transpired was but a splendid and vibrant dream. A somewhat proud Hermione had few friends at school, much like her experience at Hogwarts. Though the unfamiliarity of this enchanting realm was less lonely than a magical world, it bore a resemblance. Moreover, Charles had a remarkable knack for seizing opportunities. He understood Hermione intimately. Having pursued her within the game on multiple occasions, he was well acquainted with her character and disposition. Even though the game had morphed into reality, Hermione's thought processes remained largely unchanged, and Charles himself was steadfast. The familiarity and unspoken understanding he radiated toward Hermione evoked in her an instinctive sense of. There exists a reassuring sense of familiarity. Ciara does not conceal his intentions. From the outset, his goals are crystal clear: immortality, magic, and the young ladies. Naturally, he does not dare to engage with Hermione at her current age, yet this does not impede him from nurturing a bond in advance. Here, concealed behind the thick walls of a low stone cottage, the two young ones cautiously peer towards the town square, where the largest stone house stands, indeed, the very refuge of the pig-headed man and the dog-headed man. As he examines his newly acquired equipment, Ciara feels an undeniable twinge of nervousness. He has faced the boss countless times in the game, yet this is his inaugural encounter in reality. Fortunately, Ciara possesses unique strategies. If fortune favors him, he may emerge unscathed. If not, a hasty retreat would be prudent. After all, the challenge level is set at 8, far beyond what Ciara can currently confront. The primary reason Ciara is determined to confront these two creatures is to validate a crucial hypothesis. Random drops are the essence of the game. Should he be unable to exploit his inherent advantages to repeatedly clear dungeons, significant adjustments to his future plans may be necessary, an outcome he fervently hopes to avoid. While Ciara silently prays for success, the young girl beside him murmurs softly, "I understand. I'm not afraid. I can do this." Hermione's small face radiates determination as she nods vigorously, her tiny fists clenched, whispering encouragement to herself. Chapter 18. I have a plan. Ciara nearly chuckles aloud upon catching Hermione's vague yet intense glare, quickly adjusting his expression to appear more serious. "Do not be afraid," he reassures her, retrieving a baseball bat, emblazoned with Harry's signature, from his spatial bag, the very one he had just used to thump the ceramic dwarfs. With a solemn gesture, he places it into Hermione's bewildered hands. "I will protect you. But what is this for?" Hermione inquires, glancing from the bat to Ciara, since he had disclosed the truth about magic. Hermione has come to recognize Ciara's confidence. At least he has not been foolish enough to engage in physical combat with two monsters, thus she refrains from obstructing him. Yet, Ciara must present a viable plan. At this moment, it appears that the plan diverges somewhat from her expectations. Of course, it's combat, Ciara chuckles, observing Hermione's increasingly perplexed expression. Before she becomes utterly bewildered, he clarifies, "However, it will be with me." He gestures to himself. "What you need to do is take this and strike me." Hermione's confusion deepens. "Huh? What?" "What you must do is quite simple," Ciara states earnestly. "When I say hit, you shall bring this bat down upon my head with great vigor." It's that straightforward. Yet, upon hearing Ciara's explanation, Hermione's queries multiply rather than diminish. "Are you certain?" "Of course, it's quite simple. Very simple, but then that is good." Zaire interrupted Hermione's inquiry, advising her that when he signaled to act, she must not hesitate, and strike with a measured force, neither too harsh nor too gentle, ensuring no wounds would be left behind. Initially, Zaire spoke with unwavering conviction, but as he continued, his tone gradually wavered. Hermione, who had begun with a look of utter confusion, found her expression calming as she listened to Zaire's rambling, ultimately becoming an impassive mask. The transformation in her demeanor was somewhat eerie in its tranquility. Not too light, not too heavy, do not knock anyone unconscious, and above all, avoid leaving scars. Zaire's voice dwindled to a whisper. Hermione nodded blankly, "I understand." Now, it was Zaire who appeared uncertain. "What do you understand?" "Everything." Zaire raised an eyebrow, instinctively sensing that Hermione had yet to grasp the crux of the matter. However, he reassured himself that once they set their plan into motion, she would comprehend the rationale behind his instructions. "Watch closely." Zaire retrieved a suspended ring from his spatial pouch, adorned it, and under Hermione's curious gaze, struck a classic pose reminiscent of the masters of Kamar Taj, arms raised, and proceeded to draw circles in the air. What constitutes true magic? A crackling sound filled the air as the luminous circles flared and fiery arcs erupted. Skill activated, Kamaitai teleportation. The circles twinkled, forming a gateway. As a seasoned player, Zaire's proficiency in developing teleportation portals rivaled that of Doctor Strange. After all, the delightfully absurd antics of online communities had demonstrated that drawing circles to utilize the local supermarket as a personal warehouse was entirely feasible. Overall, The act of drawing circles proved to be a splendid skill, serving both as a defense and an offensive maneuver. For instance, if one were to cancel the portal just as someone was halfway through, the consequences for the individual inside would be dire. This tactic, however, proved ineffective against sentient beings for reasons unknown. No one had ever successfully used a portal to crush an adversary, with the worst outcome being a severed limb. Numerous factors contributed to this, including the speed of passage, the mage's reaction time, narrative necessity, and proficiency in manipulating the portal. However, against large, unintelligent creatures, utilizing the portal as a weapon proved unexpectedly effective, particularly against goblins and pig-headed monsters. This was precisely why Zaire, lacking any offensive spells and armed only with a newly acquired magical ring, dared to challenge formidable bosses. Yet, such a strategy necessitated a high level of expertise with teleportation magic, requiring the ability to seize the moment and sever the magic at the right instant, thereby cutting off the ill-fated boss within. Zaire, evidently lacking such finesse, consoled himself with the thought that Hermione would assist him. Physical interruption. Yet, while intentions were noble, reality often diverged from aspirations. 2 full minutes elapsed, and the fiery arcs continued to erupt in the air, crackling incessantly, yet showing no signs of forming a complete teleportation portal. Like a mischievous Rubik's Cube, twisting left and right, yet always missing that final piece of color. The initial step of constructing a portal has become a stumbling block. Taking a deep breath, Zaire realizes that proficiency is indeed more crucial than he had anticipated. This aligns with reality. While a golden finger grants magical abilities, mastering and delving deeper into them necessitates self-study and practice, mirroring the logic of the real world. Naturally, Zaire wouldn't mind if the golden finger could instantly enhance his skills to perfection. Crackle. The arc of the portal flickers erratically, remaining in an unstable state. In truth, this marks Zaire's first encounter with what can truly be termed magic, an experience profoundly distinct from the mere execution of skills in games. In games, magic is absent. It is merely a mechanism of abilities. Yet, at this moment, Zaire can sense a unique power coursing through his body, akin to the tension and exertion required when delivering a punch. This is an unprecedented sensation, as if an inexplicable organ, or perhaps an entire system of organs, has emerged within him. However, apart from this distinct feeling, Zaire knows nothing else. He can perceive its presence, yet it eludes his understanding. Where it resides and how to control it remain mysteries. These answers, he surmises, are the very essence of the magical knowledge intrinsic to this world. Crackle, crackle. A little more is needed, Zaire silently muses. It feels akin to a person who lacks the ability to exert force, always sensing residual energy after a punch, as if he could push harder. The portal he is constructing imparts a similar sensation. Quite an impressive trick, remarks Hermione, leaning on her bat with keen interest. In a world devoid of superhero comics, she naturally cannot recognize the portal of Camartage. Wait, just a moment longer, it's about to succeed. Zaire focuses his mind, recalling various unreliable yoga meditations he had encountered online. Without access to the magical knowledge of this world, he can only resort to these dubious methods to attempt to enhance his chances of success. It remains uncertain whether the so-called calmness in casting has any effect, but the golden finger of the transmigrator is undeniably reliable, even if Zaire feels his control over the portal magic is fraught with difficulties. Yet despite this, it ultimately succeeds. Not long after his words, a brilliant arc of flames suddenly flashes, swiftly followed by another arc expanding about half a meter away, as 2 portals, bursting with starlight, finally unveil their mysterious veils before both of them. Oh wow, cool. Hermione instinctively gasps, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Beneath the dim night sky, the 2 arcs of fire shine, their scorching halos resembling the hazy rings of a planet, exuding a captivating and resplendent aura, an exquisite and marvelous display unique to magic. Through the inner circles of light, one can glimpse another realm. No, it is still here, the familiar scenery of the square in this abandoned town. Zaire let out a sigh of relief as the orchids blossomed and the clear water flowed like a spring. Although the magic seemed somewhat clumsy and sluggish due to his unfamiliarity with wielding power without a wand, it was not overly difficult to use. He had not anticipated that conjuring a portal would prove to be so laborious. For a fleeting moment, Zaire genuinely believed he was on the brink of failure. If that were the case, this endeavor might indeed end in vain. Chapter 19. Unleashing the Beasts, what is this? Hermione inquired, gently tapping one hand with a baseball bat. Her curiosity piqued as she circled the 2 arcs of light. They appeared as if 2 openings had been created in the air, Yet nothing else seemed particularly remarkable about them. These are portals, Zyre declared with the exuberance of a mad scientist. However, this revelation left Hermione momentarily speechless. After approximately half a minute of silence, she seemed to process the information slowly, incredulously repeating, "What did you say this is?" "A portal," Zyre responded, astonished at her confusion. "It's two spatial gateways that can connect." "Okay, I know what a portal is," the young girl interrupted. As a well-read scholar, Hermione had indeed encountered the concept in youth-oriented science fiction, which during this era predominantly revolved around spaceships, time travel, and spatial portals. The notion of a portal was certainly not foreign to her. However, if her memory served her correctly, portals were meant to transport one from a location to another thousands of miles away. She glanced at the arc on the left, revealing the ruins of the plaza within, while the right arc mirrored this, albeit with discernible differences. The scenery through the two portals appeared to be interconnected. They truly are a pair of portals. Portals that span a distance of half a meter. The expression on the young girl's face was a mixture of excitement and disappointment, reminiscent of yearning for a Chanel lipstick for weeks only to receive a USB drive resembling the lipstick, with someone enthusiastically proclaiming that it boasted a 256 gigabytes capacity. Wonderful. Taking a deep breath, Hermione's face brightened with a renewed smile as she asked in an especially radiant tone, "So, what is their purpose?" "Just place them here. They will be essential in combating those two monsters," Zyre stated with a seriousness that Hermione recognized. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Zyre affirmed with conviction. Hermione had faith in Zyre. She believed he would not jest about such matters. This meant that the half-meter-long portal was indeed useful. Was there something she had not considered? As Hermione pondered, a flicker of inspiration illuminated her thoughts, though she failed to grasp it immediately. Just as she attempted to recapture that fleeting spark, Zyre had already pried a palm-sized shard of broken stone from the shattered tiles on the ground. He weighed it in his hand before turning to Hermione and saying, "Get ready, it's about to begin." Hermione was taken aback, recalling the prior admonition from Charles. She tightened her grip on the baseball bat, hastily trotting to his side, her expression growing tense. With one hand raised, she positioned the bat defensively in front of her, as if it could bestow a semblance of safety. As she took a deep breath, her gaze fell upon the signature etched onto the bat. Hermione pondered for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Charles, a few steps ahead, released the stone he had been holding. With a resounding crack, his throwing skill remained sharp. The stone arced gracefully through the air, striking precisely against the shattered wooden window of the nearby large house. The impact produced a soft thud. "Stay calm. Don't be afraid. I'm here," he reassured Hermione. Before the stone even touched the ground, Charles guided her backward until they reached the safety of the portal, all the while offering her comforting words. As he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, virtual reality games are remarkably immersive, designed to provide players with an intense sense of realism, often to the point of inducing a feeling of pressure. Many players were frightened upon its initial release. If the game was so vivid, the real world would undoubtedly be even more so. Charles was concerned that Hermione might become overwhelmed. This was not an exaggeration. Hermione had been terrified when confronting a troll in her first year, and she was even younger now. Even adult wizards feel fear when facing dragons and trolls. The half-giant and goblins, while formidable, were nothing compared to dragons or trolls. "I understand. I'm quite composed." Hermione clutched the bat tightly, her fingers paling, yet she appeared remarkably calm, retreating alongside Charles while muttering to herself, "I comprehend. Your head is broken. It will need a pat soon." Charles, taken aback, responded, "Wait, I didn't T-boom." Just as Charles's stone struck the wooden window, time seemed to freeze for a few seconds, followed by a tremendous crash as the dilapidated stone house was suddenly breached. As if struck by a missile, the fragile walls shattered in an instant, debris scattering and dust swirling. Within the rising clouds of dust, a formidable figure emerged. It took a few steps forward, exuding an aura befitting a boss, pausing to await the dispersal of the dust. Target discovered: Wild Boar Man in the stone house. Name: the carnivorous frenzied boar man, Hank. Challenge level: 8. Strength: 150. Constitution: 150. Note: have you seen my princess? Target discovered: Goblin in the stone house. Name: the sluggish goblin. Challenge level: 5. Agility: 100. Note: I'm old but not dead yet. Hermione instinctively let out a shriek. Unlike the goblin she had seen from a distance, this monstrous creature towered nearly twice their height. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and impact washed over her. Even Charles involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. "Do not fear. We are safe." The portal remained stable, shimmering with particles of light, as Charles forced himself to calm down. Just like in the game, mastering the technique, they were not difficult to confront. Hank would tear you apart. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from a nearby boar man. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. It can speak. Her voice trembled with astonishment. Yes, it was speaking in English. Charles, striving to maintain composure, cracked a cold joke that elicited no laughter. Unlike the nameless goblins, the boar men appeared grotesque and towering, yet their height was akin to that of an average human. However, Hank the boar man, Charles was not exaggerating. It stood a staggering 3 meters tall, its girth nearly matching its height, with rolls of flesh encasing it like a ball. Sharp tusks protruded from its mouth, seemingly stained with blood, and it wielded a massive, rusted cleaver. An unidentifiable leather armor, faded beyond recognition, clung to its waist, adding an air of menace. In this realistic portrayal of the boar man, Charles even felt the noxious stench wafting from its form as he stood in his position. Not to mention Hermione beside him. Although she remained upright, Charles could sense her trembling, her voice quaking with fear. "Are you sure? It's okay?" He heard Hermione inquire. "I am quite certain." He suddenly found tranquility, turning to meet Hermione's wide, frightened eyes. "Trust me, everything will be fine." Like a spell of magic, upon hearing Charles's words, the young girl seemed to steady herself, feeling less fearful. The grotesque boar man towered over them like a small mountain. Yet at that moment, Hermione perceived it as somewhat conquerable. Reason told her that they could not possibly contend with such a monster, and that fleeing was the prudent choice. Yet an inexplicable sense of security surged from within, halting her retreat. Such a feeling was indeed perplexing. Chapter 20. The Boss Battle. Charles was oblivious to Hermione's inner turmoil, as he had not placed all his hopes upon her. Giving her a bat was merely to enhance her sense of participation. The first step to closing the portal was to control it with magic, but the bumpy experience of opening it had dissuaded Charles from that notion. He feared that attempting to control the portal with magic might spell doom for both him and Hermione. Thus, a forceful interruption was necessary. Not relying on Hermione, but rather on himself. Grasping a stone the size of his palm, Charles focused intently on the boar man on the other side of the portal, employing the same method he had used in the game during his initial encounters with bosses when he lacked skill proficiency. A true man knows when to hurl a brick. Clenching the stone tightly, Charles took a deep breath and then boldly raised his middle finger at the boar man Hank across the portal. "Come here, you fool." The universally recognized gesture across the multiverse instantly reddened the little eyes of the enraged, pig-headed creature. "Hank is coming to tear you apart." With a thunderous roar, it charged forward, trampling the gravel of the square with a resounding thud. Did you hear that sound? Meanwhile, on the other side, Charles's delaying tactics proved successful. The two treasure-hunting Dursleys were blissfully unaware of the looming boss. They had amassed 4 copper mirrors and 9 exquisitely crafted silver goblets, their collection weighing heavily upon young Harry, who, in a daze, seemed to hear a furious growl. Initially, he thought it was his mother in heaven calling out to him, burdened to the brink of death. However, he soon realized it resembled a monstrous entity, the very creature Charles had described. Harry attempted to alert Dudley, but the latter, rummaging through the debris like a gluttonous pig, was oblivious, his attention consumed by the various baubles. With impatience, he shouted, "No! Shut up, you nuisance! Why are you just standing there? Help me find where these miserly fools hid the gold coins. Watch out, or I'll smack you!" Boom! 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 The pig-headed Hank boasted a strength and constitution of 150 points, 3 times the average of an adult male. Typically, wild creatures only displayed their characteristic attributes, meaning agility and spirit were not its forte. Nevertheless, this beast's speed far surpassed that of Charles and his companions, rivaling even that of the goblin beside it. Thud! 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 Like a small mountain, the pig-headed creature swayed as it thundered forward, its strides long yet deliberate, covering distances of 4 to 5 meters with each leap, swiftly closing the gap between it and Charles. "Closer! Closer!" Charles murmured under his breath. He could hear the heavy breaths of the young girl beside him. The 3-meter-tall monster was indeed terrifying, a pressure that even an ordinary adult would struggle to withstand. Charles was deeply concerned about Hermione's potential breakdown. Yet he had no time to comfort her, for he needed to keep a vigilant eye on the advancing beast. He had but one chance, his only opportunity. If missed, he would have to flee with Hermione, utilizing the terrain, an experience that would surely be far from pleasant. Boom! 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 Hank was sprinting, accelerating like a train to its utmost speed. Yet, in a sudden moment of clarity, Charles calmed himself completely. He had witnessed this scenario countless times in the game. In truth, he had contemplated his inaugural battle extensively. Had it been in the game, he would have had no worries, for he had conquered it more than once. But this was reality. Having severed ties with the realm of gaming, he now confronted reality. Would he possess the courage to face such adversities? Would pain cause him to falter? Would death drive him to flee? Charles found himself uncertain. Yet, in the face of uncertainty, he resolved to attempt, for without endeavor, the answers would remain forever elusive. Though he hesitated to declare his unwavering bravery in the face of death, he at least possessed the audacity to try. Just as in this moment, Charles was acutely aware. As he faced the oncoming Hank, he felt an unparalleled calmness, even surpassing the composure he had while gaming. Silently, he observed the rushing figure of Hank, meticulously calculating the distance between them. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The countless trials and triumphs within the game seemed to converge with the present moment, and suddenly, Charles's eyes widened, for now was the time. Emitting a low growl, he gauged the distance to the pig-headed creature, the dog-headed foe, and the portal, then abruptly raised his hand, bringing down a mighty blow towards Hank's head. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed in succession, and Charles felt a wave of dizziness engulf him, undoubtedly losing his grip on the magic. Zing! How? You have vanquished the carnivorous wild boar boss Hank. Experience 60. 81 silver pieces awaiting collection. 100 gold coins. 1 defeated. No, that's incorrect. There should still be 1 remaining. A sharp sound echoed ahead, accompanied by the thud of a heavy object and a piercing scream. Unfortunately, Charles could not discern the situation clearly, as darkness began to cloud his vision. He had somewhat underestimated the young girl. He knew Hermione well, having been married multiple times. Perhaps he understood her even better than she understood herself. He had assumed that in this moment, she would be paralyzed by fear, rendered incapable of action. Yet, in truth, she demonstrated far more courage than he had anticipated. When Hermione beheld the fearsome creature, her mind momentarily blanked, seemingly devoid of anything but the instinct to scream. However, upon hearing Charles's voice, she instinctively swung a blow, for she did not wish to disappoint him. Physical interruption activated. With his vision clouded, Charles rediscovered the sensation of gaming. The virtual experience felt strikingly real, almost akin to the sensation of striking himself with a brick in the game, though this reality was slightly more acute, particularly due to the genuine pain radiating from the back of his head. Indeed, it hurt. The dizziness came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, and in an instant, he regained clarity, lifting his gaze to the portal's location. As expected, it was in complete disarray. It seemed there should still be 1 dog-headed creature remaining. Arf! The dog was barking and howling, and Charles soon spotted the dog-headed creature struggling on the ground. Its speed had lagged just behind that of the pig-headed creature, resulting in the severed portal for the pig remaining intact for the dog-headed creature. However, it is precisely due to this reason that Charles strategically positioned 2 teleportation portals, half a meter apart, the former to sever the head of the pig-headed creature and the latter to reap the dog-headed foe. This aligns perfectly with the mechanics of the game. Mastering the latter's execution is quite challenging, yet it typically renders the dog-headed adversary incapable of resistance, at worst necessitating a finishing blow. Fortune favored him this time, as Charles observed that a significant portion of the creature's shoulder and head had been cleaved away, leaving it devoid of mobility, reduced to mere wails in its final moments. You have vanquished the sluggish dog-headed boss. Experience 40, copper wire bag 50, 1 awaiting collection. Gold coins 50. The Hero S trial feature has been activated. Hero S trial. The occupier of Unigel 012, date, challenge level 5. Indeed, mere moments later, the wails of the dog-headed creature faded into silence, its blood pooling around, releasing a pungent odor. Both bosses have been thoroughly dispatched. Exhausted, Charles sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. Hermione, not faring much better, relinquished her bat, casting it aside, and settled beside Charles. Combat in the real world proved to be considerably more arduous than in the game, leaving him with a sense of fatigue. Nevertheless, glancing at the notifications on his interface, Charles felt that all his efforts were undeniably worthwhile, even reigniting a fervor within him. Chapter 21. Spoils of War. The Hero S trial. This was precisely the dungeon system that Charles had longed for. Typically, it would automatically unlock after completing the first dungeon in the game, and his unique advantage had indeed not disappointed him. The frequency of dungeons is determined by their level, difficulty, and the rarity of the loot, with reset times in the game calculated according to in-game days. Evidently, in the real world, this translates to actual days. The dungeons of dog-headed and pig-headed creatures reset every 2 days, mirroring the game. Collectively, the 2 bosses provided Charles with 100 experience points. In other words, he would be able to level up in 8 days. The built-in dungeon system of his unique advantage allowed Charles to breathe easy, signifying that as long as he was diligent, he would grow formidable. Since this is a game where loot reigns supreme, he could acquire equipment, items, and even bloodline skills and talents. One need not mention Voldemort and Dumbledore. Even if hidden worldviews, angels, and demons existed, he would not lack the opportunity to engage in battle. It seems prudent to seek opportunities to explore the map early on, unlocking dungeons to increase daily quests. Charles contemplated that while he might forego certain inconsequential dungeons in the game, in reality, he could not overlook seemingly trivial drops, for the future remains uncertain. The advent of dungeons was anticipated by Charles, yet the emergence of gold coins was a delightful surprise. The system had, from the very beginning, featured a marketplace, yet it remained inaccessible. Old John S. Magic Shop. All options in the marketplace were grayed out, leaving Charles perplexed. His golden touch appears to lack the intrinsic ability to convert real-world currency into game coins. Initially, he presumed that the coins he discovered in the town could be utilized, yet they proved futile. Consequently, these two bosses dropped a total of 150 coins. The shop option became accessible. Indeed, defeating bosses can yield coins within the game. Purchases in the shop directly utilize the character's currency, which is to say, the in-game gold coins, with a remarkably high conversion rate. Thus, Char had completely forgotten that slaying monsters would also yield coins. However, it seems that acquiring coins for bosses is currently the sole means of purchasing items from the shop in this realm. This is of little consequence, as he had already committed to grinding. The shop's presence is far less pronounced than that of dungeons, and Char harbors little anticipation for it, as the shop merely serves as a supplementary feature. Given that this is a game primarily focused on loot drops, it is only natural that the shop offers little of value. Moreover, being a single-player game, there are no premium items for purchase. The items for sale in the shop are more akin to whimsical gadgets. Imperfect cauldron. Price, 100 coins. Quality, ordinary. Effect, cooking with it yields delicious dishes. Yet brewing potions will result in an explosion. Note, Gryffindor loses 50. Incomplete age elixir. Price, 100 coins. Quality, ordinary. Effect, randomly increases age by 46 years. But bear in mind, your appearance merely magnifies rather than matures. Note, giant, infant. These are but a few examples of such items, particularly the age elixir, which magnifies one's appearance without actual growth. For instance, it elevates a person from 11 to 15 years old, yet the visage remains an enlarged version of an 11-year-old. Quite the absurdity. Alternatively, there are items reminiscent of the trinkets found in Borgin and Burke's shop. Hungry bread. Price, 50 coins. Quality, ordinary. Effect, merely a common loaf of bread, except it leaves you hungrier with each bite. Note, beware, it can truly lead to overeating. Non-invisible invisibility potion. Price, 100 coins. Quality, ordinary. Effect, bestows the user with invisibility for half an hour. However, direct eye contact with another will reveal your presence. Note, youth, beautiful youth. Price, 200 coins. Quality, superior. Effect, can only be wielded by the truly timid, transforming the next attack into a fatal strike, provided one gathers the courage. Note, the timid lack courage, while the courageous are not timid. This is a paradox. These items possess a dual nature. They're both useful and useless in their own right. It is not to say that the shop is entirely devoid of purpose, as, aside from these whimsical oddities, one can also procure some commonplace necessities, such as food, fundamental spellbooks, and wands. In the realm of the game, they serve little purpose. Basic spells can be learned at Hogwarts, rendering their purchase unnecessary. And food is an ample supply. However, it would be wise to acquire a few spare wands, as Ollivander's wand shop has intricate ties to the Ministry of Magic, making it challenging for ordinary witches and wizards to obtain second-hand wands. Yet, upon reflecting on the real world, Charles realized that basic spellbooks and food hold significant importance. After all, in the game, one can effortlessly learn spells by following the storyline and taking advantage of free time, whereas the reality may not afford such luxuries. Moreover, one must not forget the true purpose of the shop, to sell skins. A sudden chill ran down Charles's spine. Skins are not merely for personal use. NPCs also possess templates and can utilize them. In fact, NPCs have corresponding skins available in the shop, albeit at a steep price, requiring gold that exceeds 5 digits. Even in galleons, it amounts to a substantial fortune, a daunting prospect for Charles, who can only rely on grinding dungeons to amass wealth. Are you all right? Charles inquired, glancing at Hermione beside him. There remains much to explore regarding the shop, dungeon systems, and his personal attributes, but he understood that the priority lies in caring for his companions. After giving Charles a light smack on the head, Hermione seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing onto the ground, her school uniform's skirt now soiled with dirt. Those two creatures were terrifying. Surely they wouldn't perish here, would they? Did she strike too hard? Would Charles sustain a head injury? A myriad of chaotic thoughts surged through Hermione's mind. And no, I'm fine, she managed to stammer, her voice still trembling. Did we win? Ooh. Hermione finally succumbed, turning away from Charles and retching. Charles felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth as he suppressed the urge to follow suit. The game's bloodshed and pain had been sanitized, and this acrid scent of blood was a first for him. Fortunately, his gaming experience and age provided a foundation, allowing him to better cope with the discomfort. Reaching into his spatial bag, he retrieved tissues and bottled water, offering them to Hermione. He was not so oblivious as to scour for his drops at this moment. Drops could be collected at any time, but opportunities for camaraderie were fleeting. Hermione accepted the tissues and water, turning away from him to gather herself. After a moment of composure, she appeared considerably better. I'm all right now, she sighed softly. That's good. Charles nodded in relief, then paused before suggesting. Shall we go take a look at the spoils? He gestured toward the gruesome remains of the two creatures, blood still pooling and a pungent odor wafting from them. Spoils? Hermione repeated, her tone laced with incredulity. Chapter 22. It is time to unveil a wave of revelations. Many things, once endured, become habitual. At this moment, Hermione gazed upon the mangled corpse of the creature, her previous disgust dissipating. From a distance, she contemplated the spoils mentioned by Charles, when suddenly her complexion paled. With a tone that could be described as bordering on terror, she inquired. Charles was taken aback, yet he had lived with Hermione after their marriage and could somewhat keep pace with her occasional whimsical thoughts. You can't possibly think we're going to eat them, can you? This is a pig-headed creature, not mere pork. Charles chuckled incredulously. Despite having numerous post-marriage saves, he sometimes found himself perplexed by Hermione's thoughts. Reminiscent of her eccentric idea to establish a welfare association for house elves in her 4th year. That's a relief. Hermione seemed to recognize that her concern was somewhat exaggerated. Exhaling deeply and falling silent. Wait a moment, Charles stood up. There were certain matters he had not intended to conceal from Hermione. The main storyline unfolded almost entirely at Hogwarts, spanning 7 years, with events continuing even after graduation until the end of one's life, marking the conclusion of the game. The post-graduation narrative was not a side story involving cursed children. Rather, the game transitioned into a free exploration mode akin to The Sims. Players could work, manage their affairs. And in this game, the conclusion of the Hogwarts storyline was not an end, but a new beginning. The first and second versions of the DLC introduced additional quests reminiscent of Wonderland, yet the core gameplay remained unchanged until the final version of the DLC emerged, altering the main structure of the game. The map of America was unlocked, suggesting that even in the early game stages, players could venture to America, or even entirely forsake the Hogwarts narrative, creating a fully open-world experience. Charles chose not to do so. He was still unfamiliar with the storylines of the New World and preferred to complete the Hogwarts narrative, graduate, and marry. However, post-marriage, he did not intend to linger in England playing a simulation of life, but rather to journey with Hermione directly to the New World for new adventures. Initially, he planned to save multiple times to familiarize himself with the hidden narratives of the New World before exploring other gameplay options, such as completely abandoning Hogwarts in the early stages to pursue a magical storyline in the New World. He had thoroughly exhausted the romantic options available at Hogwarts, so the allure of the new characters in the New World was undeniable. Unfortunately, before he could embark on this exploration, he found himself transported to a real world, compelling him to adopt a more cautious approach and stick to the strategy he knew best. Thus, the intriguing women of the New World would have to remain acquaintances until after marriage. Ahem, of course, merely acquaintances. Having spent 7 years at Hogwarts, accompanying one's formative years and fostering a childhood connection, there were certain truths he found difficult to conceal from Hermione. The young lady was astute, often suspicious, and strong-willed. A measure of honesty would likely smooth the way for her. Certainly, the concept of traversing realms and systems can be broached, particularly in a context devoid of watchful deities. However, the notion of looting treasure, specifically the act of collecting chests, cannot be concealed. It would be exceedingly cumbersome for Sia Heir to return to the battlefield after each skirmish to surreptitiously gather spoils. He requires a plausible justification for his post-battle cleanup efforts, and invoking a family heirloom's unique magic serves as an excellent rationale. In this fantastical realm, magic knows no bounds. In the game, he has also employed this excuse to mislead narrative characters. Navigating past the pool of fresh blood, he cautiously approached the periphery of the wreckage. His adaptability was commendable. Perhaps due to excessive gaming, the initial wave of nausea dissipated swiftly. Instead of the gruesome amalgamation of bones and blood, his gaze was drawn to the fallen bags. You have acquired silver bag 81, copper wire bag 51. The level 8 silver bag and level 5 copper wire bag might yield two commendable skills. Indeed, skills. As a member of the development team, Xia was particularly intrigued by a certain penguin's magical opus. Having heard prior to its launch that it was a narrative game heavily focused on loot, he was genuinely curious about how a game centered on drops could also deliver a compelling narrative, as loot-centric games typically revolve around incessant grinding, making it effortless to achieve the title of Battle God. However, upon the game's release, he realized he had underestimated the developers. For nearly half of the loot consisted of skills that could be directly acquired. These were one-time use skills. For instance, the skill Shatter was certainly beyond the reach of a first-year wizard, lacking the requisite magical power and incantations, yet could be found among the drops. Once a skill is obtained, it can be directly affixed to a wand, allowing the wielder to cast it, albeit with limited uses, usually just once. Furthermore, the potency of the spells varied according to the drop level. Most importantly, these skills do not deplete the caster's magical energy. This resembles the classic fantasy trope of magical scrolls or the explosive tags from certain ninja realms, albeit a bespoke version tailored to the Harry Potter universe. The absence of magical energy consumption presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in a lack of cost, while the drawback is that the power remains fixed. Regardless of the user's strength, the spell's efficacy is determined solely by the drop level. Additionally, a wand is required, though there are rare skills that can be cast without one. These are infrequent drops, classified as rare. Thus, the hidden treasure chest earlier gifted Xia a ring that appeared unimpressive. Yet in this game, the likelihood of acquiring equipment from drops is quite low, especially for valuable magical items. Magic equipment has no carrying restrictions. As long as one has sufficient fingers, one could potentially wear up to 100 rings simultaneously. The equipment ring hidden within the treasure chest truly befits its concealed identity, effectively preventing the overwhelming emergence of magical items that could disrupt the established power dynamics of the narrative's combat system. Like a master thief, Shar deftly weighed the tangible silver and copper bags in one hand while surveying the lifeless forms of Hank and his dog-headed minion. Discovering nothing worthy of remembrance, he disdainfully turned away. The fallen bags could transform into reality, resembling the cartoonish coin bags from Hearthstone, with their appearance varying in color and material according to their rarity. However, they could not be opened directly. Instead, one must access their contents from within a backpack. The bags are classified into 6 tiers: burlap, copper, silver, gold, crystal, and rainbow. The aesthetic appeal of the items is directly correlated to their quality, which is also influenced by their level. A silver bag dropped by a level 10 pig-headed creature would undoubtedly differ in quality from one dropped by a level 20 counterpart, despite both being silver bags. Fortune favored Shar this time. He carefully stowed the bags, noting that the burlap bag from the ceramic dwarf corresponded to common quality, copper to superior, and silver to rare, with further classifications of epic, legendary, and mythical beyond that. The items retrieved from the bags typically fluctuate within 3 quality tiers, meaning a silver bag could yield superior, rare, or even epic items, contingent on luck. Quality alone does not guarantee superiority. Even among artifacts, there are those of lesser value, though such occurrences are relatively rare. The silver and copper bags represent the pinnacle of loot from the dwellers of the Unigel dungeon. In moments of ill fortune, Shar had once scavenged 2 burlap bags. Adhering to the law of conservation of luck, Shar decided to reserve the excitement of opening the bags until he reunited with Harry and the others, lest he inadvertently conjure 2 floating spells. Chapter 23. Tom, I have been empowered. After indulging in some chocolate to replenish his stamina, Shar rediscovered Hermione, who remained seated on the ground but had shifted to a different spot, avoiding the area thick with the scent of blood. She appeared somewhat lethargic, prompting Shar to produce a versatile snack from the Harry Potter universe: chocolate. Feeling unwell? A piece of chocolate should suffice. Hermione accepted the chocolate, casting a curious glance at the pocket from which it emerged. Having shared numerous experiences in battles, she had clearly grown more familiar with Shar, her tone reflecting a sense of camaraderie that transcended mere friendship, as she no longer felt the need to conceal her thoughts. Perhaps even Hermione herself was unaware that her demeanor toward Shar was more casual than that of typical friends, a testament to the ease born from their shared familiarity. The young girl felt a profound sense of rapport with Shar, allowing their progress to unfold seamlessly. Her curiosity about Shar's pocket was palpable. Not only was she intrigued, but so were Harry and Dudley, for it seemed Shar could retrieve anything from it: food, drink, and even a cast-iron pot. The disillusionment charm, a form of advanced magic. Shar briefly explained, noting the glimmer of insatiable curiosity in Hermione's eyes. With a hint of amusement, he added, when time permits, I shall take you to Diagon Alley, where such items are sold. Diagon Alley? Hermione felt as if she had heard this name before. And then it suddenly dawned on her that Charles had mentioned this place when they discovered a large sack of gold coins in the ruins. It was the largest magical commercial street in London, home to the Elop's Owl Emporium, Flourish and Blots, and Gringotts Wizarding Bank. In short, it was a bustling hub. Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled at the mention of Flourish and Blots, for books held an unparalleled allure for this young girl. However, upon turning to see Charles's ever-bright smile, Hermione's cheeks flushed suddenly, and her voice dropped. So, it's a deal? It's a deal. Charles nodded with a smile. The girl's expression was somewhat conflicted. She sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. She felt as if she had been ensnared in a trap. The fluctuation of Hermione's expression was indeed amusing, but Charles did not wish to provoke her into a fit of embarrassment that might lead her to retaliate against him. The girl was rather sensitive, and her maturity surpassed that of boys her age, making it easy for things to go awry. Thus, he averted his gaze, pointing to the chocolate in Hermione's hand to change the subject. Let us have something to eat. You need to replenish your energy. Charles did not find anything wrong with inviting Hermione to Diagon Alley, especially since the holidays were just a few days away, and it wouldn't be long before the letter from Hogwarts would arrive. Had Hermione and the others not intruded upon his enchanting journey, perhaps Charles would have reserved some initial surprises from the magical world for them, and wouldn't he have grown so close to Hermione so quickly. But since they had already entered, he knew that stepping into a strange environment presented the best opportunity to forge bonds and leave a lasting impression. Charles would not let this chance slip away. Moreover, even if he did not mention it, this experience would likely lead the clever girl to deduce certain matters when they met again in the magical realm. As she unwrapped the chocolate, Hermione's expression became even more conflicted, and Charles understood her dilemma. I can't eat chocolate. The girl's voice sounded soft and hesitant. Coming from a family of dentists, Hermione's upbringing included strict regulations regarding sweets, with chocolate being strictly forbidden. Therefore, I still think it would be best for you to have some food. Fine. Hermione discerned Charles's intent. Their journey ahead was not short, and indeed, she was quite hungry. The mushroom soup and wild berries had been delightful, yet they did not satisfy her hunger, especially since she had just emptied her stomach completely. Thus, she acquiesced. Delicious. As Hermione munched like a little hamster, Charles led her out of the small town. The activation of the quest system lifted Charles's spirits. As it transformed the experience into reality, monsters disappeared after a single defeat, and the loot was purely based on luck. Without the quest system, Charles, who considered himself devoid of any royal bloodline, would truly doubt his ability to face the various bosses in the later stages, not just Voldemort. This was particularly true after Charles purchased the third edition of the DLC. The game constructs an expansive and intricate amalgamation of worldviews. Although it primarily follows the narrative of Harry Potter, the multitude of elements introduced inevitably leads to potential conflicts with the original storyline. Fortunately, an extensive team of writers and planners is dedicated to ensuring that everything unfolds seamlessly. Before his traversal, Charles was also a game designer, albeit not for a certain Penguin company. Yet, in the realm of games dominated by hybrid worldviews, everyone shares a common experience. His responsibilities were quite similar. For instance, in the magical realm of London, Diagon Alley was originally conceived as the largest and most bustling commercial hub, perhaps the sole marketplace for the wizarding community. However, in the game, in order to better align with the expansive worldview and the growing number of wizards, several other obscure and compact commercial streets were subtly established, alongside independent wizarding shops. For example, as Charles is aware, Mrs. Molly's flower shop at 12, York Street appears to be merely a florist, yet she is, in fact, a middle-aged witch living in the Muggle world who clandestinely sells love potions and similar items, specifically to young male and female wizards. The Ministry of Magic does not intervene, as its own structure has evolved. With a burgeoning population and an expanded territory, management has naturally become more challenging. Thus, while the Ministry continues to prohibit wizards from using magic in the Muggle world, it does not restrict such shops, provided they remain undiscovered by Muggles. Moreover, the number of wizarding residences scattered across the British Isles, such as Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow, and other locations, has significantly increased compared to the original text, as otherwise, the population density would be untenable. The worldview itself is inherently complex, and any slight alteration can precipitate substantial upheaval. Therefore, numerous original settings necessitate careful, reasonable adjustments. Likewise, with a growing population and expanding territory, certain aspects inevitably become more pronounced, such as the former second-generation Dark Lord, Voldemort. This enhancement, however, is implemented judiciously, as it is essential to maintain the narrative's integrity, given that this remains a story-driven game. Yet, the pivotal issue is not Voldemort, regardless of his enhancements. He remains merely a boss in the main storyline. Apart from Charles' involvement, there are also narrative climaxes involving Harry, rendering the challenge manageable. The real complexity arises from the two subsequent DLCs. While the Wonderlands are relatively benign, not every locale is equally favorable, even in child-friendly realms like Narnia. The formidable strength of the White, which rivals that of Dumbledore and Voldemort, although the content presented in the DLCs may seem limited. A deeper exploration reveals numerous hidden Easter eggs and side quests. For instance, although this is not an infinite flow game, there are still avenues to venture into other worlds, or rather, into realms and time bubbles that inherently belong to this universe. Akin to the secretive landscapes of Treasure Island or the Caribbean pirate adventures of the Age of Exploration. This world is, in fact, far more perilous than one might anticipate. Of course, one might argue that avoiding certain areas could mitigate danger. However, as a traveler from another realm, some matters are unavoidable. Beside him, Hermione swiftly devoured an entire piece of chocolate, likely feeling famished herself. Charles cast a glance her way and began to elucidate his previous actions. In our family, we possess a unique form of magic that allows us to uncover treasures invisible to others, much like the treasure chest from before. However, it is a sight exclusive to us. How fascinating. The young girl pondered for a moment, believing she grasped Charles's meaning, albeit with some uncertainty. Yet, that was perfectly acceptable. This was, after all, the realm of magic, and she was still becoming acquainted with it. Have you discovered anything remarkable? Hermione vaguely recalled that Charles had returned empty-handed moments ago. I'm not sure, Charles replied, patting his trouser pocket. Hermione nodded, her anticipation for the Leaky Cauldron's bookshop in Diagon Alley growing. She desired to peruse magical tomes. Writing a letter? No, I meant to call you. Writing is the customary mode of communication for wizards. Oh, the young girl nodded thoughtfully once more. As they conversed, the two had already exited the small town, which was not expansive. Without rummaging through houses, one could swiftly traverse it. At that moment, the daylight had waned, and dusk began to rise gradually. The enchanting sky, once bright, was now replaced by muted hues, leaving only a final glimmer on the horizon that barely illuminated the surroundings, a last flicker of brilliance before nightfall. Yet, outside the town, it was desolate, devoid of any presence. Is anyone there? Charles called out. Chapter 24, On the Road. Despite the earlier skirmish being somewhat subdued, given the area of Unigel, Harry and Dudley would surely have sensed something amiss. Perhaps they had hidden away, or maybe these two audacious fellows intended to assist them, only to narrowly miss each other. Charles decided to wait a while longer. If darkness fell without any sign of life, he would venture back into the town to search for them. Charles did not have to wait long. Responding to his call, two figures soon emerged from the forest beyond the town, Harry and Dudley, who had indeed taken refuge within the woods. Are you both all right? Upon seeing Charles and Hermione, Harry hurried over. I just heard some noise over there and was about to look for you, but it seemed they had sensed the boss's movements. Naturally, the future savior felt compelled to rescue others. Dudley, however, appeared to have a different perspective, opting to flee alongside Harry. The smaller boy struggled to break free, and thus, they both bolted to the outskirts of the town. Harry's choice was not surprising, nor was Dudley's. Charles pointed out that the ruins contained numerous small remnants, intentionally piquing their curiosity to divert them from a potentially perilous encounter with the boss, thus preventing them from complicating matters. It's nothing of concern, Charles waved his hand, interrupting Harry. Hermione and I encountered that monstrous creature, the pig-headed one, but we have already dealt with it. You've taken care of it? That's splendid, Harry exclaimed in disbelief, followed closely by an excited Dudley. How did you manage that? The future savior's eyes widened in astonishment. Before entering the town, he had caught a distant glimpse of the monstrous dog-headed creature at the center, and he felt no confidence that the four of them could stand against such a beast. I recall having mentioned to you all that I possess magical abilities, did I not? No, Harry, in his straightforwardness, shook his head. Well, now I do. Let us go. Charles gestured. The four once again embarked on their journey home. The forest, adorned by stars and the moon, was even quieter and more beautiful than before. Many creatures that remained hidden during the day emerged in the night, with fireflies radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, ethereal and seemingly transparent like delicate sprites. The nocturnal forest unfolded with far more marvels than the daylight could offer. Various hues illuminated the darkness, filling it with vibrant colors reminiscent of a fairy tale. Their return was largely uneventful. This forest remained within the novice range, devoid of perilous monsters. Occasionally, they encountered clusters of ceramic gnomes and slimes, which Charles skillfully circumvented. He swiftly guided Harry and the others through the woodland, heading northward until they reached a recognizable terrain, the water pool. Let us rest for the night before proceeding, Charles decided, glancing at the sky. The remaining distance was not far. If they pushed forward at full speed, they could arrive in about 3 hours. However, the little ones were far from fit. Dudley was already panting heavily, while Harry and Hermione were equally fatigued. Given their condition, it would be commendable just to maintain their pace, and the journey would inevitably be prolonged, leading to a vicious cycle. Moreover, nighttime adventures often bore risks. Charles had experience traveling by night, while the others did not. A stumble or fall could result in injuries, and encountering a boss would be manageable. But returning home with an injury would be quite the predicament. Therefore, it was wise to rest for the night. Harry and the others had no objections. They were unfamiliar with the area and had no knowledge of how to navigate it. Thus they deferred to Charles, who appeared to be no stranger to this place. The rotund Dudley plopped down onto the ground, unwilling to rise again. Truth be told, the physical exertion over these past few days surpassed that of an entire holiday. Aunt Petunia had often remarked on Dudley's weight, but regardless of her pleas, he had shown no inclination to exercise, unless it involved bullying Harry. Yet, upon entering this wondrous realm, Dudley had become remarkably conscientious, fearful of being abandoned, finding solace only when in the company of Charles and the others. With a thud, as Dudley settled onto the ground, the coins in his uniform pocket clinked loudly, cascading out in a few instances, prompting him to hurriedly gather them. Charles glanced at the scattered coins, mentally estimating their weight. Indeed, they must be quite heavy. No wonder Dudley was so fatigued. Earlier, upon realizing that the monster might have detected Charles and him, Dudley had prioritized his escape, carelessly discarding his exquisite cup, copper mirror, rusted sword, and other assorted items. With only a bag of convenient coins tucked away, Harry was in a similar predicament. Otherwise, the two of them would not have been able to run swiftly. Charles skillfully arranged a campfire by the pond, retrieving some pre-prepared meats from his backpack. He then reluctantly sent Dudley to fetch water from the pond, insisting that Harry accompany him. Char had meticulously planned for the upcoming endeavors, gathering some firewood along the way, though he had not collected many mushrooms or wild vegetables. The enchanted realm was abundant in ingredients, yet one could not simply stroll about and gather enough to satisfy the appetites of 4 little adventurers. Fortunately, Char had stockpiled numerous provisions before entering this magical land, utilizing his initial funds, which were essentially his accumulated pocket money. In addition to the essential bread, chocolate, and mineral water, he had also packed some chunks of meat, iron skewers for grilling, and other necessities. The space bag had preserved these items remarkably well. Otherwise, they would have spoiled long ago. Having experienced countless beginner journeys, Char knew precisely what supplies were required, and these provisions would undoubtedly suffice for their initial escapade in the mystical realm. "Don't run away," roared Dudley with his characteristic gruffness near the pond. The little fellow, brimming with energy, quickly resumed his playful antics after a brief respite. Char watched as Dudley chased after Harry, even tossing aside the water bucket. He leisurely grilled the skewers of meat, first handing the cooked pieces to Hermione. Skillfully, he set up a rack, placing an iron pot over the roaring campfire. The fierce flames gradually blackened the bottom of the pot, while bubbles began to rise, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Gulp. Dudley swallowed hard. With salt and spices stirred into the broth several times, the flavor intensified, revealing an increasingly peculiar hue. The 4 of them sat encircled around the fire, their shadows dancing upon the ground as the flames flickered. The bizarrely colored broth appeared anything but drinkable. Rather, it resembled a potion concocted by witches. Yet this time, no one deemed it to be a dish of dark culinary arts. "Let us dig in." Everyone awaited Char's command. As Char uttered those words, a bountiful and steamy dinner commenced. Mushroom soup, grilled meat skewers, and Char had even roasted a few mushroom skewers, remembering that the mushrooms in this realm were exceptionally delectable. Unlike the strange-colored broth, mushrooms, when grilled, could yield a dish that perfectly embodied the whimsical imagery found in fairy tales. They exuded a golden hue, the aroma reminiscent of roasted chicken, and the taste was both succulent and juicy, resembling food typically seen only in animated tales. Indeed, the 4 of them, including Char, devoured their meals with great enthusiasm. The 3 boys had hearty appetites, and although Hermione had some chocolate to tide her over, she too had gone an entire day without food. The 4 of them feasted heartily, leaving not a morsel behind. Burp. Dudley let out a belch and reclined comfortably on the ground. "This is truly the most delicious soup I have ever tasted." And the roasted mushrooms. The chubby boy emitted a rough, astonished exclamation. Harry, seated nearby by the fire, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hermione found herself once again engulfed in curiosity. She was aware that Charles possessed magical abilities, as his family had once housed a wizard. Yet she could not fathom why he seemed so adept at surviving in the wilderness. This was not magic. He was evidently of the same age as herself. Clink, clink, clink. As if resembling a caterpillar, Dudley rolled over by the fire, causing the coins in his pocket to tumble to the ground with a cacophony of sound. The pockets of his uniform were shallow, and Dudley had tightened them to the brim. Instantly, the previously lethargic Dudley sprang to life like a money-hungry creature, scurrying about to gather the fallen coins. Given Dudley's pampered upbringing and his family's affluence, he lacked for nothing. Yet it was clear that this was not merely a matter of wealth. These coins were the spoils of his adventures, imbued with sentimental value. A few coins rolled to rest by Harry's feet. Stealing a furtive glance at Dudley, who was preoccupied with collecting the coins, Harry discreetly shifted his foot to conceal them. Despite being bullied daily, Harry, as a proud Gryffindor lion, did not cower. He refrained from directly confronting Dudley out of prudence. He knew he could not match Dudley's size, but that did not mean he would forfeit any chance to annoy him in other ways. Dudley soon finished gathering the scattered coins and cast a suspicious glance at Harry, seated not far away. He deemed Harry somewhat suspect. However, Dudley quickly came to realize that regardless of Harry's intentions, it was his inherent right to eat, sleep, and torment Harry. Thus, once again, the sounds of laughter erupted between Harry and Dudley by the fire. Charles chose not to intervene this time. Dudley chasing after Harry had become a daily occurrence, merely a means of digestion post-meal. Moreover, the dynamics of childhood friendships were peculiar. If Charles were to interfere, it might lead to unintended consequences. Hermione shifted closer. "We have been here for 2 days," she remarked. Although she had heard Charles mention this previously, the confirmation struck her as somewhat incredulous. "This is truly remarkable," the young girl exclaimed. Being bright and studious, Hermione had few friends. Thus she spent most of her time at school engrossed in her books. She had initially intended to diligently pursue her studies to gain admission to the literature department at Edinburgh University. Now, however, she had stumbled upon the existence of magic. While unusual events had occurred in her life before, she had thought them mere anomalies, akin to individual mutations in a science fiction narrative. Consequently, the girl now felt somewhat disoriented. She had previously been a standout among her peers, an academic achiever. Yet suddenly she found herself confronted with an entirely unfamiliar realm of magic, one that seemed to contradict the very principles of science she had come to understand. Despite her youth, Hermione possessed a foundational grasp of scientific concepts such as inertia and gravity, unlike Dudley and Harry, who appeared utterly ignorant. A fiercely competitive spirit indeed. With a single glance, Charles discerned Hermione's thoughts. He gently patted her head. Although the young girl felt a tinge of awkwardness, she did not resist this time. Subsequently, Charles lowered his voice and began to recount amusing tales from the magical realm. He soon felt a weight on his shoulder, turning to discover that the little girl had, unbeknownst to him, drifted into a gentle slumber, her head swaying slightly in unconsciousness. The other side of the fire had also grown quiet. The portly Dudley sprawled comfortably in a relaxed position, soundly asleep, blissfully unaware that the coins in his pocket had once again scattered across the ground. Harry, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, rested his chin on one hand, his expression betraying a hint of drowsiness, though he had yet to succumb to sleep. Noticing Charles's gaze, he lifted his head and offered a weary smile. He had already come to regard Charles as his new friend since the moment in class when Charles had intervened to stop Dudley. Although their interactions had been few, Harry could sense that Charles treated him differently, unlike those classmates who, fearing Dudley's wrath, shied away from him, or the bullies who joined Dudley in tormenting him, such as Piers and Milo. Overall, Harry perceived Charles as a good person. The poor lad, Charles thought as he shifted his gaze, before entering the magical world. Harry had few friends. With a cousin like Dudley, how could he ever hope to make any? His presence was often less noticeable than Charles's, the only time he drew attention being when Dudley chased him around. Yet, the chosen one remained the chosen one. Despite facing unjust treatment at home and daily bullying from Dudley, he retained a heart full of innocence and justice. Alas, the story may not unfold as it did in the original narrative, for he had encountered Charles too soon. No one could escape the corruption of the fourth calamity. Under Charles's influence, it seemed that the chosen one would soon shed his original persona, just like Hermione and countless others. No one could evade the fourth calamity, no one. Charles retrieved a pillow from his spatial bag, gently laying the young girl on the ground. The bonfire blazed brightly, though the supply of firewood would not last the night. He needed to gather more while the sky was still not too dark. Pulling a stick from the fire, He extinguished it and wrapped it with a prepared oilcloth from his bag before reigniting it, creating a simple torch. "You should rest as well, Harry. I will fetch some firewood alone," he said, stopping Harry from eagerly wanting to accompany him. "Remember to stay close to the fire. Be careful not to catch a cold." Charles's figure quickly vanished into the darkness. In truth, collecting firewood was one reason for his departure. The other was his impatience to find a place to complete today's quest. Although the dungeons reset every 2 days, as a dedicated player, Charles would not defer the cooldown to the next day. He intended to finish it today. At present, he possesses a pouch of silver and a bag of copper wire. If he could acquire 2 more, opening 4 bags at once might yield unexpectedly delightful treasures. He intended to reserve the cooldown for his portal for this instance. After all, time in the fairy realm is infinitely elongated, regardless of how many days they linger. Little time will elapse in the reality outside. Ashu, the crisp and pure air, a rarity in modern cities, gently dispelled Charles' drowsiness. Skillfully, he navigated the uneven ground, dodging depressions and debris as he walked slowly through the darkness, torch in hand. He was well acquainted with this place, for, based on some inexplicable principle, every scene here had been directly replicated from the game. The novice area of this enchanted realm had retained every stone and tree unchanged. Subsequently, he opened his interface and selected the instance option. Trial of the Brave. The Usurper of Unigel, Day 012, Challenge Level 5. Activate. The trial of the Usurper of Unigel has commenced. Welcome back, Brave One. Chapter 26. A transmigrator who fails to update attributes timely is not a good system transmigrator. The sun shone brightly, warm, and inviting, casting a spectrum of colors reminiscent of the sweeping camera angles often seen in animated films. Everything around seemed to come alive anew, identical to the fairy realm by day. Yet, this was merely a backdrop. The true mechanics of the instance were the product of countless diligent programmers. The instance had successfully opened. Charles remained still, not hastening to engage the monsters, but rather stepping back several paces, until he felt his head collide with an invisible barrier, an air wall, a carryover from the Game S design. He grasped 2 stones, each the size of a brick, and deftly juggled them in a circus-like display, testing their weight. They felt just right. This instance was solitary. He was without Hermione's physical interruptions, which was acceptable, as it was intended to be a single-player experience. Moreover, as a feature of the system, the option to conclude the instance remained available. In terms of safety, this was actually more secure than the earlier endeavor with Hermione. Smack! The trial has concluded. Welcome back, Brave One. In the serene forest, Charles' figure reappeared abruptly. Without attending to anything else, he immediately searched for his pocket watch, which had fallen from his lap and into the dirt, its surface now soiled. It appeared that, just as in the Game S design, he would momentarily vanish upon entering an instance. He picked up the watch and checked the time. Indeed, it was but a fleeting instant. Fortune favored him. Sitting on a stone, he exhaled deeply and rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. He had scarcely rested throughout the day, activating the hidden bridge to the fairy realm, exploring the town, and tackling the boss. Moments ago, he utilized the Comatage teleportation technique for the second time. Although not in quick succession, the 2 uses were separated by a significant interval of several hours. Nevertheless, Char was still enveloped by a profound sense of fatigue. Yet, for the rewards garnered, every effort was deemed worthwhile. S'il vous plaît, tu offias, copilwayabe, tu oheltres. Luck was indeed on his side, as both dungeon drops were the highest caliber, silver bags and copper wire bags. Char pondered whether his good fortune had been exhausted. However, it was impossible to hoard the bags in anticipation of fortune's return. Much like the cooldown of dungeons could not be deferred until the morrow. He could not restrain his hands. The bags had to be opened. Open, Char silently intoned. Acquired skills, Thunder Explosion 8, Obstacle Heavy 8, Flyaway 5, Feathered Atom Leviosa 5. Quality, Ordinary. Effects, these spells correspond to Explosion, Obstacle, Flight, and Levitation incantations. A word of caution, be careful not to mispronounce, as everyone is aware. To his surprise, he had indeed acquired 4 skills. Char felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that his fortune would continue, yielding some equipment instead. Nonetheless, 4 skills were commendable. Comprising 2 supportive spells, along with offensive and defensive incantations, the latter both derived from the silver bags. The maximum level in the game was 30, and as the narrative's primary antagonist, Voldemort posed a challenge at that very level. Below, and equivalent to him, were the likes of Dumbledore, professors, Aurors, ordinary wizards, and novice witches. Level 8 roughly corresponded to the capabilities of 2nd or 3rd year young wizards. Whether 2nd or 3rd year young wizards were capable of casting the Thunder Explosion spell remains debatable. However, the spell as potency was indeed reflective of their level. not too high, nor too low. This was the essence of skill drops. This held little significance for Char, as he currently possessed no wand. He could not utilize skills that were not wandless. Character information. Name, Char Diimo. Race, human. Age, 11. Profession, none. Talent, awakening of magical power. Experience, 212, 500. Level, 3. Health points, 100. Strength, 31. Constitution, 32. Agility, 30. Spirit, 50-20. Skills, Comatage teleportation, pure water like spring, orchid bloom. Wand skills, Thunder explosion, 8. Obstacle heavy, 8. Fly away, 5. Feathered atom leviosa, 5. Equipment, silver white silver necklace, universal for neck. Suspension ring, universal for hands. Magnificent Tribithia forest ring, for hands, 5. Items, gray unknown texture notebook, unknown. Delicious blood replenishing chocolate, ordinary, 2. Special invitation from the kingdom of Tribithia, epic. Free attributes, 6. Space bag, 4100, expand. Old John's magic shop, 300, expand. Lucky coin, 1, expand. The interface appeared far more splendid than before, though regrettably devoid of a primary weapon. Exiting the pond signified his departure from the novice zone, with the pond serving as the boundary between the beginner's realm and the outer world. Continuing northward towards the hollow of trees, one finds oneself amidst a forest, a realm quintessentially belonging to the classic Alice. Here, one encounters a scarcity of lesser creatures. However, should one cross paths with any, they are invariably formidable bosses known throughout Wonderland. To the west lies a precipice. Beyond this cliff is the domain of the knife-wielding Alice, steeped in a steampunk aesthetic, teeming with numerous beasts, as it draws inspiration from a particular game. This Alice has been diagnosed with a mental illness in the real world, yet in Wonderland, she can leap boundlessly, treating the chasm as if it were level ground. Of course, the northern Alice is no less remarkable, for not everyone dares to confront the ferocious dragon. Advancing eastward leads one to several lesser-known iterations of Alice, such as the March Hare, an assassin affiliated with an emotion-selling enterprise, among others. The narrative of Wonderland unfolds randomly, resulting in a state of delightful chaos. Even the seasoned Cheshire, having traversed this realm countless times, refrains from claiming absolute mastery over its intricacies, primarily due to the plethora of story versions. Fortunately, once one engages with a narrative and solidifies its course, subsequent developments become predictable. Suddenly, Cheshire halts, his gaze fixated on the shadowy depths of the forest to his left, as if beholding some rare treasure. Yet in truth, there is nothing there, only a dark cave. As he gradually departs from the township, the terrain of the forest becomes more varied, no longer merely an endless expanse of trees, but adorned with small hills, leap-worthy cliffs, and sunken valleys. Many caves accompany these hills. Rather than being true caves, they are more accurately described as wind-sheltered areas formed by the hills, as several meters of earthen mounds hardly permit the formation of genuine caverns. Ordinary caves would scarcely capture Cheshire's interest, but this particular cave is different. Upon seeing it, he is suddenly reminded of an aspect of the game, the air walls. In dungeons, air walls delineate the boundaries of the realm, while within the main game, to enhance realism, air walls are nearly non-existent. Even the depths of the ocean can be explored indefinitely. The latest DLC has even introduced deep-sea narratives. Yet, in the game's early stages, particularly in novice zones, it seems either the game designers had not fully considered this aspect or there existed some hidden worldview, as several air walls obstructed players from progressing. One such obstruction lies within a cave. Cheshire remembers it vividly. This is that very cave. Oh, this infernal curiosity. Online, many discussions revolve around these air walls. Some theories propose that they signify hidden locations, accessible only by fulfilling certain concealed criteria, a notion many deem implausible, as relying on air walls for hidden locales is a relic of last century's gaming mechanics. In the virtual realm, hidden spots have long been reimagined with more logical constructs, such as secret chambers or mechanism walls. Another perspective posits that these air walls are mere bugs, oversights in the map design during the game's construction. Cheshire leans towards this latter theory, for they are concentrated in novice zones, possibly reflecting the inadequacies of the developer's foresight during the initial modeling of the maps. Yet now, is it time to unveil the answer? Reason urged Char to refrain from excessive curiosity, particularly since he had yet to master even a handful of spells. However, curiosity is a formidable force, difficult to suppress. Otherwise, how could it possibly be one of the leading causes of feline fatalities? After a moment's hesitation, Char ultimately resolved to take a glimpse inside. After all, life is meant to embrace risks, and it was merely a fleeting glance. having played this game countless times. This particular question had lingered in Char's mind. Now, with the sudden opportunity to enter, it felt akin to the fulfillment of a childhood dream. He could hardly contain his excitement. Although he lacked a primary weapon and had not yet learned any magic, he could still forcibly employ the teleportation technique of camartage one last time, albeit at the cost of plunging himself into a profound state of fatigue. Head resting heavily upon the table. Nevertheless, it remained a potent backup measure. Moreover, this was merely the novice zone. What terrifying entities could possibly lurk here? Char reassured himself to remain calm. Chapter 27. Char remained unperturbed. One by one, he captured them all, confining them within the secret cabin hidden deep in the forest. That save point was truly unforgettable. Char's footsteps quickly faded into the darkness, leaving only a rustling sound, reminiscent of some insects scuttling through the dry grass. The torch had been extinguished by Char. Though he claimed to be indifferent, he nonetheless exercised considerable caution to avoid recklessly disturbing anything. In truth, Char suspected that there might be nothing within. Perhaps behind the air wall lay merely the earthen walls of a cave, a dead end. This scenario seemed most plausible, as the appearance of an air wall typically indicated that subsequent maps had not been adequately developed, and using some dirt blocks for filling was the optimal choice. Char braced himself for disappointment, lowering his expectations as he pressed onward. Yet, in the very next moment, his steps faltered as he ventured deeper into the cave. No, something felt amiss. As a game centered around magic, the skills that could be learned from the interface and system were all related to sorcery. Combat techniques were not among them. Those wishing to engage in a combat-focused experience could try the neighboring agent universe. However, being part of the same company, the combat engine and system were indeed utilized in this game, albeit not reflected on the interface, lacking the specialization and intricacy found in Agent Universe. In the new DLC, Char discovered several avenues for learning. For instance, the Lost Demon Hunter's Journal contained records of the New Year sword technique. Or perhaps he could assemble an urban idol group with chainsaw-wielding entities like Needle Demon. They would impart grandiose combat techniques and steadfast tactics. Combat skills were exclusively applicable within the game. A virtual game is merely that, a game, not a learning tool. The so-called techniques, magic, and even instincts or foresight were merely sensations, information provided to players after the core calculations of the game. Yet undoubtedly, due to some inexplicable force, not only did everything transform into reality, but even these combat techniques became tangible. At that moment, Charles realized that there was far more at stake than he initially perceived. For certain instincts, honed in the crucible of life and death, or what one might call a sixth sense, had manifested as an intangible yet palpable reality. It transcended mere feedback from the game to the player. It was a visceral sensation, a profound insight. This revelation bore both good and ill tidings. Charles halted in his tracks, feeling a darkness encroaching upon his vision, as his blood coursed sluggishly, a herald of impending unconsciousness. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any anomalous sounds. He held his breath, striving to maintain the illusion of his non-existence. The sudden onset of unease and the encroaching fog of faintness were clearly not mere coincidences. As he delved deeper, Charles detected an aroma that mingled dryness with an underlying dampness. The air was thick with a chaotic essence, yet it bore little odor. He had intruded upon the lair of something ancient and slumbering, its exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary cave. For the monster within had been dormant for so long that it had nearly been forgotten. Only by venturing into its depths could one discern the traces of its long slumber. The abrupt sense of danger was evidently triggered by his body's instinctual recognition of peril, perhaps even a life-threatening crisis. In other words, what lay dormant within was unlikely to be a mere swarm of ceramic dwarfs, but rather some far more formidable entity. It is worth noting that slumber is not the sole domain of dragons. Many colossal creatures favor sleep as a means to conserve energy. The modest hillock may not conceal a dragon, but it could certainly harbor other titanic beings. Such creatures often rank among the elite of their kind. Ordinary giants, on the other hand, do not indulge in slumber, for consumption and destruction are woven into the very fabric of their existence. They cannot afford to cease their relentless pursuits. Only the mightier, perhaps more intelligent behemoths possess the instinct to sleep. They are typically not to be trifled with. Retreat. Regardless of whether Hermione and the other two burdens were present, any entity capable of triggering such a warning in Charles was undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities. Though Charles had successfully navigated countless encounters and was well versed in the weaknesses of monsters, the chasm between them remained vast. Even a master strategist would find himself faltering in a dragon's lair. Not every disparity in strength can be surmounted by mere cunning. One must face the consequences of their own choices, and Charles, having faced numerous crises within the game, remained composed. He continued to hold his breath, steadily retreating. Forcing his body to adapt, he resisted the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, which weighed heavily upon him. Already fatigued, the sudden tension coursing through his body felt as though it were draining the very essence of his life. Yet, he could afford no further distractions. He merely wished to exit unscathed, as if he had never set foot within. Suddenly, as he withdrew, Charles glimpsed a flicker of brilliance at the dim end of the cave. A tremendous pressure surged upon him in an instant, causing him to feel as though his heart had momentarily ceased its rhythm. This innate oppression of humanity once again enveloped Charles in a haze of dizziness. Yet this time, he did not resist with force. Instead, he bit down hard on his tongue and, heedless of anything else, turned and fled. Behind him, in the shadowy depths of the cave, a murky, ancient, pale red eye suddenly opened. Only one. Chapter 28. Encountering the Boss, a phenomenon attributed to the halo of a savior. Damn! In his frantic escape, Charles ceased to consider concealing his presence. He had already been discovered. This was exhilarating, far more thrilling than any game. Though he had only glimpsed a single eye for a fleeting moment, it was enough for him to identify the creature, a Cyclops. A Cyclops capable of ending his life right here. In the game, he could respawn infinitely, but here, death could very well be final. His heart raced uncontrollably. The extinguished torch had long been discarded. He retrieved his flashlight, casting a feeble beam upon the ground as he dashed forward, narrowly escaping the cave before the creature fully awakened. Boom! The instant he stepped out of the cave, the entire small hill trembled violently, the cave collapsing in an instant. And even the hill itself began to crack and distort. Rumbling, it was akin to an earthquake. This creature had truly poor sleep quality. Under the radiant moonlight, the forest lay in slumber, a tranquility soon shattered by the furious roar of the giant. The night-shrouded woods quaked as a massive, indistinct figure slowly rose from the ground. Target discovered, the slumbering giant. Name, Othea, the Twilight Cyclops. Challenge level, 32. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1200. Remember, it can see you, it cannot see you, it can see you. Charles had no time to admire the fantastical spectacle of the monster's emergence. The bellowing roar reminiscent of a bull hinted at the creature's true identity. A Cyclops with demigod lineage. It was neither a creature of the green, nor a hybrid magical being, nor merely a monster resembling a Cyclops. It was likely akin to the Cyclops from Percy Jackson and the Sea of Monsters, a child of a god like Poseidon. However, the actual potency of its combat capabilities remained uncertain. Regardless of its strength, it was far beyond what Charles could confront at that moment, even through cunning. Perhaps it was true that little wizards excelled at self-destruction and flight. In the darkness, Charles unleashed remarkable bursts of speed, navigating fallen tree trunks and uneven depressions, streams, and massive boulders without a hint of hindrance. In the blink of an eye, he had created over 100 meters of distance between himself and the Cyclops. And as long as he could run fast enough, boom! A colossal howl accompanied by a fierce wind surged, and without a moment's thought, Charles leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a massive rock that grazed his body before crashing to the ground. The earth cracked, and fragments of stone were thrust at least a dozen centimeters deep. It is well known that giants have a penchant for throwing stones. Taking a deep breath, Zaire summoned his strength to continue his flight. Moo! Behind him, the barren hill had completely vanished, for it was merely a mound of earth crafted from the slumbering giant's form and the surrounding soil. In its stead loomed a towering silhouette, nearly akin to half a forest under the moonlight. The scarlet single eye surveyed its surroundings, effortlessly pinpointing Zaire's position in the darkness, before it began to stride forward, running heavily. Thud! 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 Goodness, Zaire smirked. He now comprehended why the town of Unigel was so eerily devoid of life. It was likely the mischief of this cyclopean giant that had spurred the townsfolk to flee before they could even gather their belongings. This giant, it seemed, was not driven by desire for destruction. After the absence of human interference, it had merely sought a place to rest near the town. Zaire adjusted his breathing. The cyclopean figure stood approximately 8 meters tall, roughly double the height of the pig-headed Hank, representing the standard stature of its lineage. As one of the foremost among monsters, the cyclopean giant possessed extraordinary innate strength, far surpassing its peers in power. Its regenerative abilities were disheartening, and more crucially, its skin exhibited formidable resistance to magic, even exceeding that of a typical fire dragon. In contrast, its offensive capabilities seemed somewhat lacking, aside from its remarkable precision in hurling stones. It wielded a laser-like gaze reminiscent of Kryptonians. Nevertheless, it remained an exceedingly formidable adversary. At Zaire's current level of magic, the Cyclopean giant posed no threat to him. However, he too found it challenging to inflict any significant damage upon the giant. At that time, he had already reached the pinnacle of his level. Had it not been for the earlier assistance of the Witches' Gathering, who had set up a trapping magic circle, this colossal being might have indeed charged forth. Frolicking around Yellowstone Park, creating chaos among the throngs of tourists from across the globe, likely driving several magical departments to madness. The challenge level was a staggering 32. This level was not merely a measure of experience, but a representation of combat prowess, encompassing skills, talents, and equipment that could enhance one's fighting capacity. Essentially, the challenge level had a significantly higher ceiling than mere levels. In the later stages of a game, Zaire would have been unconcerned by a Cyclopean giant. Even if it was difficult to vanquish, it remained merely a challenge. But for now, it was best to run. Zaire held his flashlight aloft as he dashed through the woods. He harbored no fears that the light would expose his position. Worrying was futile. For the Cyclopean giant possessed an innate acuity of vision, rarely allowing anything to escape its gaze. As Zaire ran, he felt a renewed sense of peril, and suddenly, he executed a sharp roll to the side as a massive stone grazed him, crashing violently to the ground beside him. Boom! The ground emitted a heavy thud, and the stone shattered into countless pieces. The deadly crisis did not disrupt Charles. Upon careful consideration, he had faced countless such crises in the game, even encountering death numerous times. It was merely a matter of mild annoyance. However, he currently lacked a wand, leaving him without the opportunity to haphazardly attempt magical retaliations. Instinctively, he executed a proficient roll to absorb the impact from the side charge, rising from the ground and accelerating his pace with greater swiftness. Moo! It seemed as though the one-eyed giant behind him felt provoked, letting out an enraged roar. Towering in stature, it was not particularly clever, possessing wisdom that was undeniably limited. Under the dim moonlight, Charles discerned the giant's appearance, which bore a striking resemblance to the one he had confronted in Yellowstone. They must belong to the same lineage. This was promising news, for at least he would not have to contend with some bizarre new species. With magical resistant skin, enhanced strength, and accelerated regeneration. Its throwing accuracy was impeccable, and its eyes could emit magical beams, though they were also its vulnerable points. Information regarding this creature immediately surfaced in Charles's mind, and a rough plan began to take shape. That plan was to run. There was no need for further discussion. He contemplated making a hasty exit, but first, he needed to regroup with Harry and the others, for they could not escape this enchanted realm alone. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter this irate giant, the consequences would be dire. Dudley, lost in slumber, was startled awake. What was that? Upon seeing Charles, the three little ones naturally noticed the imposing shadow looming behind them. The portly Dudley was so frightened that his voice cracked, and Charles even suspected he might wet himself. Run! There was no time for explanation. He seized Hermione's arm and pulled her forward. Hermione reacted swiftly, having experienced battle before. Upon seeing the enormous shadow, she immediately recognized the arrival of another monster. The young girl quickly matched Charles's pace, even finding time to pose a question. Continue with the previous battle plan? No. Charles found himself somewhat admiring the girl's boldness. The only strategy now was singular: to flee. Chapter 29. The forest chase was a staple of the fairy tale world. Hermione's reaction was prompt, while Harry and Dudley lagged behind, particularly Dudley, who appeared paralyzed by fear, utterly motionless. The future savior swallowed hard, sensing the situation was turning dire. He took off running, yet Dudley remained frozen. Turning back, Charles witnessed this scene. "Dudley, what are you dawdling for? Do you wish to perish?" he shouted. Perhaps due to having endured too many beatings from Dudley, Harry sprang into action, covering more than 2 meters in a single bound, only to hear Charles's furious roar. The savior turned back and saw the petrified Dudley. Dudley, yet he could not pull him away. However, this seemed to finally rouse the timid boy. A monster! There's a monster! Such a huge monster! Ah! Dudley emitted a shrill scream reminiscent of a young girl's, exaggeratedly leaping into the air before vanishing in an instant, leaving Harry in a state of bewilderment and existential doubt. If Dudley could maintain such speed, the number of times Harry would face punishment would at least double. A bellowing roar escaped the one-eyed giant, a sound akin to a challenge. "I despise mindless creatures." With a stream of murmurs, Charles led Hermione at the forefront, followed closely by Dudley and Harry, while the giant lagged far behind. It was uncertain what had provoked this giant. It seemed unlikely to be inherently bloodthirsty, perhaps merely suffering from a severe case of morning irritability. Speed was not the giant's strong suit, yet its towering 8-meter frame and long legs allowed it to pursue, with relentless determination, the distance between them steadily diminishing. With a thunderous sound, Charles shouted a warning to evade. Recognizing the impending attack of the giant, he was proven correct as it reached out with one hand, uprooting a frail sapling with ease. The trunk was brutally snapped, and the leaves were yanked away by the giant's massive grasp, which then targeted the 4 small figures ahead, flinging the tree with great force. The trunk soared through the air like the spear of a victorious goddess, accompanied by the rustling remnants of leaves, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, Charles had alerted them in time. The giant's movements were sluggish, and the 4 had already noticed its action, rolling and crawling to avoid the impending strike, leaving the trunk to crash down harmlessly, as dust and debris swirled around them. Charles activated his hovering ring and slowly raised his hand. He was intimately familiar with the terrain, able to discern every dip and stone even with his eyes closed. He guided Hermione through the chaos, moving faster than anyone else. However, as they circled about, a golden arc of light flickered in the distance before quickly disappearing. Ugh, ugh. Hermione, covered in dust and dirt from the debris thrown up by the tree trunk, spat out the soil and witnessed the vanishing light arc. A familiar sensation washed over her, stirring a sense of foreboding. Is this your plan? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Please have a little faith in me. Charles understood her implication, yet he was a loss. He was indeed unfamiliar with this magic. In games, such complexities were unnecessary. Even incantations were merely spoken. If it were apparition or something similar, it might be manageable. According to the lore of Harry Potter, a wizard's power resided in their bloodline, with wands merely serving as conduits. Even lacking formal magical training, Charles, armed with a wand and drawing on the universal spells shared within the game and this world, dared to attempt a spell, though the risks were considerable, as exemplified by the explosive genius, Seamus. Historically, early wizards did not require wands. In other words, young witches and wizards could wield magic without them, but the efficacy of such magic depended entirely on innate talent. Without the guidance of a wand, most haphazard attempts would only result in chaotic explosions, often harming oneself, which is precisely why Charles refrained from using magic recklessly. Nevertheless, the magical system inherent in Harry Potter is most compatible with young wizards, and it should not be experiencing the current stumbles. The ability to transmit high-level spells, such as the Comatage teleportation technique, is already a remarkable feat derived from another magical system, and others have no means to learn it. Proficiency remains an insurmountable challenge for him. Yet, it is not merely Hermione's lack of faith in him that troubles Charles. He himself harbors doubts. As the young girl internally rolled her eyes, her expression one of despair. Let's head west, Charles declared, altering their course. Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? Dudley's piercing screams echoed relentlessly from behind, drowning out the thunderous footsteps of the one-eyed giant. Even at the edge of this fantastical forest, one could scarcely hear the commotion caused by the giant, overshadowed by Dudley's penetrating voice. However, such vigorous cries indicated that he was likely unharmed, and thus there was little cause for concern. Hence, despite Dudley's wretched cries and the repeated calls for Petunia and Vernon, Charles remained oblivious, focused intently on the task at hand. Boom! Thud! Fleeing through the forest was not an ideal choice. The dense underbrush may have hindered the giant's pursuit, yet it posed an even greater obstacle for the 4 young companions. Not everyone could navigate the forest as effortlessly as Charles, who seemed to embody the spirit of Robin Hood, leaping over pits and bounding across trees with ease. Among Harry's group, only Charles possessed such agility. Dudley was stout, Hermione was petite, and Harry was malnourished, rendering them ill-suited for the complexities of the forest terrain. Initially, Dudley was spurred by the giant's immense size, sprinting faster than a rabbit, but his excessive bulk soon caught up with him, and he began to wheeze, his pace dwindling as he realized that his initial burst of energy had exhausted him, leaving him lagging behind. Harry and Hermione were not faring much better. Fortunately, Harry's experience with his conflicts with Dudley bolstered his resolve, allowing him to persevere, while Hermione, aided by Charles, managed to keep pace. Mom, I want a mom. Dudley's anguished screams continued to pierce the air. Thud! Boom! Oh! And there were also the occasional tree trunks hurled like javelins by the giant, the forest being replete with such natural weaponry. Just a bit longer, we shall soon arrive, Charles encouraged, pulling Hermione over a fallen tree that obstructed their path, noting how their formation had become disarrayed. Suddenly, he heard 2 dull thuds. Charles sighed. The excessive archiving had become tedious, and he had even studied sound localization techniques. learning to discern movements not from lost texts of monster hunters, but from an existing witch hunter, an old hand with remarkable skills. However, even with his eyes closed, he could easily surmise that it was Dudley and Harry, those two foolish boys who had stumbled, just like the main characters in a pivotal moment who insist on wasting time with their indecision. In critical situations, a fall is inevitable. The two tripped over a fallen tree trunk, with Dudley, burdened by his weight, unable to leap over, while Harry, frail and lacking the strength, could not keep pace. You'd best hurry. That monster is quite capable of eating people, and this is no joke. Charles rolled his eyes. The original Cyclops possessed a distinct Titan lineage, while the second-generation Cyclops, the imposing figure behind him, belonged to the level of demigods, retaining a trace of Titan blood. As a hybrid, the second-generation Cyclops exhibited an even greater aggression than its predecessor, for its intellect was lesser and it showed no aversion to cannibalism. Charles was not deceiving them. Dudley, already terrified by the monstrous creature behind him, felt his legs turn to jelly upon hearing Charles's words, struggling repeatedly, yet failing to rise from ground. Help me!" he cried out. "Stop just standing there." The kind-hearted girl could not bear to see her classmate in peril, reminiscent of her reckless venture into the underground storage room earlier. Reluctantly, Charles chose to assist the larger Dudley. "Hurry up, you fool." Charles obviously lacked patience. He grasped Dudley in an attempt to pull him up, nearly losing his own balance in the process. "Good grief, you are heavy." Thank you. Charles, you're truly a good person." Though Charles felt a twinge of disdain and wished to shake Dudley off, he ultimately restrained that impulse. They had little time to squander here. And why was Dudley so heavy? A glance revealed Dudley's bulging pockets, stuffed with a large bag of coins. For Merlin's sake, after a long day and half the night, Charles was nearing his limit. Thus, he decisively retrieved a small fruit knife from his spatial bag, deftly slicing open 2 slits in Dudley's pockets. Clang! The coins cascaded forth, forming a brief, miniature waterfall. Blood! At that moment, Dudley screamed once more, sharper than ever before. Chapter 30, The First Omen. Blood? Dudley's exclamation alerted Charles to the warm sensation in his hand. Indeed, it was blood. Looking down, he saw that the rotund Dudley was smeared in crimson. Although he was rather disdainful of the unwelcome oath, Charles had no intention of allowing a child to perish because of him. He quickly assessed Dudley's condition. Fortunately, it appeared to be merely a superficial wound, with no deeper injury. It seemed that the fall had been quite substantial, knocking him over thoroughly. Blood. It's blood. Am I going to die? Mommy. I want my mommy. Yet the chubby boy appeared utterly oblivious to such matters. Or perhaps he was simply paralyzed by the sight of blood staining his hands, for he had never encountered such a situation before, and he was genuinely terrified. Like a pufferfish pricked by needles, Derry began to unleash high-pitched screams akin to those of songstress, reverberating painfully against Charles's eardrums. He recalled a tradition at a girls' social event in a school on the New Continent, where candidates for the title of Scream Queen were selected each year. Perhaps Derry could consider participating. Do not fret, this minor amount of blood will not claim your life, but should you choose to linger, the outcome may not be so favorable, Charles remarked with a hint of impatience. It was uncertain if Derry's shrill cries were also aggravating the one-eyed giant behind them. But the creature's pace seemed to quicken. Charles longed to restore the situation to its former state. Yet he lacked a wand in his possession and feared he might inadvertently obliterate the last remaining lens of Harry's glasses. Hurry! Charles ceased his idle chatter, seizing Derry's arm and sprinting forward, with Hermione and Harry hastily trailing behind. Help! Derry could only manage this single exclamation, utterly terrified, as he screamed while tears and snot streamed down his face. Charles, filled with disdain, contemplated shaking him off. Yet he was apprehensive that Derry might stumble again and fall prey to the giant's clutches. Contrary to the effortless camaraderie depicted in adventure tales, the reality was starkly different. Should Derry be left behind and captured by the giant, none would be able to rescue him. Attempting to do so would merely serve as an offering. Even with magic, or even a sword well, even if they possessed a sword, Charles would still hesitate. He was neither Godric nor Gandalf. In light of this, Charles instinctively splashed Derry with a refreshing burst of water. Derry's survival instinct was surprisingly robust. Even with water splattered across his bewildered face, he clung tightly to Charles's arm, gripping it with such tenacity that Charles could scarcely shake him off. Yet at last, he had quieted his mouth. After encountering such a formidable beast and experiencing a harrowing fall that made him believe he was doomed, followed by being doused with water, the chubby boy had likely reached a state of numbness. Think of something, Charles. We're about to be caught. Hermione's breathless voice carried a note of panic. As the distance closed, They could discern the colossal figure behind them with alarming clarity. The 8-meter-tall giant loomed like an insurmountable mountain against their diminutive forms, which were scarcely larger than its palm. The future savior of their class was indeed tenacious, yet there were appropriate times for such audacity. It would be sheer madness to engage in a duel with a monster trailing them. Charles remained silent, contemplating briefly, as he felt he had gained some understanding of the portal. Yet the precious moments wasted had allowed the giant to draw perilously closer. In this dire situation, even Charles dared not let his mind wander while running. Suddenly, Charles perceived a sound emanating from the woods. Was it birds? Flapping wildly. The sound arrived with remarkable swiftness. Barely had Char captured it than a vibrant flock of peculiar, whimsical birds burst forth from the forest shrouded in night. They resembled a kaleidoscope of floral hues, chattering melodiously. With a mere glance, Char discerned nightingales, fantasy sparrows, robins, and at least a dozen other species swirling together. Chirp, chirp! This raucous assembly lacked any semblance of aggression, yet proved quite bothersome, particularly to a colossal target like the Cyclops, whose size rendered it less agile. The chaotic little creatures seemed to operate under a unified command, encircling the Cyclops' massive head, incessantly disrupting its vision. Moo! The Cyclops' pace abruptly slowed as it emitted a furious bellow akin to a bull's roar, its enormous hands flailing wildly, generating powerful gusts in the air. Yet, the giant was unable to capture these birds, as they skillfully evaded its grasp, utilizing the currents produced by its frantic swipes. It's the birds. The birds are aiding us, Harry exclaimed incredulously. This scene was undeniably fantastical, almost magical. In their dire predicament, a flock of birds had come to their rescue. It was a moment reminiscent of fairy tales, a scenario that only children would dare to believe. Even Char found himself questioning the nature of this occurrence. Such mechanisms did exist within the game, yet the conditions for their activation required Char abruptly turned, scrutinizing Hermione with a look of skepticism. The others, captivated by the wondrous spectacle, remained oblivious to Char's gaze, their attention fixated on the valiant avian allies. Well done, little ones. That Esset, peck out its eyes. Even Dudley, standing nearby, enthusiastically pumped his fists, seemingly having cast aside his earlier fears. Of course, despite their excitement, the four young companions did not linger. They swiftly distanced themselves from the Cyclops. However, enchanted by the extraordinary sight, they unconsciously slowed their pace. Even the ever-rational Hermione found herself momentarily dawdling. The clever little creatures had emerged from the forest to assist them in overcoming adversity, akin to forest sprites and angels. For Hermione, a girl with a penchant for daydreaming, this scene held immense allure. She watched intently as the birds engaged the giant, uttering a stream of praises in a tone so melodic. She scarcely recognized it as her own. All right, it's confirmed. Char inhaled deeply. This is indeed the signal, the harbinger of the first random major event. Identical to that within the game. The emergence of random plot lines was not entirely unexpected. There were often premonitory signs and signals. Nevertheless, the indications provided thus far were scant, narrowing the potential narrative scope but still leaving ambiguity. Stop dawdling, Char urged. Taking advantage of the bird's distraction, the four young adventurers soon burst forth from the forest, stepping into the verdant yet sparse terrain of the cliff, where the ground had become parched and barren. The precipice serves as a dividing line, separating the novice realm from the territory of the Mad Hatter. From above, one can easily discern that they have reached the edge of the forest, resembling the outer rim of a grand cake platter. Here, a gorge stretching over 10 meters cleaves the forest from a barren plain, akin to a celestial chasm. Near the center of the gorge, the flanking cliffs seem to have conspired, with one side jutting out sharply in a triangular formation. These cliffs converge, compressing the expansive gorge to less than 10 meters, creating a dramatic drop reminiscent of the classic scenes in Bambi where deer leap across a ravine. For little creatures scurry along the last patch of ground before the cliff, appearing as mere specks, akin to ants scampering atop a slice of bread. It is the precipice. Bursting forth from the forest, unencumbered by the lush foliage, the moonlight illuminated their surroundings, but Harry soon beheld the daunting cliff ahead, realizing they were merely a few meters away from its edge. Even the future savior's voice betrayed a hint of panic. Fear not. Hermione, drawing upon her prior combat experience, remained one of the calmest present, aside from Charles. Just close your eyes and jump. There is nothing to fear, she declared emphatically. Hermione followed Charles's lead, knowing he possessed a spell capable of opening a portal, albeit one that was somewhat limited to half a meter. However, She later surmised that this restriction was likely intended for the more efficient dispatching of the pursuing pig-headed and dog-headed foes, suggesting the true distance might extend beyond this limitation. Yet Hermione was aware that the others remained oblivious to this fact. Jumping off a cliff? Harry felt somewhat bewildered by the audacity of his classmates. At that moment, as Harry's gaze wavered, a brilliant arc of light abruptly began to leap into existence at the cliff's edge, accelerating with remarkable speed and unfolding in an instant. It was Charles's portal. Chapter 31. Sherlock Holmes. Is there such a flaw in the portal? Teleportation is undeniably a wizard's greatest trump card, essential for both domestic endeavors and travel. Foolish giant, Charles smirked, preparing to complete the portal. Pull, huh? He tugged forcefully, yet remained stubbornly in place. Could you loosen your grip a little? He turned to glare at Dudley, the hefty boy who had yet to release him. Charles rolled his eyes. Regaining his composure, Charles began to quietly draw circles. This skill of simultaneously charging and opening portals was indeed a requisite for any sorcerer of Camartage. It was an experience that one must inevitably undergo, treated merely as a practice run. The portal began to take shape with a crackling sound. Meanwhile, the Cyclops finally shook off the interference of the birds, as the diminutive creatures, despite their valiant efforts, could not sustain their assault on the giant. Once again, the thunderous footsteps of the Cyclopean giant resonated behind them, echoing like a relentless drumbeat against the hearts of all present. The night descended, enveloping the sky in a somber hue, while the dark cliff loomed ahead like a gaping abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. With a precipice in front and a monster behind, Harry felt his heart racing furiously. He was acutely aware that leaping from the cliff was an act of sheer madness. Yet he placed his faith in Charles and pressed on, running headlong into the unknown. The sound intensified, a piercing hiss growing louder, and the golden halo at the cliff's edge became increasingly vivid in Harry's gaze. What was that? Magic? Everything unfolding this evening surpassed Harry's wildest imagination. Indeed, since entering this peculiar realm, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different world, a world imbued with magic. Astonishingly, his classmates wielded such powers. It was truly marvelous and, dare he say, enviable. Suddenly, lost in thought, Harry was struck by a profound sense of impending danger. He turned, his eyes widening in alarm. "Watch out!" he shouted. Below the profound chasm, a blinding and searing golden ring was slowly closing, gracefully shaped under Charles' meticulous control, poised to form a perfect and elegant circle. Yet, peril lurked behind them. The one-eyed giant was lifting a massive boulder, targeting Charles with deadly intent. The four young companions had huddled together, and as Harry was closest to Charles, he instinctively shoved him aside with great force. The next instant, the enormous rock whizzed between them like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. Using skill, Camartage teleportation, amidst the swirling dust, the shimmering portal materialized, fully constructed. The debris obscured Harry's vision, and he lost sight of Charles. Just as worry began to creep in, Charles emerged from the haze once more. "What are you waiting for? Run," Charles urged again. He appeared uninjured, yet his expression bore an unmistakable weariness, his legs nearly unable to carry him. Hermione and Harry rushed to support him. Charles' sudden deceleration hindered their escape, and though they had barely 10 meters to go, the giant was closing in fast. "Hurry! You must hurry!" Dudley cried out in a panic. Above, a flock of birds circled anxiously, their chirping a frantic chorus as they swooped and soared. Yet they could not deter the advancing giant. Thankfully, they reached the precipice. With their escape in sight, there was no time to marvel at the wonder of the halo. Drawing upon their last reserves of strength, Harry and the others sprinted forward, for the giant's outstretched hand was already reaching for them. Why didn't we use this sooner? Harry's mind remained agile as he beheld a scene entirely different within the luminous circle. Perhaps this was the kind of magic that could whisk him away to distant lands in an instant, much like the tales of old. Indeed, it was akin to a fairy tale. It was not Charles who responded to him, but Dudley, who huffed and puffed at the forefront, eager to leap into the portal and escape the monstrous presence behind them. Yet, he was also gripped by a fear of the precipice, his face a mask of indecision. Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, he gasped for breath and mockingly retorted, "Whenever I eat a sandwich, I always save the bacon for last. The good stuff should be savored at the end." The chubby boy's tone was filled with self-satisfaction. "Curse this sandwich. You're so slow because you've eaten too many of them. It would be best if the one-eyed giant turned you into a sandwich too." Charles, weary and disheartened, harbored such thoughts in his mind. Unlike Harry and the others, he was not so optimistic, for he understood well that the last Boulder-esque assault had indeed left its mark on him. Long before Harry issued his warning, Charles had sensed the looming danger, yet he could not evade it, for the portal was nearing completion, and any interruption would necessitate a restart. The edge of the cliff was perilously close. Thus, he remained steadfast in his efforts to finalize the portal's construction. Fortunately, Harry had nudged him just in time, allowing the boulder to narrowly miss him. Regrettably, the structure of the portal was still compromised. Charles gazed at the scene beyond the portal. He had aimed for the exit of a forest hollow. It appeared to lead to a city. Where had the door opened to? In a few swift steps, the four soon arrived at the brink of the cliff, and the sight of the dark, iron-clad cityscape beyond the portal caused Charles's eyelids to flutter in disbelief. How had they ended up here? However, with the proverbial arrow already on the string, there was no choice but to release it. The one-eyed giant behind them had once more extended its massive arm, sweeping towards them like a windmill, intent on ensnaring them. Down you go. Though fatigued, Charles accurately delivered a kick to Dudley, sending him tumbling off the cliff amidst the boys' shrill cries. Following suit were Harry and Hermione. With a swift motion, Charles hurled the unsuspecting duo into the abyss. Charles, be careful. Behind you. Charles. However, as Hermione and Dudley were cast backward into the portal, they caught sight of the imminent peril looming behind Charles. This brief moment of hesitation allowed the giant's enormous hand to stretch alongside Charles, poised to seize him at any moment. Yet, Charles remained unfazed. Dragging his weary form, he gently brushed the ring adorning his finger, the magnificent ring of Trebizia Forest. In the next instant, two great fireballs materialized behind him, perfectly positioned between him and the giant's grasp. Roar! The giant's palm recoiled from the heat of the flames as it let out a pained howl, instinctively retracting its hand. In that fleeting moment, Charles, undeterred by the explosion of the fireballs, took a confident step forward and leaped off the cliff. Farewell. He even managed to turn around while descending, giving a farewell gesture to the Cyclops. The portal began to close. The Cyclops let out an enraged roar, attempting to grasp him once more in a futile effort. But there was no doubt that Charles had already been completely engulfed by the portal. It had grasped at nothing. Powerless to prevent the other's escape, it angrily hurled a clump of earth mixed with gravel and sand, yet the portal had vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound abyss that swallowed the swirling dirt. Thud! Charles stumbled, but regained his balance. The others, however, fared less favorably. Not everyone could seamlessly adapt to the sudden shift from a vertical drop to a horizontal surface. Harry tumbled head over heels, rolling several times, but fortunately, Charles managed to catch the young girl, thereby sparing Hermione from following in Harry's unfortunate path. Contrarily, Dudley remained the most composed, having been unceremoniously kicked down by Charles. He simply sat on the ground in a daze. Quite exhilarating indeed. He muttered as if still under the influence of that thrill. Be quiet. Yet Charles, disregarding his fatigue, darted forward, gripping Dudley's chin in a precise maneuver that rendered him speechless. Silence. Charles gasped, slowly making a gesture for everyone to hush. Discovery. Steam City. Experience 50. Lucky coin 2. The crisis was far from over. Chapter 32. Steam City. Dudley, startled by Charles' fierce tone, immediately shrank back, timidly signaling with his eyes that he understood. Charles released Dudley, but did not let go. Instead, he swiftly pulled him aside while lowering his voice to gesture to Harry and Hermione. Follow me. This way. The four quickly entered a dark alley. Shortly after they departed, a chilling silence enveloped the ground as a large cloud of black smoke suddenly emerged from nowhere, rising ominously from below, vaguely the size of an adult torso. The black mist was insubstantial, a mere mass of smoke, at its core cradling an old, tattered children's mask on the verge of shattering. It resembled something discarded by capricious children in an amusement park. The mask bore no patterns, merely the most ordinary smiling visage. Yet under the suffocating shroud of the black mist, the worn mask appeared increasingly sinister. The inky smoke floated up and down, the dilapidated mask quivering in tandem, as if searching for something. After several rotations, it found nothing and reluctantly receded. In the dark alley, Charles leaned against the cold steel wall. Seated on the ground with his eyes closed, seeking rest. He was utterly exhausted, to the point of yearning for slumber. Charles had long been aware that forcibly utilizing the third-level Camartage teleportation spell could lead to magical depletion, resulting in physical and mental fatigue. Yet he had not anticipated feeling this drained. Exhaustion coursed through his being, causing a dull ache in his very core, leaving his mind clouded and sluggish. Each movement igniting a splitting headache. Anxiety and irritability swelled within him, for fatigue is a torment in its own right. All Summer wished for was a restful slumber. Yet he was unable to indulge in such a luxury. The surroundings remained perilous, and in truth, The formidable creatures lurking here were no less daunting than the cyclopes they had previously encountered, perhaps even more numerous. However, a glimmer of hope lay in the fact that these creatures had not yet detected Summer and his companions, offering them a brief respite to seek a secure place to recuperate, awaiting the moment when Summer could rejuvenate and correctly activate the portal once more. This was their sole course of action. Leaning against the wall, Summer allowed himself a momentary reprieve, too fatigued to resist. His companions shared his weariness. After a day of relentless travel and a night of frantic evasion from the cyclopes, the sudden relaxation rendered them all drowsy. Silence is our shield, he thought, conscious that they would be safe as long as they remained quiet. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, vigilant of his surroundings. This was not the idyllic exit he had envisioned. Yet he recognized this place. It was Steam City, one of the principal cities in the later stages of the Mad Alice storyline, a challenge map set at level 35. Following the conclusion of the Hogwarts main quest. Even in this moment, before the narrative had commenced, the mere presence of level 35 adversaries posed a lethal threat to Summer and his group. This realization heightened his tension. Unbeknownst to them, a dark mist had materialized after their departure, not an unnameable entity of a lower species, but merely the most common of foes from the Mad Alice saga. The aesthetic of its monsters was unmistakable, unpleasant yet inescapable. In the novice zone, such a creature might only present a challenge of level 5, yet here in Steam City, its threat escalated to level 35. This classic gaming trope, lethal in this context, meant that even a novice creature posed a grave danger to the four companions. In a state of half-consciousness, Summer suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve, jolting him awake to find Hermione beside him. Her face etched with concern, both for their predicament and for him. Remembering his earlier warning to maintain silence, she leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Are we to wait here? It seems rather unsafe." Her tousled, fluffy hair evoked an unexpected chill within him, summoning an overwhelming desire for warmth and rest. All he wished for was a cozy place to lie down, to be enveloped by a comforting blanket and drift into a deep sleep. He bit his tongue in an effort to rouse himself, though it proved largely ineffective. Indeed, this place was fraught with danger, but Summer believed that their best option was to remain hidden here. If he could manage even a brief respite, he would be able to attempt reopening the portal, leading them directly to safety. Without external interference, he was certain this time would be flawless. All he needed was a moment of rest. Therefore, it is advisable to remain still. The greater the movement, the more perilous the situation may become. More importantly, his head is currently clouded and his thoughts sluggish, causing him to worry about making ill-considered decisions that could exacerbate the situation. Perhaps the choice he has just made is already a profoundly poor one? Charles smiled wryly, aware that the depletion of magical energy induces fatigue, yet he had never imagined such exhaustion could be so unbearable. Indeed, it felt like torment. Suddenly, as several individuals were on the verge of slumber, a colossal roar resonated throughout the city, emerging from a distant place like a meteor slicing through the dawn, accompanied by a tremendous buzz and tremor, as if the entire city were shaken by it. A startled cry escaped from the little girl, her nerves taut. She had sensed Charles's peculiar state. Having fought alongside him before, she felt compelled to alleviate his burden during this difficult moment. Thus, she had been straining to stay awake, repeatedly reminding herself to remain silent and still. Yet, the sudden roar had an entirely counterproductive effect. Hermione, belatedly realizing, covered her mouth with her hand. But it was too late. Simultaneously, sounds erupted from Harry and Dudley. Dudley emitted a short, strangled cry, akin to a cat caught by the throat, while Harry, startled by the deafening noise, jerked upright, only to collide heavily with the wall behind him, a dull thud that made even Charles wince in sympathy. The blaring continued. This sound was, in fact, the whistle of a train. In the skies above Steam City, there existed a train that would never pause, traversing the void, endlessly circling the enchanted realm without respite. As the train gradually receded, Steam City once again fell into silence, the group covering their mouths and exchanging wary glances, as if awaiting some fateful judgment. Let's proceed. Charles inhaled deeply, stifling the faint pain in his abdomen caused by fatigue, and stood up resolutely. They had undoubtedly revealed their presence. Any map contains areas designed for players to level up, populated with respawning monsters, such as slimes and goblins. As the map's level increases, these foes might evolve into lightning slimes or fire goblins. The same applies here. In Steam City, there lurked creatures known as grievous dolls, which also appear throughout the entirety of the Mad Alice map, varying in strength with the map's level. These are the very black mist he had encountered earlier. The backstory of the grievous dolls is that they are transformed from toys cast aside and broken by children after being played with excessively. They incessantly gather the grievances of the discarded dolls, which cling to them, manipulating their movements. However, as the grievances amassed and intensified, the dolls could no longer bear the weight, leading to their bodies fracturing and shattering, much like those toys cruelly damaged and discarded by children. Ultimately, the doll shattered completely, and the lingering resentment unfurled, coalescing into a smoky, black mist. Yet, it retained the last mask of the doll, a reminder not to forget its true nature, and a hope to one day reunite with its former owner, to pose the singular question it yearned to know the answer to: why? Why was it not bestowed with a Hasbro Barbie doll? These resentful dolls were quite tenacious, their vitality boundless. Any slight sound would capture their attention, and they would pursue their target relentlessly, as if engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. To escape them, one had but two choices: to eliminate them or to seek refuge in a safe house. The Steam City had another peculiar breed of monster, the Universal Service Robot. Steam número 3. However, these were notably slow, with a limited range of vigilance, rendering them largely ineffectual and ignorable. Chapter 33. The Safe House. Clack, clack, clack. In the dimly lit alley, only the footsteps and heavy breaths of the four followed Charles. No words exchanged, each closely trailing behind him. The alley was not lengthy. Steam City embodied a quintessential industrial aesthetic, its pathways convoluted and interwoven, akin to a mechanical beauty reminiscent of a chip diagram. Soon, Charles led the group back to an open area. This place. Charles was well-versed in all the maps of the game, including this one, and with his experience, locating a safe house was a straightforward task. However, he first needed to ascertain their exact position. The little ones held an unwavering trust in Charles, so even the trembling and terrified Daryl remained steadfastly by his side. Charles scanned the surroundings, his weary mind laboriously comparing the terrain with his memories. After a brief moment, he finally pinpointed their location, the outskirts of Steam City. Fortune was on their side. The errant teleportation had not thrust them directly into the heart of the city. Charles, look! A sudden, hushed exclamation from Harry reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld a bizarre mechanical creature staggering forth from a narrow alley, its movements appearing clumsy, yet surprisingly swift. "Didn't I tell you to remain silent, you fool?" Daryl admonished, fearing Harry's outburst would provoke the creature. He delivered a sharp slap to Harry's shoulder, eliciting a grimace from the latter. Target detected, diligent robot. Name, Universal Service Robot, Steam number 3. Challenge level, 30. Strength, 800. Endurance, 800. Memorandum: the more a robot resembles a machine, the safer it is. Conversely, the opposite holds true. This way, Charles instructed, somewhat impressed by Daryl's audacity, having just escaped the threat of the Cyclops, yet still finding time to chide Harry in such dire circumstances. The creature, resembling a birdcage above and a clock below, was indeed the Universal Service Robot. Although the city harbored no inhabitants, one might do without, but for Charles, it was a necessity. The service robot, as its name implies, lacks prowess. However, if its challenge level were to ascend to 30, the situation would be a different tale. The Steam City is constructed entirely from steel plates, with walls and floors composed of cold, unyielding metal. These crude, yet perfectly interlocking metallic components form an array of bizarre polygonal structures, exuding a distinct steampunk aesthetic. This embodies the quintessential style of the Mad Alice series, characterized by its absurdity, heavy metal influence, whimsicality, and a hint of charming irreverence. As the name suggests, Steam City is not merely a collection of metallic constructions, but is suffused with steam at every turn. The city operates on a colossal steam core located at its very heart, perpetually exhaling thick plumes of smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of rumbling noises and vibrations. Enormous gears and winches intertwine, laboriously creaking as they turn, while the searing steam furnaces emit excess sulfur dioxide, showcasing the city's robust industrial essence. The strategy group refers to this phenomenon as fairy tale technology, for it transcends mere appearance or isolated existence. Belonging to the fairy tale realm of Oz and the magical island of Treasure Island, almost all entities or clandestine organizations associated with advanced technology ultimately trace their principles back to this steam-driven fairy tale science, differing only in specialization and subsequent developmental trajectories. The steam core of Steam City remains one of the game's unresolved mysteries, continuously expelling vast quantities of energy, inherently significant yet unexplored. Some strategists speculate that it may sustain the entire whimsical domain of Mad Alice, with the entire kingdom resting upon this steam technology. Regardless of what it sustains, Steam City poses a considerable challenge for the Quartet of Shar, Not only are monstrous creatures rampant within, but the omnipresent steam itself emerges from every corner of the city. Just as Shar and his companions hastily descended a staircase guided by a pipe, a fissure suddenly opened at the staircase's end, unleashing a torrent of steam that erupted from the crack. The searing heat rendered the surrounding steel plates glowing red in an instant. For players, reaching Steam City, whether through magic or acrobatic skills, allows for easy evasion of the steam. However, for Shar and his 3 companions, the escaping steam becomes an insurmountable barrier. It's so hot. It's burning me alive. The sudden steam eruption startled everyone, and the swift-moving dolly nearly stumbled into it. But he managed to react with surprising agility. Nonetheless, his hand was seared by the heat conducted through the iron railing, leaving a sizable mark. Damn it, you'll pay for this. Dolly, while exhaling forcefully, suddenly kicked the nearby pipe, startling Harry and Hermione, who hurriedly pulled him aside. What a fool. Did he intend to create another hole to steam them all alive? The steam erupted unexpectedly, causing even Charles to break out in a cold sweat. The temperature of the steam within the pipes was exceedingly high, as the pressure inside the pipes differed from that of the outside environment, allowing the steam to reach temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, sufficient to scorch a person in an instant. How could he have overlooked such a critical issue? Indeed, fatigue often leads to mishaps. Charles gritted his teeth, striving to shake off the foggy sensation clouding his mind, but alas, he found it impossible. The very motion seemed to intensify the pain in his head. Damn it. Now he had to contend with the issue of steam blocking their path, leaving fewer routes to choose from. The terrain of Steam City was intricate, resembling a vast mechanical labyrinth. Although the steam had obstructed some paths, Charles had traversed the map countless times and could navigate it even with his eyes closed. Look above. Just as Charles was lost in contemplation, Hermione exclaimed, pointing skyward. The group glanced up to see several dark, swirling mists drifting toward them, slowly converging from the distance. They moved at a leisurely pace, yet they surrounded the area from all directions, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Target detected. Vengeful Doll. Name: Vengeful Doll. Challenge level: 30. Strength: 600. Constitution: 600. Memorandum: I need a companion, preferably one from Hasbro. Ignore them. Follow me, Charles urged, forcing himself to muster some energy. The Vengeful Doll was relentless in its pursuit of targets. Aside from eliminating them, the only recourse was to retreat to his safe house. Given his current state, he was ill-suited for a lengthy trek or a challenging hidden route. The nearest and most accessible safe house was the most prudent choice. After a moment's reflection, he realized there indeed was one. Crawling through the narrow pipes was far from an ideal experience, yet it was significantly safer than previous options. Charles promptly directed the group to change course. Just a little further, we're almost there. After so long on the run, even Charles was reaching his limits, while Harry and the others were moving at a painfully slow pace. Hermione attempted to support Charles, but in truth, it was Charles who was propelling her forward. Fortunately, the Vengeful Dolls seemed to continue gathering above them, not launching an immediate attack, granting them precious time to escape. Steam City had a sky, suffused with a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of embers after a great fire. Moreover, it was shrouded in dense fog, a thick accumulation of industrial fumes lingering over the city, reminiscent of the fog-laden streets of Victorian London. They found themselves on the outskirts of Steam City, within the innermost layer of the outer wall. Although the inner city wall was slightly lower than the outer wall, it still afforded a glimpse of the city's distinctive features. At the distant edge of the heavens, a colossal metallic sphere slowly rotates, half embedded in the ground and half protruding above it. Its surface is adorned with intricate metallic patterns. Countless rivets and steel plates fuse together, resembling an artificial mechanical sun. This is the heart of the Steam City. Surrounding the core is a ring of deep, gaping pits, unfathomably deep, concealing whatever lies beneath. Above these chasms, countless mechanical entities float freely in the air. The periphery of the pits is intertwined with the densely packed structures of Steam City, sprawling outwards like an endless labyrinth. The sky above the Steam City is not solitary. Aside from mechanical beings hovering near the core, other areas are sporadically populated with various complex and peculiar floating life forms, some resembling machinery, while others defy identification, including a multitude of Vengeful Dolls. Light, originating from an unseen source, filters down through the dense fumes, casting a dim and colorless glow over the Steam City, enveloping it in a murky crimson haze akin to molten iron. Char bit his tongue again, striving to focus his attention. He pointed towards a location approximately 100 meters to the side of a few individuals, where two closely spaced steel walls, each about 10 meters high, stood. These walls are integral to the internal and external structure, interlocking like gears. One side abuts the city walls, while the other connects to the buildings within the city. The narrow gap between them barely allows two people to pass through. In the middle of the wall closer to the inner city, there lies an opening, a secret passageway that leads to a concealed safe house. Once we reach there, we will be secure. Above, dark mist gathers ominously, increasing in number like a looming storm cloud. Chapter 34. If you ask me, I'm wide awake. Was a safe house? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. You don't. A safe house is obviously a safe place. Dudley seized the opportunity to punch Harry, but the latter nimbly evaded the blow. Char yawned, lacking the energy to intervene with these two fools. He replied dismissively, roughly, "We'll be safe there. Yes, safe should be." A latent warning echoed in Char's subconscious. Yet fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to stagger back a step. Only with Hermione's support did he avoid falling, the sensation of sleepiness intensifying. So much so that it felt as if he could succumb to slumber at any moment. The four soon resumed their movement, with Dudley sprinting ahead, while Harry and Hermione pulled Char along, racing towards the two steel walls. The gathering black mist in the sky closely pursued them, exuding a sense that rain was destined to fall upon them today. The vengeful dolls lacked any special attack mechanism, though formidable and of high level. They were merely standard creatures within the realm, akin to slimes. Yet, Char found himself unable to cope with them at present. In the sky, an increasing number of vengeful dolls converged, drawn by their companions, and soon discovered the quartet on the ground. They rushed in, but the gaps in the steel walls were not far from them. In just over a minute, the four individuals arrived, pushing the hesitant Dolly forward, while Siar urged him not to waste time. This hidden passage could lead directly to the safe house. Siar was not particularly familiar with the various safe houses in Steam City, as his prowess had allowed him to traverse this map with ease, rendering the need for rest in safe houses unnecessary. Nonetheless, he was aware of their locations. A safe house is simply a sanctuary. Akin to the mechanics found in most games, once one enters, monsters cease their assaults. The safe houses in Wonderland possess a distinctly whimsical charm. They resemble a miniature house, with an entrance identical to Jerry's mouse hole from Tom and Jerry. To access the safe house, one must first consume a shrinking potion, a concoction that Alice had also ingested. The shrunken house and Alice form a quintessential narrative of Wonderland, from which the safe house draws its essence. Both the enlarging and shrinking potions are standard provisions near the safe house, requiring some decoding to uncover, akin to a minigame. The three, under Siar's guidance, dashed into the narrow passageway. With each step into the crevice between the steel walls, they felt as if they had plunged into a secret chamber. The air around them fell silent, enveloping their ears in a thick, muffled sensation reminiscent of sinking into the depths of the ocean. Although Steam City was rife with unease, it still brimmed with the vibrant aroma of industrial fumes. Here, however, all vitality seemed obliterated, leaving behind an icy stillness. It was as if even the exhaust had been purified, the air they inhaled chillingly akin to ice. The constricted space indeed instilled a sense of disquiet. How confined it felt. This strangeness made all the little ones uneasy, instinctively raising their heads to behold the ceiling, their breaths quickening in response. Towering steel walls flanked them, resembling the most loyal soldiers before a king's throne, arrayed neatly on either side, stretching endlessly. They reached towards the clouds, obscuring the sky entirely. The walls were perfectly straight, devoid of any tilt, yet this narrowness and uprightness seemed to amplify the angle of inclination the higher one gazed, dwindling to a mere line at the end. Hermione trembled slightly, sensing an eerie chill in the air. "Don't look up." Fatigue gnawed at Siar's thoughts, yet he retained vivid memories of the young ladies. For instance, a certain vain little witch from the West Coast, who, upon forgetting her birthday, would ensure you spend an eternity on her sofa, coupled with her poor appetite, sensitive to cold and spice, yet insatiably greedy. Another young witch, tormented by her devoutly faithful mother, is profoundly insecure and possesses a strong sense of jealousy. She becomes frantic when her relationships with other women grow too close. She has a penchant for sweets, is allergic to peanuts, and suffers severe allergic reactions. Of course, there are many other intricacies to her character. As for Hermione, prior to her graduation, she did not indulge in wine, but after completing her studies, she developed a fondness for red wine. Her cellar is now filled with bottles from around the globe, and she enjoys sipping a glass during her leisure. Furthermore, Charles recalls that Hermione seems to have a mild case of claustrophobia and a slight fear of heights. When they experienced the thrilling scenario of a sky-high rescue together, she suddenly erupted, casting a spell that nearly demolished half a building. Afterward, Charles exerted considerable effort to manage the ensuing chaos, almost exhausting himself to the point of abandoning that save file. It was at that moment he discovered that the omniscient and all-powerful Hermione had her own psychological struggles. With this thought in mind, he focused his attention, gently pressing down on Hermione's fluffy little head, compelling her to look down. Surely, she would not dare to raise her gaze again. Just as the young girl was breathlessly rushing forward with her head bowed, Charles suddenly reached out to halt her once more. Hermione looked up to see Charles halting between the crevices of the wall, facing an infinitely extending narrow gap ahead, with similar constraints behind and above them. The sensation of vertigo washed over her again, prompting her to lower her head hastily. At that moment, Charles took a deep breath and leaped. With a resounding clap, he extended his arms as if attempting a slam dunk, and at the apex of his jump, just before descending, he forcefully struck the corner of a metal plate with his palm, producing a crisp sound, suggesting that it was hollow behind it. Click, click, click. This was a mechanism. As Charles accurately hit the trigger point, the wall above began to emit a series of clicking sounds, resembling the grinding of gears in motion. How thrilling! Soon, under the watchful eyes of Harry and Dudley, the metal plate on one side of the wall began to retract, flip, fold, and contract, ultimately revealing a narrow passageway wide enough for only one person. However, the entrance to the passage was situated about 3 meters above the ground. How are we supposed to get up there? Harry instinctively remarked as he gazed at the dark opening. Like this. At that moment, Charles had already crouched closely against the wall, patting his shoulder to signal Dudley to go first. Naturally, Dudley was reluctant to be the first to ascend. Who knew what lurked within that dark abyss? It looked utterly terrifying. Yet before Dudley could shrink back, Charles shot him a knowing glare. You are the heaviest. If you do not go first, there are places we may squeeze through that you may not. Chapter 35. Hermione and the Useless Boys. Up you go. Charles, agile despite his fatigue, was not hindered by exhaustion in his movements. Just as Dudley lifted his leg, Charles hoisted him upward, and before Dudley could fully comprehend what was happening, he found himself climbing into the upper tunnel with the help of Charles's shoulder. Next was Harry. Are you all right? Perhaps I should take your place? Harry still showed concern for Charles. Charles merely shook his head. Fatigue rendered him reticent. Harry understood that now was not the time for idle chatter. Who knew when the horde of monsters might catch up? Thus, he stepped forward, advancing into the tunnel with a fluid motion. He swiftly assisted 2 individuals upward, further deepening Charles's weariness. After a moment of heavy breathing, he lifted his gaze to the last remaining Hermione. The young girl appeared to be in a state of turmoil, not the kind stemming from claustrophobia, but rather as if she had arrived at a significant decision. Go ahead, I'll stay below to support you, Hermione suddenly stated earnestly. Charles paused, pressing his back against the cold steel, attempting to awaken his senses with the chill. What was this new development? Such unexpected situations often arose in the game, attributed to the high intelligence of the NPCs, who were neither fixed nor predictable. Engaging in the game frequently required mental acuity, as every conversation was randomly generated, leading to unforeseen circumstances, thus earning the title of a virtual world. Therefore, even though Charles possessed extensive gaming experience, a portion of that knowledge could indeed be applied to normal communication and reasoning, as was the case now. Dragging his weary mind, Charles scrutinized Hermione, who had her hands clasped behind her back and began to understand her intentions. He suddenly chuckled. Rest assured, I won't peek. Hermione was taken aback. Peek? What do you mean? In the next instant, she realized what Charles implied. Apart from Charles's athletic attire, she and Dudley were still in their school uniforms, which for girls consisted of short skirts. A flush crept on her cheeks. Charles's thoughts differed from hers, yet she forced herself to engage with the topic. Yes, peeking. I don't trust you, so you should go up first. At this, Charles's expression darkened. And what about you? How do you intend to ascend this 3-meter-high tunnel entrance? The exposed girl lowered her gaze, falling silent. This was Hermione's true sentiment. The heights of the small group were roughly similar. Even the tallest, Dudley, barely reached 1.5 meters, making the 3-meter height nearly double their stature. Forming a human ladder would suffice, but who would be the last to climb? Clearly, Hermione's recent decision was to remain behind. Perhaps she had yet to comprehend what that entailed. She might not have fully grasped that in this whimsical world, death was indeed a tangible reality, frighteningly close, and perhaps she did not even understand the true meaning of death. Yet, she chose to proceed with her decision. Charles suddenly laughed again. Don't worry, I've already considered this. I have a way to ascend. With that, he patted his shoulder, signaling Hermione to act swiftly. The young girl's expression grew increasingly conflicted as she pondered whether her embarrassment stemmed from overthinking or from her unease regarding Charles's assertion that he would not peek. Yet, Charles had never deceived her since she arrived in this place, and thus, Hermione resolved to trust him once more. Observing Charles' weary visage, she recognized that this was not the moment for sentimentality. In the early days of their trio, Hermione had always been the most audacious. Without hesitation, she stepped onto Charles and attempted to climb up. Regrettably, she overestimated her own agility, missing her footing and nearly tumbling down, only to be steadied by Charles, which allowed her to grasp the edge of the passage. Above, Harry and Dudley, who had been prepared, quickly pulled her up with frantic hands. Only Charles remained. "Hurry up," the young girl called from the tunnel, her head poking out. Choosing this secret passage, Charles had naturally considered how he would ascend, being the last one. He slapped his face, loosened his shoulders, and then tensed every muscle in his body. With 2 swift steps against the wall, he leaped, forcefully pushing off the opposite wall in midair. The recoil sent him crashing against the iron plate at the tunnel's entrance. Yet his hands managed to seize the edge just in time. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Charles gasped for breath. This series of explosive movements left him feeling increasingly wretched. Even the slightest motion of his head sent sharp pains coursing through his skull, as if his brain had congealed and his thoughts lagged behind. "Are you all right? Charles. Look at me, Charles." Hermione's voice echoed like a distant call from the edge of the sky, unattainable. "Crawl forward, then to the left," Charles instructed, having caught his breath. He was at his limit and needed to reach the safe house swiftly, for he could easily succumb to sleep in the tunnel. Should he lose his way, the others would be trapped, and those vengeful dolls might very well catch up, which would be perilous. Dudley began to grunt and crawl forward, followed by Harry, then Hermione, and finally Charles. The group squeezed into the narrow passage like cockroaches scurrying in a drain. As Charles had said, this was far from a pleasant experience. Crawling through pipes may seem commonplace, whether for covert agents or jewel thieves, as entering buildings via ventilation ducts is a familiar tactic. However, the act of crawling itself is anything but enjoyable. A brief crawl might seem intriguing, yet once it extends into a protracted ordeal, the aches in one's limbs, the stiffness of the body, and the oppressive confines of the narrow space become exponentially uncomfortable, just as Hermione experienced. Initially, she might have still been contemplating Charles's earlier remark about not peeking, and as she crawled in front of him, her hands subconsciously tugged at her skirt. It was only when Charles could not contain his laughter that the young girl, feeling embarrassed, threatened with a fierce whisper, "Don't laugh." However, at this moment, she was no longer concerned with anything else, relentlessly pushing forward, to the point that even her breath had grown numb. Suddenly, in his reverie, Charles felt himself collide with something, followed by a soft exclamation from Hermione, prompting him to realize that he had bumped into her, and that the group had come to a halt. Why'd they stopped? He recalled there should not be any monsters lurking in the tunnel. He inquired. Indeed, it was Dudley who had halted, and Harry collided directly into him, while Hermione, sensing Charles's deteriorating state, felt compelled to contribute more to the group. Reminiscent of their initial arrival in the Steam City. This time, she did not falter. Ever vigilant, she immediately noticed Harry's abrupt stop and followed suit. Unfortunately, Charles was still in a daze and lost in thought, leading to him colliding squarely with her. The young girl glared at Charles with indignation, causing him to shyly avert his gaze, which only intensified her resentment. Fortunately, she recognized the importance of their current situation ahead and chose not to dwell on trivial matters. Up ahead, there is no path. It is a dead end. Dudley's voice echoed from the front, slightly distorted in the narrow tunnel, carrying an undertone of despair. Charles contemplated. "Is it not more spacious ahead?" he asked. "It's hard to see, but it seems so," Dudley quickly responded. "Then that settles it. We have arrived." "Really?" The chubby boy's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. "Let us keep crawling." He had assumed they were facing an emergency, but in truth, they had reached their destination, while timid Dudley believed it was a dead end. The sudden surge of hope followed by a plunge into uncertainty caused Charles to relax momentarily, slipping into a drowsy state. His voice barely audible. "Charles! Charles!" Hermione immediately noticed this, struggling to turn and slap his face to rouse him from his stupor. "Hurry, crawl faster," she shouted towards Dudley and Harry ahead. The group resumed their advance, crawling approximately 2 or 3 meters, until they reached the so-called dead end, which Charles had referred to as their destination. Indeed, it was a dead end, the tunnel coming to a close, yet the space here was considerably more spacious than before. The tunnel barely accommodated an adult, yet this area could squeeze all 4 of them in. However, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility impossible. A flicker of light? With his consciousness blurring, Charles instinctively muttered a spell, unsure of his actions. Boom! A burst of flame erupted from his fingertips, only to extinguish instantaneously. Charles. In terms of spells, Charles had speculated that the incantations from the game were evidently applicable in this world, or perhaps they were the very spells of this realm. It was possible that certain advanced magics required relearning, such as the Patronus charm, which could only be conjured through joy, and the mind-closing spell from the realm of mental magic. However, many merely require knowledge of the incantations and the gestures for casting spells. For instance, with a mere flick of the wand and a twist of the wrist, one could effortlessly execute the levitation charm, although they may not possess the finesse or precision, rendering the effect somewhat diminished. It is still likely that they could succeed. Yet, he hesitated to attempt it, for he lacked a wand, which holds immense significance for wizards, as its presence directly democratizes the accessibility of magic. Without a wand, a wizard can still wield magic, but only those with extraordinary talent can do so with fluidity. The rest may not even be aware of the peculiar consequences their spells could invoke. It is entirely plausible that the levitation charm could transform a person into a bovine creature. Much like our current protagonist, Charles, the excruciating agony from his fingertips briefly roused him from his stupor, compelling him to resist sleep as he struggled to retrieve a flashlight from his bag. Tossing it to Harry, piece by piece, the doors down, and then he closed his eyes, his head bobbing as he succumbed to slumber. Harry was fortunate. As he switched on a flashlight, it illuminated the jigsaw puzzle affixed to the wall beside him, a classic grid of 9 squares, crafted from an unknown metal. Should we attempt to solve this puzzle? Harry mused aloud. Beside him, Dudley, intrigued, squeezed in closer, jostling Harry aside. No one can outplay me in puzzles. Let me see. This piece should fit here? No, it seems it belongs over there. Silence. Hermione approached Charles' side. Discovering he was merely asleep, his fingers slightly charred but not bleeding, which relieved her, though the young girl was oblivious to the reason behind Charles' overwhelming fatigue. She recognized the necessity of finding a secure location, what he referred to as a safe house. Recalling Charles' earlier hint about the puzzle, she glanced up to see Harry and Dudley still engrossed in their animated debate over the placement of a single piece, even after half a minute had passed. Taking a deep breath, Hermione commanded, "Step aside." Chapter 36, The Little Cousin. With a decisive click, and the sound of applause from Harry and Dudley, Hermione deftly solved the jigsaw maze in roughly a minute. Throughout the process, she hardly paused, her small hands deftly maneuvering the metal pieces up, down, left, and right, until a sequence of images gradually emerged. Ultimately, she pieced together an image of which she herself was uncertain, relying on her abstract imagination. Click! As the final piece nestled into place, a complete picture finally materialized before the 3 youngsters. It resembled some contraption. Observing the bizarre image, Hermione scrunched her face, remarking, "This clearly resembles a pizza." Dudley, interjecting with a differing opinion, drew the unified attention of Hermione and Harry. "What's wrong?" Dudley, perplexed, stared back at them. "In what way does this resemble a pizza?" The two could only respond with exasperated silence. It appeared to be a key, resembling the one used for the door of the cupboard where Harry resided. Tilting his head, Harry observed the pattern on the puzzle from a different angle and instantly recognized its resemblance to a key. Hermione, noticing Harry's actions, mimicked his gesture, and indeed, compared to a pizza or some sort of machinery, the answer of a key seemed far more plausible. "But wait, you live in cupboard?" The young girl asked Harry incredulously. "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Harry's nonchalant retort momentarily silenced the girl. It was, of course, quite wrong, exceedingly so. Yet Hermione could not articulate the precise reasons at that moment. She simply knew it was incorrect. Just as Hermione prepared to gather her thoughts and engage in a meaningful discussion with Harry, Dudley exclaimed, Hey, look!" A peculiar light emanated from the puzzle Hermione had assembled. It seemed almost like an illusion, and before the trio could discern what was happening, the puzzle vanished before their eyes like melting snow. In its place was a square compartment, housing 4 conical flasks filled with a light brown liquid. The flasks appeared to be glass, their surfaces somewhat grimy, and the liquid within looked murky, capped with wooden stoppers roughly the size of 2 fingers, containing barely enough liquid for a sip. The 3 exchanged glances. It was evident that these were meant for them to drink, yet the bizarre little potion vials, seemingly concocted by a witch, raised doubts about their safety. "Are we supposed to drink this?" Dudley gulped nervously. "I think so," Harry replied, his expression somewhat tense as he hesitantly nodded. Hermione also believed the liquid was intended for them. With 4 conical flasks, there was precisely one for each of them. Although Charles had not yet mentioned the location of the safe house, Hermione felt assured that since Charles had brought them here, the safe house must be nearby. The liquid in the flasks was certainly not meant merely for display. She couldn't abandon Charles, leaving Harry and Dudley, those careless fellows, to look after him. She shuddered to think what might happen. Harry, who had been silently observing Hermione's movements, was unaware that he was destined to be the savior of the magical realm. Yet, a person's character and qualities do not alter merely because of title. I'll go first. Before Hermione and Dudley could dissuade him, Harry had already reached for one of the conical flasks, removed the wooden stopper, and took several large gulps. Gulp, gulp. The corridor fell silent once more. Harry swiftly drained the contents of the flask, feeling a lightness in his hand as the small, murky vessel disappeared as completely as the puzzle had before. Hermione and Dudley paid no heed to this extraordinary event, their eyes wide as they regarded Harry, much like one would view a valiant warrior. Are you all right? After a few moments, Hermione cautiously inquired. How does it taste? Dudley asked. Harry felt no sensation. The liquid in the conical flask bore no flavor, light and airy, akin to sipping water. However, before Harry could articulate his thoughts, his words were abruptly silenced. Under the astonished gazes of Hermione and Dudley, Harry began to shrink continuously, the intervals of his diminishment fleeting and indistinct, rendering the process nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to the size of a thumb. After shrinking, Harry gazed in bewilderment at his arms, glanced at the ground, and then lifted his head. Upon seeing his two companions, now towering giants, he immediately realized that he had become smaller. Hey, I'm here, he exclaimed, vigorously waving his arms. Hey, little cousin, Dudley retorted, clearly not having lost sight of Harry, as they had been watching him intently. I see you. The young girl deliberately lowered her voice. The astute Hermione deduced the predicament from Harry's actions. She ceased speaking, swiftly grasped the remaining 3 conical flasks, handed one to Dudley, and climbed towards the slumbering Charles. Fortunately, she had not consumed any of the potion beforehand, for doing so would have rendered her too small to assist Charles in drinking the potion. Harry and Dudley, in their foolishness, might have forgotten about Charles, who, in his slumber, could not drink the potion unaided. That would have been quite the predicament. Reaching Charles, Hermione removed the cork, firmly pinched his chin, and gently poured the liquid into his mouth. She was uncertain of its efficacy, but had no alternative. It proved effective, as, under Hermione's watchful gaze, the slumbering Charles began to shrink rapidly, much like Harry had before, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, Hermione experienced the wonders of the shrinking potion. Her field of vision diminished continuously, yet she felt no peculiar reaction herself. It seemed as though it was not she who was shrinking, but rather the surroundings that were expanding. Remarkable. Is this magic? How cool. The young girl murmured softly. Once reduced in size, she quickly spotted Charles not far away, along with Dudley and Harry behind her, and further still, a small door on the wall. I surmise that beyond that door lies the so-called safe house. Harry and Hermione exerted considerable effort to drag the unconscious Charles to the door. The narrow tunnel space felt quite cramped for the 4 little ones. Yet for their miniature selves, it appeared quite spacious. It took them over a minute to maneuver Charles near the wall, with Harry and Hermione supporting him on either side, while Dudley remained unfazed, standing before the door, ready to showcase his cleverness. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. So how do we open the door? The young girl inquired. This question was precisely what Dudley had been pondering as he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Watch your big brother. Chapter 37. He was laughing maniacally. Bang! With a dull thud, Dudley delivered a forceful kick to the door. Without a doubt, the wooden door remained unresponsive, the recoil almost causing Dolly to stumble. His expression soured as he grunted a few incoherent sounds, lapsing into silence. It was evident that Dolly's method of opening the door was akin to a physical unlocking spell, which might be effective against the Ministry of Magic's defenses, but was futile against the inherent challenges of the game. Hermione furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the diminutive door, an oval shape on top and a straight arch below, encircled by a dense arrangement of arched stone bricks. It melded seamlessly with the wall, resembling a door fitted to a mouse hole, its location so discreet that, had they not shrunk, they might have overlooked it entirely. How to unlock it? Hermione began to ponder deeply, but this time, Charles offered no hints. After Dolly's failed attempts to kick the door open, she tried pushing and pulling, but to no avail. The door bore no keyhole. While the young girl was lost in thought, Harry decisively began to shake Charles. Charles, wake up! Charles! Harry was aware of Charles' fatigue and need for rest, yet he felt that the matter of opening the door took precedence. Perhaps the solution was simple, Hermione thought, and she wished to use her intellect to find it without disturbing Charles. However, it often seemed that the simplest problems eluded easy answers. Rather than squander time, it was better to inquire directly with Charles. Harry contemplated this and acted accordingly. Hands, everyone. Charles, though weary, was also restless due to the lack of security. Caught in a state of half-sleep, with Harry's vigorous shaking, he managed to pry one eye open, observing the group circling the door of the safe house, and instinctively spoke. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances alongside a bewildered Dolly. I believe Charles means for everyone to place their hands on it. In unison, Hermione and Harry declared, while Dolly, a beat behind, adopted a look of realization and nodded slowly. It appeared there was consensus. United in purpose, the young ones proceeded to lean Charles against the door, positioning his hand on the doorknob, followed by Hermione's, then Dolly's, and finally, Harry's. Taking a deep breath and locking eyes with Hermione, Harry grasped the doorknob. Creak! Without any warning, the wooden door gently swung open. Then, in an instant, without granting them time to react, a powerful force emanated from within, pulling them all into the threshold. Bang! The door slammed shut, gradually vanishing from sight against the wall. Glub! In the four grid-like, now vacant conical flasks, a pale brown liquid began to re-emerge, gradually filling each vessel to the brim. Subsequently, the surface of the grid revealed a jumbled puzzle, its design altered. A few vengeful dolls surged into the tunnel, advancing in the direction of Charles and his companions, soon locating the position of the puzzle. However, after drifting in circles, they realized they had seemingly lost their objective. No, that was incorrect. The target was not situated here. They once again caught a whiff of the target's location. It lay beneath the tunnel. The pull emanating from the door felt strikingly familiar, and after a startled exclamation, even Dudley became aware of this sensation. It resembled the feeling of being transported into this world. Dudley excitedly inquired, I think, perhaps not. Hermione, descending, shook her head. Perhaps this is the nature of magic in Wonderland. Indeed, they were shifting, much like the hanging painting at the entrance of Wonderland before. As Hermione had deduced, the teleportation magic in Wonderland operated in a spiral manner. The door behind the safe house did not lead to safety. Rather, a portion of the safe house was accessible through its door, while another part led directly to a teleportation point, akin to this tunnel. Given the tunnel's constricted dimensions, there simply was no space to establish a safe house. The safety they sought was actually situated within the wall they had previously ascended to survey the Steam City. Concealed by magical protection, its existence was undetectable from the outside, yet the safe house contained windows offering views of the external world, akin to one-way glass. Suddenly, the teleportation did not last long. They felt an immense resistance before being thrust out instantaneously. Thud! Thud! The small beings landed on the ground, struggling to rise. They beheld a massive expanse of fluffy white fur towering over them. We haven't fallen into a cotton candy pit, have we? Harry surveyed his surroundings, somewhat bewildered. The last time they plunged into water, Harry, the underachiever, was unaware of the dangers associated with falling from great heights. He merely believed that water, unlike solid ground, would not be fatal. But this time, they had directly fallen to the ground, yet emerged unscathed, with his limited imagination. He could only surmise that it must be cotton candy that was so soft. Really? If that's the case, then Dudley certainly isn't tired anymore. He reached out with his pudgy little hand and seized a large handful of fluff, shoving it into his mouth. The young girl rolled her eyes. Of course not. She retorted helplessly. We are on a carpet. The towering white fluff beneath them was, in fact, a carpet. Ugh, ugh, ha ha ha. Dudley, in the throes of a gag, heard Harry's boisterous laughter and immediately raised his head, his fierce gaze locking onto the target before he dashed forward. Don't run, he shouted. Hermione chose to disregard the two boys and diligently pushed aside the carpet's plush fibers, discovering Charles ensnared within them not far away. She half-squatted, then adjusted her skirt, transitioning to a kneeling position beside Charles's head. Gently, she patted his face and whispered, We've arrived to the safe house. Charles emitted a vague murmur, and visibly, his entire body relaxed. Hermione felt a bit dazed. She had hoped to glean some insight from Charles, especially since they were still in a shrunken state, and he possessed the most knowledge about Wonderland. However, he seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, impervious to any attempts to rouse him. Standing up in confusion, Hermione glanced at the now completely asleep Charles, then at the chasing Harry and Dudley. With a heavy sigh, she realized she could not rely on Charles any longer, and thus she would have to take matters into her own hands. How did Alice manage to grow back to her original size? It seemed to involve the sweets on the table. Hermione pushed through the layers of the carpet's fibers and looked up at the enormous pink cartoon princess-style round wooden table in the center of the room. Perhaps the delicacies were atop it. As she pondered, Hermione suddenly felt something unusual in her hand. Looking down, she saw a charming pink envelope slowly materializing. Meanwhile, Dudley, having finished dealing with Harry, carried him back under his arm and witnessed the scene. "Is that a letter?" the chubby boy inquired. "Yes," Hermione nodded, equally clueless. She examined the envelope's surface, noting that it bore no writing, and decided to open it. Extracting the letter, she scanned it rapidly, then paused thoughtfully, shaking the paper in front of the two boys. "It seems to contain a riddle." Chapter 38, I Step. "What room has no walls, no doors, no windows, and no floor?" Hermione shook the letter again. "A riddle." Dudley scratched his head in frustration. He struggled with textbooks at school, let alone riddles. However, Harry pondered for a moment. "A dollhouse?" he ventured tentatively. Hermione shook her head. "Incorrect. I believe this might be a word puzzle." Just as Harry resumed his deep thinking and Dudley began yawning, Hermione suddenly struck her hand. "I've got it. It's a mushroom." Though Harry was not particularly academically inclined, his spelling was decent. Upon hearing the word mushroom, he quickly contemplated its letters and experienced a moment of clarity. As for Dudley, he had no idea how to spell mushroom, only knowing how to say and eat it, and remained utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Hermione lifted her face, speaking rapidly to explain. "The spelling of mushroom contains the meaning of a room, yet it has no walls, no doors, no windows, or floor, so the answer is mushroom." "Oh." Dudley scratched his hair. "So now that we know the answer, what next?" he asked. This time, Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words. The letters served as a certain hint. She believed it was not meant for her by Charles, but rather a clue from the room itself. What purpose could this room have in giving her a hint? Hermione felt a premonition that perhaps this was the key to their transformation. The height of the table was nearly 1 meter, making it impossible for the little ones to climb it without risking serious injury. So, what was the purpose of his hint? "Shouldn't we first locate the mushrooms?" Harry interjected weakly. The trio exchanged glances, finding merit in his suggestion. "You go over there." Dudley playfully slapped Harry on the shoulder, directing him toward the carpet, the most challenging area to search, as the fibers towered above them, making movement arduous. Poor Harry had no choice but to comply. The mushrooms were not hidden. They thrived in the crevice between the fireplace and the floor, and soon the little ones discovered these colorful fungi that were even taller than they were. Their surfaces were adorned with astonishing star-shaped spots, with some even showcasing a complete crescent moon amid the stars. Such mushrooms could only exist in a fantastical realm. What is the next clue? Gazing at the towering mushrooms, Hermione began to ponder, but it was Harry who, at this crucial moment, found his thoughts racing. "Perhaps we should eat them," he suggested hesitantly. "At last, you've uttered something sensible," he remarked. Hermione contemplated this in silence, realizing that Harry's line of thinking was indeed correct. Perhaps there were no further hints, and the mushrooms were precisely what they sought, the means to restore their original size. No one had ever stated that a restorative potion had to be a liquid or a sweet treat. She recalled Charles's frequent reminder, "This is Wonderland." Although she felt a twinge of disappointment for not having thought of it before Harry, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. "Wait." As Harry approached the mushrooms, Hermione quickly called out to him. She dashed over, plucking 2 pieces from the mushrooms, noting that they did not vanish when held. She then urged Dudley to do the same before addressing Harry. "Let us move a little farther away." Harry understood Hermione's intention and, following suit, also took a piece of the mushroom, both of them sprinting in opposite directions. Once he felt they were sufficiently distant, Harry finally swallowed the mushroom whole. It melted in his mouth, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced when consuming the potion, confirming that he had made the right choice. Boom! In the next instant, he felt himself seated back on the floor, and the room appeared to have returned to its normal size. On the other side, witnessing Harry's transformation back into a giant, both Dudley and Hermione grasped the mushroom's significance. Hermione dashed toward Charles, while Dudley sprinted in the opposite direction. Boom! Soon, only Hermione and Charles remained. Upon Hermione's arrival beside Char, a shadow of concern crossed her face. The potion could be poured directly in, but what of the mushroom? At this moment, Char would not partake in chewing. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione resolved to place the mushroom directly into Char's mouth, reasoning that the wonders of this enchanted realm would not pose a choking hazard. Indeed, it did not, as the mushroom melted away upon contact. In that instant, Hermione realized the precariousness of the situation. Should Char revert to his original state, she would be in grave danger. There was no time to flee. Pausing briefly, a sudden epiphany struck her. "My apologies," she uttered with little sincerity, then promptly stood atop Char. In the next heartbeat, he began to transform back. Fortuitously, her quick decision to stand on him spared her from being crushed. As Char returned to his normal form, Hermione found herself unable to dismount. So she too consumed the mushroom, resulting in a precarious tower of bodies. Eventually, the four of them returned to their original states. Meanwhile, Dudley, feeling a twinge of hunger, approached the table at the center of the room, where he spotted an array of delectable treats. "Do you think this is safe to eat?" He nudged Harry with his elbow. Harry promptly shook his head. "I don't know. Care to give it a try?" Dudley insisted again. "Absolutely not." Harry retreated a couple of steps, recognizing even Dudley's foolishness in understanding the dangers of consuming the unknown. "Hey, boys." Just as Dudley was attempting to force Harry to partake in one of the small cakes, Hermione's voice called out to them. "Look outside. Can they see us?" Char felt as though he had awoken from an extensive dream, one in which he had harnessed his extensive gaming experience to craft an almost flawless save, a perfect life. He was among the brightest young wizards in Europe, destined to become a powerful white wizard rivaling Dumbledore, the object of affection for countless witches, vanquishing Voldemort, besting old Dumbledore, and ultimately marrying his childhood sweetheart, Miss Hermione Granger, thus reaching the pinnacle of existence, all while indulging in clandestine romances. After venturing to the New World, he thrived effortlessly. Several of his charming acquaintances from youth had turned to him for assistance, transforming their otherwise tragic lives. And his connections with these remarkable women had remained intact over the years. Shortly after arriving in the New World, while Hermione busied herself with re-enrolling 2 individuals in Muggle University and studying diligently, he rekindled a romance with Madison, a captivating acquaintance from a witch gathering. Not long after their university admission, as Hermione immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge, he began to frequently skip classes, engaging in various independent storylines involving demons and spirits. With each demon exorcised and each vengeful spirit quelled, he encountered a succession of enchanting companions, ranging from mothers of 2 children to fresh high school graduates. Indeed, the slogan holds true. This is the place where dreams commence, imbued with the essence of freedom. He adored it here. However, the bliss was short-lived as Hermione seemed to sense something amiss, gradually fixing her gaze upon him, engaging in subtle probing. He even caught a glimpse of Hermione clandestinely studying divination magic behind his back. By Merlin S. Arthur, she had always detested the subject during her school days. Yet, she underestimated her husband far too much. He was none other than the recognized next-generation, most powerful white wizard of the European magical realm. In matters of magic, he had never feared anyone. Not divination, not prophecy, not even obscuring his dreams and memories. A mishap? Impossible. Yet, at a birthday celebration, following a series of absurdly comical events that could only be described as a situational comedy, he inexplicably found himself exposed. Although the revelations were few, only concerning his relationship with Madison, they were nonetheless grave. Had he stumbled upon a comedic plot twist? Well, that was of little consequence, for the repercussions were dire. Chapter 39, Mishaps? Non-existent. An uncontrollable spell obliterated half of the enchanted town, and amidst the chaos, he felt as if he had fallen victim to countless curses. Had it not been for Draco and Harry's valiant efforts to shield him, he might not have made it out of the celebration alive. Hermione refrained from attacking him, yet her sisterhood was far less forgiving, especially as they lamented that they had long deemed him suspicious, suggesting he might have already strayed, and that Hermione ought to confront him. Elsa, hurling spells with fervor, was particularly relentless. Her ice magic was indeed formidable. It was this individual who consumed the majority of his focus, leaving him unable to attend to other spells. Had he foreseen this, perhaps he would have acted differently. Yet, it seemed fortune was not on his side. After 3 evasive maneuvers to obscure his presence, followed by another 3 attempts to relocate, he ultimately found himself cornered by 2 factions. Draco and Harry, lacking any sense of loyalty, had made a hasty retreat, leaving him alone. Nevertheless, neither faction acted immediately against him. In that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. Perhaps his chance had arrived, for he was surrounded by numerous admirers, and it was evident that his charm was not solely reliant on his looks, but also on his eloquence. However, before he could utter a word, they abruptly launched their attacks, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were ensnaring the unfortunate, weak, and innocent him in their midst. The last image imprinted in his mind was one of a dazzling array of colorful spell lights. It resembled the moment years ago when, under sacred marital vows, a young girl had whispered solely to him. She had declared him her prince, as radiant as a perfect prince from a fairy tale, shimmering like a rainbow. Awake! Awake! Charles! He felt someone shaking him, and suddenly opened his eyes to see the youthful face of Hermione. "You must believe me," he instinctively blurted out. The little girl looked at him in confusion. "Of course, I believe you." she replied, puzzled. But it seems we are surrounded by those creatures. Charles failed to catch the latter part of the sentence, for he had finally come to the realization that he was, indeed, ensnared in a dream. Naturally, he mused, with his wealth of experience. How could he possibly falter? In such circumstances, to think he would attend a birthday banquet with Hermione. No. How could he be so foolish as to partake in such an event? Dreams, it seemed, were merely flights of fancy. In high spirits, Charles casually inquired, "What did you just say?" "It appears we are surrounded." Hermione reiterated her words. Charles froze momentarily. Surrounded? What did that mean? Were they not in a safe house? At this revelation, unease crept over him. He rose and approached the window, asking, "How long have I been asleep?" "About half an hour," Hermione replied, clutching a pocket watch she had discovered in his coat, unearthed during their earlier escapade with restorative mushrooms. Outside the window, the sky loomed ominously dark. The backdrop remained that of the steam city, and he could even discern the colossal iron walls they had passed while fleeing, which was entirely to be expected. This safe house was nestled beneath the very iron walls inhabited by the vengeful dolls, concealed beneath their very noses, accessed through the doorway within the pipes. Although they were in close proximity to these monstrosities, the safe house possessed an absolute defense, rendering it undetectable. However, the inky sky was abnormal. The heavens of the steam city were not meant to be black, but rather a hazy crimson, saturated with industrial fumes. Thus, this darkness was entirely attributable to the vengeful dolls. Charles gazed at them, and they seemed to gaze back, yet he understood they could not perceive him, for they were utterly oblivious to the existence of the safe house. The encirclement Hermione spoke of likely referred to these entities. "Do not worry," he yawned, "they cannot, bang." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the nearest vengeful dolls lunged violently toward the safe house. The exterior of the safe house erupted in a shimmering, rippling display akin to water waves, radiating outward in concentric circles. The impact appeared fierce, yet was utterly silent, for the sound of the collision was absorbed the moment it manifested. Ultimately, only a muted thud reached Charles's ears, deep and muffled, as if filtered through the ocean's depths. Yet, within the confines of his mind, it resonated like thunder. "This is impossible," Charles exclaimed instinctively. No sooner had he uttered the words than he fell into a brief silence, recalling a strategy guide he had once encountered. Of course, most forum-goers deemed it to be utterly pointless, for it merely represented the game's code. Charles had shared this sentiment. As a game designer, he understood all too well the plight of those coders. Thus, rather than being a genuine guide, this group of strategists was more accurately described as a fan collective that utilized the game's backdrop for secondary creations and fantasies. The official lore of the game was already intricate and comprehensive, yet it inevitably overlooked certain aspects, leaving some elements inexplicable. In terms of the existence of the game itself, it is precisely at this moment that the strategy group's need for recognition arises. Charles once encountered one of their guides concerning the safe house, which posited that the absolute defensive mechanism of the safe house is not truly absolute, for it is, in fact, protected by magic, akin to a composite spell of peacekeeping and the expulsion of muggles. However, as with all forms of magic, absolutes do not exist. From a philosophical idealist perspective, nothing in existence is absolute or inevitable. Surprises and coincidences are perpetually present. Perhaps, under certain circumstances or within specific scenarios, the magic safeguarding the safe house may falter. The consensus among the group was that this strategy team was merely spouting nonsense. Yet this hypothesis ignited a fervor. The testing of whether the safe house is indeed an absolute defense yielded a definitive answer. For it is, after all, code. Yet, at this juncture, such matters could not be elucidated solely through the lens of simplistic code. Bang! The vengeful dolls outside once again crashed violently against the safe house. The sound much louder this time. As they were repelled, a series of transparent light barriers momentarily manifested outside the safe house before vanishing once more. This time, Charles observed clearly and recognized that the layer of light was a composite barrier spell, an interconnected web of multiple layers of protective enchantments. Good heavens! Magic truly is safeguarding the safe house. Charles felt a familiar throbbing in his head. He rested briefly and felt considerably better. Perhaps he had simply been too fatigued. His quality of sleep, even if just for half an hour, had rejuvenated him significantly. Yet, he still lacked vigor. He attempted to trace the circle to open the door again, but to no avail. It was akin to a weary individual trying to throw a punch. His fist felt powerless. "Perhaps we should leave this place," Hermione whispered. The relentless battering of the vengeful dolls instilled fear within her. She was uncertain how long the house could protect them. After half an hour, The barrier outside appeared increasingly thin and fragile, prompting her to awaken Charles. "Where can we go?" Charles longed to retort. But gazing at the frightened expression on the young girl's face, he remained silent for a moment before nodding. "You are right. Let me ponder." He would never reveal his distress to Hermione, not even within the game. During a few quarrels, Hermione had once remarked that she felt she had never truly understood him. Charles was aware that honesty was essential between them. However, he grappled with his identity as a player, possessing an intimate knowledge of this world, and could not possibly be thwarted by such trivial challenges. Yet, what to do? In truth, the safe house represented Charles's final refuge within his plan, for it was an absolute sanctuary, allowing him to recuperate until the portal could reset. Although relying on the portal to escape might seem somewhat unbecoming for a traverser, especially a system traverser, he was currently in the novice development phase, possessing but this singular skill. In the early stages, Char aimed to survive. His original plan was to stealthily enter the realm alone to engage in monster hunting. However, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon 3 burdensome companions. While this was manageable, who could have foreseen that a cyclopean behemoth of divine lineage would emerge from what was supposed to be an air wall within the game? This was not particularly alarming. Char had encountered numerous wild bosses during his explorations, often fleeing in chaos. Thus, he had instinctively prepared an escape plan, yet the teleportation portal miscalculated its destination. Now, even the safe haven had become perilous. This unfortunate string of events had spiraled into a catastrophic chain reaction, leaving Char in an exceedingly awkward predicament, with no retreat in sight. The vengeful dolls, as common monsters, possessed neither distinctive attacks nor extensive range, and their sluggish speed was offset by their insistent clinginess. Moreover, this particular group of vengeful dolls was of a significantly higher level, boasting enhanced health and base attack power. If they could not shake them off within the safe house, the only recourse would be to eliminate them, a task beyond Char's current capabilities, as he lacked even a single wand. Chapter 40. I told myself my luck could not possibly be this dire. "Remain calm," Char whispered to himself. His gaze drifted slowly over Harry, Hermione, and Dudley. Since his awakening, these 3 youngsters had resumed their roles of dependence upon him. Hermione, without a doubt, was deeply concerned about their precarious situation. Harry had also noticed the encroaching black smoke outside, reminiscent of creatures that dwell only in the nightmares of childhood, dense and terrifying. Fear flickered across Harry's youthful visage, yet there was an underlying eagerness that was difficult to discern. As for Dudley, he was fixated on the small cake atop the round table, evidently engaged in a fierce internal struggle over whether to consume the potentially dubious confection. Noticing Char's gaze, Dudley turned his head and flashed a goofy smile in his direction. There must be a solution. Char lowered his head. They could remain in the safe house, with 2 possible outcomes. Either the structure would completely collapse, or it would seem fragile, yet possess an impenetrable defense, ensuring their safety. The latter was more favorable, if the former were to occur. Char had confidence in his own abilities. If it were only Hermione, he would undoubtedly be able to protect her as they made their escape. But with Harry and Dudley, such scenarios were not uncommon in the game, for Char was not always the champion of righteousness. After all, indulging in the normal storyline often necessitated seeking amusement through suffering and torment. The infamous title of 4th Calamity was not bestowed without reason. However, this was no longer a game, nor was there an opportunity for a reset. Could he truly bring himself to sacrifice these 2 individuals? How would Hermione perceive him? Would she feel gratitude or fear? What would Dumbledore's reaction be upon uncovering the truth through his legitimacy? What decisions would he make? Char closed his eyes, unwilling to allow Hermione and the others to glimpse the turmoil within his gaze, for he feared that the expression in his eyes would be profoundly unsettling. This was not right. He clearly intended to remain inconspicuous in the early stages. How did he inexplicably find himself in such a predicament now? This must surely be the fault of the Savior. With habitual nonchalance, Char cast blame. Then he made a resolute decision. After all, he was the 4th Calamity endowed with a panel. Had he not encountered similar situations within the game? Certainly, as a narrative-driven game, encountering plot blocks and narrative twists was the most common source of trouble. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to escape through sacrifice. What a coward he had become. A true mage should confront challenges head-on. Nevertheless, it was prudent to consult his panel first, to ascertain what resources he could utilize. Char's gaze fell upon his panel. For in critical moments, he had to rely on his golden finger. Free attributes. 6. A mere 6 points were insufficient. Even if he maximized his strength at his current level, he could not transform into Captain America. What else was available? The fireball spell from the ring had already been expended, and the reset time had yet to arrive. He could barely manage to cast spells without a staff. But such efforts lacked any lethality, and the teleportation spell from Kamar Taj was still on cooldown. Shara's attention shifted to the shop. Old John S. Magic Shop, 300. Open. Mithril Longsword. Price, 200 gold coins. Quality, ordinary. Effect, a longsword infused with a minuscule amount of mithril, devoid of enchantments. Remark, thanks to its solid foundation. Shar quickly focused on the mithril longsword available in shop. Although the mithril content was scant, it was substantial enough for the nearly mithril-deficient British magical community. The shop offered little of value. Most items were of a prankish nature, serving as Easter eggs in the later stages. Yet, in the early game, there were still some worthwhile items or weapons to procure, such as this longsword. Mithril possessed lethal capabilities against most magical beings, and he had decent swordsmanship. However, considering his current state and slight build, Shar glanced at the growing number of vengeful dolls outside. It seemed rather risky. Moreover, it felt decidedly unmagical. While dual-wielding Gandalf was certainly one approach, one he had experimented with, he ultimately discovered he preferred Grindelwald's elegant flick of the wrist, where a mere wave of the wand evoked indifference. Thus, the mithril longsword would remain a secondary option for the time being. Ignoring physical weapons and armor, such as longswords and shields, Shar's gaze continued downward, landing on the prize pool of a lucky coin. Lucky coin 3, open. Originally possessing only one coin, he had discovered that Steam City rewarded him with 2 more, granting him a total of 3 chances to draw. Shar sighed. This was even less reliable than the shop. The prize pool was composed of 3 parts, one of which included crossover Easter eggs from other games, such as Hero Universe and Agent Universe. After all, they were all properties of a certain goose. Just as Shar had previously drawn Harley Quinn's baseball bat. However, these were strictly limited to Easter eggs. Within a magical universe, one could forget about drawing items such as the Infinity Stones from the Hero Universe. In addition to the interactive Easter eggs, there exists another category of ordinary items, such as the unblemished Aztec gold coins, healing chocolates, and a certain soda product that has invested heavily in advertising. Mere trifles, really. The final segment comprises content derived from the current game. Within this realm, everything can be drawn using lucky coins, skills, items, lineage, talents, and even hidden equipment. Yet, Charles has never drawn anything of merit. A wealth of experiences in the prize pool only diminishes the likelihood of acquiring something valuable. Over the years, Charles has never obtained anything of significance. The finest reward he has procured is merely the compass of Jack Sparrow. Well, it is quite useful. Relying on lucky coins is less dependable than wielding his sword and fighting his way through. Suddenly, Charles's gaze fell upon Hermione. Perhaps she could assist him in drawing? According to a rather tedious ranking by a strategy group, the most fortunate individual should be Snow White. This girl possesses a luck level akin to that of a certain elementary school student named Lon, someone who can wander through a shopping mall without spending a dime, with the mall itself offering her global travel as a gift. Yet, Hermione is no less remarkable. It could be said that primary narrative characters carry, to varying degrees, a halo effect, categorized into good and bad. Harry epitomizes bad luck. Should he and Snow White venture into a forest, the latter would likely encounter benevolent creatures or other individuals who would assist her in overcoming her current predicaments. In contrast, Harry would probably be ensnared by a cabin in the woods, ultimately engaging in a fierce battle to vanquish monsters, accomplishing good deeds yet reaping no rewards. Charles mused that Harry should bear a significant portion of the responsibility for the misfortunes encountered in this wonderland. Hermione, akin to Snow White, may not possess the same level of luck, but her fortune is still likely to surpass Charles's. Having spent considerable time with Hermione, Charles is quite aware of this. No, he refuses to believe it. After being an unlucky soul for so many years, can he not have a stroke of good fortune? After all, he has encountered the extraordinary phenomenon of crossing over. Surely, being the child of destiny is not an exaggeration. Now, the child of destiny faces a challenge. It is not unreasonable to seek a lucky draw. With a gentle tap, the coin began to spin. Acquired item, delicious healing chocolate. Charles paused for a moment in silence. Dear Hermione, would you mind assisting me with a favor? No, please don't address me so affectionately. I will certainly help you. Just call me Hermione. Hermione's face flushed, her demeanor flustered. That would be splendid. Charles gestured for Hermione to wait a moment. As they lingered, Hermione's countenance reflected concern. The clever girl had already noticed Charles's frequent wandering gaze, coupled with his prolonged silence, leading her to harbor ominous suspicions. In previous instances, regardless of the circumstances, Charles always managed to swiftly find an escape route, guiding them to safety. He possessed a peculiar magic that could instantly transport individuals to another location. Thus, Hermione had never truly worried. She perceived it all as a grand adventure reminiscent of magic. But now, Charles or we? Hermione suddenly realized that her voice had taken on a tremor she had not previously noticed. Certainly, it was not lost on Char, who understood Hermione's thoughts. However, they were not at a point of desperation. At worst, he could wield his mithril sword and fight their way out, though there were inherent risks and the potential for injury. Besides Char, the narrative characters could also utilize items from the game, and loot from outdoor bosses could be claimed, such as talents, skills, and bloodlines. Generally, such drops were quite reasonable. For instance, slaying a dragon could yield dragon's blood for a rejuvenating bath. Moreover, narrative characters typically refrained from lethal force and were unfamiliar with the myriad maps that only players navigated with ease. This setup may seem chaotic, yet it significantly enhances the overall realism of the game, rendering it more engaging. After all, if Char were to suddenly produce a chocolate drop from a boss and begin consuming it, the others would not only be unable to partake, but also would not even be able to see it. Regardless of the game mechanics, it would feel exceedingly strange. In the same vein, narrative characters could assist Char in a lottery draw. Previously, Char had explained his system of collecting monster loot as a unique form of magic, which was not without foundation, as the original system provided such a function. Char swiftly discovered an option labeled Assist in Lottery beneath the Lucky Coins wheel and gently tapped it. Raising his palm, under Hermione's curious gaze, a silvery luminescence began to coalesce, swirling like scattered stars from a fairy godmother's touch, ultimately forming a palm-sized circular wheel. The surface of the wheel was red, intricately divided into numerous indistinct segments by delicate lines, with a similarly red pointer indicating the number 2 at the center of the wheel. It resembled a diminutive windmill. Hermione remarked, "Is this it?" The lottery wheel was not unfamiliar to her, as such devices were commonplace in Western countries, often featured in family games to determine rewards or penalties. Yet, conjuring such an object through magic, was this truly a moment for gaming? Hermione felt an urge to strike Char. Much like Dudley would, but recalling Char's earlier antics with the baseball bat, she regained her composure. Lately, she had noticed an increasing inclination toward violence. This was not ideal. "Are you sure?" Hermione inquired. At that moment, Char had closed his eyes. Of course, observing Char's tense demeanor, Hermione found it amusing. For her mother exhibited the same behavior. During family game nights, she would invariably land on the worst option on the big wheel. She would close her eyes, deceiving herself. Yet the outcome was invariably disastrous. Hermione extended her hand, and at that crucial moment, she began to waver. For the object before her appeared to hold great significance for Charles. However, her own fortune was not particularly favorable. Nonetheless, it was likely better than Charles's. Otherwise, he wouldn't seem so resigned. Hermione pressed the button on the wheel. Charles felt the wheel in his hand gently depressed, signaling the commencement of the draw. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Acquired item, Wand of Hornbeam. Quality, ordinary. Effect, crafted from hornbeam, 10 inches long, containing a strand of Vila's hair. Inscription, a dreadful combination of rigidity and softness. Acquired talent. Charles suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a brief, sharp laugh akin to a tipsy drinker who had just downed a generous cup of potent liquor. He could hardly contain his joy. It was truly uncanny how his wishes had manifested. He had expected Hermione to draw some minor tool to alleviate his current predicament. Yet she had indeed procured a wand for him. A lucky coin could yield a wand, and Charles had drawn one before, though the odds were slim. At such a critical moment, Hermione had seemingly struck gold with her draw. This stroke of luck was utterly delightful. The misfortune brought by the so-called savior had finally dissipated. In Charles's mind, a vivid scene unfolded. The goddess of fortune, having kicked off her high heels, delivered a punch that sent the goddess of misfortune sprawling to the ground, mounting her and leaving her in a state of disarray. The hornbeam wand, rough in texture and lacking the elegance of the British style, was not one he typically wielded. But it mattered not. Possessing one was sufficient. Charles opened his eyes, unable to resist cradling Hermione. "You truly are my goddess of fortune," he said earnestly. The young girl wriggled free from Charles, vigorously rubbing her face with the back of her hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, appearing somewhat puffy, though not genuinely angry. She gave it little thought, understanding that Charles was simply too exhilarated. In truth, she was also curious about the wooden stick he held, wondering what could elicit such joy from him. "What is this?" "It's a wand," Charles replied, gently caressing the hornbeam wand. As noted in the inscription, its material composition was indeed poor, lacking the hallmark of a master craftsman. Were this within a game, Charles would scarcely glance at such a wand. Yet at this very moment, it had become the key to turning the tide. Even if it were not the most user-friendly and the magic it unleashed might fall short of expectations, magic was magic. Even subpar magic held its worth. Noticing the curiosity in Hermione's eyes, Charles, in high spirits, spoke again. "Soon, you two shall possess your very own wand." "Me?" Hermione exclaimed, pointing to herself in astonishment. "Of course, did I not mention? You are a witch as well." The young girl nodded in sudden understanding. Meanwhile, Dudley, bored by the interaction between Charles and Hermione, turned to his little cousin and whispered, "Have we been forgotten?" Harry, feeling a pang of sympathy, nodded in agreement. With the wand in hand, the subsequent events became much more manageable. Summer pressed the button to cancel assistance, and the spinning wheel vanished without a trace. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a prompt beneath the wand acquisition. Ah, yes, this was the reward for the second draw. Overwhelmed with excitement at having drawn the wand, he had overlooked this particular reward, which turned out to be a talent. Talent! Summer's eyes widened in astonishment. He read the system's prompt once, then again, and in disbelief a third time. Unable to contain his expression any longer, he cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Hermione. "Now I understand why things went awry in my dream," he muttered. "This luck. Acquired talent. Silent One mode. Quality. Epic. Effect. You can briefly maintain the Silent One form for approximately a few minutes, requiring considerable time to recover from the turbulent magical energy. The next transformation into the Silent One must be at least a year apart. Otherwise, you will be irrevocably transformed into it. Inscription. I cannot control what I remember." As a hyper-realistic game that even allows for adult modes, the Silent One, as part of the official lore, naturally has its own method of acquisition. For this reason, many believe that the Silent One could only be experienced fleetingly, unable to integrate into the narrative. However, the strategy team was brimming with talent, and a year after the game's launch, someone discovered the correct method to unlock the Silent One. In New York, there existed a wandering circus, where a young wizard suppressed his own powers, destined to transform into the Silent One at the age of 10, an ephemeral burst of energy, followed by a swift demise. Much like Summer's talent, it lasted only a brief moment, even shorter, with a lengthy cooldown. Yet, talents can be honed. That is of little consequence. However, acquiring this talent proved far more challenging than anticipated, as it necessitated building a strong relationship with a young wizard over an extended period. Otherwise, the transformed Silent One would indiscriminately attack everything in its vicinity. The Silent One, as a pure embodiment of a wizard's magical power, is unparalleled in destructiveness. Unless in the later stages of the game, few players could contend with it. Yet, investing long hours to foster a relationship for an uncertain talent seemed exceedingly mundane. Thus, it remained a pursuit for those seeking to grind through their save files. Summer had never indulged in such activities. Some claimed to have drawn the Silent One's talent through a lucky coin, but Summer had always been skeptical, for he could never manage to draw it. Yet now, he believed. "Are you all right?" Hermione inquired, observing the myriad of expressions flitting across Summer's face as he appeared on the verge of an explosion. "Of course." Summer replied with a smile, albeit one tinged with strangeness, a blend of joy and bitterness. Hermione nodded hesitantly, but her gaze at Summer revealed her concern. He did not seem to be fine at all. "Was the outcome of the spinning wheel what you desired?" she asked again. Magic, in its essence, eludes Hermione's understanding. However, the concept of a wheel of fortune resonates with her. It's the distinction between the fortunate and the unfortunate. Beyond imagination, Charles remarked. Yet, the young girl's expression was excessively theatrical, betraying her disbelief that a mere wooden stick, referred to as a wand, could alter their dire circumstances. Outside, numerous monsters lurked. "My princess, just wait and see," Charles declared with resolve, having regained his confidence. "But first, allow me to practice a bit of magic." Even with the wand in hand, he did not rush out impulsively. Instead, he chose to experiment, for the treacherous teleportation had left its psychological scars. So many monsters. Hermione revealed a rare glimpse of fear and concern while trailing closely behind Charles. The moment they stepped outside the safety of their shelter, they were met with an oppressive atmosphere, far more menacing than it appeared within. Charles quickly scanned the surroundings and estimated at least 20 vengeful dolls congregating nearby, with the possibility of even more in the vicinity. "Do not fret," he reassured, tapping the wand lightly. "I have everything under control." He then gestured to Harry and Dudley behind him. "Let us move." Dudley turned his head back, whispering to his younger cousin, "Have we become mere sidekicks?" Harry nodded silently in agreement. Above them, dark clouds loomed, harboring clusters of 4 or 5 vengeful dolls that seemed to take notice of Charles and his companions below. They began to descend slowly. In the blink of an eye, a flicker of light erupted. Charles pointed his wand skyward, and a brilliant orb of light materialized at the wand's tip, soaring upward with remarkable speed, akin to tracer bullets, piercing the heavens. Boom! The luminous sphere veered off, exploding at a distance of several meters above them, releasing waves of force akin to a high-energy explosive. The spectacle was grand yet devoid of lethal intent, as it was merely an extension charm derived from the illumination spell. Nevertheless, the impressive display immediately captivated the attention of the vengeful dolls above, causing them to abandon their pursuit of Charles and his group, which was precisely the outcome he sought. With the immediate threat temporarily neutralized, Charles guided Hermione and the others to the right, while other vengeful dolls began to converge upon them. Though their speed was not particularly swift, it exceeded that of the group's walking pace. Charles refrained from engaging further, only occasionally using his wand to shove away any dolls that drew too close. Consequently, around 8 or 9 vengeful dolls gradually encircled their path. Charles, the young girl, could not help but exclaim softly. Even Harry and Dudley clenched their fists in anxiety. Relax. Charles gently patted Hermione's head before raising his wand. Crack! He aimed at the foremost vengeful doll, and his wand seemed to unleash an invisible force, accompanied by a faint crackling sound as it struck the mask of the doll. This is merely the beginning. In the next moment, Seatter began to wield his wand with great fervor. Crack! Bang! Crack! Crack! It was as if transparent chains of lightning erupted in the air, a series of explosive sounds manifesting before the obstructive dolls of resentment. Radiance burst forth upon their masks, the intensity and frequency of the eruptions escalating until they coalesced into a blurred curtain of light. With each flick of his wand, Seatter pressed onward, his pace quickening, as the dolls were forcibly pushed backward, continually squeezed to the sides. Accompanied by Harry and the others, Seatter carved a path through the throng of resentful dolls. Chapter 41, From the Heart. Although Seatter appeared to be engaged in a lively display, he was employing but a single spell throughout this ordeal, an obstacle-laden enchantment. This was one of the most familiar spells to him, as many segments of the Hogwarts narrative precluded the use of perilous offensive magic, necessitating the substitution of such spells with obstacle-laden ones. After all, this was a school. One would not wish to treat students as mere monsters for experience points, lest Professor Dumbledore take action against them. Of course, this was not merely a rudimentary obstacle-laden spell. Just prior, while still in the safe house, Seatter had conducted experiments with his wand. Given the high consumption and unreliability of the Kamataiki teleportation portal, he was loath to squander resources recklessly. Seatter had not studied magic. His acceptance letter from Hogwarts had yet to arrive, and in his previous life he had not dabbled in the arcane arts. Presumably, few had. The only place where he had learned about magic was within the confines of the game. He suspected that the spells within the game might be applicable in this world, considering their incantations, gestures, and wand movements. The incantations like Clear Spring and Blooming Orchid were identical to those in the game, providing evidence for his theory. However, until he acquired a wand, all of this remained conjecture. It was proven that his judgment was not misplaced. Indeed, the spells from the game were applicable here, meaning that at least a portion of magic was at his disposal. In the game, to simulate a genuine experience, Seatter had to recite incantations and wield his wand, which meant he had practiced these spells countless times. The angles of wand movements and the incantations were firmly etched in his memory. For instance, he could effortlessly cast levitation, barrier, and illumination spells, as their incantations remained unchanged from the game. Yet, there were other spells, such as the Disillusionment Charm and the Patronus Charm, which proved ineffective when he attempted to cast them. In essence, Seatter had never truly mastered the Patronus Charm. He could proficiently articulate the incantation, yet it bore no effect, as he lacked one of the most crucial elements of magic, resonance, or rather, emotion. Magic is inherently a rather idealistic phenomenon. Could Seatter perform wandless magic? Naturally, he could, given the countless high-level character saves he possessed. Wandless casting, silent casting, and instantaneous casting were all within his capabilities. Yet, the Seatter had been unable to achieve such feats. He even inexplicably misused the incantation for the Lumos spell, turning it into a kind of explosive charm, nearly obliterating his own fingers in the process. Among the reasons for the little wizard's poor mastery of his own magical powers, there lies the sudden transformation of the game into reality, leaving Charles utterly bewildered. Yet, more significantly, it is his lack of self-confidence that prevails. He finds himself engulfed in doubt and hesitation. Perhaps the spells he practiced within the confines of the game can be wielded here, but his skepticism prevails. Deep down, Charles remains unconvinced. However, now, with a wand in hand, Everything has been validated. He is certain, he believes. From an idealistic perspective, he has truly grasped the essence of magic, which is why he swiftly regains his former prowess. This is not merely an enhancement bestowed by the wand. Nevertheless, the spells he requires are simple incantations accompanied by basic wand movements, predominantly of a lower grade. As one ascends in skill level, the idealistic nature of magic intensifies. Many advanced spells are extensions of these higher-level incantations. For instance, Charles wishes to transform the clothing of Hermione and her companions into more practical athletic attire. Yet he finds himself stymied at the very first step, unable to execute the transfiguration spell. However, this does not daunt Charles, armed with countless save files. Even with only basic spells at his disposal, he could devise numerous variations, albeit within the context of the game. How exhilarating! Dudley vigorously waved his small hand behind him, remarkably refraining from delivering a punch to Harry. With his wand in hand, Charles finally began to embody the essence of a wizard. For much of the day, he had been leading them on a hasty retreat. Despite the clarity of direction and precision of route, it had still been a frantic escape. After hours of running, Dudley was utterly exhausted. There was no comparison to the current ease with which Charles waved his little wooden stick, causing the monstrous creatures to disperse on their own accord. Even Hermione let out a sigh of relief, observing Charles from the side with curiosity. He appeared somewhat different now, within Charles's gaze. She detected an unprecedented glimmer, a radiance of confidence. Is this what it means to be a wizard? Is this the essence of magic? After repelling the vengeful dolls, Charles remained vigilant, for he had merely pushed them back, not vanquished them. The level of these creatures was far too high, their resilience too formidable, despite his incessant strikes. The barrier spell might have hindered their movement, yet they remained largely unscathed. The disparity in levels was quite evident. The mechanics of health points are equally fascinating. Charles possesses health points, indeed, always maintaining 100, aligning perfectly with the traits of a wizard. As a young wizard matures, their magical prowess intensifies. Yet it has never been said that an older wizard possesses a thicker health bar. Regardless of the wizard, a severed head leads to death, if not by magic. Thus, in a certain sense, the mechanism of vulnerability exists, but is confined to physical damage or magic capable of inflicting physical harm. Much like the previous encounter with the Cyclops, if one could indeed sever its head, it would fall instantly. However, should one resort to Avada Kedavra, even a fully leveled Charles might not guarantee its demise. No questions asked, it's simply due to its high magical resistance. Had it not been for the alchemical materials and the need to preserve the integrity of the corpse, Char would not have engaged in such a protracted battle with the Cyclops in Yellowstone Park. It may seem that piercing its defenses should be a simple task, and wielding dual weapons like Gandalf might be in vogue, yet the reality is far more complex. While it may suffice against mindless creatures, delivering a fatal blow to a wizard or a creature endowed with similar intelligence and magical prowess proves to be an arduous endeavor. Take Tom, for instance. He is hardly foolish enough to stand still and allow anyone to strike at his head. Stealthy ambushes and cunning traps to ensnare the opponent before delivering the final blow are, of course, valid strategies, reflecting a kind of strength that is not easily executed. Thus, Char previously wielded the mithril long sword with confidence, believing he could lead Harry and the others to safety, for it was a physical attack capable of inflicting damage on the vengeful dolls. However, the advantage of magic lies in its low consumption, considering Char's condition. A few strikes with the mithril longsword would likely deplete his stamina rapidly. Yet, the obstacles are numerous, and the flickering lights are manifestations of the magic inherent to the Harry Potter universe. Char, even if he could conjure a dozen spells in a single breath, would find it merely a matter of catching his breath to recover. It is unheard of for any wizard in the Harry Potter realm to run out of magical energy. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, sending a cluster of vengeful dolls tumbling. Char stifled another yawn, leading Harry and the others in continuous circles around the labyrinthine outskirts of Steam City. He was in search of something. Help me keep an eye out for a button. I recall there should be one around here. A very large button. A very large button? Harry and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They understood each word Char uttered, yet when strung together, the meaning eluded them. Like a light switch? The savior classmate was quick to conjure an apt metaphor. Close enough. It is a conspicuous red button. Bang! With a flick of his wand, Char sent another approaching vengeful doll hurtling through the air. If you see it, you will recognize it as the button you seek. Char did not simply decide on a whim to flee the safe house with his companions. He had already identified an alternative escape route. The vengeful dolls were nearly impossible to shake off. Sooner or later, they would wear him down. and there was no telling what other monsters might cross their path. Since they could neither evade nor eliminate the threat, it would be prudent to depart from Steam City altogether. This, indeed, was the function of the button, a random teleportation device. It sounds magical, even unfathomable. One might wonder why such a mechanism exists within a city. Yet who knows? This is a wonderland. Random teleportation exists in many parts of this realm. For instance, Mr. Rabbit often burrows into tree holes only to emerge at his front door, discovering he has entered another world, unable to find his way home. Similarly, a little mouse seeking food in a teapot might find itself tumbling in, only to encounter a blue fairy, and upon peering outside, realize it has landed in a sweltering desert shrouded in golden sands. Such occurrences are plentiful in this wonderland, making it hardly surprising that a massive button is brazenly positioned in some corner of Steam City, perhaps accompanied by a sign that reads, "Press me." The purpose of the teleportation button, as its name suggests, is to transport the user upon a single press. Multiple presses will result in multiple transports. Charles recalled a red button located on the outskirts of the Steam City and a white button within the inner city. However, truth be told, with Harry around, Charles was not inclined to tempt fate. Rather than remaining in the safe house, praying that the defensive magic would provide absolute protection and leaving his destiny to chance, he preferred to step out and assert control over his own fate by pressing the random teleportation button. After all, Chapter 42 emphasizes the significance of teamwork. Suddenly, while Charles was engaged in a whack-a-mole game with the vengeful dolls, he heard the sound of mechanical gears whirring. Turning around, he discovered the universal robot number 3 approaching, its legs awkwardly twisting as it advanced. Legs freeze. With his extensive combat experience, Charles reacted swiftly, casting the most suitable spell at that moment. If only he had a broader repertoire of spells at his disposal, he could have undoubtedly chosen to shatter the mechanical being or, with a simple transformation or destruction spell, tear it apart or even disrupt the terrain to create an obstacle. However, given his limited magical options, the leg-locking spell was often remarkably effective against legged foes. With a resounding thud, the universal robot toppled over. Target acquired. I require assistance. I need help, it cried out, aside from Daryl, who jumped in fright. Harry and Hermione barely flinched at the sudden appearance of the robot, having encountered far too many monsters along their journey to be intimidated now. The initially unremarkable robot failed to scare them, and indeed, it was swiftly dispatched by Charles's spell. Yet, Charles quickened his pace, catching up with his companions. The robot, which had rushed out calling for assistance, was now the one pleading for help after being incapacitated by Charles. This was no jest. It was summoning its comrades, much like the vengeful dolls. Clank, clank. The sound echoed as around 3 more universal robots gathered in response to the commotion. Unlike the vengeful dolls, which seemed to swarm in abundance, these robots, being a distinctive feature of Steam City, were limited to a specific area, and 3 appeared to be the maximum they could muster. With a swift flick of his wand, Charles unleashed a powerful shockwave resembling an air cannon, creating ripples in the air and leaving a faint, transparent trail in its wake. This was a variation of the obstruction spell, compared to the previous small-scale explosions. Its potency had increased, verging on offensive magic, albeit with a slightly reduced frequency. The shockwave halted 2 of the robots momentarily, allowing Charles to once again immobilize one of their legs. With a crackle, he pivoted and unleashed a barrage of spells, forcing back the vengeful dolls that had been attempting to creep up from behind. Haven't found them yet? No, not yet. Not seen. He could not afford to lower his guard, for in addition to being wary of the vengeful dolls encircling him, he also needed to be vigilant against their potential ambushes on Harry and the others. The power of his spells had diminished significantly. With a flick of his wand, Charles sent one unfortunate doll flying. The potency of his incantations had been severely reduced. Originally, he should have been able to incapacitate such a robotic foe with a single spell, rendering it permanently immobile, even with just a basic stunning spell. Yet now, he could merely compel it to retreat a few paces. The wand made of you was not the most suitable for him. Charles's initial wand was a rare 11¼ inch walnut wand with a dragon heartstring core. This type of wand is notoriously difficult to master, but once it acknowledges its owner, it will never refuse any command. In the hands of a dark wizard, such a wand can be lethally potent. Bellatrix Lestrange wielded a wand of walnut as well, with a dragon heartstring core that further augmented its power, making it particularly adept at enhancing spell strength. Indeed, this was the wand that Charles found most comfortable to wield. One of the delightful Easter eggs in the game was that, regardless of how many save files one created, Ollivander would always sell the same initial wand to the player. Wands choose their wizards and never change. However, as the game progressed, players often found themselves evolving, leading to the realization that the most suitable wand was not necessarily the initial one. An ill-suited wand can lead to diminished magical efficacy, manifesting in numerical discrepancies within the game. At present, Charles felt a distinct lack of comfort, as if wielding a crudely crafted cane. He could not ascertain whether this discomfort stemmed from the wand's mismatch or from the abrupt transition from a game to reality. Regardless, a wand is of paramount importance to a wizard. For most, losing their wand signifies a loss of magical ability, unless they are exceptionally gifted. Even those who master wandless magic typically only manage simple spells. Suddenly, a garment flew through the air. After repelling the vengeful doll's time and again, Charles noticed that Harry's situation was becoming increasingly perilous, as one of the dolls stealthily approached the savior, completely unbeknownst to Harry. Nearby, Dudley had witnessed the scene but appeared frozen in fear, trembling and unable to alert either Harry or Charles. What a fool. Charles shook his head, aware that he could not expect much from an 11-year-old. Initially intending to cast a transfiguration spell, he realized, just as the incantation was about to be unleashed, that his transfiguration had no effect at present, morphing instead into a summoning charm. The brief summoning charm, imbued with an irresistible force, instantly pulled Harry towards him. Startled, Harry imagined he had been seized by a monster and began to struggle, only to see Charles beside him and the floating creature from his previous position. "Thank you," he gasped. Harry, whose battle instincts were inherently sharp, immediately realized that it was Charles who had come to his rescue. "Get away from me." With a swift motion, another precise incantation struck the vengeful doll attempting to ambush Harry, sending it tumbling through the air, rolling over several times before disappearing from sight. No need to be polite. Charles pushed Harry behind him, his wand already aimed at the next target as a new wave of relentless, vengeful dolls slowly encroached upon them. They truly knew how to seize an opportunity. Holding his wand aloft, Charles took a deep breath for a few moments before abruptly thrusting it towards the ground. "All of you, get lost." With a resounding boom, the wand emitted a crackling sound, and a powerful shockwave erupted from Charles's center. The force of the blast indiscriminately knocked everyone down, including several small creatures, apart from Charles himself. However, the nature of this spell was such that the broader the range of its diffusion, the greater its power. While the likes of Hermione, who were at the epicenter, merely stumbled, the vengeful dolls at the periphery were sent sprawling backward, tumbling several times. A temporary clearing effect was achieved. Yet, this spell was evidently not quick to release. Charles paused for several seconds before casting a barrier spell anew. What a troublesome bunch. He felt akin to a hammer in a whack-a-mole game, as magic proved ineffective against these entities. He found himself unable to inflict fatal harm, or rather, he simply refrained from doing so, needing to focus on destructive and incendiary spells that evoked a somewhat idealistic imagery of fragmentation and annihilation. Thus, he could only repel the vengeful dolls, time and time again, which stirred his impatience and concern that prolonged engagement might lead to unforeseen complications. Perhaps he should indeed procure a mithril longsword from the shop, emulating Gandalf with magic in one hand and a blade in the other. If only the transfiguration spell remained effective. It was one of the core components of advanced magic. Transfiguration was also Charles's favorite and most adept spell, at least in the realm of gaming. For wizards, transfiguration was notoriously challenging, demanding not only idealism, but also a test of their imagination. However, for players, it posed little difficulty. The former required a philosophical mindset to cast, while the latter provided 3 selectable hints whenever imagination faltered. Thus, they were never short of creativity. Regrettably, transfiguration was also one of the most difficult spells to master. Without practice, he feared he might be unable to wield it effectively. Apologies, Professor McGonagall. You may soon lose your most exceptional transfiguration student. McGonagall, outsiders, leave Hogwarts. At this moment, Charles still felt quite fatigued. Merely half an hour of rest was insufficient to recuperate, enough only to keep him upright and awake. I found it. Yet, he was not without a trump card. The Mode of the Silent One could nearly overpower anything. Not to mention these vengeful dolls, even the previous Cyclops would stand a chance. Although utilizing a once-a-year skill here felt like an extravagant waste. As he gazed at the long sword in the marketplace, on the verge of transforming into a form he despised, he suddenly heard the jubilant shout of the chubby Dudley. What a rarity. This fellow had brought him good news. Everyone remained still. Charles commanded, "Hermione, press it once, just once." "But what if I've already pressed it multiple times?" She replied, "Are you jesting? In that case, I shall gift you a pig's tail." At that moment, Charles noticed Dudley's face turn ashen, his hands instinctively covering his backside. Charles immediately understood that Dudley was not joking. This fool always managed to stir trouble, demonstrating bravery only in the most unnecessary situations. Dudley realized that the joy brought by discovering the button had evaporated, and Charles would have preferred if Dudley had never found it at all. "How many times did you press it?" he inquired. "Three. 3 times. For Merlin's sake. Why did you press it?" With a vigorous flick of his wand, Charles hurled a cursed doll violently against the cold steel wall, as if the creature were Dudley himself. The little chubby one shrank back, hiding behind his cousin Harry. "But isn't the button meant to be pressed?" Dudley's retort left Charles speechless. Well, it was merely a matter of distinction between a non-lucky and a lucky person. Such thoughts were merely psychological comfort for Charles. "But why did you press it so many times?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. "I thought it hadn't T-registered, so I pressed it twice more," Dudley replied in a feeble voice. It was now evident that this fellow was indeed a simpleton. He should be grateful he realized to press it 3 times rather than 4. Bang, bang, boom. Everyone gather around. At this juncture, there was no other option. Charles couldn't possibly abandon anyone. With a flourish of his wand, he adopted a rather boss-like demeanor. As he continuously cast spells, his speed and proficiency grew increasingly adept. At that moment, he began to sense the essence of those high-level characters from his saved files, the exhilarating freedom of magical prowess. Charles! Charles! But just then, a scream erupted from Harry and the others, and Charles sensed impending danger. He swiftly pivoted, employing a unique technique to forcefully shift over half a meter, then turned his head. However, the anticipated ambush from behind was absent. The source of the children's fright was a massive rabbit that had appeared at their side without warning. "Damn it," Charles muttered. The game had suddenly updated to a new version, transitioning to a different realm, and his magic had been significantly weakened. Yet his combat skills remained intact. He wondered how a cursed doll could approach him unnoticed. It turned out, however, that it was not a cursed doll, and it was even less preferable than that. Target discovered: War Giant Rabbit. Name: Energy-filled miniature War Giant Rabbit. Challenge level: 31. Strength: 900. Memorandum: Can you tell me the current time? Memorandum 2. I missed the carrot soup at home. This is an enormous rabbit, and it bears repeating. It is truly immense. The full-sized War Giant Rabbit stands approximately 15 meters tall, when accounting for its raised head and ears. Its height reaches an astonishing 25 meters, 3 times that of the previous Cyclops. Indeed, it is a genuine behemoth, a creation, not a mere creature. As this rabbit is constructed entirely from an unknown alloy, its surface remarkably smooth and radiant, emanating an incredible spectrum of refracted light, reminiscent of crystalline beauty. The smaller beings of Charles can even see their reflections in its metallic surface. On the rabbit's back rests a colossal pocket watch, the hands of which do not indicate time, but rather a measure of energy. Flanking it are 2 highly technological and grotesque firearms, reminiscent of ancient artillery. However, this rabbit is not a complete version of the War Giant Rabbit. Its designation as miniature implies a significantly reduced size, estimated to be only 5 or 6 meters. Yet, all other features remain intact. Charles' gaze fixated on the weapons suspended at its sides. Those are steam-powered rapid-fire laser rifles. Do not inquire how steam can produce lasers. Steam guns can vanquish even the malevolent deities. Buzz. The War Giant Rabbit's eyes are crafted from some ruby-like crystal, which seems to emit a subtle red beam from behind, aiding its vision akin to infrared scanning. Charles took 2 steps back, then another 2. Silence. He gestured for quiet. Hermione remained silent, her mouth tightly covered, not uttering a sound, unfazed by the prospect of suffocation. Harry was quick to react, his mouth shut and his wide-eyed gaze behind black-rimmed glasses reflecting astonishment. Charles was most concerned for Daryl, who appeared utterly frozen in fear, having forgotten even to scream. The War Giant Rabbit would undoubtedly launch an assault on them, yet the activation of the teleportation button would occur even more swiftly, perhaps at this very moment. In other words, they need not engage the War Giant Rabbit in combat. Merely delaying for a second, 2 seconds, perhaps a few seconds would suffice. Buzz. The War Giant Rabbit detected their presence, and the rifle began to charge. The vengeful dolls were unwilling to miss any opportunity to approach. They had been stealthily advancing. And with these few seconds of reprieve, the nearest doll could almost touch Hermione's hair. Charles could wait no longer. Obstacles abound. He waved his wand, sending 2 vengeful dolls flying, then took a deep breath, sweeping his wand as if to encompass everything before him. Boom! Thunder! Explosion! Then, Charles roared. Boom! Boom! The destructive power wielded by wizards is formidable, even among those in their 2nd or 3rd year of training. At that moment, the spell provided by the pighead man, Hank, unleashed its full potency, shattering the ground before Char and his companions into countless fragments. Great chunks of metal rose up in disarray, and the shockwave propelled the vengeful dolls into the air, injuring them, albeit only slightly, perhaps merely scraping away a bit of their vitality. It was then that they were assailed by the onslaught of the war giant rabbit. A resonant buzz filled the air, a sound akin to that of air being pierced. Should he activate the silent mode? Char, who was fixated on the war giant rabbit, discerned a fleeting deep purple laser slicing through the atmosphere. No, not yet. He need not engage silent mode to safeguard those behind him. Char held his wand aloft, raising his voice once more. Armor, shield me. It must work. With a resounding clang reminiscent of a metal sword being drawn, countless glimmers materialized before Char and his companions. The brilliance shimmered like a galaxy, twinkling with myriad stars. And at the very heart of this celestial display, a shield composed of starlight began to coalesce. This was the iron armor spell. More precisely, Char's variation of it. A magical transformation that fused transfiguration with the guardian spell. Boom! 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 There was no time for the little ones to admire the spectacle, for in the next instant, the purple laser had flashed and struck the luminous shield and barrier with a thunderous impact. Yet, the force unleashed in that singular moment was chaotic, tearing apart everything in its vicinity. The laser was not a solitary beam. It unleashed a barrage akin to a rapid-fire weapon, erupting in a flurry of 10 or more lasers. The combined power was nearly cataclysmic, shattering vast expanses of metal into fragments, scattering the vengeful dolls into disarray, and tragically, one unfortunate soul was pierced by a laser, instantly transforming into a silver bag. As Char maintained the iron armor spell, he felt as though he had been struck head-on by a truck, a coppery sweetness surging in his mouth. Yet he held firm. Notification. Current health 50100. You have vanquished a vengeful doll. Experience 200, silver bag 301 awaiting collection, gold coins 200. At last, the little ones cried out from behind him. This was no fault of theirs. The weaponry of the war giant rabbit was undoubtedly of heavy artillery caliber, and in an instant, they found themselves in the midst of a tumultuous battlefield. Smoke, lasers, swirling dust, and crumbling structures surrounded them. It was no wonder they were in a state of panic. However, good news soon followed, as a tremendous wave of distortion and attraction surged from behind. It was the activation of the transport button. It had begun. The assault from the war giant rabbit was not relentless. Like a steam gun, it required a moment to recharge, even if it fired lasers. Char, having encountered countless war giant rabbits before, was acutely aware of this, and thus, seizing the brief reprieve between its initial barrage, he swiftly relinquished the maintenance of the iron armor spell. The silver bag soared towards him. With a swift flick of his wand, he summoned the cursed doll into his grasp, and in the blink of an eye, he, along with Harry and the others, vanished as if swept away by a powerful flush. Following this, the immense war rabbit unleashed its next wave of devastation. Boom! The furious beams of laser obliterated everything in their path, piercing through steel and walls, causing several nearby universal robots to shriek for assistance, hastily rushing towards the chaos. In an instant, everything was torn asunder, akin to enduring a bombardment. Only the red button remained, untouched and pristine. High above, the jubilant trio continued their antics. The familiar heights echoed with their cries, yet this was a solo classic performance unique to Dudley, who seized the baton of screams from the others, effortlessly dominating the scene. Charles felt certain that he and a certain tiger would find much common ground. Harry and Hermione had ceased their screams, exchanging helpless glances at Dudley as they plummeted. After multiple teleportations and being tossed into the air, even they, accustomed to such experiences, were taken aback by Dudley's girlish shrieks. Were it not for the fear of appearing foolish, Charles would have gladly cast a silencing charm upon himself. Finally, they were free from that infernal war rabbit. Observing Dudley's incessant wailing, Charles shook his head in resignation. After all, transfiguration was among the most perilous and challenging of magical disciplines, and even he could not guarantee success without practice. Moreover, although it was Dudley who pressed the button, and not Hermione, whom he deemed the optimal choice, Charles found himself surprisingly unconcerned. For fortunate little Hermione had drawn for him the form of the Silent One. Charles lacked the patience to linger at the circus for this talent, yet he had curiously experimented with it, choosing to suppress his magic at the onset, transforming into the Silent One before the commencement of his studies at Hogwarts. After all, players ought to try everything at least once. Although the ensuing events would lead to a plot twist, it must be acknowledged that the Silent One's form was indeed formidable. When a young wizard destined for Hogwarts transforms into a Silent One, it is only reasonable that Dumbledore would make an appearance. Subsequently, Dumbledore would also momentarily evade the Silent One's overwhelming presence. In other words, the Silent One would instantaneously elevate the player's level to beyond 30, placing them on par with Dumbledore, if not surpassing him in destructive capacity. Charles had experienced the Silent One mode, but that save file ended abruptly due to an explosion. The destructive potential of the Silent One was indeed remarkable, albeit fleeting. Concerning the principles of magic, Charles was at a loss. Yet, based on analyses from strategy groups and the fantastical theories gleaned from novels, coupled with years of whimsical concoctions as a game designer, this phenomenon resembled a wizard breaking through the body's self-protective mechanisms. The human body harbors inherent self-defense mechanisms, suggesting that the force and speed one can unleash may surpass expectations, especially in moments of extreme rage. However, should a complete eruption occur, it could potentially lead to debilitating effects such as exhaustion, fractures, muscle spasms, and other adverse reactions unbearable for humanity. Thus, the human body possesses a self-protective mechanism that imposes subconscious constraints on both psychological and physiological levels. Wizards may experience similar phenomena, for they are human too, and magical power is inherently a part of the human constitution. Moreover, magical energy is far more intricate than mere muscle tissue. It embodies a synthesis of body, mind, soul, and thought. As a young wizard matures, this latent potential is gradually unlocked to prevent premature exposure to overwhelming magical forces, which could render the young wizard's physical and psychological development incomplete, leading to uncontrollable outcomes. The Silent One likely represents a breach of this protective mechanism. In other words, it no longer embodies humanity. The Silent One not only manifests all the potential of a young wizard instantaneously, but also maximizes the conversion of everything into magical energy, including the wizard's body, mind, and thoughts. This aligns perfectly with the characteristics of the Silent One. It lacks a corporeal form and exists as a swirling mass of darkness, remaining in an irrational, uncontrolled state. Even a mere young wizard, upon becoming the Silent One, can instantaneously rival an adult wizard or even surpass them in strength. The Silent One serves as a trump card for Xiao'er, instantly amplifying his combat capabilities to their fullest. In terms of sheer destructive power, the challenge level exhibited by the Silent One may already exceed the maximum threshold. Hence, Xiao'er meins unperturbet. Based on his understanding of the fairyland, there are no bosses on the map that cannot be defeated even at their highest levels. Even the red and white queens could be gravely harmed by the Silent One, allowing Xiao'er to escape with Hermione and others. The bosses possess the Silent One form as a secret weapon, while in ordinary circumstances, a wand suffices to address any situation, making the teleportation process relatively manageable. Furthermore, Xiao'er has resolved that after the teleportation concludes, he will patiently await the cooldown period and then open a portal directly to the exit. He has no desire to continue leading this motley crew around. Despite having a trump card, it is still wise to conserve the Silent One form, considering the year-long cooldown. Had he acquired such a potent skill earlier, Xiao'er might have sought a boss to farm for drops, aware of the many exceptional loot available. However, after the recent experience of being pursued, Xiao'er believes it prudent to stabilize his position for now. While the game can be restarted, here, one only has one life, and Hermione has but one as well. Thus, it is best to play it safe. As levels rise, equipment, skills, and talents will eventually be his, and focusing on steady development is paramount. Retaining a trump card offers considerable peace of mind. Having finished his chocolate, Xiao'er felt significantly revitalized and retrieved his wand once more. However, teleportation does not come with protective enchantments against falls. Should he plummet, he could truly meet his demise. Therefore, he must employ a levitation spell to cushion his descent. Yet again he finds himself in the heights, with a river below. But why does the water appear black? As several individuals continued their descent, the ground below became increasingly visible. Hermione, devoid of any fear of the high-altitude fall, gazed at the river and couldn't help but express her curiosity. 4. Charles had a panoramic view of everything beneath. At the horizon, the azure sky met the verdant meadows. The sky was a deep blue, reminiscent of blueberry flavor, adorned with fluffy white clouds like cotton candy. The grassy fields bore a flavor akin to mugwort, perhaps not favored by many. Beneath the undulating hills of the plains lay colossal pieces of chocolate, which, if the grass above were cleared, could be savored. Fruit trees grew atop the hills, bearing luscious fruits akin to lollipops, with syrupy sweetness flowing from within when plucked. Surrounding them were mushrooms of various flavors, with textures reminiscent of gummy candy, alongside signs that were as impossibly chewy as bubblegum. It was, after all, a chocolate river. Charles exclaimed, "Discovery! Chocolate factory! Experience 2! Lucky coin 1! What? Wingardium Leviosa!" With a flick of the wand, the three, who were plummeting rapidly towards the inky river, came to an abrupt halt for a brief moment before plunging in with a splash. As they emerged from the thick, viscous waters, they resembled drenched chickens. Having rolled in mud, their bodies coated in the sticky black liquid that dripped continuously. A chocolate river. Little girls are typically fastidious about cleanliness, Hermione grimaced, and before she could wipe her face, an exuberantly surprised scream from Dudley pierced her ears. Glub, glub, glub. The chubby boy suddenly sank partially, seemingly engaged in some activity, with bubbles erupting from his mouth. After several seconds, he broke the surface of the rich chocolate syrup. "It really is chocolate," he exclaimed, having gulped down several large mouthfuls, his stomach now round with delight. However, in his haste, he choked, and with a loud retch, he expelled a mouthful of black chocolate syrup. "Oh!" Charles and the others shared expressions of disdain, abandoning any thoughts of tasting a sip. Here, the entire river composed of chocolate piqued the curiosity of both Harry and Hermione, but before Harry could speak, a familiar force of attraction resurfaced. The transportation had yet to conclude. Chocolate! My chocolate! My chocolate! No! The familiar sensation of spinning enveloped them. Even Dudley, in his gluttony, realized something. Or perhaps the allure of chocolate quickened his usually sluggish mind. He emitted a heart-wrenching wail, but alas, this did not halt the ongoing transportation. In the next moment, the four vanished from the chocolate river without a trace. Shortly after their disappearance, a pale-faced man, adorned with a thick layer of lychee-flavored candy cream, emerged from the candy forest beside the chocolate river. He removed his top hat and peered curiously towards the chocolate river, inquiring, "Have a few little mice, known for stealing cheese, ventured in?" "No." A small, expressionless dwarf emerged from beside the man's legs and shouted sternly, "That is a relief. I certainly do not wish for any loathsome filth to infiltrate my chocolate." Placing a hand over his heart, the man sighed deeply in relief. "That would be exceedingly rude before my guests. What a delightful afternoon tea. Right in the afternoon." The March Hare, holding a pocket watch, clinked his teacup loudly against the Dormouse's. "Splendid. I could never tire of afternoon tea," he exclaimed, yawning. "Roses and pastries." The plump twin brothers exchanged glances. Both fragrant and crispy, they chimed in unison, bursting into laughter. Observing this scene, the Cheshire Cat smiled, its terrifying teeth stretching to the corners of its mouth. Gradually, its body began to fade, reappearing atop the Mad Hatter's tall hat. The Mad Hatter, with a smile on his face, watched the tea party unfold, deftly folding two beautiful silk handkerchiefs, twisting and turning them until he crafted a remarkably exquisite top hat. He produced a playing card with the original number obscured, inscribing 104 upon it, and slanted it into the grand hat as a decorative touch, completing a brand new little hat. Surely someone would adore it. With fragrant pastries, exquisite floral decorations, beautiful ceramic teacups, a dining table that was chaotic yet aesthetically pleasing, and the enchanting greenery surrounding them. This was indeed a joyful tea party. Oh no, my chocolate. However, in an unfortunate instant, this joy was shattered. A classic triple concerto resonated from above, the sound growing closer as it plummeted rapidly. Good heavens! A group of children. From the sky, the March Hare, startled, dropped his teacup, clumsily spilling the rich brown tea across the table, where it flowed freely, absorbed by the pristine white tablecloth, forming a Cheshire Cat's smiling face. "We're doomed. They'll be shattered into pieces like sweet, fragrant biscuits." It screamed. Clink! The twins raised their teacups and gently tapped them together. "Poor children," they remarked. Cling, clang, clang. The hound, Timothy, sniffed with his large nose, gazing with vacant eyes towards the other end of the table where the Mad Hatter sat. The Mad Hatter remained silent, his smile unwavering, while the Cheshire Cat atop his tall hat also grinned, its wide mouth appearing both eerie and significant. Bang! Bang! Without a floating spell or any cushioning, the four little ones plummeted directly from the sky. However, the anticipated scene of disarray did not unfold, for each one landed gracefully upon a chair, as if they were late-arriving old friends effortlessly pulling out chairs to take their seats. Discovery. Tea Party. Experience 2. Chapter 44. The Trial. Seated at the dining table of the tea party, Hermione's heart raced with fervor, although she was well aware that with Charles present, they would not meet a fatal end. The thrill of plummeting directly from a great height was undeniably exhilarating. This was an experience beyond her subjective control. After calming her tumultuous emotions, Hermione turned her head and spotted a timid dormouse peeking out from behind the teapot, its little head the only part visible. A mouse. Yet, unlike an ordinary girl who might scream at the sight of a large rodent, Hermione's perspective had been irrevocably transformed by her journey through Wonderland. Moreover, this was indeed Wonderland, and the mouse, adorned like a ranger, piqued her curiosity. "Hello, little mouse," Hermione smiled warmly. "Huh, greetings, sweet biscuit. Oh no, I mean hello, young lady," exclaimed the dormouse, springing forth from its hiding place with unrestrained enthusiasm. Nearby, a startled Harry swallowed hard, glancing at the delectable cookies before him and then turning to the hound, Timothy, beside him. He stammered, feeling an inexplicable affinity for the large dog. Timothy merely snorted in acknowledgement, moving at a leisurely pace. Beside Charles stood the Mad Hatter, and as he looked up, he was met with the grinning visage of the Cheshire Cat. The Cheshire Cat. The first thought that flitted through his mind was the potential for acquiring a superior spatial magic talent. However, the Cheshire Cat's smile faltered before it silently vanished from sight. "Oh, I heard from a certain group of strategists that it also has a chance of bestowing decent prophetic talents." Nonetheless, Charles remained skeptical, suspecting the creature had sensed his unfriendly gaze, as felines are known to be quite sensitive. "Hey there, little fellow, you are quite dirty, yet rather fragrant," the Mad Hatter remarked as he leaned closer to Dudley, inhaling deeply. Dudley, still engulfed in the melancholy of departing from his dream kingdom, was oblivious to his surroundings until the Mad Hatter scraped a glob of chocolate sauce from his collar, prompting him to react with displeasure. "Hey, that's all my chocolate. Is this chocolate?" The Mad Hatter cast a dismissive glance at the sticky substance, flicking it away and splattering it across Dudley's face. "Hello, Mel Hetze." Charles popped a cookie into his mouth and greeted the whimsical character, tapping his wand to magically cleanse himself, Hermione, and Harry of the chocolate mess. "Hello, young sir," the Mad Hatter replied, a smile spreading across his pale face. "Until we meet again, Mad Hatter." Regrettably, in the next instant, as Charles prepared to bid farewell, the familiar sensation of teleportation enveloped him once more. "I had hoped today would be more eventful," he lamented. Charles found his feet firmly planted on solid ground, realizing that this was likely to be his final teleportation. However, the next moment brought a disquieting realization. This time, there was no thrilling descent from the sky awaiting him. This anomalous situation immediately led Charles to associate it with a particular location in Wonderland. Charles did not become enamored with bungee jumping. Rather, the perilous descent was one of Wonderland's defensive mechanisms, effectively preventing any unfortunate souls, aside from Alice, from infiltrating its realms. Did one truly believe that Alice possessed no talent? No matter how high the fall, she emerged unscathed, consistently transforming danger into safety. In every conceivable sense, this was indeed impressive. The last individual to exhibit such a gift was a chieftain, or rather, a captain, named Jack Sparrow, over 3 centuries ago. However, this time, the teleportation had directly deposited them onto the ground. Charles's initial instinct was to attempt to access the portal of Camartage. Although his current circumstances did not permit him to open the door, tracing arcs of light in midair was still feasible. Regrettably, the magic yielded no response, as if severed from its source. Raising his gaze, Charles surveyed his surroundings with a reluctance to confront the truth. Indeed, this was the very place he had suspected, a hidden map where flying and spatial magic were strictly prohibited. The trials of confronting the divine awaited him. Where is this? It was an enclosed ancient hall, its walls constructed from heavy stone bricks, quite narrow, measuring merely a few dozen square meters. The ancient stones exuded a damp odor, adorned with creeping green vines. In 3 directions of the hall stood 3 stone doors, forming a triangular arrangement. These doors were nearly identical, save for subtle variations in their engravings. Discovery, Trial Grounds, Experience 60. Charles found himself pondering whether to marvel at Dolly's good fortune, lament his misfortune, or perhaps Harry's. Wonderland harbored many hidden maps, a fact not lost on players. Charles was certainly aware that this was one of them. Choosing one door to push open would lead to a labyrinthine trial, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it simply a trial. The inclusion of labyrinthine, its name stemmed from the hidden narrative that initiated it, the Labyrinth of Pan. Naturally, this was the burial ground chosen by his dear cousin. Watching the savior classmate patting his small head with an innocent expression, Charles felt a surge of irritation. However, the term burial ground was far too complex for the 11-year-old savior to comprehend. He and Dolly had not grasped its significance. Yet, the eloquent Hermione understood, her complexion paling slightly. Having journeyed alongside Charles through numerous fantastical realms, and with a closer bond to him, she quickly caught on and regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Are you jesting? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Charles sighed, his tone lacking any semblance of congratulation. Hermione furrowed her brow. Is there truly danger here? She sensed that Charles was not entirely joking. This place indeed felt rather ominous. Harry had indeed made considerable progress. Following Charles, he had ventured through the ruins of Unigel Town, evaded the relentless pursuit of a cyclops in the forest, narrowly escaped being obliterated by a colossal mechanical rabbit, tumbled into a river of chocolate, and participated in the Mad Hatter's tea party. Even Harry, not particularly fond of intellectual exertion, had begun to exhibit a semblance of cleverness. He adjusted his glasses, now adorned with numerous cracks, and gazed at the 3 stone doors surrounding him. Each door appeared to be identical, save for their differing patterns. Could it be yet another puzzle? Harry endeavored to assist. It was not so straightforward. Is the trial exceedingly arduous? Hermione immediately inquired. The foes within the trial are formidable, Charles replied, nodding as he regarded the young girl. They are even more powerful than the Cyclops we've faced before. Harry and Hermione were instantly taken aback. As their inaugural encounter with an insurmountable adversary in Wonderland, the Cyclops had left an indelible impression on them. In their eyes, it had become an almost invincible entity. The prospect of facing an enemy even more terrifying than that creature was daunting. Hermione fell silent, uncertain of how to proceed, but after a moment's pause, Harry resolutely declared, I can help you. Clenching his fists, his small face radiated determination, as if the lightning bolt scar upon his forehead was flushed with excitement. He appeared ready to engage in a fierce battle against whatever lay ahead. Charles was not surprised by Harry's resolve. Had he not taken such a stance, he would not be the savior he was destined to be. Although he had yet to immerse himself in the magical realm, the essence of one's spirit remains unchanged. I admire your courage, Charles acknowledged, but what do you believe you can do? Harry suddenly felt deflated. It was not that Charles was discouraging him. A mere 11-year-old child, no matter how valiant, was limited in capability. Harry understood this well. His strength was feeble, perhaps even inferior to Dudley's. While he could run a bit faster, what good would that do? In truth, he was uncertain about how he could contribute. He simply did not wish to remain idle. If even Harry felt powerless, what could a young girl like Hermione possibly achieve? Dudley remained silent, quietly listening from the sidelines, while Hermione and Harry momentarily overlooked his presence. Yet, Charles's gaze flickered towards him several times, only to be evaded by Dudley. Chapter 45, The Choice. Don't you possess that magic? The golden, round portal. In the midst of the silence, the young girl suddenly recalled Charles's exceedingly unreliable portal, her tone brimming with excitement. You could simply transport us away. We needn't face any trials or challenges. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry and Dudley exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Harry distinctly remembered how they had escaped the clutches of the Cyclops. Although their subsequent refuge was fraught with peril, that magic had indeed been extraordinary. It won't work, Charles replied, raising his hands in resignation. The type of magic that is prohibited here was just attempted by me, leaving us with no choice but to either complete the trial or perish from hunger in this desolate place. Upon hearing this, Dudley's face turned pale first, resembling one on the verge of tears, and even Hermione and Harry appeared troubled. Their understanding of death was not profound, yet they were not entirely ignorant of its finality. Death signifies an eternal departure. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. However, after a few seconds, Xavier suddenly inquired with a smile, Why do you all wear such expressions? Staring at Xavier's grin, Harry looked dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend how Xavier could still be smiling, while Hermione reacted swiftly. You're not jesting again, are you? The girl's countenance was grave. If you were to joke about such matters, it would indeed be rather excessive. Of course not. Xavier chocolat. But did I not mention that, as long as we pass the trial, we can leave? But you also stated that the creatures inside are more formidable than the Cyclops. Hermione, ever competitive, instinctively contested this point despite the dire circumstances. So, have we lost the courage to face the challenge? Xavier Kuntarat. How could that be? Hermione instinctively retorted. Xavier's smile grew brighter as his gaze met Harry's. I'm not afraid of them, Harry declared resolutely. Then, only Dudley remained. Feeling the weight of the 3 gazes upon him, Dudley felt equally desperate. I feel the same, he stammered. Xavier responded with a smile. Then let us choose a trial. Xavier had not entirely spoken the truth. He had told Harry and the others that the creatures within the trial were stronger than the Cyclops, which was indeed accurate. Yet this did not imply that they were insurmountable. Throughout, Xavier had not claimed that he could not conquer them. In fact, Had he not possessed the advantage of the Silent One form, he would lack the confidence without his wand. Xavier had to admit that he had raised his flag too soon. With the combat prowess of the Silent One mode, he could indeed flatten any boss within the fairyland. If one were to overlook the present situation, he also did not wholly misstate. The adversaries here were significantly stronger than the Cyclops, existing on an entirely different tier. These beings were gods. Otherwise, why would it be called the trial of confronting gods? Though merely minor deities from obscure myths, they were still gods. Yet, the term trial does not imply a duel. It does not necessitate defeating a god to pass. The true essence of a trial is a test, one that can be overcome through various means, perhaps intellectual or spiritual. However, passing such a test is no simple feat. The Labyrinth of Pan may be a fairy tale, yet it leans toward a cruel, realistically dark-hued narrative. To succeed in the trial, one must inevitably make sacrifices. These costs may be burdens too heavy for these young souls to bear. Behind the three doors lies not a dead end. Their inspiration is drawn from the Labyrinth of Pan, and according to the narrative, there exists a small window through which one might escape. Charles adopts the form of the Silent One, sufficiently capable of shielding a few little ones as they seek the exit and subsequently retreat with ease. Yet, he hesitates to proceed in such a manner. To squander the once-a-year cooldown of the Silent One here, with no tangible reward, feels like an egregious loss to him. Thus, he contemplates the notion of slaying deities. If he can indeed accomplish such a feat, within the three trials lie three corresponding gods, each presenting challenges of approximately level 40. Even with the utmost combat prowess, they remain nearly insurmountable foes. However, for players, as long as there exists a health bar, nothing is beyond the realm of defeat. Charles finds himself astonished by their entrance into this place, not out of surprise at the hidden map, but rather at the randomness of the teleportation that could deposit individuals directly into a concealed realm. He is quite familiar with this locale, having vanquished these so-called gods on numerous occasions, particularly since, by the late game, there is little left to challenge. Of course, during that time, his combat strength was unparalleled. Similarly, the items dropped by these so-called gods are of the highest caliber. Indeed, as Charles is aware, a drop considered to be exquisite can only be obtained here within the entirety of the game. This is not merely about following the script and undergoing trials, but about directly confronting the bosses. This is one of the reasons Charles is adamant about dispatching them. In the ensuing moments, the Silent One mode will inevitably be utilized, so why not attempt a trade-off? If the cooldown of a year's skill can yield that exquisite drop, it would not only be worthwhile, but exceedingly profitable, especially since it is still the early stages of the game. Naturally, if the situation proves untenable, Charles would promptly abandon his divine assassination plans and instead lead the little ones to safety. For, from any perspective, Hermione is far more desirable than an exquisite drop. Indeed, this is true love. In truth, it is not imperative to defeat the monsters within, as this is a trial. Charles, after much effort with the transformation spell, finally conjures a table and chairs. He and Harry, along with the others, settle down, and while he recuperates his energy, he explains, "Thus, we merely need to pass through a certain trial." Hermione, contemplative, quickly grasps the essence of the situation. Yes, if fortune favors us, perhaps we could depart from here without engaging in battle. The group falls into silence, for even Dudley, in his ignorance, perceives that their luck has seldom been favorable. Nonetheless, preparation is essential. Charles produces a long sword and hands it to Harry, the mithril sword from the shop, priced at 200 gold coins. Harry, struggling with the weight, nearly loses his grip as he awkwardly swings it a couple of times, his movements painfully slow. Meeting the bewildered gaze of the young girl, Charles clarifies, "Surely, you do not believe that monsters would never go back on their word?" Hermione fell silent. Indeed, such matters cannot be guaranteed by anyone. The possession of weapons at least signifies that when the time comes, they will not be entirely defenseless, although this may not necessarily prove effective. Subsequently, Charles discovered a common dagger in the market, valued at a mere 50 gold coins. This was Dudley's weapon. The chubby boy nervously accepted the dagger, the motion suggesting that it weighed more than Harry's sword. Charles could easily discern Dudley's trepidation. "Fear not," he reassured, as the young girl scoffed dismissively, patting Dudley's shoulder. "Trust in yourself, believe in your choices. No one is inherently useless. Moreover, take care of yourself." To Hermione, he entrusted a set of bows and quivers, albeit smaller in size. However, Hermione felt she was merely a placeholder, as drawing the bow was already a struggle for her, let alone hitting a target. She doubted her ability to even release an arrow, fearing it would fail to strike anything. Yet, She did not refuse the equipment. Once donned, the little group seemed to instantaneously gain a sense of momentum. The fearless saviors among them appeared eager to embark on their quest. Which door shall we choose? His gaze flitted among the 3 stone doors. Do not rush, Charles advised, retrieving his wand. Allow me to cast some protective magic upon you. Naturally, Harry and the others did not decline. Armoris, Charles whispered, directing his wand at Harry. Armoris. Next, he turned to Hermione. Armoris. Then it was Dudley's turn. The 3 protective spells were swiftly cast, and suddenly, Charles pointed to the stone door on the right, declaring, "We shall choose this door." In the moment that the trio's attention was drawn away, Charles subtly twitched his wand toward Dudley, muttering inaudibly, "Confundus." When the 3 turned back, he had calmly lowered his wand. "This is a trial of choice," Charles stated, his tone serene. Chapter 46. What is the plan? A thunderous rumble echoed. Buffs activated. Chests opened. The vengeful doll, inadvertently harmed by the war giant rabbit, provided Charles with a level 30 silver pouch, while the discovery of a chocolate factory yielded a single lucky coin. The former task could not be delegated to Hermione. Charles undertook it himself, resulting in the acquisition of a spell, a familiar explosive charm, yet of level 30, roughly equivalent to the power of Dumbledore and Voldemort. The coin was spun by Hermione, but alas, her fortune was lacking this time, yielding a Gwent card, with supplies and equipment meticulously arranged, and after a brief respite of a few hours, Charles and the 4 little companions stood before the stone door on the right. The trial ground seemed to acknowledge their choice, as the door emitted a resounding roar and began to rise gradually. Harry, with great effort, held his sword aloft, in the hierarchy of his aunt's household. He was akin to a house elf, possessing little presence in the class as well. This was the first time the young savior had been entrusted with such a significant responsibility, and he was filled with both fear and anxiety. Dudley and Hermione were in a rather unfortunate state. Dudley, as one might expect, trembled to the extent that his legs felt weak beneath him. Hermione, though she had gained some insight from accompanying Charles, was still merely an 11-year-old girl. She incessantly drew and released the bowstring, perhaps to the point of soreness in her own arms, oblivious to her discomfort. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the stone door swung open. "Let us proceed," Charles declared, stepping boldly into the unknown. The other 3 swiftly followed in his wake, Harry first, then Hermione, and finally, after a moment's hesitation, Dudley stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold of the stone door, an extraordinary sensation enveloped them. If the hall they had just left was desolate, decayed, and mournfully cold, resembling a tomb long untouched by human foot, this new realm was imbued with a contrasting warmth. Indeed, it felt like home. From their previous vantage point outside the stone door, the interior had been obscured, as if veiled by a diaphanous curtain, but with Charles's entrance, they were transported into an entirely different world. Before them lay a scene of clarity. Observing the room more closely, they noted that the decor bore a striking resemblance to that of the Labyrinth of Pan. In the center stood a long table, laden with an abundance of sumptuous food, succulent fruits, exquisite pastries, and tantalizing roasted chickens, alongside an array of pies and sausages. At the far end of the room, a fireplace flickered with flames, above which hung a completely black tapestry, devoid of any detail except for its inky hue. This space was equally enclosed, lacking windows or doors. Despite the enveloping warmth, Harry and his companions instinctively held their breath, captivated not by the lavish spread before them, but by the creature seated at the opposite end of the table before the fireplace. The creature was humanoid in form, perched upon an enormous chair, with massive feet yet slender, elongated legs. Its skin was a wrinkled gray-green, and its body was a solid mass, an amalgamation of oval and inverted triangular shapes. Its arms were disproportionately long, nearly reaching the ground. Remarkably, it possessed no neck. At the torso's apex protruded a fleshy mass that served as its head. Upon noticing the newcomers, it grinned widely. "Welcome, young challengers," it intoned. The creature's head bore a pair of horn-like protrusions that extended from its forehead, resembling hardened skin. It lacked a nose, its small eyes peering out from a mouth that gaped wide, revealing a menacing array of teeth. Its chin was adorned with a dense cluster of tendrils reminiscent of a lion's mane. Then it rose to its full height. Crack! But before it could fully rise from its seat, Charles raised his hand and unleashed a spell. Bang! In response to the creature's incredulous gaze, a violent explosion erupted at what seemed to be its heart. Crack! Charles shouted once more. Beside him, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. This was seemingly at odds with what they had anticipated. Hadn't it been agreed that they would face the trials? Harry's reflexes were swift. Although he was perplexed as to why Charles chose to engage directly, he understood the course of action he must take. Summoning his courage with a youthful shout, Harry brandished his sword and, somewhat unsteadily, charged towards a monstrous foe. At the same moment, Charles advanced as well, casting his third spell. Thunderous explosion. It was yet another blasting curse. The level 8 boar man, Hank, had dropped a level 8 disposable spell, the very same thunderous explosion, whose power was roughly equivalent to that of a second or third-year wizard at Hogwarts. Previously, during their time in Steam City, Charles had utilized it, and at the moment of casting, he felt a faint sensation of destruction unfurling within him, a feeling he promptly committed to memory. After several attempts in the hall, he had successfully conjured it. Other spells, however, he dared not experiment with lightly. Even if he had suspicions, he refrained from attempting them. For a misstep in such dire circumstances could yield insurmountable consequences. Thus, when confronted by this formidable boss, Charles hesitated not, unleashing his most potent incantation. For obstacles were of no consequence to it. In truth, the detonation spell proved futile as well. Bang! After 3 explosions, the creature bore no marks of injury. Its beady eyes glinted with mockery, and with a sudden, sweeping motion of its long, thick arms, it sent Harry flying. Charles swiftly waved his wand, averting the catastrophe of Harry colliding with the wall. Nevertheless, the creature's strength was considerable. Harry landed heavily on the ground and lay there. Unable to rise for quite some time, his sword flung aside. Thunderous explosion. Armor. Charles remained composed, casting spells with his wand, when in the next moment, he perceived the creature seemingly charging towards him. Just as he intended to cast the shield charm, the monster's arm lashed out from an angle, propelling him through the air. Much like Harry had been moments before, defenseless against the onslaught. "We accept the trial," Charles declared loudly, rolling twice on the ground before managing to rise. From this moment forth, as his words echoed, the creature, which had intended to rush at Charles once more, abruptly halted, its towering figure almost brushing the ceiling of the room. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene. The monster ceased its advance, and Hermione and Dudley, still rooted in place, were rendered motionless, lost in their bewilderment. Dudley clutched his dagger tightly, trembling as he gazed up at the towering beast. His demeanor suggested he was more inclined to stab himself than the creature before him. Only Charles, taking several deep breaths, managed to rise from the ground. He brushed off the dust, retrieved his wand, and tucked it into his belt. Casting a glance at the fallen Harry and the sword nearby, he exchanged a knowing look with Hermione. The young girl comprehended Charles's intent. She cast a glance at the motionless creature, clenched her teeth, and pulled Dudley towards Harry, assisting him to his feet. Harry groaned, appearing to have sustained a significant fall. Charles approached, positioning himself in front of Harry while gently ushering Hermione behind him, effectively shielding both Harry and Hermione from the creature's gaze. "Now, commence your trial," he declared. The creature remained still, quietly observing Charles and the others as they supported Harry and regrouped. "Do you believe yourself clever?" it intoned, its voice laden with derision, reminiscent of a theatrical performance. "I've always been so," Charles replied calmly. "Are you not afraid I shall devour you?" "Not at all," he retorted. "With your magic?" the creature inquired again. "With our ability to endure the trial. Even if you succeed in the trial, what prevents me from consuming you?" "You shall not," Charles replied, his voice unwavering. A semblance of scorn flickered across the creature's almost human visage, and in the next instant, it suddenly bent low, thrusting its grotesque and hideous face towards the 4 young ones, directly confronting Charles. "I will," it bellowed. The creature's voice resonated like thunder, its maw agape, revealing sharp fangs akin to serrated blades, akin to an enraged lion roaring, its multitude of tendrils swaying without a breeze. The sound waves materialized into palpable vibrations, crashing against Charles's face, causing his hair to swirl from the force of the unseen impact. He even perceived a viscous substance splattering against his chest. A chorus of screams erupted from behind. The creature's actions were so terrifying that it appeared poised to sever Charles's head in the next moment. Hermione let out a scream, while Dudley remained silent. Yet, a closer inspection revealed Dudley's eyes to be vacant, likely rendered dazed by fear. Charles braved the creature's thunderous roar, choosing silence. After the creature's roar subsided, it scrutinized Charles, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even Harry, still feeling a dull ache in his chest, held his breath, standing close to Charles. With the creature looming near, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the creature, seemingly bored, curled its lip. "Very well, perhaps you are correct. Perhaps I shall not consume you." "As you wish." Its beady eyes fixated intently on Charles. Suddenly, its gaze shifted slightly, landing on Harry. Do you believe I would select you, presumptuous little one? The creature displayed a derisive grin, its sharp teeth glistening with viscous saliva. It raised a hand, extending a finger that was wrinkled and nearly the size of Harry's head. With deliberate gentleness, it brushed aside the stray hairs from Harry's forehead, fixating on a lightning-shaped scar beneath Harry's anxious gaze. No, it stated. I choose him. As the creature's voice echoed, its finger abruptly changed direction, bypassing Harry and the equally anxious Hermione, landing squarely on the now bewildered Dudley. The creature's finger seemed imbued with some arcane power. Despite Dudley's trembling and his legs feeling like jelly, he moved forward like a marionette. Dudley had been chosen. Not only was Dudley himself rendered speechless in terror, but even Harry and Hermione were taken aback, for the young savior was acutely aware of his cousin's nature. Whatever the trial, if it fell upon him, what would that entail? In a moment of clarity, Harry, whose glasses had been knocked askew, noticed something oddly round stuck to Dudley's shoulder, but he couldn't discern what it was. Given his familiarity with Dudley, he couldn't recall such an unsightly patch adorning his cousin's clothing. What could it possibly be? Chapter 47. Who is the true protagonist? I demand a change. The creature's selection seemed to take Charles by surprise, his expression betraying alarm as he hastily spoke. Yet the creature merely erupted into a sinister laugh. Apologies, child. The creature leaned closer to Charles, its cavernous mouth brushing against his ear, whispering in a voice that seemed to echo from the very depths of hell. In this world, one cannot request anything. It finally rose to its full height, its elongated arms effortlessly draped over Dudley's shoulders, as the creature half-dragged the nearly incapacitated Dudley 2 steps sideways. Listen, child. The trial you must face is quite simple. You need only make a choice. The creature bent down once more, fixing its gaze upon Dudley's eyes. At this moment, the rotund boy was teetering on the brink of madness. He had never been so close to such a terrifying being, its visage grotesque, teeth razor-sharp, and towering stature rendering it the most dreadful entity in existence. Were it not for Dudley's immobilization, his screams might have shattered the surrounding walls, perhaps even carving out a path to salvation. There, the creature suddenly pointed, and as it did so, a stone door materialized in the direction of its finger. It was the exit. Beyond that threshold lay freedom, signifying his passage through the trial. Dudley suddenly found himself capable of movement. Without a second thought, he surged toward the door the creature indicated. However, in the next moment, as he beheld the door alongside the creature's ominous words, his steps faltered, but at a cost. Your 3 friends shall remain here, forever. Now, make your choice. The creature stood tall, extending its arm, casting a shadow that enveloped everyone within its grasp. You. Or them. It chuckled sinisterly. This is the trial of choice. Charles was acutely aware of the trials that lay behind the 3 doors. The left door concealed the original storyline of Pan's Labyrinth, featuring the creature that substitutes its eyes with hands. Although it retained the setting, the essence of the trial had transformed. It was no longer merely a matter of abstaining from food to avoid triggering the monster. Behind the central door lurked a goat-headed beast, within a room adorned similarly to the other 2. Long tables laden with sumptuous food, accompanied by monstrous entities. Even upon departing from this place, one would be left in a state of utter folly. The room representing the original storyline of Pan's Labyrinth posed the greatest challenge. Embodying a test of greed, the monster would pose a single question. Do you wish to leave this place? If the answer was affirmative, one would be deemed unworthy and forever bound to remain. If negative, the monster would still not grant an exit. This perpetual cycle remained unsolved by any strategy group prior to Charles's arrival. Entering this chamber was akin to courting doom, marking it as one of the rare locations where the narrative could become stuck. The door chosen by Charles represented a trial of choices. The monster compelled individuals to make a decision, to remain or to leave alongside their companions. It mattered not if one entered alone, for the monster's magic could instantaneously summon the person closest to the individual undertaking the trial, even if they were not present in the realm of the Fae. To stay or to depart, regardless of the choice, someone would inevitably be left behind in that room. This was the ordeal Charles had selected. In a certain sense, the trial of choices was the simplest. Armed with knowledge of the strategy, Charles merely needed a soul-binding spell to control someone to accompany him into the trial. By compelling that individual to choose to remain, he could successfully navigate the trial. Even if the creature discerned that the person was under his influence, it would not act. For a trial is a trial. Unfortunately, this scenario hinged on being prepared, and they were not. Choosing this door implied that someone would undoubtedly be left behind. Who that person would be was a matter of contemplation. In truth, Charles harbored no desire for anyone to make a sacrifice or to be left behind, not out of sense of altruism, but because, as he had expressed to Hermione, the situation had not yet reached such dire straits. Charles understood the strategy. The painting hanging on the closet wall was the exit. Tearing it open would grant them freedom. Yet, the monster functioned as a formidable gatekeeper, its power exceeding level 40, making escape from its grasp nearly impossible. However, Charles's mode of silence continuously bind the creature, allowing others to flee while he remained behind, a feasible plan indeed. Thus, the means of escape had always existed. The situation had not yet descended to that level of despair. Of course, if he had not drawn the Silent One skill, once they reached this juncture, which trial would Charles select? Would he abandon someone? Even he held no answer to this question, nor did he wish to ponder it. The only certainty he possessed was his unwillingness to perish. The circumstances had not yet deteriorated to such an extent. Upon hearing the monster's query, both Harry and Hermione instinctively held their breaths. To compel such a timid creature to make a choice, whether to remain or to abandon its companions, is a task laden with foreboding. She need not ponder the matter long to ascertain the decision that Dudley would render. Harry, bearing a deeper understanding of his cousin than Hermione, felt a profound disappointment. Dudley was indeed inept, akin to a disguised fool. Although he appeared human, he was, at his core, a foolish swine. Before the monster stood Charles and the three little ones. Its grotesque visage seemed to bear a semblance of amusement, yet its inhumanity rendered it difficult to decipher its true expression. Nonetheless, it appeared quite intrigued by the countenances of the trio, Hermione's despair, Harry's disillusionment, and Charles's trepidation, as if they were the most exquisite treasures in the world. Listen, children, the world will invariably grant you certain things while demanding others in return. Perhaps this will be the final lesson you learn in your lives, yet I implore you to remember it. It may serve you well in the next life, it cackled, believing itself to be humorous. In an unexpected turn, Charles too erupted into laughter. Dudley, believe in yourself, trust in your choices. No one is inherently useless, and trust me. The monster, however, remained unfazed by Charles's words, its mirth only intensifying. This time, it was evident that it truly was laughing. He shall never receive what he yearns for. Yet, unbeknownst to the monster, Dudley's gaze shifted as it fell upon the door it indicated. Hesitation, doubt, and fear washed over him. Yes, fear, especially after hearing Charles's final words. Trembling, he turned to Charles with a desperate plea in his eyes, and it was then he perceived the sword lying on the ground. Charles gestured toward it. The monster, oblivious to their struggles, brimmed with confidence in its choice. Certain that this timid, rotund boy would ultimately save himself, thereby bestowing upon it the most splendid gift. Thus, Dudley, the coward, was afforded ample time to wrestle with his decision. Seemingly grasping Charles's intent, Dudley again exhibited signs of retreat, yet this time, Charles refrained from dissuasion, instead regarding him with a calm gaze. At this juncture, all that could be done had been done. As the monster had proclaimed, it was time for Dudley to make his choice. In the next moment, to Harry and Hermione's astonishment, Dudley abruptly picked up the sword that had fallen when Harry was cast aside. After Harry was flung away, the sword had clattered to the ground. Charles seized the wand but left the sword untouched, summoning Hermione and Dudley to his side instead. He maneuvered past Hermione, appearing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Harry in a protective stance for her and Dudley. Yet it was a strategic position, for he knew well that the painful deity Matamuk, whose origins were attributed to the Greek pantheon and whose name was scarcely known, relished the act of observing the one who passively endured the consequences of another's choice, savoring the expression of despair. Thus, Dudley was able to retrieve the longsword. This sword was not a divine artifact. In fact, apart from being imbued with mithril, its sharpness did not surpass that of the dagger given to Dudley by Shar. Yet, in picking it up, he grasped courage. Children, you should truly witness the expressions on your faces now. The monster seemed to regard Harry and Hermione as wide-eyed disbelief, as a reflection of its own companions' incredulity when they abandoned them. However, Shar's smile was even more radiant. He had set his own flag, and at long last, it had transformed into a boss-s flag. As a villain, how dare you utter such words? You all appear, The monster's voice trailed off abruptly as it let out a thunderous, anguished roar from behind it. The stout Dudley trembled, his face set in a fierce determination as he plunged the long sword into its body. The sword emerged from the front, drenched in a rich crimson ichor. Given Dudley's height, he could not possibly strike its heart, if it even possessed one, but the blade appeared to have penetrated its lower abdomen. Regardless of the location, it was wounded, and severely so. Indeed, it must be a fatal wound, for in that very moment, a multitude of notifications sprang forth before Shara's eyes. Monster Matamuk has been afflicted with a special status, near death. Target detected. god of trials fulfilling his duties. Name, the pain god Modamuk, on the brink of death. Challenge level, 40. Spirit, 2500. Special status, near death, imminent demise. Note, no one has heard my name, but one day you shall. Note 2. I despise the shepherd god. The health bar flashed. Armor protection. Char's wand was already poised, and without a moment's hesitation, he cast the shield charm upon Harry, Hermione, and Dolly, a spell that had also been invoked by the war rabbit, of which he was adept. He then shouted at the top of his lungs without a moment's delay. Thunder, lightning, explosion. The level 30 thunder explosion rivaled the spells released by Dumbledore himself. Boom! The violent explosion instantaneously uprooted everything. The blast encompassed the entire room, sending the long table, food, and all else soaring into the air. Despite the armor charm, Harry, Hermione, and Dolly were inevitably battered by the shockwave, rolling across the ground several times before being halted by the remnants of the table and food. The only ones unaffected were Char and Modamuk. As a Greek deity, even as an obscure and unknown god, Modamuk was still a god. Perhaps Dumbledore could contend with it, but it was impossible to vanquish it with just a single spell. Raising an arm to partially shield itself, the explosion spell merely left a charred mark upon its surface, and in its small eyes flickered a wild and desperate glint. Yet, even more frenzied was Char. Zaire, like Harry and others, possessed no extraordinary traits. Even without casting the iron armor charm, he should have sustained greater impact from the explosion. Yet he did not. This was due to his ability to harness the shockwave of the explosion, propelling himself into the state of the Silent One. Ability activated, Silent One. Form changed, countdown, 240. The moment he unleashed the explosive charm, tendrils of black smoke began to emanate from his body, resembling thick ribbons of satin or formless ink. His figure began to dissipate, akin to a distorted television image. Then, the force of the explosion struck. Boom! Amidst the tremor, Zaire instantaneously transformed into a massive mass of black substance. His visage vanished, his form disappeared, everything about him dissolved. In the realm of existence, only the essence of his pure magical power remained. You fool! Within this vast mass of blackness, Zaire's roar seemed to resonate. In the next instant, like a volley of arrows, the black substance surged towards the anguished deity, Modamuk, who seemed unprepared for this crafty individual to wield such power. Before it could raise its arm, it was completely engulfed by the black mass. A divine level drop was imminent. Zaire had secured it. Price, 200 gold coins. Quality high. Effect, only those truly timid may wield it, transforming their next attack into a lethal strike, contingent upon summoning courage. Note, the timid lack courage, while the courageous are not timid. This presents a paradox. Yet, it was of no use to him, for Neville Longbottom was not a coward. He never had been. Subsequently, another group of strategists turned their attention to Harry's muggle cousin, Dudley Dursley. He could utilize it. Whether Dudley was a coward was beyond question. Yet, did he possess true courage? No one knew. In the aftermath, Dudley recounted witnessing something profoundly terrifying. The nature of his vision remained a mystery, but it was certain that from that day forth, Dudley began to transform. He no longer associated with his dubious friends, ceased bullying the neighborhood children, or vandalizing property. Even as Harry and his family parted ways, Aunt Petunia did not bid Harry farewell. However, Dudley did say goodbye to him. What had Dudley truly seen? He had glimpsed his most authentic self, a worthless, cowardly, and timid version of himself, one he was reluctant to confront or acknowledge. And then, ultimately, he faced himself. He sought to change. This too was a form of courage. These settings and backgrounds were unearthed by the strategists. Zaire approached the narrative as mere story, never anticipating that he would one day apply it and personally experience it. How to defeat a deity despite the level disparity. Upon entering the trial grounds, this question occupied Zaire's mind. The Silent One form was indeed formidable, yet eliminating a level 40 divine creature remained unrealistic. At most, he could forcibly lead Harry and the others to escape. As Zaire remarked, that would be too much of a loss. Then he recalled the background setting of Dolly, which was quite fitting. The main character was indeed Dolly. How could Dolly wield this sword? It was a fleeting moment, a single strike. How could a timid individual dare to confront the most terrifying of monsters? Char thought of fear. By abruptly choosing the stone door, Char diverted the attention of the three little ones, and in that instant, he cast a confusion spell on Dolly. He had never practiced the confusion spell before. This incantation was undoubtedly the highest level of magic Char had unleashed since arriving in this world. In truth, had the spell failed, Char would not have proceeded with the subsequent plans. He would have fled with them without hesitation. However, the spell succeeded. Char was well aware of the strategy. fully cognizant of the trials that Modamuk would present, even knowing what the door leading to the exit would resemble. The confusion spell would cloud Dolly's vision. To him, it did not appear as a wooden door leading to the outside, but rather as a monstrous maw, gaping with fearsome fangs, as if it were an abyssal chasm. Thus, he faltered, hesitating not because of the monster's words, that if he departed, his companions would remain behind, but because Dolly was haunted by the dialogue between Shar and the monster. Would it truly allow them to leave? Would it not devour them? This door did not resemble a normal entrance at all. Therefore, faced with the dead end of both advancing and retreating, Dolly summoned the courage to fight desperately, seizing the long sword and swinging it forth. To do, or not to do. His frantic attempts brought about 3 random teleports for Shar and his companions, undoubtedly consuming Shar's cooldown for the Silent One mode, yet possibly yielding a divine level drop. Such a drop was beyond even Shar's original plans. Godslaying? The game lacked a divine background, featuring only a few quasi-divine bosses, which would still be exceedingly challenging even in the late stages. Was it worth exchanging a year's skill cooldown for such a drop? Undoubtedly. It is hard to say whether this timid, no, now a brave, fatty had done good or ill. Chapter 48. One cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Shar, Harry, Della. The entire room was suffused with the black substance of the Silent One, forming a vortex reminiscent of a tornado, enveloping the towering monster within. Even though the power of the Silent One carefully avoided Harry and the others, the storm created by the roaring and swirling energy still battered them about like driftwood in a tsunami. Let go of me, you cowardly, despicable. Enough with the nonsense, Di. A roar seemed to emerge from within the black tornado. The wind intensified. Hermione struggled to crawl out from beneath a heap of food. A half piece of cake precariously balanced atop her head, the cream further entangling her already disheveled hair. Then, she beheld the unfolding scene before her. She instinctively called out the names of the remaining 3, staggering amidst the onslaught of the hurricane, gradually being pushed into a corner by an invisible force. I am here. The dark substance stretched into threads, obscuring everything from her sight, rendering her vision void. In that fleeting moment, Hermione felt as though the world was coming to an end, and it was not an exaggeration. Time became an indistinct blur. It could have been a century or merely a heartbeat. Suddenly, she sensed a profound silence enveloping her, reminiscent of the tranquility she experienced as a child while listening to lullabies before sleep. Crouching in the corner, Hermione lifted her gaze. Charles. The first sight that met her eyes was the silhouette of Charles. An inexplicable sense of reassurance surged within her. She hastily rose to her feet and stumbled towards him, shielded by the ironclad spell, while Charles, in his Silent One form, deliberately avoided the smaller figures, ensuring none of the 3 were harmed. Nevertheless, after enduring a tempestuous destruction wrought by the Silent Ones, Hermione felt her legs weaken. The room lay in utter disarray, everything utterly devastated. As she reached Charles's side, her breath caught sharply in her throat upon witnessing the corpse of the monster. The creature knelt, curled before Charles, a long sword still piercing its body. Even in a half-kneeling position, it towered immensely, nearly as tall as the standing Charles. Even in death, it exuded a terrifying aura. A multitude of words transformed into silence the moment Hermione beheld the creature. Charles, with his richer experiences, adapted more swiftly. The Silent One form brought him little discomfort, merely a sense of fatigue, well within normal limits. He patted Hermione on the head and then grimaced at the cream smeared on his hand. We have won, he declared. Godslayer, God? A voice interjected from beside them. It was Harry, cautiously navigating the chaotic debris and shattered tables to approach. Harry looked up at the monster, his courage slightly surpassing Hermione's, his gaze bolder. Is this a god? It claimed to be, Charles replied. The game did feature a divine background, but that was primarily reserved for special dungeons and bosses. The everyday lines and narrative arcs were devoid of deities. Charles had no intention of deceiving Harry. I wasn't the main contributor this time. Observing Harry's contemplative stare at the monster's corpse, Charles added, Where's our benefactor? The mention jolted Harry back to reality. Where's Dudley? He exclaimed. Dudley was nearby, on the opposite side of the monster's carcass. As Harry approached, he found Dudley half kneeling, appearing dazed, seemingly lost in thought. Dudley, Harry called softly, approaching cautiously. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dudley slowly lifted his head, his gaze vacant as he stared at Harry. His lips moved slightly, as if murmuring something. What? Harry strained to hear, stepping closer. I did it. This time, Harry understood clearly. Yes, you did. Although perplexed by Dudley's behavior, Harry, being the kind-hearted boy he was, chose not to mock Dudley or dismiss him disdainfully, but rather comforted him as one would soothe a child. Suddenly, Dudley lunged forward, embracing Harry tightly and weeping uncontrollably. Taken aback by the embrace, Harry initially feared another bout of bullying, but as he processed the situation, he heard Dudley's heartfelt sobs. At Aunt Petunia's house, Dudley often cried, over dinners devoid of his favorite foods, when presented with dishes he detested, or when he failed to obtain what he desired. Even when Harry outpaced him, Dudley would weep. Yet, this was the first time Harry witnessed such raw emotion from Dudley, halting his instinct to flee. Harry gently patted Dudley on the shoulder, remaining silent. At this moment, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, but when Charles glanced at her, he noticed her eyes were slightly red. The earlier scene had indeed shaken her, be it the monster's roar, Dudley's choice, or the dark storm that Charles had embodied. Not just her, everyone had been frightened. Furthermore, Hermione reflected on their journey through this wonderland, recalling the various poignant moments that had transpired, making her even more sentimental. Girls can be so dramatic, Charles mused internally, rolling his eyes. Though lacking in emotional intelligence, countless experiences had somehow equipped him with a modicum of it, preventing him from vocalizing his thoughts. He approached Harry, giving the chubby boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yes, you did it. The troubled Dudley lifted his head, his tears and snot smearing across Harry's clothing. You are a hero, Charles declared, acknowledging both the magic that misled Dudley and the careful planning that led to Dudley's decisive blow. Ultimately, he had succeeded. By maneuvering closer to Dudley, Charles spotted a shimmering, multicolored bag floating in the air behind the monster. Rainbow Bay Fionoli. Mythical loot. You have defeated the near-death pain God Mortimer's boss. Experience 20,000. Rainbow bag 401 available for pickup. Gold 10,000. Lucky coin 100. Your level has increased. Current level 4. Free. Attribute 3. Your level has increased. Current level 5. Free. Attribute 3. Your level has increased. Current level 6. Free. Attribute 3. Current experience. 347. 620. 000. Charles unleashed his ultimate move to inflict damage. Otherwise, the kill might not be credited to him, and it was also to avert any dying retaliation from Mortimer. It was not a death blow. Given the disparity between it and Charles, in a mere instant, it could take everyone down before perishing. Charles's silence persisted for a full 200 seconds, just 40 seconds shy of the end of his quietude, barely managing to vanquish it. He smoothly gathered the rewards from both the drops and the kills. What does it mean to amass wealth overnight? This is what it signifies. Although he only managed to elevate his level by 3 after vanquishing a supreme deity, this is hardly surprising, such is the game's mechanism. Reaching the maximum level typically coincides with the conclusion of a narrative, and if one levels up too rapidly, the entire storyline collapses, significantly diminishing the game's essence. The original designers would never have allowed such a scenario. Leveling is not the paramount concern. Fortune coins and gold are merely supplementary. What truly matters is the vibrant pouch. The divine drops. Charles, without hesitation, approached and retrieved it, seamlessly transferring it into his inventory. This item could only be picked up by him, and only he could unlock it. Hermione could offer him no assistance. To open or not to open. Open. It would be an affront to nature to leave a top-tier reward unopened, akin to a player neglecting to collect loot in a city only to abruptly disconnect. While disconnection is likely not a concern here, Charles could no longer restrain his eagerness. Colorful pouch, 401. Open. Acquired talent. Metaphorical magic myth. Acquired item. Fragmented legend of Pan's labyrinth. Acquired item. Rare Pan-S brush. Acquired equipment. Epic Lionheart sword. Acquired skill. Transmutation 40. Charles exhaled a sigh of relief. Splendid. Chapter 49. The long-awaited interface. Metaphorical magic. Attributes. Spirit 20. Quality. Mythical. Effect. Material metaphorical magic. Its limits depend on your intellect. This is one of the oldest forms of magic, now forgotten by all. Inscription enhances the magical essence. The 3 supreme bosses of the Pan series yield identical drops, all contingent on chance. Charles arrived at the designated trial location. The dungeon was already accessible. If he wished, he could grind it repeatedly, but at his current level, victory was unattainable. Utilizing a soul-binding spell to control a stranger to pass through the trials would not yield such bountiful rewards. It would only result in a Pan's chest, merely scraps. Thus, this was Charles's sole opportunity for drops in the early stages. He surmised that he would be unable to conquer this dungeon a second time before reaching the max level. Furthermore, the cooldown for this dungeon was extensive, occurring once every decade. Prior to opening the colorful pouch, he had mentally prepared for the worst. Yet he was astonished to discover that he could indeed unlock the magical talent. It is noteworthy that the finest drops from this dungeon include two magical talents. One is Life Bestowal, and the other is Metaphorical Magic. Life Bestowal, when combined with the system's fixed gift skills, such as the Kamatage teleportation technique, allows for the execution of a rather impressive combination spell, making it the easiest talent to acquire. The effects of the Life Bestowal talent draw significantly from the original narrative of Pan's Labyrinth, resembling the legendary brush of Ma Liang, whereby whatever is drawn can emerge from the walls. The texture of the entities emerging from the painting is contingent upon the artwork itself, its location, and its dimensions, typically existing for a duration of approximately 10 minutes. The inspiration for such enchantment likely draws heavily from the original narrative of Pan's Labyrinth, particularly the scene where the young girl delineates an exit with her brush. Charles acquires the talent of Metaphorical Magic, which aligns seamlessly with the original storyline. It was not until nearly a year later that a second talent, Metaphorical Magic, was discovered. This form of magic exists as an independent entity, entirely distinct from the established magical system of the Harry Potter universe. The origins of this magic remain ambiguous. Some in the strategy group speculate it may belong to the DC universe, representing one of the oldest forms of magic therein, akin to ironic magic. However, after Charles conducted further research, he found such explanations tenuous, given the vast disparities between the two realms. In the realm of magic legend, a fantastical universe with a comprehensive worldview, the existence of magic undoubtedly transcends the confines of the British magical community, as magic also flourishes in Wonderland, embodied by figures such as the Cheshire Cat, the Red Queen, and the White Queen. Yet, one has never witnessed them wielding wands and exclaiming incantations. Beyond Wonderland, numerous other fairy tales and forms of magic exist, each with systems distinct from the primary magical framework. While one might learn such magic in this world, it would certainly not be feasible within the original game. Metaphorical magic, therefore, stands as a form of magic divergent from the principal magical system. As elucidated in the lore, it renders magic even more magical. The description of metaphorical magic is quite abstract, yet Charles, as a man with countless save files, has indeed employed this magical talent and knows how to wield it. To illustrate, if one wishes to become invisible, the original magical framework necessitates the casting of a spell or the silent utterance of an invisibility incantation. Conversely, with metaphorical magic, Charles merely needs to gently snap a pair of glasses. Once shattered, he becomes unseen, an outcome both logical and magical. Reversing the magic is equally straightforward. With a flick of a lighter, light pierces the darkness, rendering him visible once more. Again, a scenario both reasonable and magical. Thus, as noted in the lore, its limitations hinge upon the user's thoughts, or, rather, their imagination. The advantages of metaphorical magic are markedly evident. It enhances the essence of magic, allowing for effortless execution of simple magical effects. However, its drawbacks are equally prominent. When faced with intricate, large-scale spells, it proves rather inadequate. For instance, the transformation spell from the primary system can effortlessly transmute a stone into a cat, but how might one achieve this with metaphorical magic? Should one find a cat and strike it with a stone? Commanding transform could lead to a rather desperate scenario. As for the life-giving aspect, it bears significant resemblance to the fixed skill of flexibility at level 10. While it indeed amplifies the magical effects of flexibility, it merely enhances rather than transforms. A fair exchange, nonetheless. Character or name: Charles DMO. Race: human. Age 11. Occupation: none. Talents: awakening of magical power, silent 1. Metaphorical magic experience: 347, 620. 000 level. 6 health: 75100. Strength: 31. Constitution: 32. Agility: 30. Spirit: 50-40. Skills: Taj teleportation, incomplete Hogwarts student level magic graduation. Wand skill: transfiguration 40. Equipment: silver white silver necklace, universal, neck, suspended ring, universal, hand, magnificent Trabian forest ring, hand 5, hornbeam wand, universal, weapon, lionheart sword, weapon 40. Items: gray unknown texture notebook, unknown. Special invitation from the Kingdom of Trabian, epic, incomplete legend of Pan's Labyrinth, rare Pan's brush. Free attributes: 15. Special Bay 37.100, expand. Old John's Magic Shop, 10,000, expand. Lucky Coin 100, expand. Trial of the Brave, expand. Originally, after experiencing a tea party, a chocolate factory, and the drop of a cursed doll, fragments of gold coins and lucky coins were provided to Charles, but he squandered them before facing the boss. The Aztec gold coins, Harley Quinn baseball bat, and Gwent cards brought by the lucky coins are always accounted for in the spatial bag and do not appear on the panel. Otherwise, the late-stage panel would be too extensive to navigate. The metaphorical magic is the most valuable drop this time, while the subsequent items are mostly inconsequential. Incomplete Legend of Pan's Labyrinth. Quality, legendary. Effect, you may initiate a trial, but only one type of challenge, and you must provide a reward. The selection of the trial goer is determined by your strength. Inscription, is someone encroaching on your business? Panes brush. Quality, rare. Effect, you may open a door that leads away, and nothing can obstruct you, but it may only be used once. Inscription, what lies beyond the door is not necessarily favorable. Lionheart Sword. Quality, epic. Effect, when wielded by one of courage, this sword becomes indomitable. Inscription, you should understand that indomitable is merely a metaphor, right? The incomplete legend of Pan's Labyrinth and Pan's Brush are fixed drops. The labyrinth's incompleteness is easily understood, as one must defeat 3 bosses to obtain the complete version. This item functions akin to a grand teleportation spell, transporting the chosen one to a pivotal trial realm, which is likely a different space where the student Modamuk exists as a magical projection, invulnerable to Charles's attacks. Unless the trial is completed, even Charles cannot escape, and it cannot be used as a mobile base. The selected individual must not differ too greatly in level from Charles. Dumbledore may be an exception, but even the professors would likely struggle. Perhaps students in their 4th or 5th year could attempt it, though it may prove futile. The brush, however, holds greater potential. It cannot arbitrarily designate the door's location, as the drawn door can only lead away from the current scene and may only be used once. Yet it seemingly disregards any spatial limitations. Thus far, no strategy team has discovered a location from which the brush cannot depart. It serves as an absolute means of escape. The Lionheart Sword is largely inspired by the completion process of this dungeon. Aside from fixed drops, a portion of the loot is evidently based on the progression within the dungeon. Clearly, this is a sword of courage. Equipment of this nature is not particularly rare, unless it belongs to the famed artifacts of the magical realm, such as the Sword in the Stone or the Sword of the King of Narnia. Otherwise, it can merely be classified as high-level magical gear. However, renowned artifacts are not easily acquired, for they are unique. Magical equipment itself is quite scarce. Even if it is not a legendary sword, it still holds significant value. The level 40 transfiguration has far surpassed old Dumbledore, even capable of overwhelming him, serving as a formidable trump card. Utilizing transfiguration as a secret weapon is somewhat peculiar. If only it were Avada Kedavra, then whoever it touched would be instantly transformed. What a bountiful harvest! Dudley wept and wept, again and again, until Char had magically cleared the remnants of the small cake from Hermione's head, and Harry's legs had grown somewhat numb. Finally, Char could no longer bear it. He picked up a few relatively clean pieces of cake from the ground and handed them to the sobbing Dudley. With a hiccup, Dudley's tears ceased instantly. He accepted the cake and began to nibble on it, grumbling softly. Harry, relieved from his predicament, cast a grateful glance at Char. The little ones were frightened and exhausted. Yet Char remained in relatively good spirits, for being a silent one was a talent, and having not overexerted himself, he experienced no adverse effects. Although he had been running and resting intermittently, his condition was certainly not ideal, yet he felt he could manage the minimum requirement for the Comitage teleportation spell. He could hold on a little longer. He tossed the mithril sword and other items into his spatial bag, brandishing his wand as he approached the painting above the fireplace. With a gentle flick, the painting parted, revealing a somewhat dim forest. The painting was too high for them to ascend. Allow me, Dudley, having finished his cake, recalled how they had previously formed a human ladder to enter the steel tunnel. He brushed off the crumbs from his hands and decided to become the ladder this time. However, Char merely cast him a glance before waving his wand. The 4 of them began to float. Dudley shrank his neck and fell silent. Emerging from the painting, they immediately inhaled the scent of the forest. Char gestured for Harry and Dudley to keep their mouths shut. Then, he commenced drawing circles. Zing, zing. This time, it proceeded smoothly, without any interference, as a massive tree, large enough for several people to embrace, materialized on the other side of the portal. Having spent considerable time with Char, they had developed a tacit understanding. Harry took the lead, and the trio swiftly passed through, followed closely by Char. They had finally arrived. Upon seeing the rabbit hole that signified the exit to the fairyland, Char exhaled with relief. This experience had taken on a somewhat magical quality for him. After all, it was merely a novice dungeon. What was all this? Should he be calling Harry the most unexpected wizard? Char maintained that their initial hasty escape was certainly not his fault, as it was undoubtedly Harry's ill fortune that had infected him. Let us go. Once again, They found themselves in a familiar formation, with Dudley leading the way, followed by Harry, then Hermione, and finally Charles. A sense of teleportation enveloped them. And familiar screams echoed around. In the basement storage room of Buddington Primary School, accompanied by a chorus of startled shrieks, the once empty chamber suddenly witnessed a massive painting warping before their eyes. In an instant, 4 tiny black dots appeared on the canvas, and before they knew it, Charles and his companions were ejected from the painting. They landed with a hurried thud, yet the impact was surprisingly gentle. Ouch! Dudley instinctively let out a yelp. The cold touch of the concrete floor greeted him, and as he looked around at the long-lost surroundings, he exclaimed in delight. Beside him, Charles sat on the ground with a smile. The Savior and Hermione were also surveying the storage room, feeling rather unfamiliar with this place, as neither Harry nor Hermione were the type to wander down here for mischief. Yet at that moment, everything felt so familiar and endearing. As they gazed around, Harry suddenly burst into laughter, unsure of the reason for his mirth, but it simply bubbled forth, growing louder with each passing moment. Harry's laughter seemed to be contagious, prompting Hermione to join in, followed by Dudley, who, oblivious to the cause of his little cousin's laughter, scratched his head in a goofy manner and laughed along. Charles, smiling, took the 3 little ones on a grand adventure, an experience he had never encountered even in the realm of games. Which little rascal has ventured into the storage room? I could see your palms itching for a good spanking. It was Mrs. Mosley, the true troublemaker. Dudley recognized the voice immediately. She was akin to the educational supervisor at Buddington Primary School, tasked with dealing with mischievous students. The laughter of the 4 children abruptly ceased as they exchanged glances. Run! Dudley was the first to declare. He stood up, ready to lead the charge, but Charles suddenly stopped him. Hold on, he said, gazing at the 3 little ones before slowly raising his wand. Everyone wore knowing smiles. In a realm of trials, 800 miles directly west, something writhed, akin to a decaying body struggling for freedom. Thud! The earth trembled gently, as if a gopher was burrowing beneath, but it was not. With a soft sound, a filthy arm emerged from the soil. Thud! The sound of shifting earth grew louder, and following the arm, a shoulder appeared, then a head matted with dirt. Next came the torso, petite yet marred by numerous scars, clad in a black gown, soiled and riddled with decay and gnawing holes. Finally, the legs of the arm's owner emerged, the black dress tattered and barely reaching the knees, revealing the horrifying scars that marred her legs. Yet, more captivating than the ghastly scars were a pair of shoes, elegantly adorned on the feet of their owner, resting just below her legs. A pair of silver dance shoes. The camera angle was low, obscuring the full visage of the arm's owner, revealing only her movements, which appeared hunched and weary. She gasped for breath for what seemed like an eternity before finding some semblance of relief. Gradually, she straightened her posture, her gaze wandering in bewilderment around her surroundings. Am I dead? She murmured in a hoarse whisper. No, it cannot be. Her voice grew increasingly clear and melodious, imbued with a newfound resolve. Then, the owner of the arm altered her movements, subtly adjusting her steps as she lifted her right foot. The silver shoe momentarily suspended in midair before gently placing her heel back down, only to lift and lower it again in rhythmic succession. Top, top, top. The silver heels echoed softly against the ground with her movements. In the next instant, she vanished without a trace, accelerating into first grade. Chapter 50. Before the school year begins. Coins, grimy and dust-laden, were hastily poured into the electronic scale. Beep, beep, beep. The scale flickered with numbers, reminiscent of the erratic heartbeats of a terminally ill patient. 107 grams. Old Henry, with his scarred singular eye, scrutinized the diminutive figure before him. He seized a coin from the pile, squinting into the dim light as dust particles danced around, illuminated by a glimmer of golden sheen. Old Henry bit down on it. Let us see the quality. 80 grams, he grunted. The fierce gaze of his single eye bore into the small figure. A look that suggested if he did not acquiesce, he would be torn apart in an instant. I have no issues, came the indifferent reply from the small one. Noting the lack of rebuttal, Old Henry relaxed his tone. Listen here, little fellow, business is tough nowadays, but I am considering this on account of your boss, Mick. The small one shrugged, remaining silent. Seeing this, Old Henry ceased further chatter, opening a drawer to retrieve a stack of bills. 4,800 pounds, I require half. He pushed the notes forward. Here are 2,000 pounds. The small one grasped the bills, deftly counting them with his fingers before tucking them into the pocket of his hooded garment. Without uttering a word, he turned and exited the dimly lit room, disregarding the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, and approached an iron gate. The man guarding the gate cast him a glance before silently opening it just enough for passage. The small one departed, Someone signaled to old Henry, but he shook his head. Mick S. Men. Unnecessary. The small one stepped out, leaving the secluded alley, as the throngs of people in the bustling street quickly swelled. Though London's skies were perpetually overcast, it remained one of the most vibrant cities in the world. The diminutive figure cloaked in a hood went unnoticed amidst the myriad of individuals, rendering him inconspicuous. As he passed beneath a street lamp, he suddenly raised his hand, seemingly performing a gesture akin to lifting a mask. In the next instant, as he moved beyond the lamp's illumination, the silhouette clad in a black hooded garment vanished, giving way to Charles, who now donned casual attire and held a fearsome mask in his hand. This mask was a symbol of metaphorical magic. The more menacing the mask, the greater one's imposing presence in the eyes of others. Removing the mask would dissolve the enchantment. Previously, Charles had exchanged the gold and silver coins salvaged from the ruins of the enchanted town for pounds sterling, and it was this very mask that he wore. While it could alter his visage, it could not change his stature. He still bore the physique of a child, thus appearing to old Henry as merely one of Mick's subordinates. Old Henry was a trader in the vicinity of the novice area, a muggle who dealt with clandestine transactions. Mick, on the other hand, was the leader of a group of children, also a muggle, whose gang often lurked in the lower districts, engaging in petty theft. The former sought to conduct his business peacefully, naturally reluctant to provoke the latter. This was the essence of magic, although it was a facade of power. Its intimidating effect was undeniably real. With 2,000 clutched tightly in his pocket, Charles reflected on how old Henry had taken a hefty portion of his bounty, leaving him with this sum. It appeared modest at first glance, yet it was substantial enough, equivalent to 400 gold galleons. With a wand in hand, Charles had the means to engage in underhanded dealings. Having vanquished even deities, why should he fear a mere muggle entangled in the shadows? However, he preferred to avoid trouble. This intricate world, woven with diverse perspectives, was far more expansive and chaotic than one might envision. A single action could reverberate throughout, as exemplified by Scotland Yard. Yet, lurking behind Scotland Yard was a hidden entity, 221B, Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes. This was a troublesome individual. Charles was uncertain if he was aware of the magical realm, but he had no desire for his existence to be revealed, lest he become merely another fish in the man's mental aquarium. Oh, a magical fish indeed. Charles stowed the mask in his spatial bag. With metaphorical magic at his disposal, his seemingly extravagant backpack appeared rather inadequate. Many items could, of course, be substituted with transfiguration spells, but he had to consider instances when such spells could not be employed. It seemed he would have to seek out a magical item with storage capabilities. Perhaps such treasures were to be found in the New World's unfolding narrative. Patience was required. Turning, Charles entered a large department store adjacent to the Chanel flagship. The potency of metaphorical magic hinged not only on the wielder's imagination, but also on another crucial factor: the depth of the Gongyit group's strategy. The Gonglier group would undoubtedly not forsake such an intriguing form of magic. After extensive testing and statistical analysis across several groups, a lengthy list was compiled detailing the items and effects applicable for metaphorical magic, encompassing hundreds of entries. Zaire has indeed seen the guide, yet he can only recall a few fragments. Furthermore, it is not merely this particular guide. He finds himself struggling to remember others as well. However, this is not a dilemma, for in the realm of magic, memories do not fade. They are simply lost. Zaire is aware of a concealed malevolent dark wizard lurking in the outskirts of London, a solitary figure of a wild sorcerer with a level of 21. Merely a standard adult wizard, not even worthy of being termed exceptional. This individual possesses a narrative, and narratives imply quests, and the reward from such quests include a small chance of acquiring a meditation basin. Once the novice quests are completed, it will be time to tackle these exquisite items and essential quests, one by one. Cash or card? Cash indeed. Unbeknownst to him, Zaire's shopping cart has become laden with an assortment of items, and he wheeled it unsteadily to the checkout, where a young girl in her 20s stood ready to assist. Habitually, she inquired, then noticed Zaire behind the cart. Shopping alone? You seem to be about the same age as my younger brother. This was the effect of Zaire's remarkable appearance. The system's modeling was designed that way. In the early stages, he appeared acceptable, but as time progressed, he became increasingly handsome. Of course, it wasn't he to an exaggerated extent, yet he was undoubtedly comparable to those supermodels, as the modeling was originally based on them. Blast this irresistible charm of mine. Cash, Zaire reiterated, finding the exchange rather dull. The girl ceased her chatter, but still assisted him with 2 discount coupons. Regardless of the world, appearances hold sway. Being attractive indeed affords one many advantages. Moreover, do not assume that the English are all stiff and distant. that is merely a facade of the upper class and not a true reflection of reality. Curse that old man. He deserves to be single, Zaire muttered as he exited the hardware store. The new book by R.L. Stein, Goosebumps, Slappy's World. A globally best-selling thriller. Do not miss it. The vibrant advertisement clamored into Zaire's ears as he noticed the familiar cover and title displayed prominently on the bestseller shelf, causing him to pause momentarily. It was indeed Goosebumps. He casually purchased a copy. Where have you been? Andrea, who had worked late into the night and just awoke around noon, inquired. Looking for my classmates. Andrea nodded. At 11 years old, one is no longer considered a mere child in England, though still, undeniably, a child. However, the game has drawn the residences of the protagonist and supporting characters much closer, particularly in the main storyline involving Hermione and Harry, which places Zaire's residence nearby. This neighborhood is deemed middle class, with a commendable level of safety. Aside from some older children who delight in teasing the younger ones, there are no other nefarious individuals. Andrea feels relatively secure about his outings. I still have to go out this afternoon, Zaire added. He had made plans to visit Diagon Alley with Hermione. Andrea paused mid-step towards the restroom. You do realize today is your birthday, don't you? I actually did not know, Zaire admitted, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Returning to celebrate a birthday together, and undoubtedly, Andrea had prepared a birthday gift for him, as is tradition. Andrea nodded in satisfaction. I ordered takeout from the nearby Chinese restaurant for lunch, your favorite dish. General Tso's chicken? I would rather gnaw on Wonderland mushrooms. Skillfully, I opened the panel. Trial of the Hero, activated. Moments latte. Welcome back, hero. Charles sat on the bed, stretching lazily. Completing dungeons was enjoyable, and acquiring equipment was even more delightful. Yet it was undoubtedly exhausting, far more than in the game. He would certainly be unable to grind through late-game dungeons. Otherwise, it would surely wear him out. However, despite the fatigue, the rewards were quite satisfactory. Trial of the Hero, the Occupier of Unigel, 112 Days, Challenge Level 5. The Ceramic Dwarf Village, 112 Days, Challenge Level 5. The Mad Mushroom Thief, 112 Days, Challenge Level 5. The War Giant Rabbit Legion, 012 Days, Challenge Level 5. The Labyrinth of Pan's Choices, 011 Years Challenge Level 30. Comprehensive Rewards, Experience, 500 Gold, 200. Acquired Skills, Flyaway 8, Flyaway 5. Acquired Equipment, Adventurer's Wizard Robe. For Merlin's sake, may I obtain a favorable additional skill. Equipment, Adventurer's Wizard Robe. Level, 8. Quality, high. Effect, provides cleansing and dehumidifying effects, as well as warmth and cold resistance. Additional skill, Earplugs Listening. Duration, 11 days. Note, standard issue, non-returnable. Charles sighed deeply. It had been 3 days since the journey through Wonderland. He had saved the world. Cough, it seemed he had not actually saved any world yet. But having undergone so many thrilling adventures was quite close. It was truly disheartening to have to attend classes after the Wonderland journey, but there was no alternative. Even Charles could not escape, unless he wished to face parental reprimand. The 4 little ones, in unison, lay sprawled across the table, sleeping soundly for the entire afternoon. Fortunately, it was the last day before the holiday, so no one criticized them. After resting at home for an entire day, Charles finally recovered from his exhaustion. Andrea pressed his forehead several times to ensure he had no fever and did not take him to the hospital. Although he had been a couch potato all day, Charles still utilized the Comatage teleportation technique to open a new map. He successfully accessed the second novice boss point and experience point in Wonderland, the Ceramic Dwarf Village and the Mad Mushroom Thief. Indeed, without Harry Potter, this activation went smoothly. Consequently, the novice period could temporarily provide a straightforward route through the dungeons. Of course, continuing to explore the map could unlock more dungeons. However, on one hand, Charles could not grind anymore, and on the other, he was unable to defeat them. Not everything could be accessed through the Comatage teleportation technique. The novice dungeons not only offered daily experience and skill drops, but also had a chance to yield novice equipment. Inheriting from a certain frustrating dark equipment drop model, the gear, aside from its basic attributes, would randomly possess different additional skills or properties. For instance, an earplug was added to the novice wizard robe, yet what Charles truly desired was the iron armor spell. The earplugs served little purpose. Nevertheless, he could afford to take his time. Before the school term commenced, he would surely be able to assemble a complete set of novice gear. Now, he was on his way to meet Hermione for their excursion to Diagon Alley. 3 days prior, during the journey home after the conclusion of their Wonderland adventure, Dudley and Harry could no longer contain their curiosity. Could it be that a Wonderland truly existed? Seizing the opportunity, Charles elucidated certain matters to them, particularly to Harry and Dudley, as he had previously explained it to Hermione within the confines of Wonderland. The tale was not overly complex. Halfway through their journey, Charles recounted Harry's story. Harry's initial reaction was disbelief. This was implausible. His parents had not perished in a car accident. Moreover, he had vanquished the most fearsome Dark Lord and was, astonishingly, the savior of the magical realm. This was more surreal than Wonderland itself. Not only was Harry bewildered, but Hermione and Dudley were equally astonished. Could their little cousin possess such a remarkable background? In a burst of excitement, Dudley enthusiastically punched Harry in a display of congratulation. As for revealing the identity of the savior, Charles felt no pressure. It was neither a secret nor a surprise. With a brief holiday drawing to a close, the admission letters from Hogwarts would soon arrive. The timing of the revelation mattered little. Hagrid would harbor no suspicions, as he was aware that Harry's Aunt Petunia was acquainted with Dumbledore. The Dursleys would not suspect anything. They would merely shout about how those peculiar individuals were still connected to Harry, and subsequently confine him to the cupboard. Regarding Dumbledore, Charles had never intended to keep anything from him. This was also why, within Wonderland, despite the perilous circumstances, he had not overtly displayed any inclination to abandon his companions or sacrifice anyone. Harry could not possibly deceive a master of legilimency. In a world intertwined with magic, it was evident that the realm of sorcery extended beyond the British Isles. The greatest white wizard of the age, Dumbledore, was undoubtedly aware of Wonderland. He simply chose not to intervene, much like Tom, who was solely focused on his role as village leader. The fact that Harry and his companions had unwittingly wandered into Wonderland posed some complications. Yet since they had safely emerged, it was no longer an issue. However, the prowess displayed by Charles would certainly capture Dumbledore's attention, as he was also listed among the new students at Hogwarts. To the old bee, that signified a connection to his own circle. A good individual, a valuable ally to Harry, capable of providing guidance. If not a good individual, then one must prepare for contingencies. Especially since he had exhibited the talent of a quiet one should note the implications. As a member of the magical community, Charles demonstrated his familiarity with the wizarding world. He undoubtedly knew Harry and was aware of his savior's status. In the mundane life of an ordinary student, one could argue a lack of acquaintance, that they were not friends. However, having traversed Wonderland together, Charles's continued reticence would only invite Dumbledore's suspicion. It would be far wiser to speak openly of it. As an audacious interloper into the magical realm, and an equally bold individual engaging with Harry, whether in the present or in the past within the confines of the game, Char frequently encounters analogous situations. The skepticism of Old B is an unavoidable reality. When dealing with Old B, one must discern what can be articulated and what must remain unspoken. The exhibition of one's prowess carries its own consequences, as does the attention that might be drawn from Old B. Strategies and numerous processes have already been established. For instance, he could preemptively inform Hermione of her identity as a young witch. It is highly probable that Dumbledore would not concern himself with how Char arrived at this conclusion. Even if he did, the explanation could be conveniently attributed to ancestral magic, which is, after all, wondrous in its nature. He may also disclose Harry's identity, as it is widely acknowledged. Demonstrating one's capabilities is not detrimental. The magical community invariably harbors one or two prodigies, especially given the significantly increased population within the magical world in the game. The critical consideration lies in discerning whether this genius is benevolent or malevolent, and how to appropriately guide them. However, matters such as the abandonment of loved ones or the intricacies of Snape's double agent status are not to be divulged, for such knowledge is not his to possess. After all, this is a multifaceted magical universe, not solely confined to the main narrative. The circumstances are considerably more complex. He decided to inform the young ones about the impending commencement of a magical school, leaving the ensuing dilemmas to them, such as whether to share this experience with their parents. Hermione was particularly conflicted. She was no longer a child, and if she were to mention her visit to a certain place with Alice, her mother would undoubtedly ridicule her for not having matured. Ultimately, she deemed it best to remain silent, as the acceptance letter from the magical school would soon arrive. Dudley too felt a sense of turmoil. He was astonished to discover that his mother was aware of this so-called magical realm. It turned out that his aunt, Harry's mother, was also a witch. Harry was even more perplexed, convinced that Char was jesting, yet given their previous experiences in Wonderland, and the fact that Char had never deceived them, he felt compelled to believe. He promptly made a solitary phone call, inviting Hermione to Diagon Alley, as previously agreed, and the young girl, unable to repress her curiosity, readily consented. The time was set for that very afternoon. Chapter 51, Diagon Alley. Simultaneously, at the Dursley residence, Dudley, dressed impeccably in a snug little suit that made him resemble a plump ball, announced, "Mom, I'm heading out for a bit." Penny, engrossed in her television program, hurried over to assist Dudley with his shoes, her voice dripping with affection. "Oh, my darling Dudley, you must be on your best behavior with your friends." "Of course. They all listen to me," Dudley replied with pride. "I'm bringing Harry along, too." "No, you are not." Penny's initially amiable expression soured instantly, her voice sharp and commanding. Dudley was taken aback. Perceiving that she had frightened her beloved child, Penny softened her tone, though her demeanor remained stern. "Dudley, keep your distance from that insufferable boy." Dudley understood his mother's disdain for Harry, and while he harbored a similar sentiment, he found that he disliked Harry slightly less than before. After all, he was a hero now and needed to learn the virtue of magnanimity. Nevertheless, his mother's disdain for Harry persisted. But it mattered not, for he knew how to handle Penny. In the next moment, little Dudley's chubby face crumpled, tears welling up. All right, my dear Dudley." Petunia, unable to bear Dudley's tears, quickly seized her obstruction. "Harry Potter, you little rascal, come out at once," she commanded sharply, her expression dark. Harry, already dressed, promptly emerged from the cupboard upon hearing Aunt Petunia's call. Dudley had already dashed outside, braving Aunt Petunia's barrage of slaps, while Harry swiftly covered his head and bolted out. In the afternoon, Charles awaited Hermione at the designated spot. The residences assigned to the supporting characters in this game were primarily centered around Birdington Primary School. Privet Drive lay to the north of the school, with Hermione residing to the west and Charles in the southeast. This area featured a small park, well-maintained with greenery, frequented by local residents taking leisurely strolls. Spotting Hermione while seated on a swing, Charles rose and waved. "Over here." Noticing the surroundings were devoid of others, Charles reached for his wand, intending to summon transportation, but Hermione interrupted him as she approached. "Wait, not everyone is here yet." "Not here yet?" A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Charles. Sure enough, shortly after Hermione spoke, he spotted Dudley, the little rotund figure, arriving breathlessly with Harry from a distance. Charles's eyelid twitched. "Why did you have to invite them?" Hermione shot him a reproachful glance. "Aren't we all friends?" "Very well," Charles shrugged in resignation. Although Dudley and Harry's arrival disrupted his moment with Hermione, he understood that relationships take time to cultivate and was not overly concerned. He merely hoped that, with Harry present, their excursion to Diagon Alley would not result in any complications. "Why are you dressed like that?" Charles's gaze fell upon Dudley, who seemed to be struggling for words. "Is it so peculiar?" Dudley was clad in a small, formal suit, evidently well-crafted, but alas, his girth made the suit fit too snugly, resembling a striped watermelon. "Aren't we headed to the most bustling shopping street in a magical world?" "I absolutely adore shopping." Dudley didn't truly enjoy shopping, as he was too lazy to walk, but he relished the little sweets his mother bought him during their outings. This time, he had smashed his piggy bank, bringing all his pocket money along. In a magical world, even roasted mushrooms taste exquisite. The busiest shopping street must have even more delicious treats. "But you need to dress like that." "Must I not?" Dudley replied, puzzled. Charles chuckled, then swiftly produced 3 small black robes from his bag, tossing them at the trio. "Put these on," he commanded coldly. The 3 looked at the robes in their hands, exchanging glances. They soon realized that donning the robes with hoods would render them virtually indistinguishable from one another. Regrettably, no one dared to contradict Charles, for he possessed the most knowledge of their situation. "How shall we proceed?" "Through the circular door?" The little robe was obscured, and Dudley felt somewhat dejected, falling silent, while Harry, in contrast, was brimming with enthusiasm. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the true significance of his identity as the savior, both for himself and for the magical realm. He was simply elated, delighted that he could enter a place once inhabited by his parents, drawing him a little closer to them. Of course, that was not the case. Charles flashed a warm smile at Harry, then his expression turned serious. "Let's take a cab." Leaving the park, they swiftly hailed a taxi. The driver, momentarily bewildered by the sight of 4 small figures clad in black cloaks, was relieved to discern their youthful stature. Otherwise, he might have hesitated to stop for them. "So, no candy then?" "No, thank you. However, if you happen to know where we can find wooden dolls, perhaps you could take us there." "What?" The taxi could not locate the leaky cauldron, but was able to pinpoint a building adjacent to it. After paying, Harry and Hermione immediately spotted the peculiar sign of the pub. Grabbed Dudley's hand, Charles instructed Harry. He led the group to push open the wooden door of the pub. A dull bell rang out, then quickly fell silent. The other patrons turned their curious gazes toward the quartet of intruding children, but those eyes soon wandered away. Inside the tavern, the number of wizards present exceeded that of the original narrative, owing to the more abundant and intricate magical locations in this world. The foundational population of wizards had to be increased, otherwise, the complex worldview could not be sustained. Consequently, the residences of wizards had multiplied, with some living independently or marrying muggles, resulting in more wizards cohabiting in the muggle world. The number of students from the four houses had also grown significantly. Otherwise, the meager count in the original text would render the plot unviable for a grand production. The four young ones did not attract excessive attention, provided Harry Potter's identity remained concealed. In fact, without Hagrid's booming voice revealing Harry's iconic lightning scar, few would pay extra heed to a young wizard's identity. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, the most prominent factor was the peculiar scrutiny from so many strange-looking wizards, causing the little ones to feel uneasy. However, having experienced grand spectacles before, their tension dissipated swiftly, with Dudley even puffing out his chest beneath his cloak. Charles remained silent, guiding them to the courtyard in the back. Here, they could not utter Harry's full name nor expose his identity. Why? Dudley, still disinclined to think, immediately inquired. Have you forgotten what I told you? He is the savior of the magical world, and once his identity is revealed, you wouldn't want to be surrounded by a throng of fervent fans. Unable to move an inch, would you? Harry bashfully rubbed his nose, thinking Charles was jesting. How could he possibly be popular? Judging by Dudley and Hermione's expressions, it was evident they did not take the matter to heart. In summary, it is imperative to conceal Harry's identity. Charles firmly tugged at Harry's hood, ensuring it was drawn tightly over his forehead, nearly obscuring his eyes. The little ones, understanding from Charles's tone, nodded in agreement. Charles raised his wand and counted aloud, 3 upward, then 2 to the side. Top, top, top. The stone bricks began to shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded, twisting and turning until it transformed into an arched doorway. This scene was profoundly familiar to Charles, having experienced it countless times before, yet at this moment, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. Wow! As the archway took shape, the enigmatic veil of Diagon Alley was finally lifted before the eyes of the young ones. They beheld a bustling magical street that starkly contrasted with their previous notions, filled with wizards clad in robes and pointed hats, prompting an involuntary gasp from the crowd. Discovery, Diagon Alley, Experience 2. Welcome to the world of magic, Charles declared, addressing both the children and himself. Chapter 52, Beneath Diagon Alley. What is that? Harry and Hermione squeezed together in front of shop window, leaning closer to scrutinize the wares inside. Fairy wings. Charles glanced over and immediately recognized the item as an ingredient for potions, utilized in the creation of beauty elixirs. There was also a large plate of useless, deceased individuals' long nails. Turning his head, he spotted an old witch approaching with a tray of nails for sale, prompting him to identify the worthless items. The old witch hesitated before retreating. Fairy? Hermione shuddered at the thought of the dead nails, then inquired further. If you feel concerned or angered by this, there is no need. It is not as cruel as it sounds. I suggest you consult the potion book. It should contain relevant information. Hermione seemed poised to respond, but Harry's gaze was already drawn to another shop showcasing intriguing items. What is that? It was as if some magical force was beckoning Harry, and he squeezed into the throng of people. Hermione and Charles hurriedly followed. Wow, cool, amazing. Hearing the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, the trio arrived at the window, where a beautifully crafted broomstick was displayed. Nimbus 2000. Harry murmured, noticing a metallic plaque beneath the broom. It's a flying broomstick. Charles lowered his voice. You can ride it to play Quidditch. It was unwise to discuss Quidditch in a crowd surrounding a flying broomstick, given the well-known fanaticism of the fans in this realm. Harry appeared captivated by the flying broomstick, seemingly born with an innate fascination for it. However, despite his keen interest, it remained merely a broomstick. After a brief moment, the 3 children found it challenging to extricate themselves from the crowd. Where's Dudley? Harry suddenly realized his cousin was nowhere to be seen. Over there. Certainly. Charles would not misplace the few little ones, especially with Harry in tow, who was eyeing Dudley intently. The latter was drooling in front of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Charles possessed far greater strength than the underdeveloped Harry, who stumbled slightly, narrowly avoiding a collision with 2 hooded wizards that emerged from nowhere. The wizards did not pause, as Harry had not made contact with them. Yet, as they passed, their hidden gazes beneath the hoods seemed to pierce Harry coldly, causing him to momentarily stiffen. The 2 wizards, bearing proud expressions, had no intention of troubling the trio. Perhaps, to them, it felt as trivial as quibbling over a slug. Pure blood. Once they had moved on, Charles calmly remarked, the Knott family. The 2 wizards comprised 1 adult and presumably his child. Although Charles did not recognize the adult, he was aware of the younger wizard's identity, Bernard Knott, a fourth-year student from Slytherin House. The Knott family belonged to the so-called Sacred 28, the esteemed pure-blood families. In truth, the compendium of pure-blood lineages, which delineates the surnames of these 28 genuine pure-blood families, was compiled by Cantankerous Knott in the 1930s. In the original narrative, mentions of pure-blood families were scarce, with only a few remaining as their numbers dwindled. Slytherin House was notably the least populated among the four houses. However, here, due to an increase in population, many pure-blood families, which were merely referenced or established in the storyline, had begun to appear. Perhaps each family still consisted of just 3 members, yet the quantity of pure bloods had significantly risen. The game's strategies and information were overwhelmingly intricate. He needed to review thoroughly lest he forget numerous details. In the game, he could afford a degree of carelessness, risking merely the loss of a save file. Yet here. What is pure blood, and what is Quidditch? These little ones were indeed a handful. What do you want? Ice cream, the pudgy one said, swallowing hard with an innocent expression. Do you have any money? Of course. Dudley instinctively clutched his pocket. He glanced at Charles, hesitating, and after a moment's delay, he reluctantly said, if you all want some, I could. How unfortunate. Pounds won't suffice here. Charles replied with a radiant smile. They don't have wings, Hermione whispered, leaning closer to Charles. Because they're goblins, not fairies. The goblins did not impede the little ones entering, as they would not miss any opportunity to acquire gold coins. Gulp. Charles heard Dudley swallow again. Gringotts was far more austere than the outside world. Goblins sat atop high desks, while the hall was filled either with hurried wizards or frenzied lunatics, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly oppressive. This prompted Char to reminisce about the days spent with Madison, the delicate West Coast enchantress. While timid and adept at gauging the moment, she swiftly unveiled her wild and reckless side upon discovering his prowess. Initially, her needs were modest, but her demands grew increasingly extravagant. A yearning Char did not resist, for it was his first taste of such exhilaration. In one of their escapades, he even began to seize and plunder everything in sight. The two of them plunged into a frenzy, embodying a disenchanted youth reminiscent of a Quentin Tarantino film. Char dismissed the watchful fairies and the table marked for exchanges, leading a few small companions to a secluded corner. They clustered around him, resembling a band of thieves, while the fairies atop their perches scrutinized their every move. Eventually, they halted before a fairy named Galleon. We wish to exchange for galleons, Char declared. Galleon scrutinized Char for a moment, then replied, 8 galleons. A gold ingot, when converted to pounds and then to galleons, would yield a far greater sum. However, pounds were not commonly circulated in the wizarding world, save for the newly initiated young witches and wizards. Gringotts purchased gold not based on muggle valuations, but on the worth of alchemical materials, which was relatively low. Deal. 5 galleons, Galleon stated. Char turned to leave with his companions. 6 galleons, Galleon called after them. Unmoved, Char continued onward, as the 3 little ones exchanged furtive glances yet obediently followed. 7 galleons. Fine, 8 galleons, Galleon exclaimed in a high-pitched tone, muttering reluctantly about the greedy little wizard, who would surely become even more avaricious in the future. With one hand pressing the gold ingot and the other rummaging through his bag for galleons, Char finally pushed the ingot forward. Galleon accepted it, then coldly turned away from them. Char did not linger, swiftly exiting Gringotts with his companions. Chapter 53. If we were to swap roles, I would show you what it truly means. I desire fiery pepper ice cream, bubblegum coffee ice cream, chocolate cold sugar ice cream, and raspberry puff pudding ice cream, along with Florian, the proprietor of the Florin Frosco ice cream shop, initially listened intently. However, his expression soon grew progressively colder, as frigid as the ice cream itself. Silently, he waved his wand. Boom, 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 like a symphony. The wooden barrels housing the ice cream ingredients emitted the sound of corks being popped, and delectable ingredients sprang forth, tantalizing the senses. An invisible hand kneaded these elements in the air, swiftly merging them into a creamy mass of white ice cream, which was then plopped into a large bowl and roughly thrust into Dudley's hands, along with a spoonful shoved into his mouth. Ugh! Dudley shivered abruptly as the icy chill enveloped him, instantly freezing his lips shut. He would not be able to part his mouth until he savored that delightful scoop of ice cream. Finally, a moment of tranquility ensued. Charles nudged Dudley aside. Chocolate raspberry ice cream, please. The little fellow certainly had an eye for taste. Florin nodded, a proud smile gracing his face. This was his signature creation. The simplest delights are often the most classic, a truth that remains constant regardless of location. Harry and Hermione, too, soon settled on their selections. Charles was aware of Hermione's mild indecisiveness and her severe end-of-term irritability, so he had assisted her in choosing flavors. After settling the bill, Charles guided them to a cozy corner of a shop. Although it was merely 8 galleons, it felt like a fortune for pocket money, sufficient for the Weasley twins to thrive as entrepreneurs for several years. However, indulging in ice cream alone could very well send Dudley straight to St. Mungo's, reminiscent of the enormous portion he had just ordered. Adjacent to them was Leaky Cauldron. After a few bites, Charles turned to Hermione. Indeed, her eyes sparkled momentarily, akin to a cat's in the dark. Charles exchanged a questioning glance with Harry, who observed that Dudley was engrossed in devouring his treat. Having acclimated to the peculiarities of this magical ice cream after initially struggling with his frozen lips, he had grown to adore it. Even Harry found little interest in the bookstore. He sensed a change in Dudley lately and decided to remain with him. Charles departed the ice cream parlor with Hermione. As they exited, he feigned nonchalance, subtly turning to survey the surroundings, ensuring that Harry and Dudley remained concealed from view. Had they not entered the shop, their figures would have remained unseen. Not bad. He had not forgotten these little tricks. Suddenly, he noticed Dudley snatching Harry's ice cream and indulging in it with both hands. Well, that was hardly surprising. Hermione, her mind consumed by books, remained oblivious to the scene. Her thoughts solely occupied with literature, 8,000 enchanted herbs and fungi, the magical me, fantastic beasts and where to find them, death omens, how to prepare for the inevitable, My Mute Life, official guide to the Quidditch World Cup. The plethora of complex titles momentarily dazzled her. Charles trailed behind her, casting a glance around until he spotted a large red-covered book perched atop the shelf, emblazoned with a crest, a lion, eagle, serpent, and badger, the emblem of Hogwarts. Perhaps he could try this one. With a flick of his finger, he summoned it down from the highest shelf. The bookstore was sparsely populated, and a languid clerk lounging at the entrance merely raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. Charles presented the book to Hermione, who read aloud, instinctively flipping it over. How expensive! Upon perceiving the price tag, she could not help but exclaim softly. Hermione was unfamiliar with the conversion of currency in the magical realm, but she recalled that when she purchased ice cream earlier, a single gleaming gold coin had been exchanged, and she had received a plethora of silver and bronze coins in return. She knew that the gold coins were referred to as galleons in this book. Have you forgotten our treasures from Wonderland? Charles leaned closer to Hermione, speaking in hushed tones. However, Hermione wished to counter his assertion, yet Charles deftly redirected the conversation. Consider it a gift. This time, Hermione found herself unable to refuse. After all, rejecting a gift would be quite impolite, and upon accepting it, she could return the favor with a gift of her own. As she exited the bookstore, cradling the weighty tome, Hermione appeared somewhat troubled. But Charles understood that her concern did not stem from receiving the book. Rather, there is nothing to fret about. Even among the young wizards in the magical world, many are unable to cast a single spell once they begin their studies. Yet, Hermione's worries were undoubtedly centered on her academic prowess. She was entirely bereft of magical abilities, hailing from the ordinary world, while those who resided in the magical realm. I am an exception, Charles chuckled. You know, in every school, there are invariably a few prodigious students. Hermione cast a resigned glance at Charles, but found herself in agreement with his sentiment, for she was indeed a high achiever, consistently surpassing her peers academically. This thought alleviated some of her anxiety. I shall not concede defeat, she proclaimed suddenly, filled with newfound determination. Charles smiled and nodded. Despite Hermione appearing to have adjusted her mindset, it was but a fleeting moment. As the acceptance letter approached, her anxiety would likely intensify. After all, she was not one to easily accept defeat. However, this experience promised to be significantly better than her previous narrative, for she now had familiar friends to accompany her into the unfamiliar world of magic, rather than venturing alone into a completely strange domain. She would have to rely on her studies and scholarly demeanor for self-preservation. I can share with you the intricacies of the magical realm, and I also possess some old tomes, Charles offered. Though lacking books at present, he would soon acquire them through his financial acumen. Hermione hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not decline his proposal. When the two returned to the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Harry and Dudley had nearly finished their treats, with Harry having completely devoured his, while Dudley continued to indulge. How do you feel? Charles inquired. Harry nodded enthusiastically. The wonders of Wonderland, steeped in magic, had been an extraordinary and exhilarating journey. However, Diagon Alley was undeniably distinct from Wonderland. In Wonderland, they had been akin to lost little mice, stumbling through a realm fraught with trepidation, perpetually on edge, fearing they might be devoured by a monster that could emerge from any corner. Their solitary journey only heightened their feelings of fear and anxiety. In contrast, Diagon Alley was the bustling heart of the British magical community, where everything was imbued with enchantment and wonder. In this enchanting realm, one can behold banks run by fairies, shops peddling an array of wondrous and fantastical creatures, as well as vendors offering brooms that soar into the skies. Of course, there are also delectable ice creams and bookstores. More importantly, throngs of people, wizards to be precise, populate this place as if they have stumbled upon an alternate universe, a secret fairy kingdom that is entirely their own. Not the kind of fairy tale fraught with peril and escape. I adore this place. Dudley, shivering from the cold of the ice cream, has smeared it all over his face, yet he cannot seem to cease his indulgence, particularly when it comes to the ice cream. Someday, I shall open a magical ice cream shop. No, I shall create a magical cake shop. And a magical ice cream shop too. Dudley brandished his chubby little fists excitedly. Charles's gaze suddenly froze upon the table, and he blinked. Perhaps some matters are better clarified sooner rather than later. The longer they are delayed, the greater the backlash. Let him be the villain this time, for he often plays the antagonist in the game anyway. Have you considered that perhaps you cannot open a magical cake shop or an ice cream parlor? Charles posed. Why? Dudley replied, bewildered. Because he cannot wield magic? Charles shrugged. Then why can't I use magic? Dudley's confusion deepened as he failed to grasp Charles's insinuation. Indeed, Harry too was left with a plethora of questions. Because perhaps you lack the potential to become a wizard, Charles explained. Wizard potential? Dudley repeated with difficulty, akin to a babbling infant. Precisely, it is potential. It is akin to the presence of both prodigies and dunces in a classroom. The prodigies excel, while the dunces Hermione yanked at Charles's sleeve with a fierce tug. Charles turned to see Hermione's once rosy face now pale, and he promptly sealed his lips. In any case, that is the situation. Hermione began to regret having involved Dudley and Harry. She was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Harry's family. She only knew that Dudley had always bullied Harry in class, and she hoped to mend their relationship through this opportunity. She had never anticipated such a revelation, that Dudley might indeed be incapable of learning magic. After all, she and Harry, both she had never doubted the possibility of being unable to learn magic, for she hailed from a world of ordinary people, where countless individuals were devoid of magical ability for a reason. Yet could there have been a mistake? Hermione whispered, but Charles merely gazed into her eyes. Trust me, this phrase had graced Hermione's ears many times. In the Wonderland, it was the most reassuring of words. For it was Charles who had guided them away from peril and danger time and again, lending a sense of security to the phrase. Thus, she had never imagined that hearing it in a moment like this could feel so cruel and harsh. Chapter 54. Before the school year begins. I do not possess talent. After much discussion, Dudley seemed to have only just grasped Charles's meaning, softly repeating it in a tone that resembled a whisper. Beside him, Harry stood in shock, completely unprepared for the situation to unfold in such a manner. Indeed, you are unaware. Yet Harry is the savior of the wizarding world. He is my cousin, Dudley asked incredulously, his plump face flushed with excitement. But you are not. Yet you declared that I am a hero. He began to grow agitated, his voice rising slightly. Charles noticed a couple, seemingly upperclassmen from Hogwarts, casting glances in their direction. However, the secluded location he had chosen had yet to attract too many eyes. It mattered little, for this was Diagon Alley, still in times of peace. You truly are a hero, Charles stated calmly. Even if you cannot learn magic, even if you never step into this world, it shall not alter who you are. Suddenly, Dudley fell silent, though his face grew increasingly crimson, as if ablaze. Charles recalled that he had seemingly snatched Harry's fiery pepper ice cream, which had a delayed kick. I despise you all. Dudley suddenly yelled at the trio, his face contorting, causing the entire Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to fall momentarily silent. The air crackled with tension, filled with a fiery flavor. My mother was right. I should keep my distance from you. He abruptly turned to Harry and exclaimed, Freak! Charles was largely unfazed by Dudley's outburst. After all, they were not kindred spirits, and such occurrences were inevitable. They would only feel disappointment, betrayal, exclusion, and rejection. Let us go. Charles pulled Harry's head down, shielding his nearly exposed forehead once more. The term freak attracted numerous gazes, as the wizarding community was predominantly comprised of half-bloods and muggle-borns, many of whom had, to some extent, heard this term before. Harry and Hermione hurried to follow Charles, fearing Dudley might stray. But Charles knew he wouldn't, for Dudley was fixated on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley, envisioning the natural patterns in the stones as a planned route, perceiving the gaps between the bricks as a map, much like children often entertain themselves in their youth. Then, he discerned Dudley's trajectory, metaphorical magic, seeking paths, and people. With the imagination of a child, perceiving each brick as a stepping stone, one could successfully unleash magic. It was unclear which ingenious strategist discovered this, but Charles found it quite clever. They spotted Dudley at the entrance of Diagon Alley, without a wand, unable to exit. Approaching, Charles lightly tapped the wall, and the archway re-emerged, prompting Dudley to dash outside like the wind. Harry, who had hurried over, had no time to say anything and quickly followed suit. The little ones thundered through the leaky cauldron, garnering the displeasure of Tom, the proprietor. Do not run around here. Do not think I cannot deduct points from you. He waved a filthy cloth used for wiping glasses. However, Dudley had already fled the pub. A flicker of terror and bewilderment crossed Dudley's eyes, soon replaced by indignation and disappointment. He would surely appreciate it. Harry managed a wry smile. His initial intention had been to approach Hermione. To say that Dudley was his priority would be an understatement. Harry was merely an afterthought. If it weren't for the protective panel, perhaps Dudley would have either drawn closer to Harry or distanced himself, but with the barrier in place, it was more prudent to remain vigilant against Dumbledore. After all, he was Dumbledore. Petunia and Vernon exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces for their little darling. We must check on him, Vernon exclaimed, his eyes wide with anxiety. Petunia hurried upstairs, twisting the doorknob only to find it locked. She gently called through the door. My little Dudley, what is the matter? Silence lingered in the room. My precious darling. Don't bother me, Dudley shouted. Petunia descended the stairs in exasperation, shaking her head at Vernon. Was it you? She screamed, as if driven mad. Was it you? She reached for Harry's ear, and he found no escape. A child could not possibly resist an adult's grip. Petunia yanked him by the ear through the living room and thrust him into the cupboard. Bang! She slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside. You will never escape this life. You wretched child, she shrieked, her voice reminiscent of a ghost ensnared by Lockhart. Dudley, I have locked that freak away. You need not fear. Petunia whispered against the door. Click! The door creaked open. Instinctively, Petunia embraced Dudley, but before she could speak, she heard his voice, tinged with tears. Mom, why can't I use magic? Petunia's face froze. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to you too, Charles replied, momentarily stunned. Andrea furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of amusement and restraint. What did you say? She finally inquired with a smile. Charles realized, oh, I meant, thank you. He accepted the gift. Open it and see, Andrea urged eagerly. Charles untied the ribbon and unveiled the present. Wow, he gasped. The unpredictability of birthday gifts always left him guessing. What is this? He scrutinized the record in his hands. This is a gold record, Andrea exclaimed with a grin. I can see that, he replied, somewhat bemused. This is a commemorative gold record for the 20th anniversary of Voyager 1 and Voyager 2's journey into space. Aren't you the one fascinated by such peculiar things? Oh, right. They were launched in 1977, Charles said, feigning sudden enlightenment. At last, Andrea beamed with satisfaction. The Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft seemed to linger faintly in his memory, touching upon his areas of ignorance. However, deducing the timeline is rather simple. Andrea has already mentioned it is a 20th anniversary, which brings us back to 1977. Indeed, it is no longer 1991, and to better integrate the narrative's worldview, a slight temporal adjustment has been made regarding Harry Potter's enrollment. I hold a deep appreciation for this gift. Charles carefully rewrapped the golden record. Now, let us proceed to cut the cake. Andrea enthusiastically nudged Charles towards the cake while cheering. In the Granger household, night falls. Hermione, lost in dreams, appears somewhat discontent. Mrs. Granger, feeling a mix of helplessness, sits by her daughter's bedside, smoothing her tousled hair and tucking her in when she notices a book resting on the bedside table. Oh dear, this little one has bought yet another book. Mrs. Granger sighs in resignation. Meanwhile, in the Dursley residence, Harry, who resides under the stairs, remains awake, staring blankly at the wall as the electric meter flickers with changing numbers, lost in thought. Upstairs, Dudley, occupying 2 bedrooms, is sound asleep, though his brow is furrowed, and his small fists are tightly clenched, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Yet, whether it be a nightmare or a sweet dream, it remains a figment of slumber. And Dudley does not gaze through the lovely little skylight to behold. Beneath the distant moon, a grand sailing ship gently drifts. I detect the scent of despair. At the bow of a ship stands an extraordinarily handsome boy, around 13 or 14, with his hands on his hips, his gaze directed downward as if he could pierce through the clouds to the very core of the earth. Drop anchor! We shall have new companions, he declares with a charming smile that radiates beauty. The grand ship appears to slow down, but at that moment, a younger child rushes up from below deck. Captain, they are closing in. The boy's face displays impatience and irritation. Full speed ahead, he shouts, If we slow down, I will toss every last one of you overboard. I want to see your brains splatter. The grand ship accelerates. We shall discuss this another time. The boy cast a dark glance at the villas below. With a flourish, he empties the contents of a bag onto the ground, revealing a multitude of exquisite necklaces adorned with hourglasses. They are all-time turners. Bang, bang. He abruptly stomps on a few, then begins to maneuver the massive ship's helm. With a roar, the grand ship fills its sails with wind, emitting a low, resounding growl, and surges forth, racing towards the cloud-strewn horizon. Time is indeed peculiar. The sand within the hourglass seems to flow more swiftly than water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Days drift by in a long-awaited tranquility, but before long, one fateful morning, owls began to fill the skies over England, soaring freely as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 55. Do you know how I spent this holiday? Why has the admission letter not arrived yet? Hermione paced anxiously in front of a park bench, her hair tousled, bobbing slightly with her steps like an adorable little owl. Could it be that you made a mistake? Perhaps I lack the talent for magic? She turned to fix her gaze upon Charles. After a holiday spent together in the park, Hermione and Charles had grown thoroughly acquainted. With few friends at school and Charles' deliberate efforts to understand her, their friendship blossomed rapidly, rendering Hermione increasingly comfortable around him. Don't be anxious. You've successfully cast magic. The levitation charm, using my wand. Have you forgotten? Charles reassured her. Hermione paused, as though a realization dawned upon her, and she let out a relieved sigh. She settled beside Charles, her hands nervously entwined on her knees. I'm just a bit nervous. You understand, right? She exhaled deeply. Of course. Charles replied with a smile. You certainly do not. Hermione shot him an indignant glare, displeased by his patronizing demeanor, akin to that of comforting a child. She stood up, prompting Charles to rise as well. After a few steps apart, she suddenly turned back to inquire. You mentioned Dudley. It's impossible. Charles spoke with conviction. Indeed, it is impossible. He was aware that Hermione had been burdened by guilt regarding this matter, as if Dudley's lack of talent were somehow her fault. Unfortunately, the absence of talent was simply a fact. A talentless muggle would not acquire abilities merely by venturing into Wonderland. Many had stumbled into that realm over the years, both wizards and muggles, adults and children alike. Yet, such misadventures merely resulted in a series of harrowing experiences, perhaps even threatening one's life, unless one's name happened to be Alice. Upon returning home and having consumed a quick meal of pizza, Charles opened his panel in the bedroom. After an entire holiday dedicated to diligently grinding, studying his panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Character name, Charles DMO race. Human age, 11 profession, none talent. Awakening of magic silent 1, metaphorical magic experience. 4, 580, 050. 000 level. 7 health. 100 strength. 31 constitution. 32 agility. 30 spirit. 50-40 skills. Commatage teleportation. Incomplete Hogwarts student magic graduation wand skills. Transfiguration 40. Shatter spell 105. Stupefying spell 105. Obstruction spell 105. Cutting spell 105. Summoning spell 105. Iron armor spell 105. Repairing spell 105. Cleansing spell 105. Expanding spell 105. Shrinking spell 105. Fire-making spell 105. Unlocking spell 105. Illumination spell 105. Levitation spell 105. Patronus charm 10. Mind cloaking technique 1520. Equipment. A silver necklace suitable for the neck. A universal ring for the hand. The splendid ring of Trebuchet for the hand. A wand made from hornbeam wood as a common weapon. The Lionheart sword as a weapon of level 40. An adventurer's robe for clothing level 8. Adventurer's boots for footwear level 8. An adventurer's hat for headgear level 8. Adventurer's inner armor for undergarments level 8. And an adventurer's belt for waist level 8. Items. A gray notebook of unknown texture. A special invitation from the kingdom of Trebuchet. An incomplete legend of Pan's Labyrinth. A rare Pan's brush. A rare pet cage designed for invisibility and teleportation. And a high-grade meditation basin. Free attributes. 18. Species Bay 4,100. Expand. Old John's Magic Shop 11,000. Expand. Lucky Coin 10. Expand. Trial of the Brave. Expand. Adventurer Series Set. Level 8 Quality High. Effects. This equipment, favored by novice wizards, possesses cleaning and dehumidifying effects, as well as providing warmth and protection against the cold. Effect 2 Additional skills. Clothing has Iron Armor spell. Shoes have Levitation spell. Hat has Mind Closure spell. Inner Armor has Iron Armor spell. And Belt has Iron Armor spell. Effect 3 Set Attribute. Illusion spell. Duration 11 days. Inscription. Standard production non-refundable. Pet cage for invisibility and teleportation. Quality, rare. Effect, allows the owner to see invisible pets and prevents them from teleporting away. Inscription. Ralph. I'm talking about you. Ralph. Meditation basic. Quality high. Effect, capable of holding magical items of memory. Inscription. Please do not use me for any strange purposes. Inscription 2. Rather than being buried, some memories will be passed down through generations of wizards. Even with this novice equipment, Char spent an entire holiday grinding to acquire it, and every component was equipped with respectable skills. However, the additional skill on the inner armor was a lighting spell, which was rather disappointing. What use is it? Turning oneself into a large light bulb? The additional spell on the hat was most suitable for the illusion spell, yet its drop rate is exceedingly low, being a high-grade spell. Despite grinding throughout the holiday, Char did not encounter it, but unexpectedly obtained the mind closure spell instead. Although it is merely a level 8 closure spell, it was a pleasant surprise. The magical attachments on the wand were all preserved by Char during dungeons, based on his years of experience and strategies, retaining the most practical combinations. Char eliminated low-level and ineffective spells. Otherwise, the interface would appear too chaotic, which is quite unfriendly for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. These spells are generally not utilized by Char, as they serve as safeguards in critical moments rather than consumables. In daily practice, he only employs his own spells, not those that drop. The same applies within the game. As Char's strength grows, and with an increasing number of dungeons, these drop skills will be stored in real time. The mind closure spell was specifically farmed by Char, as its level surpasses that of other skills, owing to the greater difficulty of the dungeon. Throughout the holiday, Char dedicated the majority of his energy to this particular dungeon. The dungeon is a perilous realm of ceramics within the enchanting world, where the boss is a creature of porcelain intellect, possessing a chance to drop the coveted brain closure spell. This incantation is essential for early game progression, although Harry is aware of Charles's existence, which implies that he will inevitably come under Dumbledore's scrutiny upon the commencement of term. It is prudent to prepare the brain closure spell. Some secrets must remain concealed, and 20 spells should suffice to withstand Dumbledore's relentless inquiries. Moreover, during this period, Charles will continue to engage in dungeon runs, ensuring a steady supply. Additionally, he has a meditation basin, which he utilized to venture near the Dark Wizard's domain. Although they did not meet, he activated the dungeon and confronted the Dark Wizard within its confines. Challenging the dungeon is, in fact, more arduous than facing the individual directly, for within the narrative, even the most formidable sorcerer can be vanquished by a well-timed ambush. However, such scenarios are nearly non-existent in the dungeon, where adversaries exhibit astonishing reflexes. Thus, one must confront them head-on to prevail. The advantage lies in the fact that the dungeon can be revisited repeatedly. Memory, after all, is safest when harbored within one's own mind. Naturally, prior to extracting memories, Charles conducted numerous experiments on animals and even utilized the forgetfulness spell to secretly recruit various subjects for human trials before turning the methods upon himself. Then there is the infernal pet cage. For this contraption, Charles specifically traversed to the New World via the Enchanting Realm. There, he discovered a wondrous pet shop, classified as a hidden establishment within the game, though the strategy guides elucidate its location with clarity. Transitioning into this world merely reveals a more clandestine magical shop, as the Ministry of Magic exhibits hostility towards magical creatures, placing pet shops within the crosshairs of Auror scrutiny. Currently, the majority of Charles's focus is on preparations before the school term begins, allowing him little time to linger in the new world. As for his youthful acquaintances, he must temporarily bid them farewell, though he is not a heartless fiend. Once he is settled, he shall not neglect them and will endeavor to rekindle those connections. As for the cage, it is undoubtedly intended for Neville. His motives are not born out of affection for Neville, but rather to contain his foolish toad. This arrangement allows him, Hermione, and Neville, along with Harry, to conveniently occupy a compartment together. While the compartment can accommodate more than 4 individuals, exceeding that number leads to discomfort, as it is uncommon for many to crowd into such close quarters. The plan is sound. Charles has been diligently preparing for the school year, as, even for him, the forthcoming circumstances are shrouded in considerable uncertainty. He himself is uncertain of the house to which he will be assigned. The wand is fixed, a delightful Easter egg within the game, barring any unforeseen events. He shall undoubtedly receive the same 14-inch walnut wand with a dragon heartstring core. However, the houses are not predetermined, as that would diminish the game's playability. Indeed, Charles has traversed through all 4 academies, well-versed in the strategies required to navigate his academic journey. Each institution possesses its unique characteristics, with his frequent visits to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, followed by Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Consequently, he remains uncertain about where he will be placed in this world. Prior to the commencement of the term, numerous preparations must be made, such as acquiring novice robes, gathering consumable spells, and obtaining a pensieve. This applies to both the overarching narrative and the relationships between peers. Fortuitously, the system's spatial pouch disregards weight, for without it, the sheer volume of items, even if packed, would be beyond Charles' capability to carry. In addition to these considerations, Charles must also contemplate the impending random major plot lines and side quests. Just as the 4 academies are assigned at random, many side quests also emerge unpredictably. The primary narrative undoubtedly revolves around Harry Potter. The random major plotlines stem from downloadable content, and while the specifics of these narratives remain uncertain, their emergence is assured. However, side quests differ significantly. The comprehensive worldview accommodates a plethora of storylines, yet not every narrative can coexist, as numerous plots are inherently conflicting. This creates a scenario reminiscent of an ancient game from over a decade ago, where the map mechanism of Don't Starve dictates that each new save file presents random side quests, with conflicting elements omitted from occurrence. Moreover, some narratives have distinct modes of introduction. For instance, the Goosebumps storyline, as per Charles S. knowledge, exists in 2 variations. The first is from the film adaptation, set in a quaint American town where the author, Stan, discovers that the monsters from his books have come to life, leading to a chaotic clash. The second is the original tale, such as The Werewolf of Fever Swamp, which is not merely a fictional story penned by Stan, but rather a genuine occurrence, with the swamp werewolf and its setting being real. The events transpiring there mirror those in the book, as the narrative has been deconstructed and integrated into the game rather than being a mere bestseller. However, having acquired R.L. Stein's Goosebumps series, Charles concludes that this iteration of the Goosebumps side quest will not be of the second variety, but rather the first. He relinquishes the notion of venturing out each evening to seek the ghost from the ghost next door and forge a friendship with her, for that haunted abode has already been immortalized in literature and will, in the future, manifest as reality in the quaint town of the New World. This nested phenomenon may appear perplexing, yet proves quite engaging within the game. Ultimately, Charles prepares himself for the random major plotlines, with a tall figure leading the way. Even if Charles were to remain indifferent when the grand narrative unfolds, figures like Dumbledore will undoubtedly take action. He cannot simply stand by as the magical realm descends into calamity. This undertaking, in itself, offers benefits to Charles: experience, equipment, various drops, and the presence of young ladies. Ahem, I meant the opportunity to save lives. Furthermore, this endeavor may also pertain to Hermione, compelling him to remain involved. Indeed, it pertains to Hermione, and the primary narrative undoubtedly involves fairy tales. Charles is quite certain, as the clues have already been unveiled. In the Enchanted Realm, Charles and his companions find themselves in a frenzied escape from Cyclops, narrowly avoiding being captured when Harry and Dudley stumble. At that critical moment, a flock of birds emerges from the forest to rescue them, a circumstance not attributable to beginner's luck, but rather to Hermione's intervention. In that instant, the young girl's voice seemed to resonate with a melodic timbre, embodying traditional artistry. Within this intricate universe, one encounters a fascinating phenomenon. Certain narratives are portrayed by the same actor. The character modeling should ideally remain identical. Although the game could seamlessly alter character models to prevent discrepancies, it opts instead for an intriguing concept: the dreamlike phenomenon. When the same character appears across 2 narratives, they may experience dreams of each other's lives, even momentarily inhabiting one another's circumstances. Hermione's case is particularly exceptional. In a scenario reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, there arises a situation where one day Hermione suddenly realizes she is dreaming of living in a completely unfamiliar village. This dream becomes increasingly vivid and frequent until it manifests as reality. She finds herself embodying Belle. This scenario illustrates the potential consequences of fairy tale narratives. Charles has encountered this phenomenon more than once in the game. Hermione, bewildered, has no understanding of how she has inexplicably transformed into a stranger, becoming Belle from a fairy tale and arriving in an entirely foreign world. She is, of course, familiar with the French tale. However, for other characters who are not pivotal to the main plot, the dynamics of who replaces whom remain uncertain. For instance, gentlemen, mark this day, for today you nearly captured Grindelwald, and then a great wave crashes upon them. It is also possible that such mutual replacements may not occur. Yet Charles cannot ascertain this, as the nature of these events is inherently random, Even strategic guidance offers no certainty. What can be affirmed is that the traditional artistry manifested in Hermione, particularly in summoning the birds, serves as a clue. In the realm of wizarding divination, it signifies an omen. Within the game, it acts as a reminder for players to prepare for the unfolding grand narrative, a notion Charles is certainly aware of. He knows that the grand narrative is intertwined with fairy tales, yet multiple significant narratives exist related to fairy tales, each varying in complexity, rendering certainty elusive. The only course of action is to await the next sign, should Charles manage to uncover further clues. Until then, he can only strive to prepare as thoroughly as possible. Simultaneously, Charles remains ever mindful of searching for the Tree Hollow space, a peculiar feature of the Enchanted Realm, akin to a secret base from a certain pocket game. Before acquiring the magical castle and other residences of the wizarding world, this place served as an excellent base and hideaway. The secret Tree Hollow base is a remarkable asset, its elusive nature rendering it even more difficult to obtain. Summer, relying on his memories of the strategy guides, traversed numerous locations in vain. It is likely that it no longer resides within a novice zone. Dodo. After completing today's daily quests, Summer carefully stored the dropped equipment. Many of the items with peculiar additional skills were of no use to him, such as the armor enchanted with a random illumination spell. However, just because he could not utilize them did not diminish their value. After all, they were magical artifacts, quite rare indeed. At that moment, a peculiar sound caught Summer's attention. Something was tapping insistently against the window. Turning to investigate, he found an owl, its beak clutching a letter. The bird tilted its head, its large eyes fixed intently upon him. The envelope was square, adorned with an exquisite wax seal, bearing the Hogwarts crest, reminiscent of the book he had gifted to Hermione. The owl, exuding an innocent aura, bore the reputation of the infamous Scottish round-faced plump chicken. A smile crept across Summer's face. The notification from Hogwarts had arrived. Chapter 56. The Hogwarts Express. As time flows, the fleeting moments of the final holiday vanished swiftly, and the day of the new term approached. The day after the arrival of his acceptance letter, a professor came to escort Summer. It was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, possessing a lineage of fairy descent. As one of the 4 house heads, he had welcomed countless students from the Muggle world, effortlessly persuading Andrea with a flick of his magical prowess. It seemed almost too easy, especially given Andrea's profession as a journalist. Summer even harbored doubts that Professor Flitwick might have employed some enchanting magic in the process. Enchantment magic, as mentioned by Lockhart, who claimed that Flitwick was more adept at it than any wizard he had encountered, was a cunning old trickster. However, Summer found this hard to believe, given Lockhart's dubious reputation. In the game, Flitwick had never employed enchantment magic, and the very existence of such spells remained questionable. Lockhart was far from reliable, leading many strategy groups to deliberate on this matter. Should Summer be sorted into Ravenclaw, he might seek the secret answer from Professor Flitwick. Unlike Hagrid, who personally escorted Harry to Diagon Alley for shopping, Professor Flitwick simply delivered Summer and Andrea to Diagon Alley before taking his leave. The Hogwarts staff was too sparse. Even with the original number of students, they struggled to keep up, not to mention the increased population of wizards in this world. Indeed, his wand remained a 14¼ walnut wand, containing a dragon heartstring. Walnut wand, quality, superior effect, crafted from walnut, 14¼ inches, containing a dragon heartstring. Note, a wand that is difficult to master. The following day, as was customary, Charles met Hermione in the park, where she received her acceptance letter and procured a wand, which alleviated all her worries. She had officially become a young witch. Moreover, Hermione resolved to spend the remainder of her holiday memorizing all the books she had acquired. Charles could only admire her. She was indeed a true powerhouse, a relentless spirit. If only the dungeon could be lent to Hermione. Perhaps she could cultivate a legendary swordsman of the 10-mile slope. However, not all matters were joyous, for as Hermione sat on the park bench, quietly sharing her recent experiences with Charles, she soon recounted her encounter with Harry in Diagon Alley. Hermione was escorted by Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, who, like Charles, departed after bringing her to Diagon Alley. In contrast, Harry was accompanied by Hagrid, who not only shared a close bond with Harry, but also bore a significant mission from Dumbledore. Thus, he did not abandon Harry in Diagon Alley, but remained by his side. It was while passing by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor that Hermione spotted Harry seated inside, indulging in a raspberry chocolate ice cream that Hagrid had purchased for him. The young girl greeted Harry with delight, and they quickly fell into conversation. Hermione learned of the troubling circumstances at Harry's home, which left her incensed. In her agitation, she rose from the bench, pacing before Charles. her frizzy hair bouncing with each step. It appeared as though she might establish a Potter Protection Association at any moment. Charles, seated on the bench with a smile, mused silently about the impending chaos. He employed the skills he had honed while accompanying Madison on shopping excursions, maintaining a smile, nodding continually, clearing his mind, and focusing intently. If necessary, he could even cast a mental shield upon himself to prevent his girlfriend from suddenly probing his thoughts, merely to ascertain his opinion on her attire or to check if he was glancing at other women. In her fervor, Hermione remained oblivious to Charles's demeanor as she continued to pace and ramble. She lamented that Dudley had not received a letter and therefore could not attend Hogwarts. This situation had irreparably shattered the fragile truce between Dudley and Harry, exacerbating their already strained relationship. Now, Dudley did not even bully Harry. Instead, he treated him with outright indifference and disdain. This left Harry uncertain whether to consider it a blessing or a curse. Although he had longed for the day when Dudley, the foolish pig, would cease his torment, the reality was more complex. Throughout Hermione's incessant chatter, Charles maintained considerable patience. In truth, Hermione harbored a nervousness about entering the magical realm, a sentiment she was scarcely aware of herself, coupled with her lack of anyone to converse with. This led her to ramble on extensively. However, Charles did not perceive her as nagging. After all, life unfolds in such a manner. If one cannot endure this, how could they possibly continue together in the future? The pair swiftly arranged to meet near the station the following day and began to stroll out of the park. Yet, just before departing, Charles casually inquired, "Do you think Harry understands the significance of platform 9 3/4? I don't know." Hermione hesitated momentarily. But Hagrid should inform him. He's Harry's guide, after all. Perhaps he has forgotten? Didn't you mention that Hagrid is a half-giant, and giants tend to be forgetful? What should we do then? The young girl grew anxious. After all, she was still a child, and her thought processes differed from those of adults. Matters that seemed trivial to grown-ups could loom as catastrophes in the eyes of children. Just like now, how could one possibly fail to find the station? And even if they couldn't, what was the harm? Yet Hermione appeared restless, as if Harry were destined to depart from them forever. Resolving this was quite simple. A phone call to Harry would suffice, just as Charles and Hermione frequently did during their holidays. However, following Dudley's inability to learn magic, the lines had become utterly unreachable. Perhaps we could wait at the station for him a bit longer, Charles suggested amid Hermione's agitation. Yes, exactly, she promptly agreed. We should arrive at the station early. Consequently, she advanced their meeting time by an hour, causing Charles, who was accustomed to sleeping in, to twitch his eyes, as he could already sense the impending agony of sleep deprivation. Nevertheless, in pursuit of future happiness, he resolved to endure it. "I'm here." At King's Cross Station, Hermione, dragging a small suitcase, spotted Charles and waved enthusiastically. Her suitcase was not large. Even an 11-year-old girl could manage it alone. For most of her belongings were contained within a magically enhanced bag, which she had stowed inside the case, devoid of any cumbersome pet carriers. This bag was a thoughtful purchase made by Charles in Diagon Alley, noted for its lightweight and stability, albeit at a considerable cost in galleons. Of course, there were superior spatial items available in the dungeons, but those were not meant for novices. Charles consistently preferred to travel light, if possible. He would even forego a wallet and keys, relying solely on his phone. Hermione, on the other hand, had an abundance of luggage, her books far too numerous and heavy. He simply could not bear to watch Hermione struggle with her hefty suitcase alone. Thus, he felt obliged to lend a hand. It was more prudent to invest in a better bag that would allow him to conserve energy and maintain a sense of style. After all, galleons were trivial compared to the lasting impression of elegance. The undetectable extension charm was a highly advanced spell, and unless one was a master of alchemy or enchantments, it was difficult to discern the bag's true nature. Hermione remained oblivious to its value, believing it to be an ordinary gift. She presented Charles with an entire box of sugar-free milk nougat, which was quite delightful. The craftsmanship of Madame Granger is always a source of nostalgia. "How long have you been here?" Charles approached, and Hermione settled onto a bench at the station, idly stretching her short legs. "Not long at all," Hermione replied cheerfully. The families of the two children were quite anxious about them waiting alone, but since they had decided to wait for Harry, it was impossible to bring their parents along. The awkward small talk that ensues when parents meet is universally disliked by children. Moreover, this was Hermione's first extended stay at school, and her apprehension about the emotional toll of separation from her parents led them to only accompany her to the station's exterior. As it turned out, the future savior was quite punctual. Charles and Hermione waited for over an hour before Harry finally arrived. He was promptly apprehended by a somewhat irritated Hermione. "Harry," she called out, Startled by Hermione's voice, Harry, drenched in sweat, felt a wave of relief wash over him. For he had truly been a loss as to the location of platform 9 3/4. "All right, let's head inside," Charles said as he stood up, taking Harry's suitcase. Harry's belongings were minimal, yet his suitcase was worn and cumbersome, particularly with the conspicuous owl cage attached. Hedwig, who was vociferously protesting. Charles casually draped his coat over the suitcase handle, a simple gesture that rendered the raucous owl and its cage invisible to the onlookers. To those around, there were merely 3 young ones with their luggage. Through the art of metaphorical enchantment, anything can be obscured. Once covered, it goes unnoticed. Charles exchanged a glance with Hermione towards the elusive platform. They had observed numerous young wizards entering during their hour-long wait, and Hermione was well aware of the means to access it. Taking a deep breath, she steered her suitcase towards the platform, boldly charging forward. Charles gestured to Harry, having spotted a lively throng of red-haired individuals at the far end of the station, impossible to overlook. Harry, startled by Hermione's sudden disappearance, was not dim-witted. He simply had a reluctance to learn. He quickly grasped the essence of platform 9 3/4. With his experiences in the realm of wonder as a foundation, Harry approached with determination, pushing his suitcase forward. As Harry vanished, Charles promptly followed suit, leaving the platform eerily deserted. After a considerable interval, the area buzzed with life once more. "Fred, keep an eye on your sister. I am George." Discovery, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, experience 2. As Charles barreled through the wall, he spotted Harry and Hermione, both dazzled by the Hogwarts Express and the throngs of young wizards surrounding them. Witnessing this familiar scene stirred a mix of emotions within Charles, though he did not linger in sentimentality. "Let us go." Charles greeted the 2 individuals and, accompanied by Harry, they swiftly bypassed several boarding gates. Soon, they arrived near Neville, who, with a mournful expression and dragging his suitcase, prepared to board. At that moment, the wand concealed in his sleeve stirred slightly. He then led Hermione through the adjacent boarding gate onto the train. Dragging his luggage, Neville scratched his head, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Leaf. He discovered that his pet had somehow escaped and was now clinging to the back of a young wizard who had already begun to board. Without a moment's hesitation, Neville hurriedly dragged his suitcase and clumsily rushed over, following Charles and the others through the same boarding gate. Having boarded the train, Charles quickly sought out an empty compartment, allowing Harry and Hermione to enter first while keeping a watchful eye on the rear. Indeed, as Harry and Hermione settled in, Neville hurriedly caught up, just in time to witness Leaf being brought into the compartment by Harry. "Leaf!" Neville exclaimed in a hushed panic, his intense focus causing him to overlook Charles standing in the aisle. Prepared for this, Charles stepped back slightly, positioning himself against the aisle to let Neville pass. He then approached the hesitant Neville at the compartment door and gently nudged him inside. "Are you coming in?" Though the inquiry was warm, Charles's actions conveyed a sense of urgency. Neville, lacking the courage to resist, felt too overwhelmed to protest, especially with Leaf still inside the compartment. Thus, he found himself inadvertently pushed beside Harry. The compartment featured 4 seats facing each other with a table in the middle, making it unusual for anyone other than a couple to occupy an entire side, as that would create a cramped space. Naturally, Harry and Hermione took seats on opposite sides, close to the window. After assisting Neville in settling down, Charles placed his suitcase on the overhead rack and conveniently took a seat next to Hermione, closing the compartment door behind them. In response to Hermione's curious gaze, he inexplicably produced a book from somewhere, resting it under his elbow without any intention of opening it. This was indeed fitting, metaphoric magic, the Book of Death. The door resembled the pages of a book, easily opened, yet equally challenging. Once the book was pressed down, it would resist any attempt to be opened again. Excuse me. Could you please return Leaf to me?" Neville stammered, his pet magically affixed to Harry's back. He had pursued the creature, and under normal circumstances, he would have promptly addressed the situation. However, Neville remained frozen. After being ushered in by Charles, he stared blankly at the empty table for quite some time before hesitantly speaking. Neville was not a stutterer. He was simply overwhelmed with anxiety. Charles understood that Neville's gaze at the empty table was not one of daze, but rather an attempt to muster his courage. Indeed, Harry and Hermione had been keeping a watchful eye on the uninvited little wizard. While they busied themselves with their luggage in the compartment, they were oblivious to Charles's actions, mistakenly believing that Neville had arrived alone. What?" Harry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "I believe that is what he meant." This time, Charles did not conceal his wand. With a gentle flick, he levitated the creature stuck to Harry's side, the little fluffy creature named Leaf, onto the table. "A splendid pet," he remarked. Thank you, thank you, Neville replied, clutching Leaf as if it were a precious treasure, whispering his gratitude. It often runs away, doesn't it? Charles inquired. Neville nodded slightly. Then, to his astonishment, Charles produced a cage from within his robes. It was a magical pet cage, one from which no creature had ever escaped its grasp. However, Neville was momentarily bewildered. Not only he, but even Harry and Hermione wore expressions of confusion. Why had he suddenly pulled out a cage? Having shared a mystical experience with Charles, Harry and Hermione were aware of his magical storage capabilities, and Hermione had even read about the spell for the undetectable extension charm. Yet, extracting a cage seemed exceedingly peculiar. As a natural instinct of a pet owner, Neville instinctively expressed his objection. His pet was free, and its free will would not yield to. You wouldn't want it to run away on the train, would you? Where'd you go to find it then? As Neville contemplated this nightmarish scenario, considering his pet's usual hyperactivity, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. The stout little wizard resolutely placed Leaf into the cage. Ignoring the creature's desperate and pleading gaze, and with a decisive snap, he closed the lid. Harry was left in a state of bewilderment, filled with questions. Yet the young savior did not dwell on it for long. Hermione, however, felt a sense of unease. Something about the entire situation struck her as odd. At that moment, Charles spoke again. Hello, I am Charles DMO. I am Neville Longbottom. Yet this prompted Hermione to temporarily set aside her suspicions, determined to introduce herself. I am Hermione Granger. Harry smiled beside them, pleased to forge new friendships, for he had only Charles and Hermione as companions at that moment. Hello, I am Harry Potter, he said, flashing a shy smile that revealed a faint dimple. Harry Potter. He noticed Neville's eyes widen in surprise. The weight of the Savior's name bore considerable impact. It not only elevated the shy Neville's voice, but might have even compelled a mute to speak. Chapter 57, Arrival and Sorting. In every conceivable sense, Neville possessed as much potential for conversation as Harry, though he remained unaware of it. Just as Harry had yet to grasp the significance of his title as the Savior, he had not yet endured the enthusiastic barrage from Lockhart. Children born in July would bring an end to the Dark Lord, with only one destined to survive. Both Neville and Harry were born in July, yet Voldemort chose the half-blood Harry over the pure-blood Neville, thereby avoiding a storyline titled Neville Longbottom. Neville Longbottom is indeed a notable figure within the pure-blood circles, shaped by the legacy of his parents and their perceived folly. His parents, both valiant Aurors, were steadfast opponents of Voldemort, embodying heroism. While Harry may be oblivious, possessing scant knowledge of the wizarding world, Hermione might be aware. Yet she has perhaps not yet connected the name Neville Longbottom with the tale she has read. However, Charles undoubtedly knows, yet he refrains from mentioning it. The heroism of one's parents is a source of pride, yet when those parents reside in a hospital, bringing up such matters may not elicit the most favorable sentiments for the individual concerned. Neville might not desire such accolades, particularly from someone he has just met. This is a fundamental principle of social etiquette, even among children, which is why Charles chooses to remain silent. Harry's situation mirrors this to some extent. The sacrifice of his parents secured his survival. Is this truly a topic that Harry wishes to have reiterated? Neville is well aware of this, and despite his introverted nature, he has been raised with impeccable manners, thanks to Mrs. Longbottom's guidance. Yet, the mantle of the Chosen One is an overwhelming label, and he finds it difficult to contain his astonishment. Harry's expression reveals his confusion, unable to comprehend Neville's profound reaction to his own name. Upon receiving his acceptance letter and purchasing a plethora of books in Diagon Alley, Hermione has gleaned insights into Harry's status as the Chosen One. However, Harry himself remains largely unaware. He cannot fathom Neville's shock. You are Harry Potter? Harry nods. The boy who lived? Neville gasps, his expression one of sheer astonishment, leaning back against the compartment wall, as if it were the only thing preventing him from collapsing to the floor. Harry casts a pleading glance toward Charles, recalling that Charles had once mentioned Harry's status as the Chosen One, suggesting he enjoys a celebrity-like treatment in the wizarding community. Yet, the current scene hardly resembles that of a celebrity. Neville's expression suggests he has encountered a Dark Lord rather than the savior of the wizarding world. Perhaps Charles could elucidate this for him. What could Charles possibly say? Should he inform Harry that the individual before him is an anomaly? A timid soul who later transforms into a formidable warrior, poised to assume the mantle of hero upon Harry's demise? Thus, Harry need not worry. Most individuals are quite ordinary, akin to those he encountered in Diagon Alley. They would scream upon seeing him, lose composure, and spontaneously form support groups, with even a red-haired admirer who would evolve into a devoted fan, capable of rallying votes and support on his behalf. While she may not possess golden locks, The allure of red hair is undeniable, is it not? Of course, Charles cannot articulate this, leaving the task of explanation to Hermione. And indeed, Hermione does not disappoint Charles. She forcefully slammed a hefty tome onto the table, causing it to tremble violently, nearly causing Charles, who was propping his chin on his hands to observe, to topple over. Swiftly, she flipped to the middle of the book. "You're the boy who lived, Harry. You are the savior of the wizarding world." Charles cast an incredulous glance at the thick volume, A History of Modern Magic, utterly baffled as to why Hermione would bring such an item. "I know." Harry's expression remained one of bewilderment, and Charles had mentioned this matter previously. "I just want to know, what does it mean to be a savior?" "You mean you don't know?" Neville finally managed to rise from his seat. Hermione, pressing her hands against the book, let out a heavy sigh as she glanced at her academically challenged classmates. Rolling her eyes, she began to elucidate the tale to the bewildered boys. As Hermione recounted the story, the Hogwarts Express had unknowingly begun its journey. Charles quietly stowed away the book that he had inadvertently pressed down, realizing that locking the door was no longer necessary. With the train now in motion, the new students had nearly all settled into their compartments, opening their doors in anticipation of potential visitors. After all, they were in the presence of the illustrious Potter. Charles felt no guilt about interrupting Harry and Ron's meeting. He was certain Harry would undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor, as that was Dumbledore's decision. Consequently, Ron would be his roommate, and they would inevitably grow familiar with one another. Even if Harry were not placed in Gryffindor, encountering Ron on the train would be of little consequence, given the considerable distance between the houses. His greater concern lay with himself. Where would he be sorted? In a game, it would matter little where one went. Strategies were only essential for novices, after all. The essence of gaming lies in freedom and enjoyment. Yet here, with old Dumbledore presiding, one must exercise caution. Although there were no permanent controlling spells like those from other realms, similar enchantments were abundant. As the greatest white wizard of the age, Dumbledore's potential for unexpected measures was not to be underestimated. Knock, knock. As Hermione tutored the boys, Charles pondered his own fate when suddenly a knock echoed at their compartment door. He opened it to find 3 young wizards clad in robes standing outside. Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys. "I have heard that the illustrious Harry Potter resides in this compartment." His gaze disregarded Charles entirely, as he carelessly surveyed the interior. From Charles's vantage point, he conveniently shielded Hermione from Draco's scrutiny, leaving only Harry and Neville exposed to his examination. Neville, of course, recognized Draco. The pureblood circle was small, and everyone knew each other. Faced with Draco, Neville instinctively shrank back once more. Draco was aware of Neville too. Under normal circumstances, he might have taunted him. But at this moment, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Harry, the boy who lived, the renowned savior. "Potter." Draco's gaze fixed upon Harry. His thin lips elongated as he drawled, "There's an empty seat in my compartment. Perhaps you would like to join me?" Harry recalled the blonde boy he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Although Draco had spoken ill of Hagrid, reminiscent of Dudley's wretched demeanor, Harry endeavored to maintain a semblance of politeness. No, thank you, but I would prefer to stay with my friends." The implicit rejection from Harry brought a faint blush to Draco's pale face. "Are you referring to that foolish Longbottom?" His tone turned harsh, and his dim-witted pet. Draco's attention fell upon Neville, who wished he could vanish beneath the table in response to Draco's icy mockery. This, however, incited Harry's anger. "No, Neville," suddenly, Charles interjected, interrupting their escalating exchange. "You have golden hair. Are you from the Malfoy family? I have seen your name in my father's records. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Charles D'Emo." Yet Draco continued to disregard Charles, dismissing the unfamiliar surname, concluding it was not of pure blood. His father's notes indicated a half-blood. This pretentiousness thoroughly enraged Harry. "I believe my choice of friends is none of your concern. Now, please leave this compartment." "Very well." Draco spat the words through clenched teeth. He cast a glance at the trembling Neville. Foolish Longbottom. A half-blood. He glanced at Charles, and at that moment, Hermione peeked out from behind him, revealing yet another unfamiliar face, not a pure-blood girl. "You will eventually realize the type of friends you require, Potter." With that, he shot one last glare before turning away with his 2 lackeys. However, the other youngsters were far from indifferent, especially Hermione, though not confronting Draco directly, was incensed by his disdainful tone. "It's hard to believe there can be such a dreadful person," she exclaimed indignantly. "He is practically a replica of Dudley." "Not entirely. At least he is more handsome than Dudley, and he is a wizard," Hermione retorted, slapping Charles's arm in frustration. She then had a sudden thought. "Did you just say Malfoy? Is that his surname?" "Yes, he is Draco Malfoy. I encountered him in Diagon Alley. Harry replied. I have also heard of the Malfoys. They are all dark wizards. Very, very evil dark wizards, Neville added, trembling. Hermione pondered, as she felt she had read that name in some book. As the three young ones engaged in discussion, Charles drifted off in thought, unperturbed by Draco's presence. The number of wizards in this world exceeds that in the original narrative. The most significant alteration lies within the pureblood circle. While the notion of pureblood may appear as a form of self-deception, it is undeniable that they wield considerable influence over the majority of the magical realm. Their increasing numbers have directly bolstered Slytherin's ranks with a substantial influx of talent. One should not presume that all purebloods appear utterly foolish, idly passing their days. Their keen awareness of current events enables them to gather intelligence on Harry's whereabouts, even pinpointing his location within a specific train compartment, which is entirely plausible. The subtle interruptions by Charles during Draco and Harry's conversation serve merely to leave a slight impression on the former, perhaps to be utilized at a later time. A wise man knows the value of alliances. Charles is acutely aware of this principle. This is not a game where one can act on whims. Despite his confidence in becoming the most formidable wizard, the importance of relationships cannot be overstated, as they often facilitate matters. After all, he cannot engage in combat with everyone he encounters. Having allies would certainly simplify things. Though he is capable of defending himself, he finds such confrontations tedious. The arrival of the Weasley twins, however, lifted the spirits of the younger wizards, reminding them that the magical world is not solely inhabited by villains. Soon, the train arrived at its destination. Gentlemen, it is time to display our chivalry, Charles declared. What? Allow the ladies to change their clothes in peace. As the train came to a halt, a throng of young wizards surged forth, creating a moment of chaos. Charles grasped Hermione, shielding her from the majority of the tumult to prevent her from being swept away. Hagrid's arrival further stirred the scene, and Harry excitedly greeted him. Unfortunately, with so many young wizards present, Hagrid could not engage in a lengthy conversation and had to guide the children away. Stumbling towards the Black Lake, Charles and his companions boarded a single boat. During this time, they encountered Draco, who merely snorted in response without uttering a word. This interaction heightened Harry and Hermione's anxiety, especially since there remained an entrance examination. Hermione had scoured every book, yet found no indication of what this examination entailed. Charles, do you know what the entrance exam is? Harry and Neville turned to him, as did several other nearby young wizards. Charles had a vague understanding. It did not seem particularly daunting, and he doubted anyone would face expulsion. Trust me, he consoled them. Some secrets, once revealed, lose their intrigue. Nonetheless, Charles aimed to alleviate the apprehension of his friends. Indeed, with his assurance, Hermione and Harry's tension began to dissipate, while the other young wizards and Neville remained puzzled by their unwavering trust in Charles. Before long, Professor McGonagall made her appearance. That is Professor McGonagall, Hermione whispered to Charles. He nodded in acknowledgement. It was not until the ghosts appeared that a chill of apprehension washed over the young wizards once more. Follow me, she instructed. She addressed the young wizards. And suddenly the surroundings brightened. In Charles's ears, the familiar background music from the game he had listened to for countless years began to resonate. The upperclassmen from the four houses were already seated, peering curiously at the newcomers. Charles thought he faintly heard the name Harry, likely due to the curiosity surrounding the arrival of the Savior. Hermione lifted her gaze to the ceiling of the hall, contemplating for a moment before she could no longer contain herself. Then, the Sorting Hat commenced its song for the four houses. Charles instinctively tuned out the lyrics, focusing instead on the faces of the upperclassmen, comparing them with the memories he had recently reviewed in the Pensieve, finding little to no difference. Soon, the melody came to an end. When I call your name, step forward, and I shall place the Sorting Hat upon your head to assign your house. Professor McGonagall stated with a serious expression, her hands gathered within her robes. Hannah Abbott, steadfast Hannah, flowing with Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. At this point, nearly all the young wizards understood that this was the admission test, yet their anxiety remained unabated. After all, this was in front of an audience, and not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Gryffindor, not Gryffindor, not Hufflepuff, not Hufflepuff. Charles couldn't help but twitch his lips. The whispers he heard were not from a single individual, demonstrating how deeply ingrained the rivalry between houses was. Before long, the Sorting Hat called Hermione's name. The young girl jogged forward, nervously watching as Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head. After a brief moment, the Sorting Hat announced the name of her house. Gryffindor. Charles slightly closed his eyes, then reopened them. The journey through Wonderland undoubtedly had an impact on the main storyline. In the game, it was even possible to persuade Hermione to join another house. But for now, it seemed that everything had not deviated too far from its original path. A few more names were called before it was Harry's turn. Harry Potter, McGonagall proclaimed. This name stirred a murmur throughout the hall, as if a tranquil sea had suddenly been stirred by a tempest. Ron, standing beside Harry, widened his eyes in astonishment, as though he had just swallowed a chocolate frog. It's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Look, that scar. With Hermione and Charles's brief explanations, Harry knew slightly more than in the original story, and having witnessed grand spectacles in Wonderland, he walked forward with a sense of calm, despite the pressure building within him. His gaze nervously scanned the professors, feeling as though someone was intently scrutinizing him. As Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Harry's head, it barely touched him before the hat eagerly exclaimed, "Gryffindor. You are an absolute Gryffindor, my child." Harry heard the sorting hat whispering to him. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, as was Harry, and even the members of the Four Houses and Professor Dumbledore were briefly startled. It was the Gryffindor students who first regained their composure. "We have Harry Potter." The Gryffindors, known for their exuberance, erupted into raucous cheers, with the Weasley twins enthusiastically pounding on the table. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" In contrast, the other houses reacted more sluggishly, yet soon. A wave of applause resonated throughout the hall, albeit with a faint echo from the Slytherin table. Indeed, the influence of the enchanted atmosphere was palpable. In the original narrative, the Sorting Hat took considerable time to deliberate over Harry, as he possessed traits from multiple houses, including Slytherin. However, the enchantment had awakened Harry's courage, aside from Dudley. Few dared to charge at the divine. This was a far cry from the genuine legilimency, which could forcibly delve into the memories of others. Harry's presence brought the sorting ceremony to its zenith. Only after a succession of familiar names passed by did the hall regain its tranquility. Just as Professor McGonagall finally called out the name of Charles. Charles Dymore. Charles calmly stepped forward, reminiscent of countless times in the game. Skill activated. Mind cloaking. The mind cloaking began to function, as pre-prepared false memories surfaced, rendering him indistinguishable from the other half-blood wizards. I can sense something unique about you. Yet I cannot pinpoint it. My extensive experience suggests, old chap, that it is indeed the mind cloaking. Am I correct? Charles remained silent. It appeared he was a rather reticent fellow. The sorting hat seemed to squirm upon his head. You possess potential from many houses. This is rather complicated, it continued. Could I go to Hufflepuff? Certainly. What about Gryffindor? That too is feasible. Ravenclaw? It appears not. What? Charles had assumed, much like in the game, that he could choose from all four houses. However, it seemed that this reality diverged from the game. But what did it mean that he could not join Ravenclaw? Was it implying he was foolish? Are you suggesting that I am foolish? Charles could not help but inquire. I never claimed such, the sorting hat retorted. Yet, before Charles could continue, the hat suddenly seemed to discover something. Oh, look what I have found. You possess potential from many houses, but there is one crucial aspect. Perhaps even unbeknownst to you, something I nearly overlooked. I know where you are destined to go, for it is the place most suited for you. The sorting hat paused momentarily before declaring loudly, Slytherin. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione and Harry, who had been watching Charles, expecting him to join them in Gryffindor, were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Hermione was aware of Slytherin, having heard it was a pure blood house, renowned for its production of dark wizards. The latter assertion she was uncertain of, but the former was undoubtedly true. She understood the definition of pure blood, and Charles, being of mixed heritage, had previously stated this himself. Moreover, the name DMO did not feature in any records of pure blood families. Harry also knew of Slytherin, as Hermione had enlightened him during their journey. And devoid of Ron's subjective biases, he held no particular prejudice against Slytherin, although he harbored no fondness for it either, for Voldemort hailed from there, and indeed, many dark wizards had emerged from its ranks. However, Charles was his friend, and upon his sorting into Slytherin, Harry was not inclined to question whether Charles was a dark wizard, but rather concerned for his well-being in that environment, for it was a breeding ground for dark wizards. You have joined Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, acquired profession wizard. Charles, upon the sorting hat's decision, felt little surprise as it aligned with his own plans. He had frequented Slytherin within the game. It is a misconception to claim Slytherin as an unequivocal pure blood house, for the concept of absolute pure bloods has long ceased to exist. And both Voldemort and Snape were evidently of mixed heritage. One could merely state that mixed bloods were less common here. Charles was a muggle-born wizard at the outset, but just as there are no absolute pure bloods, there are also no absolute muggle-borns. Tracing ancestry back, Every wizard possesses some degree of wizarding lineage or blood of magical creatures. We are all alike. Calmly, Charles descended from the platform, refraining from meeting the professor's gazes, especially those of Snape and Dumbledore. These two masters of legilimency could easily invoke their skills through mere eye contact. One was the head of Slytherin House, and the other the headmaster. They undoubtedly knew the names of pure bloods in the magical realm, and with the DMO surname not belonging to any pure blood lineage, he was classified as mixed blood. Such occurrences of mixed blood entering Slytherin were rare. At this moment, their attention was solely upon him. Of this he was acutely aware. He approached the Slytherin long table with composure. The Slytherin snakes at the table greeted him with a subdued yet elegant applause, characteristic of Slytherin, graceful yet affected, muted yet cordial. However, they were exchanging furtive glances amongst themselves. DMO? An unfamiliar surname. Not pure blood. Therefore mixed blood. They quickly reached a consensus, and the two first years seated beside Charles, along with nearby upperclassmen, immediately offered him the standard aristocratic smile. Both parties smiled brightly and amiably. What a sincere house this is. The upperclassmen seem to be good individuals. What a naive mixed blood this is. The days ahead are sure to be entertaining. Chapter 58, The Feast. Fool. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. Following the exchange of glances between Harry and Snape, and a series of iconic moments, including Dumbledore's opening warning, the long-awaited Hogwarts feast finally commenced with Dumbledore's classic remarks. House elves swiftly adorned the long tables with a sumptuous array of food, and the Great Hall erupted into a lively commotion. However, the Slytherin table remains the most tranquil. There exists a plethora of lore surrounding the four houses of Hogwarts, both from the original texts and films, as well as fan interpretations. Undoubtedly, the game encapsulates all of this. Charles is quite familiar with it. He is well versed in the intricacies of all four houses. Welcome to Slytherin, Half-Blood. Draco Malfoy suddenly spoke while Charles was elegantly and attentively enjoying his dinner, his gaze fixed on Charles with a hint of amusement, seemingly eager for a reaction. Yet, Charles merely sliced his steak with nonchalance, placing a small morsel into his mouth, chewing delicately before responding. Thank you for the welcome, Draco. Upon hearing Charles address him so intimately, Draco's expression involuntarily contorted, as if he had witnessed a diminutive slug lunging toward his face. Bowing his head, Draco gritted his teeth, sulking over his steak. Charles's demeanor was quite polished, devoid of any rudeness, which left the nearby Slytherin upperclassmen, who had hoped for a spectacle, somewhat disappointed. After all, it was puzzling how he had brought such physical prowess to this setting, let alone a mere dining etiquette. The so-called dining etiquette held no extraordinary significance. The pureblood circle is rather small and enclosed within the magical realm, essentially a realm of self-indulgence. Naturally, it was still far more refined than the Gryffindors, who often wielded drumsticks in both hands. As Charles dined, the other Slytherins engaged in hushed whispers. Unlike the raucous Gryffindors, the amiable Hufflepuffs, or the solitary Ravenclaws, Slytherin managed to infuse this meal with the ambience of a noble family gathering, despite the long table. Each individual merely murmured and exchanged glances, creating an atmosphere devoid of chaos. Of course, no one spoke to Charles, and he made no effort to engage with those around him, not even with the blood traitor, Barlow. Amidst the songs of the Weasley twins, the dinner soon came to a close. Freshmen followed closely. The heads of the four houses rose to lead their respective groups. A senior stood from the middle of the Slytherin table, addressing the newcomers with a smile. The heads of houses are chosen starting from the 5th year, with one male and one female for each house. In other words, there exists simultaneously 6 heads of house, 3 males and 3 females. Charles recognized the standing figure, Felix Pruitt, the 5th-year male head, hailing from the Pruitt family, one of the 28 pureblood families. In the original works and films, Slytherin's students were scarce, but here, due to the increasing number of wizards, the student body has also expanded, and undoubtedly, all are purebloods. The Pruitt family has made appearances in the original works. Lucius Pruitt married into the Black family, and would not pass until the following year. During Voldemort's reign, 2 members of the Pruitt family were part of the Order of the Phoenix, and were also Arthur Weasley's brothers-in-law. Those 2 branches of the Pruitt family were annihilated, leading to their extinction by the time of Harry's era in the original narrative. Now, the lineage of the Pruitt family has been completed. Felix should belong to another branch of the Pruitt line, having refrained from aligning with the Order of the Phoenix during Voldemort's reign, thus ensuring his survival. However, to delineate themselves from the Order, they had no choice but to pledge allegiance to Voldemort, demonstrating sufficient loyalty to avoid his wrath. This implies that their ancestors were Death Eaters, and among the most fervent of that faction. Felix Pruitt possesses a tall stature. At 16 years of age, and in his 5th year, he appears almost fully matured, albeit with a hint of youthful naivety. Due to the absence of a specific prototype in both the film and the original text, his model was derived from an unknown male model. Additionally, since Charles opted not to select a female game character and did not employ any bizarre modifications, the male character models were generally designed to fall below Charles's standards in order to highlight the protagonist. Felix is reasonably handsome, though he pales in comparison to Charles, falling into the above-average category, exuding an aura reminiscent of a generic European supporting character. Don't get lost. Slytherin has no use for fools. Another upperclassman stood, her voice soft yet laced with malice, and Charles noted her gaze fixated on him. She was Sandra Yaxley, a 5th-year prefect in one of the pure-blooded 28 families. This family may sound somewhat unfamiliar, seemingly never having been mentioned before, but it does indeed have historical roots. The headmaster's office displays a portrait of the least favored headmaster from the Black family, Phineas Nigellus Black, who was the 3rd son of Arcturus Black. His wife, Lysandra Yaxley, is a member of that family, likely the namesake for Sandra. Arcturus and Lysandra had 3 daughters. One married into the Longbottom family. Another wed the pure-blood traitor Weasley, who was subsequently disowned, and the last married Crouch. Thus, the pure-blood community is quite insular, with everyone interconnected. Sandra Yaxley possesses a beauty that far surpasses that of Felix. Lacking a defined prototype, her model was inspired by a top 100 Instagram model. With golden hair and blue eyes, her thin lips, rosy complexion, and gentle facial contours epitomize a typical Western European appearance. Charles, with no expertise in ethnography, merely considers himself a planner, focusing solely on his tasks without delving into matters beyond his purview. He recognizes her as a quintessential representation of Western European beauty. After all, the top 100 on Instagram are predominantly either Germanic, Slavic, or from the New World. He has no intention of investigating further. A simple like suffices. Why complicate matters? Charles understands that the names of male and female prefects are not surprising. Within the distinctly hierarchical environment of Slytherin, the relationships among young wizards are often far more intimate than those in the other 4 houses. Harry might spend 7 years at Hogwarts without ever learning where Moxie's family resides. But in Slytherin, it's not uncommon for students to know not only their classmates' home addresses, but also to discover familial ties spanning generations. There exists a more significant reason. The strategic approach to student life within the 4 illustrious houses varies considerably. For Gryffindor, the focal point undoubtedly lies with the main characters. In contrast, Ravenclaw emphasizes the discovery of numerous young wizards possessing exceptional potential across diverse fields. The essence of their journey is akin to the revival of magical splendor. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, prioritizes connections, leaning towards a gentle demeanor and thriving through the strength of numbers. Upon graduation from Hufflepuff, one would find alumni in various roles, from the Ministry of Magic to serving as waitstaff. Slytherin also values connections, yet here, they are evidently more exclusive and tightly knit. Charles Slytherin is not unfamiliar with this environment. He is well acquainted not only with the names of the prefects and his peers, but also with their backgrounds, habits, and even some unsavory secrets. Entering Slytherin is, indeed, quite intriguing. The current cohort of newcomers is still relatively small, evenly split between genders, totaling merely a handful. Remember our password, Felix instructs. His smile a mere facade of aristocratic politeness. Beneath this mask lies an inscrutable visage. Glory above all. The new students nod in agreement, and Charles notices Draco beside him mouthing the word, his small eyes glinting with mischief. Seeing that the newcomers have committed the password to memory, Felix nods approvingly. After the term begins, I expect no one to tarnish the honor of our house. Slytherin does not harbor the inept or the foolish. His gaze is more piercing than Sandra's, unambiguously fixed on Charles. Felix enunciates deliberately. Do you understand? The Slytherin students present are well aware of Felix's implication. Their response is tinged with a lack of concern. Only Goyle and Crabbe swallow nervously, feeling as though Felix's words are directed at them, as they perceive themselves to be foolish interlopers riding on the coattails of pure-blood lineage. As Felix utters the password, a stone door gradually materializes on the wall, reminiscent of the entrance from the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley. The young wizards follow Felix inside. Chapter 59. Today, Slytherin is remarkably tranquil. The Slytherin common room lies beneath the Black Lake, and as a result, all light within is imbued with a green hue, enhanced by numerous glowing lamps, securely locked in cages dangling from the ceiling. Although the ambience is somewhat peculiar, This is, after all, a pure-blood institution, and they take great pride in their storied history, reveling in ostentatious displays. The common room boasts exquisite surroundings, with intricately carved chairs positioned around, alongside numerous circular tables resembling small salons, encircled by sofas, all centered around a roaring fireplace. Yet, there remains a certain chill and gloom. Charles understands the reason for this. It is due to himself. Their gazes sweep across the room. What meets the eye is predominantly a collection of enchanting witches and dashing wizards, as Slytherin boasts the largest number of students among the four houses. However, alongside this alluring facade, there exists a peculiar assortment of individuals, some grotesque to the point of appearing almost deformed, perfectly embodying the malevolent sorcerers depicted in Muggle fairy tales. This is one of the consequences of inbreeding. The demeanor of these upperclassmen is equally intriguing, as they are divided into two distinct factions. One group exhibits an air of elegance, either reclining on the intricately carved benches of the common room or perched at small round tables, faces adorned with smiles and arms crossed. They have shed their wizarding robes to reveal exquisite vintage attire, exuding a charm reminiscent of centuries past. In stark contrast to the ordinary black robes or Muggle attire of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, they resemble vampires at a gathering rather than traditional wizards. The other faction, akin to Sirius's eccentric cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, moves about with exaggerated gestures, appearing devoid of grace, almost disheveled and unkempt. Charles understands the underlying reasons. The former group, reminiscent of Malfoy, represents a cadre of purebloods struggling to maintain their dignity despite dwindling fortunes. They have not suffered too much in recent conflicts, allowing them to uphold a semblance of aristocratic poise. This preservation of familial success has only deepened their disdain for other, less fortunate purebloods. Conversely, the latter group is on the brink of disintegration, whether due to financial ruin, illness, or simply a dwindling lineage from the wars of Voldemort's era. Many survivors and descendants of Death Eaters appear frantic and disheveled, although there are also those who are inherently unhinged. Slytherin has never been short of eccentrics. Charles notes that even Draco seems somewhat uneasy amidst this throng of Slytherin wizards. He unconsciously swallows hard, his expression stiffening. Although he often boasts of Slytherin's superiority and his father's accomplishments, this might be his first encounter with such a scene. Beside him, a young girl also appears anxious, the authenticity of her nerves unclear, as she gently leans against Draco, clutching his arm. The girl, quite adorable and reminiscent of young Matilda from Lyon, the professional, is Pansy Parkinson, Draco's devoted admirer, described in the original text as resembling a lion dog. Some analyses suggest her character is inspired by the first actress to portray Pansy in Prisoner of Azkaban, but Charles finds little resemblance between the two. "Girls, follow me," comes Sandra's voice from ahead. "Boys, keep up with me," follows Felix's call. Due to the smaller number of students, Slytherin dormitories accommodate 2 per room. If Gryffindor's tower exemplifies the bustling, communal atmosphere of classic college dormitories with 4 or 6 occupants, Slytherin resembles a graduate-style villa, a sanctuary for scholarly pursuits. The environment is more favorable, the space is more expansive, yet the distance between individuals has grown ever greater. Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe. Felix uttered these 2 names and gestured toward the dormitory. There was no so-called head boy duel, nor the customary opening remarks by Snape. The commencement of the school year was simply that, just the beginning of another academic term. Was this truly a matter of joy? Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini. Zabini, a pure blood in his own right, does not belong to the so-called 28 pure blood families. It is essential to understand that the Register of Pure Blood Lineage was published in the 1930s, a time when the notion of pure blood had long since lost its relevance. It was merely a means of self-aggrandizement. Zabini is quite the handsome lad, exuding confidence, perhaps even arrogance, about his appearance and all that pertains to it. This very charm has made him one of the favored male supporting characters among female authors. His striking looks are inherited from his mother, the renowned beauty, Mrs. Zabini, who is currently single and has had 7 husbands. Due to his attractive visage, Zabini holds lofty standards and is emblematic of Slytherin. In his 6th year, he once remarked that Ginny Weasley was indeed a beauty, even by his discerning eyes. Nevertheless, considering her tainted bloodline of pure blood traitors, he would not dare to lay a finger on her. The number of Slytherin students is few, and once the girls are accounted for, only a few names remain before it is Charles's turn, or rather, he is left as the solitary individual. However, at that moment, Felix suddenly folded the list and stepped lightly in front of Charles, blocking his path to the next dormitory door. "I regret to inform you, Mr. DMO, of an unfortunate circumstance," Our rooms have been fully allocated. This year, newcomers have occupied all the dormitories, and there are no additional rooms available. His voice was calm, accompanied by a smile directed at Charles. The atmosphere around them seemed to still. Charles could sense countless eyes upon him. Upperclassmen lingering in the common room, and other first years yet to be assigned their quarters. They awaited this very moment. Charles was well aware that upon entering Slytherin, he would eventually face provocation, yet this encounter arrived sooner and with greater finesse than he had anticipated. The dynamics in the game mirror reality. As an open-world experience, it lacks rigid formulas. Aside from a few fixed main storylines and timelines, everything else unfolds randomly, making each gameplay a fresh experience for Charles. The direct pressure from upperclassmen was, for the first time, palpable and more justified. Charles paused in silence. I believed I was one of this year's new students, he stated. Perhaps. Felix, still unmoved, maintained a smile as he uttered those two words. Then my luggage is right here, delivered by the house elf. For a fleeting moment, Felix's smile seemed to twist into something akin to derision, a hint of mockery. He gestured for Charles to wait a moment, then opened the door to the dormitory behind him and peeked inside. I'm afraid your luggage isn't here. He turned back and smiled once more. From the common room, faint laughter could be heard. Charles fell into silence again, contemplating whether he should take action, if he should refrain from doing so, and what the consequences would be either way. If this were a game, he would have drawn his wand by now. But here, beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze, the display of power was inevitable, yet it required discretion and cleverness depending on the circumstances and location. Perhaps this was the moment? Very well, Mr. DMO, I regret this situation, and for now, you might rest in the common room until we have a new room available. Felix observed Charles's lack of response and maintained his smile, oblivious to the sense of danger that was beginning to loom. Behind them, Draco had been watching the spectacle until Charles fell silent. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something amusing. He shares a room with me, Draco declared. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. A flicker of panic crossed Draco's face, but he quickly straightened up, assuming the characteristic posture of a Malfoy. He shares a room with me. He reiterated. You should clear out another dormitory for Zabini. Zabini? Are you sure, Malfoy? Felix inquired. Of course. Though nervous under Felix's scrutiny, Draco stood firm. Felix felt perplexed. He wondered why Malfoy would interject this way. Did this half-blood have some connection to the Malfoy family that he had never heard of? Are you looking for an interesting little pet, Malfoy? At that moment, a senior girl's voice floated from the common room, sweet and sticky like pink rose candy. It was Mueller Scuro, one of the pure-blood 28, a fourth-year student. Draco tilted his chin and nodded, maintaining his composure, for it was very much in line with a Malfoy. Mueller's covered her mouth and giggled, her beauty accentuated by her elegant attire. I want a little pet too, Draco. Why don't you let your pet stay with Zabini? Can you come to my room? How's that sound? Another girl beside her laughed as well. For a brief moment, Draco appeared flustered. Charles even noticed the tips of his ears turning red, yet he still rejected Mueller's. I wouldn't want to end up like my grandfather, afflicted with some strange ailment. He replied stiffly. Draco's words evidently displeased Mueller's, but she continued to smile graciously, as if his remarks were not directed at her. With the conversation concluded, Felix seemed to grasp the underlying reason and, without further inquiry, simply nodded at Draco before departing. What are you still standing there for? Draco suddenly remarked. Perhaps you genuinely believe that the common room surpasses the dormitory, he remarked before pulling open the door to the dormitory and stepping inside. Chapter 60, Crab. Who else? Innervate. Assist me in transporting my belongings to Draco Malfoy's dormitory. At your service, sir, came a rather high-pitched voice from the corridor. Students were permitted to venture to the kitchen for sustenance or enlist the aid of house elves for various tasks. Yet the students of Slytherin enjoyed a more advantageous rapport with these creatures, arguably even more so than those from Hufflepuff. Many house elves at Hogwarts, a significant portion of whom descended from the house elves of pure-blood families, shared a unique bond with Slytherin. And now it was indeed his dormitory. In the briefest of moments, the house elf Innervate had already accomplished everything. Meanwhile, Draco was indulging in a shower in the bathroom. Charles reclined on his bed. The hostility within Slytherin was far more intense than he had anticipated. He needed to act swiftly to secure his standing within this institution. In the original storyline, to avert any plot-related demise, a direct confrontation with Dumbledore or the looming threat of older, potential Death Eaters was avoided in the early stages. At most, it involved provocations among peers and disputes between a few houses. However, in this realm, such considerations were irrelevant. Felix Pruitt was a nuisance. Not all Slytherin students were inclined to such behavior. They might be willing to kick someone when they were down, yet were cautious not to create an outright enemy. Such actions would not align with their interests. Felix Pruitt, however, was different. As a half-blood, Felix, a supporter of the blood purity ideology, was bound to seek trouble with him. Although such individuals were few, they certainly were not limited to Felix alone. The young Malfoy might not yet comprehend the implications of his actions. It was akin to sending a signal. However, this situation could not persist for long. Malfoy, too, was an advocate of blood purity. He did not genuinely intend to protect Charles. To other Slytherins, it appeared more as if Draco was merely seeking a personal target for bullying, which did not preclude others from doing the same. Furthermore, Draco's standing was quite low. Within Slytherin, he likely could not even safeguard himself. This was not the portrayal seen in the films, where the Malfoys seemed to dominate Slytherin. From fourth year onward, several pureblood families would emerge, not limited to the Malfoys. In terms of influence within the magical community, they were certainly not inferior to the Malfoys. Even the elder Malfoys had never managed to attain the position of Slytherin's leader. Their prominence stemmed from their charm and handsome visage, winning the affection of the illustrious Black family. But young Master Malfoy was not in the same league. He simply did not measure up. This evening, he inadvertently offended Mules Carlo, the charming socialite of Slytherin, a girl already remarkably seasoned despite her mere fourth year. Draco's assertion holds some truth. To approach her recklessly might indeed invite peril. Yet, such sentiments could have been articulated with greater decorum. Wizards are, after all, human, particularly those youthful souls of 16 or 17, brimming with vitality. They ought to cherish a striking pureblood girl like Mules Carlo, were it not for the privacy of separate bathing facilities in each dormitory. Charles would genuinely worry that this impudent young Master Draco might be cornered while bathing. As Draco's secrets were gradually unraveled, a moment of reckoning seemed imminent. Draco soon emerged from the bathing chamber, taking a seat upon an exquisitely crafted high-backed stool, where he began to attend to his hair in the mirror. Charles remained reclined on his bed. "Are you applying hairspray, Draco?" he inquired. However, Charles suddenly noticed that Draco had unearthed a tube of gel, packaged in the branding of Pimpernel's Beauty Apothecary, which he was now smoothing over his forehead. At Charles' remark, Draco appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a considerable time before responding in a languid manner. I presumed that was quite evident. He cast a sidelong glance at Charles, as though appraising a rustic simpleton. Applying hairspray too prematurely is ill-advised, especially at this hour. Mind your hairline, Draco. Suddenly, Draco's hand, clutching the hairspray, froze. He shut his eyes, placing the hairspray upon the table, inhaling deeply to calm his distorted expression. "If you regret residing in my dormitory, you may still relocate to the common room," he retorted with a harsh tone. Charles shrugged, mimicking a zipping motion across his lips. Yet, it was clear that Draco was unfamiliar with the concept of a zipper, though he grasped Charles' implication. After a moment's hesitation, he resumed applying the hairspray. Charles was genuinely surprised that Draco had commenced this ritual so early. Rising, he began his own evening routine of washing up, changing clothes, and preparing for bed in one fluid motion. Although a magical cleansing could replace the tediousness of washing, it felt too punkish, devoid of the essence of life. Draco observed Charles' practiced movements until he finally nestled beneath the covers, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Are you friends with Potter?" he asked. Draco's invitation for Charles to be his roommate was not out of kindness, but rather a sudden recollection that when he sought out Harry Potter, Charles had been nearby. "Yes, I am." Draco's rationale for accepting Charles was to demonstrate to Harry the caliber of friends he ought to seek, not those Muggleborns, nor the half-breeds who barely had a dormitory to call their own, but rather purebloods. Noble, unblemished purebloods. Alas, he now found himself in Gryffindor, a den of insufferable individuals. Gryffindor. How laughable. Those people hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their acceptance letters. In my humble opinion, Hogwarts ought to exclusively admit students hailing from ancient wizarding families, dismissing those of mixed blood, Muggleborns, and the traitorous purebloods. Draco spat disdainfully, wholly unconcerned that Charles himself was of mixed heritage. Charles, in turn, remained indifferent. He understood Draco's character better than Draco understood himself. Was he a good person? No, certainly not. He was merely too cowardly to be thoroughly wicked. Yet, Charles did not care whether he was deemed good or bad, as long as he served a purpose for him. If Harry Potter were sorted into Slytherin, would he also be without a dormitory? Charles suddenly inquired. Draco fell into silence for an extended period, and just as Charles thought their inaugural dormitory conversation had reached its conclusion, Draco unexpectedly spoke again. "You really ought to take a page from Goyle and Crabbe. Eat more, talk less." Charles stifled a laugh. He truly considered himself a mere sidekick. Well, it mattered little. They were still children, after all, and children deserved ample patience. Thus, their first nighttime discourse in the dormitory came to an end. Simultaneously, Harry, who had been assigned to the same dormitory as Neville and Ron, found himself unable to sleep. He perched on the windowsill, huddled behind the glass, gazing at the starry sky and the nocturnal landscape beyond the castle. Ever since that moment Charles intervened to thwart Dudley's bullying, Harry felt as though everything in his life had altered irrevocably. Why was this so? He now experienced an almost surreal sensation as he gently stroked Hedwig. But regardless, Dad, Mom, I am here now. Hermione, too, was awake, though unlike Harry, who occupied the windowsill, she lay dutifully in her bed. Charles's sorting into Slytherin had vastly exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated he would be placed in Gryffindor, especially considering their experiences in Wonderland. The absence of Charles in this new environment left Hermione feeling profoundly out of place, as Harry had already forged new friendships while she had not. During the feast, Harry conversed animatedly with Neville Longbottom, accompanied by a fellow named Ron, while she felt increasingly left out, perhaps momentarily forgotten by Harry. As for the new female students, they were positively more boisterous than owls, incessantly chattering and discussing everything they encountered. Did none of them read? Among the subjects that would be shared with Slytherin were transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts, and flying lessons, meaning she would have the opportunity to see Charles the following day. Perhaps she could arrive early, allowing her to sit beside him. She had countless questions she longed to pose to Charles regarding Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hogwarts itself. She eagerly anticipated the dawn of tomorrow. Hermione closed her eyes, compelling herself to drift into slumber, for she did not wish to be tardy on the very first day of school. When Charles rose promptly from his bed the next morning, he discovered that Draco had awakened even earlier. "Hurry up," Draco grumbled. Regardless of his circumstances, Draco's disdain for Slytherin remained palpable. Their collective sense of honor is indeed profound, and they hold the house cup in high regard. Relax, Draco. You look as if you are about to sit for your newts," said Charles. He was uncertain of the original class schedule, but the game had significantly increased the classes shared with Slytherin for the sake of narrative, such as Transfiguration. He gave himself a refreshing shake and casually gathered his textbooks from the shelf. "Let us proceed." Draco, with a sullen expression, seemed poised to say something, yet ultimately fell silent, not uttering a word. Upon exiting, Goyle and Blaze, those two dimwits, had not yet risen, but the common room was already bustling with numerous individuals. Resembling a recent grand ball, with everyone dressed flamboyantly, both wizards and witches, exuding an air of drunken revelry. This is the issue that arises from an increased number of purebloods. A congregation of individuals overflowing with hypocritical pride tends to manifest in such a manner. As Charles and Draco departed, they attracted no attention, and after a hurried breakfast, Draco led Charles up the stairs. Their journey was smooth, and they did not lose their way. They were among the first to arrive at the classroom, though a few had arrived before them, including Hermione. The young girl paused momentarily upon seeing Charles enter with Draco, but she enthusiastically waved her hand. Both Charles and Draco witnessed this exchange. Draco raised his chin impassively, recalling that this was the girl who had shared a compartment with Harry Potter, thus implying she was, you wouldn't tea. Before he could finish his thought, Draco watched in astonishment as Charles, devoid of any emotion, walked past him, completely ignoring him, and took a seat right next to Hermione. "Hey," Draco called out from behind. Yet, Charles merely turned his head and offered him a smile before turning back. "Hey." Draco's voice grew louder, his teeth clenched in irritation. However, it would be astonishing if that proved effective. As the number of students increased, mindful of his image, Draco ceased to speak, wearing a scowl as he took a seat among the Slytherin cohort beside Pansy Parkinson. Then, yet another spectacle unfolded. Within mere minutes of the class commencing, the young savior found himself on the receiving end of societal ridicule, grappling with the intricacies of transforming maps or clocks, which indeed posed a dilemma. Yet, the older cat lady adored him. It was Severus Snape who truly dealt the harshest blows from society. However, what piqued Charles's interest was the presence of two individuals who arrived late with Harry. Not just Ron, but Neville as well. This raised questions regarding the current situation. He had assumed Neville had replaced Ron. Charles had arranged for Hermione to have two saviors. Was that not sufficient prestige? He harbored no concerns about the trio's relational dynamics. Harry and Hermione resembled close friends, while Neville lacked compatibility. Yet, now it appeared that Neville had assumed Hermione's role, though he lacked her intellect. Without Hermione's keen intellect, they would likely falter at the first challenge of the Philosopher's Stone. Never mind. Charles was disinclined to fret over Harry's troubles. He would leave that formidable task to old Dumbledore and old Snape. Ding! Acquired a matchstick. During the period of free exploration in class, Hermione concentrated intently on attempting to transform a matchstick into a needle while quietly inquiring about Charles' experience in Slytherin and the nature of its inhabitants. Charles, of course, responded positively, assuring her that everything was splendid, including himself and the friendliness of his Slytherin peers. He deliberately ignored the strange glances cast upon him by the new students, including Blaise, Pansy, Goyle, and the ever-grinding Draco. The Gryffindor side did not react significantly to the fact that Charles, a Slytherin, and Hermione, a Gryffindor, were sitting together, as there were not many purebloods present, and the school year had just commenced, leaving inter-house disputes in a nascent state. Most importantly, both Potter and Neville recognized Charles as their friend, seeing no issue with the arrangement. Only Ron wore a look of utter disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Charles also noticed that the ever-watchful Professor McGonagall, the elderly cat-like figure, was observing the unusual pairing of Slytherin and Gryffindor at the same table, a rarity indeed. Even among older couples, they typically refrained from sitting together in public to maintain the integrity of their respective houses or to safeguard their own reputations. Moreover, it was the very first day of school, and everyone was still unfamiliar with one another, resulting in a peaceful atmosphere that culminated in Hermione's jubilant raising of her right hand, accompanied by the announcement of 5 points awarded to Gryffindor, marking the end of the class. However, he soon heard hurried and chaotic footsteps approaching from behind, and he had a foreboding sense of what was transpiring. "Are you out of your mind?" In the next moment, a force propelled Charles against the wall, and he found himself face to face with a visibly agitated Draco, whose expression was contorted with anger, as if someone had diluted his hair gel, preventing him from achieving the adult hairstyle he desired. "What?" Charles calmly retorted. "I am asking you," Draco said, gripping Charles' collar, enunciating each word with pronounced intensity. "Are you insane? Clearly not. Then why were you sitting there?" His expression twisted further as the utterance of the word felt like a defilement to him. "She is my friend. She is a Gryffindor." Draco nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Charles glanced around. The new Slytherin students were mostly present. Pansy, with her chin held high, exuded a proud demeanor, akin to a couple with Draco. Goyle and Crabbe stood with their arms crossed, casting malevolent stares at Charles, resembling a pair of sentinels. Blaise's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He avoided looking directly at Charles, but did not distance himself from the group, choosing instead to blend in with the others. "She is my friend," Charles reiterated. Suddenly, Draco calmed down, releasing his grip on Charles' collar. "Not anymore. I have saved a spot for you, right beside me." Pansy's expression, mirroring Draco's, shattered in disbelief as she gazed at him, as if witnessing Draco stepping out one morning without properly grooming himself. "I'm truly sorry." Charles grasped Draco's intent. He had not anticipated that Draco would go to such lengths for him. Yet, Draco's countenance darkened once more. "Do you presume you are wiser than those two imbeciles, Goyle and Crabbe?" Goyle and Crabbe exchanged puzzled glances. This, indeed, was a valid point. Upon hearing this, Draco relinquished his grip on Charles and turned to depart. "I no longer wish to see you. If you were as astute as you claim, you would comprehend my meaning." With Draco's exit, Pansy promptly followed suit, accompanied by several other first years and Blaise. Among this new cohort, aside from Pansy and Draco, there were no other members of the pure-blooded 28. And as Pansy was an ardent admirer of Draco, the group naturally followed his lead. However, Charles suddenly felt someone reaching for him from behind. He sidestepped to evade Goyle's charge, but was still forcefully bumped by Blaise, causing him to stagger back. Raising his gaze, he found Goyle and Blaise had not departed. They loomed over him, arms crossed, towering quite a bit taller, blocking his path. "You would do well to heed the boss's words." "Indeed, you should," they echoed. "Otherwise, we will beat you into submission." "Listen, the boss is our boss, and we are your bosses." "Exactly, just like that," Goyle reiterated, mimicking the phrases like a parrot, much to Crabbe's exasperation. Nevertheless, having a fool even denser than himself was somewhat comforting, so Crabbe ignored Goyle and continued to glare at Charles, chin raised in a threatening manner. Charles appeared to be intimidated, or so Crabbe presumed, for Charles remained silent, staring blankly at the duo, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, Crabbe grew increasingly impatient when Charles suddenly chuckled. "Wow," he said with a low laugh, "this truly opens my eyes. I must concede, you have illuminated my errors. I have indeed made a mistake." Crabbe was perplexed by Charles' nonsensical remarks. Perhaps he was begging for mercy? He recalled Draco doing just that, uttering the harshest words while simultaneously pleading for clemency in the face of his father. "I should not differentiate between this damned game and this accursed world. I am who I am, always have been, and forever shall be." How amusing. Charles lowered his head, inhaled deeply, then then raise it once more. He glanced at the portraits, while hidden yet occasionally peeking from the ceiling of the corridor, and spread his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. I have come to a realization. In fact, I know of a place filled with delightful treats. Perhaps you would care to accompany me. Are you jesting? Crab was about to retort, but Goyle interjected. Sounds good. As he spoke, he gestured to Crab. Come on, Vincent. There is something delicious. Crab rolled his eyes inwardly, questioning whether Goyle was truly a wizard and not a troll. Could a wizard be so foolish? Yet, even aware that Charles was undoubtedly deceiving the two of them, Crab felt no trepidation. If they were to go, then so be it. When it came to brawls, they had never feared anyone. Chapter 61. Today, as Slytherin. After years at Hogwarts, Charles had naturally come to know some hidden places. While they were not as elusive or magical as the Room of Requirement, they were at least free from the omnipresent portraits serving as Dumbledore's spies. Charles had previously worried about being misunderstood by Dumbledore, potentially becoming the next Dark Lord. However, he realized he had misjudged a crucial aspect. He seemed to be overly concerned with the notion of this world being real, which constrained him. Yet, what is reality and what is a game? In essence, there is little distinction. Wherever he was, he remained himself, an embodiment of calamity. He need not be overly concerned about Dumbledore. Even if he could not temporarily summon the Silent Ones, his level 40 transfiguration was still sufficient to give old Dumbledore a run for his money. So why should he be afraid? Was it because once he took action, the so-called tranquil and correct daily life will be shattered? But is a peaceful existence truly correct? He tolerated Hermione's bullying without issue, and even the antics of Pansy Parkinson, Sandra Yaxley, and even the likes of Millicent Bulstrode. After all, he harbored no grand ambitions nor sought greater interests, only a modestly pure little goal. Yet, Goyle, Crabbe, and Felix. He hoped Dumbledore could forgive the minor skirmishes between classmates. After all, he was not a demon, nor was Dumbledore. Here they were, near the Ravenclaw Observatory, which wasn't truly abandoned. It simply lacked visitors, and the corridor bore no portraits. Charles used his wand to inscribe a mark on the nearby wall, a left-turn arrow. It was a metaphorical spell, a guiding direction. The map had been drawn. Turning left indicated that this place was certainly not their destination, its effect serving to prevent others from straying here. Charles positioned Goyle and Crabbe within the classroom. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding desks and chairs were pushed aside, revealing an empty space. Goyle seemed to sense the impending trouble. He contemplated fleeing, but then reconsidered. There were two of them. What was there to fear? Conversely, Crabbe pondered more deeply, realizing that Charles' magic appeared quite formidable. Turning to the two, Charles exhaled softly. He felt a flame of emotion within him that required release. He extended his left hand into a fist and, with his right hand, gripped his wand. A choice between fists or magic lay before them. At this moment, even a dullard like Goyle grasped Charles's intent. It was unmistakably a challenge. The two plump boys exchanged glances. They roared, charging toward Charles. Approximately 5 minutes later, huff, huff, huff. With labored breaths, Charles struggled to steady his rapid inhalations, all the while maintaining an air of grace as he wiped the blood from his fists. Before his feet lay Crabbe and Goyle, reduced to a pitiful heap, their faces smeared with tears mingled with blood and dirt that had accumulated on the ground for an unknown duration. Mommy, it hurts. Goyle's cries were intermittent, while Crabbe, perhaps rendered mute by Charles's blows, retained a semblance of defiance. Though skilled in various combat techniques, Charles found it challenging to contend with two similarly aged, portly opponents. His muscles had yet to fully develop, and he was reluctant to exhaust himself completely, especially since many brutal techniques were off-limits without any specialized potions for combat. Mrs. Pomfrey would identify the issue at a glance. After catching his breath, Charles drew forth his wand. Stop your whimpering, he bellowed. Take up your wands and fight like wizards. However, Goyle and Crabbe were incapable of complying. For an 11-year-old, a beating was often sufficient to instill obedience, particularly one that drew blood. Hurry, Charles urged, causing Goyle to tremble. Though foolish, the rotund boy was not devoid of intelligence. Perhaps, wishing to avoid further punishment, he shakily retrieved his wand. Even if he lacked the ability to cast a single spell. Yes, just like that, like a wizard. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a bolt of lightning burst forth from Charles's wand, striking Goyle's arm. A peculiar burnt smell wafted through the air as Goyle emitted a horrific scream, dropping his wand and rolling on the ground, clutching his arm and writhing in agony. My hand, woe is me. The wail was so intense, it seemed as if his arm had been severed from his body. Instinctively, Charles glanced toward the classroom exit. He had yet to master the wide area silencing spell. This protective charm, though appearing simple, belonged to the realm of advanced magic, akin to the defensive spells of the highest order. He was concerned that Snape might be observing from the shadows. If old Dumbledore were to discover his status as a Parselmouth, surely Snape would be aware as well. While the two might allow a Parselmouth to study at the school, they would certainly not permit one to suffer in silence. It was common knowledge that Parselmouths were exceedingly volatile. However, during the time, he had brought Goyle and Crabbe along. Charles had not noticed Snape's presence. After all, he was preoccupied with teaching seventh-year potions and was likely quite busy. Dumbledore would probably not appear either. He must have seen Charles escorting the two through the portraits and was well aware of the power Charles had displayed in the Enchanted Realm. Rather than fretting over Charles, it was prudent to be concerned for Goyle and Crabbe. Seemingly sensing Charles's distraction, Crabbe suddenly steeled himself, snatching Goyle's discarded wand and aiming it directly at Charles. Your front teeth. He hesitated momentarily, then racked his brain for a prank spell, the only dark incantation he had mastered. With a flick, a red beam of light shot forth. A sharp curse zipped past Crabbe's neck, severing it nearly in half, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. As he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his breaths growing shallow in mere moments. Goyle's horrified screams ceased as he stood, stupefied by the scene before him. Even Charles was momentarily taken aback. Good grief, he muttered. Later, equipped with a wand, he faced the climactic trials of the divine challenge in the later stages of the free play, a confrontation that proved to be quite formidable. Although Charles had seldom employed magic, this did not imply a lack of combat experience, despite his current unfamiliarity with spells. His extensive archives endowed him with a wealth of battle acumen that surpassed any known wizard, be it Harry, Dumbledore, or Voldemort, and even Grindelwald would pale in comparison. After all, Charles had always admired Grindelwald's combat style. Thus, when Crabbe raised his wand against him, Charles sensed the impending danger, and in an instant, the slicing spell darted towards Crabbe's head. Had Charles not reacted in that final moment, Crabbe would have succumbed entirely. Crabbe could not perish here. That would pose significant complications. Remaining calm, Charles retrieved the most suitable potion from his enchanted bag, a white essence of freshness that had been prepared well before the school year commenced. For battles are ever present. He knelt and sprinkled the potion upon Crabbe's neck. Gradually, the wound began to mend, and Crabbe's breathing stabilized, no longer rasping like a windmill's bellows. There was truly no reason for panic. Wizards possess remarkable capabilities, and with potions at hand, most issues can be resolved. The white essence was particularly effective against the disjunction caused by apparition, and it was also quite adept at healing ordinary slicing injuries. However, if one were to encounter an unknown curse, the healing properties would be considerably diminished, rendering the wound nearly impossible to mend. Fortunately, Charles was not dealing with a malevolent curse. As Crabbe's breathing steadied, he opened his eyes, his face a ghastly pale, clutching his neck and emitting incoherent sounds. As if rendered mute, Charles observed him with a tilted head for a moment, discerning that he was merely startled, not suffering from vocal cord damage. Thus, all was well. He then shifted his focus to Goyle. Now, pick up your wand like a... Before Charles could finish his sentence, Goyle rolled his eyes back and fainted. Chapter 62. Peace remains unchanged. Though Charles felt a twinge of guilt for striking two children, it was undeniably exhilarating. Glancing at the belongings tossed out of the dormitory and the door evidently ensnared by a powerful locking charm, he sighed. Young Master Draco certainly had a temper. He had hoped their friendship could develop gradually. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Sometimes conflict is merely a precursor to camaraderie. After all, young Master Draco was affluent, and he could easily procure a better replacement, perhaps even a limited edition for Malfoy. Once again, a crowd gathered around, though this time it was notably diminished, as the upperclassmen were occupied with classes, leaving only the freshmen with ample leisure. Among them was Pansy, a reclusive young girl, seeing that she had no classes in the afternoon, prepared to remain in her dormitory all day. She had already donned her deep blue star-patterned pajamas and leaned against the doorframe of her room, observing the scene before her. Noticing Charles's gaze, she lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an air of possessiveness as if guarding her boyfriend's territory. Across the hall, Blaise was nowhere to be seen. This fellow was uncertain about Charles' background. Even he was not well acquainted with the names of the Hogwarts house elves. Thus, he resolved to wait until the situation clarified before choosing sides. Charles did not draw his wand. Instead, he placed his hand on the doorknob. Click! The door swung open. Though the original text contained numerous spells, the binding charm was not among them. It was a creation of the game. Nevertheless, to Charles, there was little distinction. He stepped inside, effectively barring the curious gazes from entering. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, he detected at least 3 discrepancies within the room. Indeed, the Malfoy family was affluent. Magical artifacts could not merely be purchased with wealth. Some were unattainable even for the rich. Yet, 3 such items lay within the dormitory, all of a prankish nature. But once triggered, they would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for the instigator. Charles calmly stepped onto a carpet that had evidently just been laid. A powerful sensation of petrification surged from the carpet, yet it was silently neutralized by the armor charm on his attire, or perhaps it was a matter of trade-offs. While the armor charms on his clothing and belt faltered, the one on his undergarments remained intact. Observing Charles traverse the carpet unscathed, Draco's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety. "I expected you to be more astute than you appear," Draco asserted, maintaining his bravado as he sat in his chair, projecting an air of authority. Stepping forward, Charles's gaze seemed involuntarily drawn to a mirror hanging beside Draco's wardrobe. In that fleeting moment, Draco abruptly drew his wand. "Petri Ficus Totalis," he commanded, instantly freezing in place. Charles averted his eyes from the mirror, which had likely cast a form of enchantment that induced momentary distraction. Regrettably, while the timing and execution of the petrification spell were commendable, the chosen target was misguided. Subsequently, he dragged a similarly exquisite high-backed chair and seated himself beside Draco. "Do you realize that things ought not to be as they are now? We should have become excellent friends. You would shield me from troubles, support my studies and potions, endorse my alchemical pursuits, and in return, I would gladly offer you my camaraderie. We are, in truth, quite compatible, though I mean we resonate well together. I do not wish for fear to disrupt this synergy, hence I extend to you opportunities time and again. For whatever reason, you aided me in resolving the predicament from last night. Otherwise, the scene would have been 100-fold more dismal than it is now. I do not speak of myself, but of that fellow Pruitt. Do you doubt it?" Charles turned his gaze toward Draco. "Your eyes are filled with disbelief. Such nonsense. If one is under a petrification curse, even the eyes cannot move. Thus the ghostly presence remains unnoticed." Charles sighed and adjusted his position in the chair comfortably. Observing their demeanor, they appeared as 2 long-time acquaintances, evading the wrath of a wife, hidden away in a quaint cabin by the lakeside, indulging in drink and fishing, while engaging in heartfelt conversation until dawn. They reminisced about the past, boasting of youthful heroics and conquests over numerous girls, then loudly lamenting the shortcomings of their current spouses and the trials of life and work. If not for the rigid expression of one, frozen in place, one would hardly suspect the underlying tension. "I understand. Look at me, just a slight figure, merely 11 years old. How could I possibly triumph over a 5th grader, right?" Charles stood and leaned closer to Draco, lowering his voice. Perhaps even Voldemort, at the age of 11, could not have achieved such a feat. Draco remained unresponsive. Yet Charles was aware that Draco should have reacted. Initially, he would have been furious, ready to invoke his father's name in defiance. What is magical prowess? He had a father. It was only when Charles mentioned Voldemort that Draco might have sensed a hint of unease, though this fear was directed towards the mysterious figure and not toward Charles himself. "Do not jest. I speak the truth, not boastfully. He cannot, but I can. Thus, can it not be said that I am even more formidable than Voldemort?" Charles beamed, though Draco's lack of enthusiasm dampened the moment. "You know, I actually hold your father in high regard. He may waver and shift, yet he consistently makes the most judicious decisions to safeguard the family. Though often in a precarious position, his investment choices are astute, always culminating in the right decision at critical junctures. You frequently speak of your father. I shall assume you aspire to surpass him, to transcend your forebears and show them." Charles paused for a moment. "Never mind, I understand you. You lack that ambition. You are indeed timid. However, an opportunity presents itself now, one that requires not great courage, yet promises substantial rewards. Invest in me, just as your grandfather once believed in Tom Riddle." With a flick of his wand, Charles inscribed blazing letters in the air before Draco. "Tom Riddle." Then, with a subtle twist of his wand, the letters morphed, the flames reshaping into a new inscription. "I am Voldemort." Charles displayed a look of disappointment. "You're truly dull. I concede, I may not possess the charisma of Tom Riddle or Gellert Grindelwald. Yet I have my merits, namely my candor, just as I am now." But undeniably, Draco remains unresponsive. "I see, you still do not believe. Very well. I shall grant you a night to ponder this. Trust me, this will be the most prudent decision you ever make." Charles stepped back. With a gentle flick of his wand, Draco felt the petrifying curse lift from him. He immediately rose to his feet, his expression contorted and bizarre, resembling a madman. He stared incredulously at Charles. "You must be insane." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Charles point his wand at the ground beneath him. "Watch your step." Instinctively, Draco looked down to find a radiant arc of light rapidly expanding across the floor. In an instant, the cold stone floor of the dormitory vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. A sensation of weightlessness struck him, and with only time for a startled cry, he plummeted into oblivion. Charles raised his gaze, shielding his eyes with his hand as he looked upward, where another portal hovered beneath the ceiling. There, too, lay an endless sky of azure and fluffy clouds. Yet, after a moment's wait, Draco still did not emerge, prompting Charles to sigh and shake his head. My mistake. The distance seems rather great. However, let him stir a while longer. Grabbing a book on magical theory, Charles reclined on his bed and summoned the house elf, Engine, to brew him a cup of coffee. Engine was a rare house elf skilled in the art of coffee making. Charles had long been curious about which pure-blood family this elf descended from and who had taught him. The aroma was delightful. Setting down the coffee, Charles let out a contented sigh. Slytherin today. Suddenly, amidst a panicked scream, Draco's figure flickered rapidly between the two portals. Quite a lovely sight indeed. Chapter 63. Pansy, I think it's all right. Headmaster's office. This is what you call him? Not dangerous? In the corner, Severus Snape's deep voice resonated. Rich and thick like a potion, simmered too long. He nearly harmed his classmate. Yes, only in his first year. Snape's tone remained calm, yet Albus Dumbledore, having worked alongside him for years, could discern the unmistakable edge of sarcasm teetering on the brink of his words. With Harry's enrollment, he immediately became the focal point of interest for both Dumbledore and Snape, his eyes darting about in a daze, as if his thoughts had scattered. Wonderland? Snape felt compelled to reevaluate the level of mischief Harry Potter was capable of. Within Harry's memories, he encountered a terrifying presence, a silent one. Snape recognized this entity, though he had never witnessed one firsthand, as they had vanished during Voldemort's reign. The emergence of silent ones stemmed from young wizards continually suppressing their magical outbursts, a consequence of the prevailing societal conditions. Over half a century ago, during a time when humanity was decidedly unfriendly towards wizards and their powers, many young witches and wizards faced such challenges. However, with the rising acceptance of magic and the refinement of magical education systems, it had become increasingly rare for young wizards to experience such issues. Nonetheless, as a learned master of potions, Snape could still grasp the terrifying nature of silent ones through books and scholarly resources. Yet he had never possessed an intuitive understanding until now. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. Rather, the focal point lies in the fact that Dumbledore had astonishingly permitted this individual to enter Hogwarts, behaving as if nothing amiss had transpired. In that moment, Snape truly pondered whether Dumbledore's mind had become ensnared by that sickly, sweet syrup akin to a botched potion. Rarely did Dumbledore refrain from consuming the small pests. Instead, he clutched a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Upon tasting something decidedly unpleasant, his aged visage contorted in distaste. Would you care to try? He proffered the bean forward. Snape attempted to slay Dumbledore with a mere glance, a futile endeavor he had pursued for many years without success. He was, after all, a Slytherin. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore removed his glasses to wipe them, finally breaking the stillness. Yet his single utterance rendered Snape's gaze even more vacant. What did this imply? Did the Mute One's absence from Gryffindor, away from Harry Potter, grant him carte blanche to wreak havoc in Slytherin? It was true that he cared for Harry Potter, but this did not equate to a lack of concern for Slytherin, of which he was the head. You are the head of Slytherin, Dumbledore reiterated. Mr. Chartimore and Miss Granger. The elder's voice trailed off abruptly. Yet, Snape comprehended Dumbledore's implication. This scene was achingly reminiscent of a bygone era, a mere echo of a certain individual's past. We should all be joyous. Harry will be a good child. Snape's lips twitched, as if he were attempting to conjure a smirk or some semblance of derision. Yet ultimately, he refrained. James Potter, we ought to rejoice that I lack the terrifying talents of the Dark Lord, Snape stated expressionlessly. Dumbledore appeared unfazed, even chuckling amiably. Do not belittle yourself, Severus. Realizing he could extract no further insights from Dumbledore and remaining perplexed by the elder's intentions, Snape pivoted sharply, flaring his robes as he departed the headmaster's office with a forceful stride. He truly struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's rationale. The Mute One itself constituted a threat. According to the Ministry of Magic's Decree 42, any uncontrolled Mute One, which, in truth, there were none, should be immediately subdued by Aurors, with destruction authorized if necessary. Snape was unaware of what it meant for a Mute One over the age of 10 to be freely controllable. Based on the scant literature and scattered documentation, Mute Ones were typically associated with wizards under the age of 10. The implications of a Mute One beyond that age remained unclear to Snape. All he recognized was its inherent danger. And yet, Dumbledore not only allowed him into the school, but also concealed this from the Ministry of Magic, seemingly intent on disregarding the matter altogether. Snape was acutely aware that Dumbledore, with his cunning intellect, would not simply overlook this. He had his own schemes. He just did not wish to divulge them. Damn it. Otherwise, he would not have been alerted by the portrait. Gaul and Crabbe had been taken by that individual. By the time he hurried to the vicinity of the Ravenclaw Astronomy Tower, the altercation appeared to have concluded. He discovered Gaul and Crabbe in an abandoned classroom, both seemingly gripped by intense fear. He demanded to know what had transpired, yet the two stammered, unable to articulate their experience. Employing legilimency to probe their memories yielded only a blur. Snape immediately discerned that this was not merely a matter of fright. It was a form of magic he had never encountered before. Although he could extract little information, his wartime experience allowed him to glean certain clues, such as Crabbe's pale complexion, indicative of considerable blood loss. While his neck appeared to have healed, remnants of a brutal gash were still perceptible, a vile, cutting curse. The abandoned classroom had been meticulously cleaned, yet Snape could still sense an ominous presence, reminiscent of the era when the Dark Lord reigned. A scent that lingered in the homes of the countless adversaries they had slaughtered. Death. Dumbledore had mentioned that the situation with Chardimore bore a striking resemblance to his own. Indeed, disturbingly similar, though he had never been as perilous or ruthless as Chardimore. However, Dumbledore did not remain entirely silent. He subtly hinted that he, as the head of Slytherin, now required Snape to fulfill his responsibilities. The specifics of how to proceed were left to Snape's discretion. His expression was hollow. He could not refuse, for Dumbledore was momentarily preoccupied, likely due to Harry's recent enrollment, necessitating more of his focus on matters concerning him, as well as the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, this task fell upon Snape, who felt compelled to accept, for he could not allow Dumbledore to be distracted. Harry was of paramount importance. Chard awoke with a yawn. Rising from his bed, his wand emitted a gleam, instantly immobilizing Draco, who was still in the throes of falling unconscious. He dispelled the portal and approached. Discovering that Draco had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, a foul odor wafting from him. Having cleaned his surroundings, Chard took it upon himself to assist. Grateful for magic's existence. Otherwise, Draco might have remained in such a stench for an entire day. Hey, wake up, wake up, Chard exclaimed, slapping Draco's face. After his persistent efforts, Draco gradually began to regain consciousness after a few minutes. Observing this, Chard felt a surge of joy. You're awake. Time for class. Draco's expression twisted in terror as he gazed at Chard, seemingly devoid of his own awareness. All right, it was merely a jest, Chard reassured him, not insisting that he attend class. Grasping Draco's chin, Chard administered half a vial of the draught of living death, sufficient to ensure he could rest for the entire day. With that, Chard exited the room. The lower year classes were few, yet the upper years remained quite busy, particularly in the morning hours. Yet, there remained some upper grade students, languidly sprawled in the public lounge, their presence suffused with the pungent aroma of alcohol, an array of spices, and even the faintest hint of narcotics. These youthful wizarding boys and girls have nearly transformed the set from a fantastical drama into a debauched and decadent portrayal of adolescence. Indeed, being of pure blood, their days are filled with socializing within their insular circles. Last night, they must have hosted yet another soiree or small gathering. The sheer number of purebloods has led to an increase in such gatherings, all populated by strikingly handsome individuals, as those deemed unattractive are deemed unworthy of attendance. However, why does it feel as though these individuals are merely the same as yesterday? Are they merely a backdrop? As Charles traversed the public lounge, Pansy peered back curiously upon his emergence, furrowing her brow in disappointment upon failing to see her familiar, dashing Draco. Where was Draco? As Charles approached, she stepped directly into his path. Though shorter than Charles by nearly half a head, the petite girl showed no fear, tilting her chin defiantly, her nostrils flaring as she directed her gaze at him. From this angle, it appeared rather peculiar. "He is still asleep," Charles remarked with a chuckle. "Damn half-blood," Pansy muttered under her breath, vowing to keep score of this slight. The absence of Draco troubled her. After all, she had witnessed the conflict from the previous day, and no one understood Draco's nature better than she, his childhood companion. He was somewhat timid, his magical prowess mediocre at best, and in a physical confrontation, she doubted he could prevail, especially if that half-blood dared to challenge the pride of purebloods. "Where are Goyle and Crabbe?" Pansy inquired impatiently. "These two fools have been missing since last night." Blaise shrugged, seemingly indifferent to Pansy's agitation, as he wore a charming smile, engrossed in a silent exchange with a third-year girl lounging on a nearby sofa. Without his lackeys, he found himself at a disadvantage. Even a simple trip to the dormitory was. Wait, Pansy suddenly paused in her irritation. Why was she constantly relying on Goyle and Crabbe to check on Draco? Why not venture to see for herself? The Slytherin boys' dormitory was not off limits to girls. After some contemplation, Pansy deemed this plan quite feasible. Chapter 64. This is not magic at all. Tuesday morning heralded the clash between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, with Ravenclaw boasting the second largest number of young wizards, second only to Slytherin, and their quality was equally commendable. Though Hermione was absent, the morning progressed rather smoothly. With both the Savior duo and Draco missing, it seemed the very fabric of reality had settled into tranquility, and the morning lessons passed without incident, swiftly leading to midday. Clang. Lunchtime. As Charles placed his plate on the dining table, Hermione, who had been engrossed in a pudding, looked up to find him seated beside her, rather, at the Gryffindor table. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. This scene primarily unfolds among the upper-year students of Gryffindor, who are left astounded as they behold a young wizard clad in Slytherin robes taking a seat at their dining table. This newcomer is none other than Charles. Nevertheless, being Gryffindors, despite their long-standing rivalry with Slytherin, they would not unleash their animosity upon a mere first-year student, even Percy refraining from displaying his authority as a prefect. As for the first-year Gryffindors, having only commenced their studies the previous day, they remain oblivious to the implications of a Slytherin student sitting at their table. While many of the younger Gryffindors have heard whispers of Slytherin's notorious reputation for producing dark wizards, had Charles appeared more menacing or grotesque, they might have felt a twinge of fear. Yet, across any realm, one's appearance holds significant weight. Thus, it is only Ron who stares blankly at Charles, fixating on the Slytherin insignia adorned on his robes, perceiving him as the quintessential dark wizard seated not far from him, so stunned that he even drops his chicken leg. Hermione, on the other hand, finds no cause for concern, having grown accustomed to Charles's presence throughout the holiday. She had assumed that being sorted into different houses would hinder their interactions, yet it appears that such meetings remain effortless. Moreover, the young lady is quite observant. You seem a bit different, she remarks. That is because I have come to understand certain matters, Charles replies. That is splendid, Hermione responds, regarding Charles's insight as impressive, believing that whatever he has grasped must be of great significance. Thus, offering her congratulations seems prudent. However, she feels that Charles has not merely changed. Rather, I sense you have not matured as much as before. Charles is momentarily taken aback. Wow. He pauses, but upon reflection, Hermione's sentiment does hold merit. Previously, in Wonderland, he had aimed to maintain stability while managing 3 burdensome companions, naturally tempering his demeanor. Before entering Hogwarts, he had cherished this authentic world, one devoid of second chances, endeavoring to preserve the existing narrative, which rendered him consistently composed. Yet now, after having taken decisive action against Goyle and Draco, it seems that some of his previously dominant and carefree tendencies have resurfaced. But your timing is impeccable. Hermione dismisses the matter, laboriously retrieving a hefty tome from her bag and thumping it onto the table. In Charles's astonished gaze, she flips to a particular page. I happen to have a question for you. Chuckling, Harry, who had been eavesdropping, cannot suppress his laughter at the sight. He finds nothing surprising about it, while Neville's eyes begin to swirl in confusion at the sight of such a voluminous book. Charles's expression stiffens slightly as he glimpses the title, A Dictionary of Runic Language. Regardless of the context, language remains a formidable subject to master. Fortunately, at this moment, the mischievous Weasley twins appear from seemingly nowhere, each draping an arm over Charles's shoulders. The Slytherin serpent, the Gryffindor lion. Lions and snakes shall never coexist harmoniously, they jest. Not necessarily. Charles raises an eyebrow in response. He understood that the two individuals bore no malice, for they were not referring to him and Hermione. The gaze of the Weasley twins was directed firmly towards the Slytherin table. In stark contrast to the relatively amiable atmosphere of Gryffindor, a palpable tension enveloped that table. Slytherin House, from top to bottom, prided itself on pure-blood lineage. Well, perhaps not entirely, but their disdain for Gryffindor was unequivocal. Even a first-year student will be well aware of this. Charles boldly approached the Gryffindor table, an action that could be deemed as treachery. Not only Gryffindor and Slytherin were watching, but even many from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were discreetly glancing over. Hogwarts did not have explicit rules against dining outside one's own house, yet remained an unspoken norm. Hence, the scrutiny from Slytherin was decidedly unfriendly. Several upperclassmen regarded Charles with the same look one might reserve for a corpse. He recognized these faces, all descendants of the pure-blood families, staunch supporters of Voldemort. Relax, he said, draping an arm around the shoulders of the Weasley twins. "Everything will be fine." "Wow, now I comprehend why you're seated here," the twins chimed in unison. "It's because the Sorting Hat is rather senile. It placed you in the wrong house. You're a Gryffindor," with the endorsement of the Weasley twins. Gryffindor did not exhibit any hostility towards Charles' presence. After all, it was a Slytherin who had ventured into their midst, not the other way around. They had no loss of face to contend with. Moreover, the Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances with Hermione and Charles, clearly aware of the reason for Charles' unexpected appearance. Hermione was engrossed in her book, oblivious to the scene unfolding around her, and the surrounding first-year wizards were still too young to rally in support of the Weasley twins. They soon departed, leaving Charles to feel the weight of a lingering gaze upon him, emanating from the elevated dais above the hall. It was Dumbledore. The frequent use of legilimency had sharpened his gaze beyond that of an ordinary person, rendering it almost capable of penetrating one's very soul without the aid of magic. Yet this time, Charles did not shy away. He lifted his chin and met Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore's expression had darkened, as if he could conjure a potion from the depths of the underworld. Severus Snape, having barely touched the food on his plate, rose abruptly and hastily exited. Charles lowered his head once more. The mental shielding was not solely for his protection, but also to safeguard Dumbledore. Interpretations of Dumbledore were multifaceted. Some claimed he was a competent politician, but an inadequate professor, while conspiracy theories labeled him as the White Lord. Others argued that all the aforementioned notions were mere fabrications, asserting that Dumbledore was, indeed, a good man. He even bore the title of Hogwarts' finest instructor. Go on, Newt. Go on, Harry. However, within the game, Dumbledore becomes increasingly intricate, for it exists within a fantastical realm governed by a comprehensive worldview, where the forces of magic extend far beyond what is currently perceived. As the most formidable wizard alive and a bastion of the British magical community, many significant plot developments inevitably revolve around him. For instance, events such as the invasion of Wonderland and the malfunction of London's underground magical array cannot escape his influence. The timing and occurrence of such narratives remain uncertain, which is precisely why Charles remains perpetually vigilant of Dumbledore. There are inevitably certain storylines that could disrupt this white wizard, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster for both him and himself. Charles has encountered similar situations in the game, particularly one involving a grand narrative about fairy tales, where Dumbledore, through a wishing well, glimpsed a future that was tragically erroneous, directly leading to an early plot demise. Reluctant to abandon that save file, or to forego the opportunity of engaging with a newly encountered narrative, he sought to navigate the situation with cunning tactics while dealing with Dumbledore. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation at Hogwarts, resulting in numerous casualties among the young wizards and a complete unraveling of the plot. Naturally, Charles wished to avoid a repetition of such calamity in this world, hence his persistent wariness. Dumbledore is, in essence, a multifaceted individual. After more than a century of life, what truly occupies the mind of this elder remains a mystery known only to him. Charles has witnessed Dumbledore as both a benevolent figure and a harbinger of narrative demise. Both are facets of himself. Charles, Hermione urged, jostling him from his reverie. He could not evade the academic interrogation from the diligent scholar. "What is it?" Charles replied, donning a beaming smile. "Ugh, your smile is quite peculiar," Hermione remarked, retreating slightly, her expression one of distaste. Charles rubbed his nose, tempering his exuberance and adopting a composed demeanor with practiced ease. After all, he often navigated the roles of exorcist, wizard, witch hunter, agent, and more, in his quest to rescue innocent girls ensnared in peril. Such adaptability was an essential skill. "What is the matter?" "I am searching for a textual answer. I have perused numerous tomes of magical writings without success." Charles's gaze fell upon a book, one on runic script, a reference for advanced magical linguistics. "Not even in the runic texts?" Hermione's tone reflected her evident frustration. Charles found it curious. He was well aware of Hermione's love for reading. Yet she was discerning in her selections, adhering to a systematic approach to her studies. After all, in nearly every save file, she had graduated from Hogwarts alongside him, relying solely on self-study to gain admission to a prestigious institution in the New World. As for Charles, without magic, his scores would have led to a very different fate. Now, her studies seemed to be at odds with advanced magical linguistics. "What script?" Charles inquired with curiosity. "This," Hermione replied, producing a scrap of paper from her robe pocket, upon which was inscribed a crooked symbol she had copied from an unknown source. Yet, with just a fleeting glance, Char's expression subtly shifted, for the inscription before him was not an arcane script of high standing, but rather a language he was intimately familiar with: loyalty. Chapter 65, The Second Omen. Is there a problem? Hermione perceptibly noticed the change in Char's demeanor. He appeared quite tense. This in turn made Hermione anxious, for in her memories, even amidst the perils of the fairy realm, Char had always maintained his composure. Of course not. Even if there were, I wouldn't let you worry, he replied nonchalantly. You're mistaken. This ISNT magical script, it merely ISNT English. The meaning of these characters is loyalty. Upon hearing Char's explanation, the young girl seemed to recall something, nodding thoughtfully. Observing this, Char instinctively narrowed his eyes, fixating on Hermione. In feigning indifference, he inquired, How do you know this script? You might find it hard to believe, Hermione replied, putting away her hefty lexicon. She sighed. I dreamt it. Lowering her voice, she continued, The dream felt incredibly vivid, almost as if it were real. Yet, Lavanda and her friends were sound asleep. They claimed not to have heard a thing, insisting I was merely muddled in my slumber. She expressed her dissatisfaction with her somewhat dim-witted roommates. What kind of dream was it? However, at Char's question, Hermione's expression faltered. I don't know, she admitted shyly. I can't remember the details, only that. There seemed to be a sword, and this writing engraved upon it. You would mock me, would you? After saying this, Hermione gazed intently at Char. She described it as a profoundly realistic dream, yet could not articulate its essence. This ambiguity was precisely why her roommates, Lavanda and others, ridiculed her, suggesting she had merely let her imagination run wild due to the excitement of entering the magical world, blurring the lines between dreams and reality. Having spent a holiday together, Hermione and Char had grown quite close, and she felt no need to conceal her concerns from him. On the contrary, she sensed that her dreams were far from ordinary, not merely a result of the exhilaration of beginning her studies as Lavanda and the others had suggested. And indeed, Char did not disappoint her. For wizards, dreams can sometimes serve as omens. Lightly dipping his finger into some juice, Char traced a line across the table, and droplets of juice began to roll and swiftly coalesce into a small inscription. Dream Interpretation Guide. Dream Interpretation Guide? Hermione read aloud, her curiosity piqued. What is this? It's the textbook for 5th-year divination class. You can borrow it from the library, Char replied. Hermione was evidently pleased and pressed further. What kind of magic is this? It seems not to be recorded in the book. She pointed at the droplets forming the letters. This is a transfiguration spell, alongside the most basic clear water charm. Char responded, shaking his head. Not all forms of magic can be documented in books. The application of magic is far more versatile than you might imagine. Hermione was exceptionally intelligent. In fact, the moment Charles uttered those 2 spells, she had already made a connection, her expression one of deep contemplation. I recall that you have mastered many foundational spells, Charles remarked softly. Perhaps it is time to explore knowledge beyond the pages of our textbooks. Hermione retorted earnestly. But the professors have stated that we must not cast spells in the corridors or other classrooms. Charles chuckled. We are not in school to practice. Have you forgotten about the Wonderland? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. For her, Hogwarts was the gateway to the magical realm. Yet the most unforgettable experience was that journey to Wonderland. His proficiency with the portal had grown, allowing him not only to open doors while running, but also to perform a flawless 360-degree turn without losing his way. He could now open the portal approximately 3 times. Although Hermione was aware of Charles's ability to create portals, she believed that direct access to Wonderland was impossible without passing through the portrait in the school. She knew its location, yet she dared not enter, fully aware of the dangers that lay within. However, if Charles were to accompany her, ultimately, Hermione did not decline. She agreed to venture to Wonderland with him this weekend, seizing the opportunity to learn some advanced knowledge beyond their curriculum, such as the intricate transformations of magic. In an abandoned classroom of Hogwarts, they found themselves in Wonderland. Roar! You have defeated the vibrant ceramic brain boss. Experience 100. Silver bag 151, gold coins 50. With a sound akin to glass being scraped, the surface of the ceramic brain shattered, yielding to the ground in fragmented pieces. Charles kicked the enormous ceramic carcass, which was nearly half his height, to the floor and retrieved a shimmering silver bag from the cracks of the shattered body. With the brain-sealing technique now in his possession, today's daily quest had concluded. Hero's Trial. The Usurper of Unigel, Day 012, Challenge Level 5. Experience from the Ceramic Dwarf Village, Day 112, Challenge Level 5. Experience from the Mad Mushroom Thief, Day 012, Challenge Level 5. Experience from the War Giant Rabbit Legion, Day 012, Challenge Level 5. The Labyrinth of Pan's Choice Trial, Year 011, Challenge Level 30. Comprehensive rewards. Experience 100, gold coins 50. Acquired skill, brain sealing technique 15. Charles had already abandoned the novice dungeons, such as those featuring pig-headed and dog-headed creatures. Though time within the dungeons was constant, his own time continued to elapse. He had no intention of squandering too much time in low-level dungeons before discovering a suitable solution. It was indeed a matter of life and death. Fortunately, this game was primarily focused on loot, where levels could enhance one's strength but were not everything. Moreover, Charles could now cast spells directly, as magic naturally existed in this world, requiring no level advancement or panel to learn. Charles exited the dungeon. A fleeting shadow appeared, and he once again found himself amidst the ruins of Unigel Town. Lacking a suitable place to settle, he designated this desolate town as his temporary base. Upon his return, Char discovered that the Cyclopean giant had vanished, its whereabouts unknown. The small mound formed during its slumber had transformed into a flat expanse. He chose a sizable stone house near the town's center, where the corpses of the pig-faced and dog-headed creatures were consumed by fervent flames. After thoroughly cleansing the stone dwelling, he restored it to order, with even the worn and damaged furniture rejuvenated by the spell of restoration. It must be said that magic is indeed remarkably convenient. However, certain advanced, idealistic incantations, such as the Patronus Charm and the Killing Curse, remain beyond his grasp. Yet, proficiency in spells does not equate to formidable magical power. Voldemort's Killing Curse could effortlessly slay an adult wizard, whereas a novice's version would merely induce a nosebleed. This exemplifies the stark disparity in magical prowess. The true essence of magic eluded Char's understanding. In the realm of gaming, magic was but a concept. When the game morphed into reality, it became a tangible entity. What is magic? This is the very inquiry Char is currently exploring. Though the nature of magic remains obscure, Char is aware of methods to enhance it. The most straightforward approach is the natural increase of a young wizard's magical abilities with age, alongside various drops from quests. However, these opportunities are confined to mid to high-level dungeons, which are beyond his current reach. Char is in no rush, given his capabilities. He would undoubtedly find himself outmatched in a direct confrontation with a professor like Snape. Yet, as a wizard, why should he engage head-on? With stealth, subterfuge, and an array of equipment gleaned from quest rewards, he held confidence even when facing a professor. Moreover, the Slytherin novices did not pose a significant threat. Thus, he refrained from utilizing the portal to hastily venture into high-level areas or initiate advanced dungeons. His current combat prowess sufficed. The chaotic events of being pursued by a Cyclopean giant were still fresh in his mind. However, Char sensed it might be time to elevate his pursuits to more advanced dungeons, as Hermione had manifested a second sign. He recognized this omen, which narrowed the potential narrative options to a mere 3. The Alliance of Princesses, the enchanted version of evil, and the Orindun and Fairy Tale Town. Each of these presented formidable challenges. Chapter 66, Preparations and Spices of Life Before the Omen. With the arc of the portal's light expanding ever larger, Char stepped through, and in an instant, the portal vanished. He remained in the enchanted realm, yet had departed from Unigel. Relying on his memory, he traversed a significant portion of the enchanted map, arriving in a distant kingdom. This place remains a desolate ruin, yet it boasts a splendor far surpassing that of Unigel. The fragmented walls are adorned with colossal horsehead carvings, resembling somewhat grotesque chess pieces. The ground faintly reveals alternating squares of red and white, rendering the entire expanse of ruins akin to a vast chessboard. The border of the Red Queen's realm. Challenge level 15. The two grandest kingdoms within this fairyland are those of the Red Queen and the White Queen, with the Red Queen reigning supreme. However, due to her malevolence, her kingdom is perpetually besieged by insurrections and warfare, both from external and internal sources. This very border, Charles recalls, was laid to waste due to internal strife, a rebellion against a rule. Charles has traversed the aftermath of this narrative in prior gameplay. At this juncture, it should not yet have commenced. Charles has ventured here in search of a certain item, one that could assist him within the narrative framework. And this location also has the potential to unlock a side quest. Following the storyline will unveil narrative dungeons, such as the imminent escapade of Harry confronting the Philosopher's Stone. Experience gained from narrative dungeons is generally modest. They do not serve as experience farms, and the probability of acquiring crucial items, like the Philosopher's Stone, is exceedingly slim. Within the dungeon, snatching the Philosopher's Stone directly from Harry's grasp would be futile, as it cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Yet, within the singular main or side quests, such an item can indeed be seized, yielding significant experience, for it is fundamentally a narrative game. The question lies in the courage to act and the direction one wishes the unfolding story to take. The circumstances here are somewhat similar. Charles can directly procure that pivotal item without the need to repetitively engage in the dungeon. The walnut wand rests firmly in his grasp, while another wand is discreetly concealed within his sleeve as a backup. Charles advances silently through the ruins. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air pierces the silence, accompanied by an intense gale akin to a hurricane's force. The soldiers guarding the border are indeed not yet entirely vanquished. Charles swiftly sidesteps, his wand angled sharply from beneath his other arm, unleashing two crimson beams of light. The creature assailing him collapses in response. Yet, Charles remains vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, and true enough, he spots another battered spear aimed at him, devoid of any sound, not even a whisper amidst the roaring winds. With a sweeping motion of his wand, a sharp, cutting spell cleaves the approaching creature in two. It floats gently to the ground, resembling an oversized playing card, taller than Charles himself. Target discovered, remaining border soldier. Name, mass-produced type 15 playing card soldier. Challenge level, 15. Agility, 200. Memorandum, strike the heart of 3. Memorandum 2. This is the spade of 2. You have vanquished the mass-produced type 15 playing card soldier. Experience 200, gold 50. The native monsters of this world differ from those found in Charles' dungeon system. While dungeon creatures lack visible health points, they nonetheless adhere strictly to the game's mechanics. Health may not be displayed, yet it undeniably exists. Do not presume that a single Avada can resolve the conflict. The reason lies in the presence of shields and high magical resistance. However, having engaged with the fabricated creatures of the holiday, Ciara soon discerned that the native monsters of this realm diverged entirely from the mechanisms within the game. They resembled authentic entities, living beings that were irreproducible, and could be vanquished with a single precise strike. Even the mightiest sorcerer would succumb to a fatal curse. Were it not for the instant system, Ciara might have doubted his ability to sustain the population of monsters for long. This creature was one of the mass-produced card sentinels, which could be deemed a lower tier and imperfect version. Otherwise, it would not have been relegated to the borders by the Red Queen to guard the gates. Despite its inferiority, this card soldier possessed an attribute that even the advanced variants could scarcely rival: a silent attack. Players refer to it as such, being essentially a playing card. Its assault was accompanied by a thunderous clamor when attacking from the front, the gust of wind it generated nearly sweeping its allies away. However, if the angle of attack was fortuitously from the side, it would strike without a whisper, with players only realizing its presence when its spear was thrust into their faces. Ciara had learned this lesson the hard way, remaining ever vigilant. After traversing approximately 100 meters and dispatching a few more card soldiers, Ciara finally beheld his objective, a dilapidated chessboard. Absent were divine guardians or insurmountable traps, allowing Ciara to smoothly stow it in his backpack. In truth, prior to the emergence of random grand narratives, this was merely a useless object. It would only be activated and triggered when the storyline commenced. This could be considered a sort of glitch. By carrying it and observing whether it activated, Ciara would discern the arrival of the narrative, determining if it pertained to the malevolent, eternal magical version of the grand tale. Yet this method applied solely to this item. The remaining two narratives, involving Orland and Fairy Tale Town, required no prior preparations. They were straightforward confrontations against the storyline, while the Princess Alliance narrative necessitated a rare magical creature. Thus, this approach could not be employed for those. The White Queen was a fairy sorceress, and despite her appearance resembling Anne Hathaway, enchanting to the eye, she was capable of consuming potions brewed from the fingers of the deceased without flinching, her palate rather peculiar. The Red Queen, lacking magical prowess, delighted in crafting figurines, amassing a collection of various card soldier models, numbering in the hundreds, a mix of high and low-tier units that proved troublesome to contend with. Ciara was disinclined to engage in life-or-death battles with them at this early stage, as there was little to gain. Furthermore, although the flow of time in Wonderland differed from the outside world, allowing it to serve as a sanctuary for time and spirit, Ciara preferred a more natural progression, eschewing rapid development. Time was not squandered. Hermione needed to study, and so did he. He sought to comprehend the essence of magical power. Having recently been engrossed in a book on the principles of magic, an advanced edition of the first-year Hogwarts curriculum on magical theory. Thus, he had no qualms about spending time in the library alongside Hermione, though the second omen did indeed stir a sense of unease within him. That sword, the one inscribed with loyalty, was known to Ciara. Indeed, the sword bears not merely the character for loyalty, it also inscribes the words loyalty, bravery, and sincerity, symbolizing fidelity, courage, and honesty. On the opposite side of the blade, there exists another character, filial piety. This is Mulan's sword. As a principal figure within the realm of fairy tales, Mulan's appearances are infrequent, primarily due to the intricate and multifaceted backdrop of her homeland. Consequently, she often serves merely as a fleeting mention in the narrative. Nonetheless, whenever she is referenced, it is invariably in connection with some of the most tumultuous and significant plots. This realization instills a sense of unease in Charles, for he harbors a genuine concern for the innocent girl, Hermione, wishing to shield her from harm. Indeed, his heart is of the purest kind. Top, top. Charles softly treaded down the corridor. The passage leading to the Slytherin dungeon was vast and damp, exuding a chill that seemed to carry the scent of millennia past, an essence of pure blood glory, magical wonder, and splendor. As he traversed the corridor alone, curious figures from the portraits occasionally turned their heads to observe this solitary young wizard. Hermione, too, was not entirely oblivious. Perhaps she had yet to grasp the extent of the rivalry between the two houses, yet she understood that being an outcast bore its own challenges. Throughout her time at school, she had often felt like an outsider, and that sentiment persisted. Perhaps it was indeed more appropriate for Charles to be among the Slytherins and his classmates from his own house. Yet he reassured her that she need not worry, that he would address this matter. When she recognized that her pleas fell on deaf ears, Hermione ceased her insistence. Before a vacant wall, Charles paused. This was the concealed entrance to the Slytherin common room. By uttering the correct incantation, the portal would reveal itself. However, an ominous premonition settled over him. Glory above all, he murmured. As anticipated, the wall remained unyielding, for the password had been changed. Is it really necessary to be so petty? Charles chuckled, shaking his head. Yet, he was not one to create trouble for trouble's sake. He genuinely contemplated the perspectives of others, often considering matters from alternative viewpoints. The sudden presence of a half-blood in a house that prided itself on pure blood lineage was inherently disconcerting. However, if this half-blood demonstrated sufficient merit, Slytherin could conceivably embrace him. Yet, the reality was that this half-blood seemed to regard the house with disdain, even going so far as to seek refuge among the rival Gryffindors for sustenance and camaraderie. This, without a doubt, could be seen as treachery. From the perspective of the Slytherin students, their reactions were entirely justified. Their anger was understandable. Charles could empathize, yet he could not condone such sentiments. After all, in life, the paramount pursuit is happiness. The world is vast, and the power of magic extends far beyond the confines of Hogwarts. Charles's vision had long transcended previous limitations, reaching toward a broader horizon. Ultimately, in a fantastical world characterized by a comprehensive worldview, disruptions to the main narrative are inevitable, and the emergence of some discord is, in truth, of little consequence. Certainly, Charles is no demon. When confronted by this assembly of Slytherins, he is willing to engage with them on their terms, adhering to their rules as a form of playful interaction amidst the delightful tapestry of his academic life. Chapter 67. This is quintessentially Slytherin. Charles leaned in, adopting a listening posture against the wall, then raised his hand as if manipulating some intricate mechanism. Click! In the next moment, without a password, the grand door to the Slytherin common room materialized from the wall, as it always did. A metaphorical enchantment, unlocking a vault. As Charles entered the common room, it fell into an unusual silence, akin to a petrifying spell cast over the atmosphere, as if he had released a wave of stillness. The dynamics among the four houses in the game are quite intriguing. Ravenclaw embodies a scholarly ambience, resembling a research-oriented puzzle game. Gryffindor is rich in narrative, filled with delightful Easter eggs from the original texts, akin to watching a cinematic adaptation of a game. Hufflepuff's connections extend beyond Hogwarts, intertwining with the Ministry of Magic and various wizarding enclaves, resembling a life simulation game. In contrast, Slytherin, with its superb modeling data and the aristocratic allure of pure blood, mirrors a relationship-building simulation game. Charles is uncertain about the true essence of the Harry Potter universe, yet he perceives that this world, this ambience, remains unchanged. He has felt its essence. Pausing at the entrance of the common room, Charles surveyed the space with a serene gaze. The common room was brimming with students. Near the fireplace, a group of fourth-year students led by Mules Caro gathered, surrounded by a cadre of young male wizards who fawned over him like eager hounds. Upon spotting Charles, their reaction was notably subdued. By the window overlooking the Black Lake, the atmosphere grew colder, occupied by 5th and 6th-year students, including Felix Pluet, who regarded Charles with a chilling gaze. Those in his company were staunch Death Eaters, not particularly well-liked even within Slytherin's ranks. Lastly, there was the head girl, Sandra Yaxley, seated in the center with several others, each in high-backed chairs around round tables, resembling a small salon, though they were engaged in studying and completing assignments. Noticing Charles's presence, they too turned their attention towards him. Scattered throughout the room were smaller Slytherin groups and couples. All eyes were on Charles, yet silence reigned supreme, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Charles felt as though he had encountered this scene in certain side plots during his time in the East. The agony of preserving one's dignity while suffering in silence. Charles understood these Slytherins all too well, despite their inner turmoil and disdain for him. They would not resort to violence, at least not here. A multitude bullying a single individual would be a disgrace, and they would conveniently label it as the Slytherin way, the Slytherin style. Certainly, Charles was acutely aware that if he continued to leisurely indulge himself in Gryffindor's hospitality, the group of Slytherin serpents would soon reach their breaking point. At that juncture, they would hardly concern themselves with the decorum expected of Slytherin. It was likely they would resort to physical confrontation to teach this half-blood a lesson in humility. He hoped that such a day would not arrive too soon, for Charles had amassed countless archives, and his entries into Slytherin House were not few. Just as he had previously taken Draco and Goyle by surprise in a manner unbeknownst to anyone, it was evident that he possessed the cunning of an old Slytherin. He did not mind engaging with these youngsters in their own fashion, in true Slytherin style. Once the door was closed, the affairs of the common room were of no concern to him. Of course, Charles had not overlooked the necessity of constructing a makeshift wall at the door with 2 pillows. A metaphorical barrier, a wall of pillows and blankets. This was a childhood dream, as children often endeavored to build castles from thick comforters and square pillows, retreating within to imagine themselves impervious to the outside world. Though the Slytherin students would not engage in the tasteless antics of certain fraternal organizations in other universities, such as storming into freshmen' dormitories at midnight to unceremoniously toss them outside, one could not be too cautious. It would be foolish to stumble in a ditch. Charles settled into a chair, glancing over at the adjacent bed, and indeed, Draco was absent, likely whisked away by Snape. After consuming the potion of life and death and resting for a night, Draco's spirits would surely be revived. Charles intended to have a thorough discussion with him, though it appeared that Snape was not entirely at ease with the situation. This was hardly surprising. Knock, knock. Just as Charles prepared to rise for a shower, he was startled by a knock at the door. He kicked aside the pillow and opened the dormitory door. There stood Felix. "The headmaster seeks you." Upon seeing Charles, he offered a smile. It was a gentle smile, as if the cold gaze he exuded was not his true nature. "He requests your presence in his office." Immediately, Felix's smile resembled a veneer of insincerity, and throughout his speech, his expression remained unchanged. After delivering his message, he stood at the threshold, fixated on Charles. The gray-green Slytherin emblem emblazoned on the robe shimmered in the dim firelight, appearing almost alive, with the small serpent seemingly twisting and coiling. As if to flick its tongue at Charles, he averted his gaze. This was no mere illusion, for he recognized this form of magic, a peculiar enchantment unique to the Pruitt family, utilizing symbols and patterns to induce illusions. It required neither incantations nor wands, but necessitated the prior application of a special potion upon the designs and symbols. Charles had a general understanding of the potion's ingredients, which included toad bile, poison hemlock essence, the eyes of black beetles, and various herbs. While its concoction was not particularly complicated, its utilization demanded a lineage tied to the Pruitt family. This subtle enchantment was difficult to detect, yet with frequent use, the knowledge of the Pruitt family's capabilities spread, leading others to exercise caution. Those male and female wizards, who were lured into making disgraceful displays in the common room, imparted invaluable lessons through their own experiences. However, Charles suspected that Felix, with his potential affiliation to the Death Eaters, harbored intentions that transcended mere mischief with this magic. Regardless, these matters were no secret to Charles. They were explicitly detailed in the strategy guide. Observing that Charles had not fallen prey to the trick, Felix displayed little surprise. For the magical prowess of the Pruitt family was no hidden knowledge within pure-blood circles. Everyone possessed at least a modicum of skill. "Understand, I shall go at once." The two exchanged a knowing glance, effortlessly dismissing the trivial incident as if it had never transpired. As Charles exited the dormitory, he made his way towards Snape's office. Upon passing the common room, it appeared to have returned to normalcy. No one scrutinized him, nor did anyone pay him any heed. This silence bore the weight of isolation. Yet Charles remained indifferent. Just as the door to the common room swung open once more, and Charles had nearly stepped outside, Felix unexpectedly pursued him from behind. "Dimore," he called out, "I forgot to inform you that we have changed the password for the common room." Felix halted in the corridor leading to the outside world, gazing at Charles's retreating figure. The new password is... With a calm demeanor, he raised his wand, continuing to speak in an unruffled tone while quietly casting a spell. Pure blood. Petri ficus totalis. With a sharp click, the door to the common room began to close slowly. Felix observed as Charles's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. A disdainful smile crept across his face. Indeed, it was an ignorant, filthy half-blood, easily dispatched with a single incantation. Let him lie outside in silence for the entire night, reflecting upon his misdeeds and contemplating how to confront the headmaster's wrath come morning.